Chapter 61. After going out, Shin Tong found Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiamao, Yi Ji, and Ha Shilang were all in the yard, seemingly looking at something. Shin Tong followed their gaze, and saw a huge white cube, 2 stories high. He didn't know what it was, but there was an arrogant eagle pattern on the front. This pattern was very obvious. It was the icon of Ingtiasher's Flying Eagle mercenary group. Ha Shilang saw Chu Zhao and Shin Tong coming out, and said, "Marshal, madam, this thing was specifically given to madam by Yu Lai." Chu Xiao looked over. "What's inside?" Ha Shilang shook his head. Yu Lai didn't say. At this time, Ha Shilang's optical brain rang. It was Yu Lai's call. After Ha Shilang answered it, Yu Lai appeared on the optical frequency and said with a smile, "Colonel Ha, did Miss Shen receive the wedding gift from our regiment leader? A few days ago, I heard from Colonel Ha that Miss Shen and Marshal Chu had registered, and our regiment leader asked me to pass on the blessings." Yu Lai's words were flawless, but everyone present heard the irritable voice of Ingtiasher from Yu Lai. "What blessing? I'm not blessing you. This is a gift for Shin Tong. I don't bless anyone with the surname Chu." Yu Lai remained calm, directly blocked Ingtiasher's voice, and continued with a smile. "Excuse me, how is Miss Shen these days? This is what Miss Shen wanted before. We purchased a lot of it as a wedding gift for Miss Shen. Please accept it, Miss Shen." Yu Lai took good care of Shin Tong when she was in the Flying Eagle mercenary group, but when it came to accepting gifts, Shin Tong still looked at Chu Xiao. After all, Ingtiasher and Chu Xiao didn't get along. Chu Xiao, just accept it if it's delivered. Shin Tong thought about it, and felt that it was right. Since it was delivered, she could just give some of the finished products to Yu Lai as a return gift. "Then I won't be polite." "Thank you, Deputy Commander. I give you some of the finished products later." Yu Lai was very happy to establish friendly relations with the Chu Corps through Shin Tong, and nodded immediately. "Okay, then thank Miss Shen in advance. Miss Shen, come and visit us when you are free." After that, Yu Lai talked to Ha Shilang for a few more words, and cut off the communication before Ingtiasher appeared. After hanging up, Hu Hingmeng asked Shin Tong curiously, Tang, what's in this?" Shin Tong thought for a while, and said, "It's medicinal herbs. Before, when I was in the Flying Eagle mercenary group, Ingtiasher and Deputy Captain Yu asked me what I wanted, and I casually said medicinal herbs for the antidote." Mao Yiji had already opened the container with great hands-on ability. It was indeed full of herbs, which were piled up a bit messy. Ha Shilang found a robot to move the things inside into Shin Tong's territory in the basement. At present, the more materials for the primary antidote, the better. After finishing the work, it was getting late. Chu Zhao was about to go to bed with Shin Tong when Shi Lu called. "Marshal, what's going on? Those old guys said that the Marshal colluded with the mercenaries to seize power in the military, and they have reported it to His Majesty." "Ha Shilang? ? Chu Xiao said coldly, "When did you go?" "Shi Lu, I have been there for a while. His Majesty's edict should arrive soon. Marshal, you should be prepared to go to the palace. Xiao Ha and I will also find a way to deal with it." Shin Tong held Chu Xiao's hand, and said worriedly, "Is it because of the things that Deputy Commander you gave me? Will it cause you trouble?" Chu Xiao's expression eased a little, and he said to Shin Tong, "No, if there is no this, there will be something else. Tang, don't worry, I go out for a while. Tang, you go to sleep first." Shin Tong let go of Chu Zhao's hand worriedly, and Ha Shilang followed Chu Zhao. Before leaving, he did not forget to comfort Shin Tong. "Madam, don't worry, the Marshal will not suffer." Chu Zhao walked out of the yard and said to Ha Shilang, "Xiao Ha, check the surrounding area. Someone is monitoring this place." Ha Shilang nodded, and immediately started to do it. After meeting up with Shi Lu at the military department, the imperial edict of the old emperor arrived. Chu Zhao changed into military uniform, and took Ha Shilang and Shi Lu into the palace. In the conference hall, the old emperor sat in the main seat with a blank expression. On both sides sat members of the parliament, and several old men from the military department. The atmosphere did not look good. Seeing Chu Xiao coming in, the old man from the military department snorted. Chu Xiao saluted the old emperor, "Your Majesty." The old emperor smiled when he saw Chu Xiao, and waved, "It's Xiao Chu, sit down quickly, you haven't come to see me for a long time." Chu Xiao sat down and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have been in the military department since I came back from Yuanshixing and couldn't get away. That's why I didn't come to see Your Majesty in time." The old emperor still smiled and said, It's okay. Official business is important. Xiao Chu, I asked you to come here today because General Liang said that you have dealings with the mercenary group. Large machinery has been sent to your house blatantly. I wonder if Xiao Chu has anything to say about this matter. Chu Xiao glanced at the old men in the military department next to him, squinted his eyes, and suddenly laughed, and said to the old emperor, "Your Majesty may not know that those things are not large machinery, but some ordinary plants. My wife wants them, but I can't spare the time to buy them. I have no choice but to hire mercenaries to help buy a batch to please my wife." The old emperor was stunned for a moment, and the question that came out of his mouth was not about the mechanical plant, but when did you get married? The military was also very surprised. They were pressing hard every day to seize power during this period. How could Chu Xiao have time to find a partner? Chu Xiao smiled and said, "We just registered not long ago. My wife is introverted, so we haven't had a wedding yet. I will determine the wedding date after I finish my military affairs. I would like to ask your Majesty to officiate at that time." The old emperor's eyes changed for a moment, and he quickly smiled and said, "Of course, I should go to Xiao Chu's wedding." Seeing that the old emperor was not going to question Chu Xiao about his collusion with the mercenaries, General Liang was somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about Marshal Chu's marriage for now. After all, it is Marshal Chu's private matter. He just said that those were bought for his wife. Marshal Chu has tens of millions of soldiers under his control, as well as the most advanced fighters and mechas. If he colludes with mercenaries again, I have to suspect that he wants to seize power and usurp the throne." Chu Xiao glanced at the old emperor, stood up slowly and said, "In this case, I am willing to resign the post of marshal, and please send someone else to take over the frontline troops, so that I can go back and spend more time with my wife." After these words came out, General Liang hadn't spoken yet, and the other silent old men in the military exchanged glances. Their purpose was not to let Chu Xiao give up and do nothing. They wanted to seize power, but if Chu Xiao really left, the Zerg would probably attack the border star defense line with all their strength. An old man who looked kind stood up and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Old Liang was just a little anxious, and he was also worried about the safety of the country. Besides, His Majesty didn't say anything. Why did the marshal do this? Chu Xiao glanced at the old man with a half smile, then looked at the old emperor. The old emperor still had a harmless smile on his face, raised his hand to signal Chu Xiao to sit down and talk, and then said, "We all work together in the military, and everything can be discussed properly. I don't quite understand your military's appointments, but things haven't come to this point. I believe that Xiao Chu will not do what General Liang said." General Liang was a little anxious because of the consideration of the people. Everyone is working hard for this country, and I am deeply relieved. Chu Xiao sat down and stopped talking. Usually, Chu Xiao would not refute after the old emperor spoke. No matter what, it was the old emperor who made him the youngest marshal in the history of the empire against all odds, and rejected the marshal candidate proposed by the military when the royal family had no say, and used Chu Xiao. It can be said that the old emperor was grateful to Chu Xiao. General Liang looked at Chu Xiao unconvinced, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by the kind old man. The kind old man's surname was Sun, and he was conferred the title of general. When he was young, he also fought against the Zerg on the battlefield. Later, he retired to the rear due to injury and managed military affairs. General Sun said with a smile, "Your Majesty is right. Today we did not understand the situation and misunderstood the marshal. Please forgive us, Marshal. It just so happens that we have not reached a conclusion on the matter discussed in the military department during this period. Today, please analyze it for us." The old emperor nodded, and made an expression that he was willing to hear more. General Sun continued, "Regarding the appointment and dismissal of the military department, Marshal Chu went to the primitive star to recuperate for a year. Before leaving, he dealt a heavy blow to the Insect King, which made the insects retreat. According to the recent frontline battle report, the Insect King's injuries have almost healed, and the abnormal movement is obvious. In addition, the Insect King is about to give birth, and more energy is needed to provide it to the Insect King. Going to the front line is imminent. The military believes that Marshal Chu has limited energy alone, and wants to send General Fan Hui to help Marshal Chu." The old emperor nodded and said, "This is reasonable. Xiao Fan is not bad either." After saying that, the old emperor looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao replied, "I have no objection to General Fan. I have said that I agree with the appointment. However, I cannot agree with your request to let General Fan take over the entire legion. Also, the transfer of frontline soldiers. They have fought on the frontline for many years, and are most familiar with the Zerg. Now you want to transfer them all to the rear, and replace them with new soldiers with no combat experience. Excuse me, This is irresponsible behavior towards the people of the border star. Seeing Chu Xiao put the problem bluntly, General Sun's face was a little embarrassed, and he stopped smiling and looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao continued expressionlessly, "It's not possible to change people. They can go to the front line to fight against the Zerg. With combat experience, their titles will be promoted according to their military merits. Every soldier on the front line has gone through this." The old emperor smiled. "This is your military's own business. I won't interfere. When you have the results, you can write a report for me to review. It just so happens that today, while everyone is still here, I have something to ask for your opinions." Seeing that the old emperor had changed the subject, General Sun followed the old emperor's question and asked, "What does your majesty want to ask?" The old emperor sighed, "I am old now, not as I used to be. I have several children. According to the imperial succession law, the eldest son should have succeeded to the throne, but as you know, that child. That's it. The remaining children are all outstanding in their own ways, and I don't know what to choose. Today, while the parliament and the military are here, everyone can discuss the next emperor candidate." After these words came out, there was silence for a while. They didn't expect that they came to make trouble for Chu Xiao today, but in the end, they didn't make any trouble, and they had to get involved in the royal family's family affairs. Chapter 62. Chu Xiao looked at the old emperor in silence. The old emperor was indeed much older than when he first met him. His hair was gray, and his face was full of wrinkles. The old emperor was no longer a young and strong orc. As an emperor with little real power, he had done a good job of appeasing the people over the years. But now that the old emperor was old, he had to consider the issue of succession. The parliament and the military soon began to discuss among themselves. They were thinking about which prince would be more in line with their interests. Chu Xiao stood up, bowed to the old emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I am not in a position to participate in this matter, so I will take my leave first." The old emperor looked at Chu Xiao and nodded with a smile. "Little Chu is newly married. Go ahead, you can bring your wife to see me when you have time." Chu Xiao nodded and left the meeting room. Ha Shirlang and Shi Lu were waiting for him outside. When they saw Chu Xiao coming out, they immediately went up to him and asked, "Marshal, what did those old guys say?" Chu Xiao shook his head. "It's still the same thing. Your Majesty believes in me and will not embarrass me. It's just that when I came out, your Majesty was asking about the next emperor's candidate." Ha Shirlang thought for a moment and said, "No matter who takes the position, it won't affect us for now. However, the battle report has come from the front. Marshal, we don't have much time. We need to leave immediately within a week at most. Otherwise, when the Zerg recovers, it will be another tough battle." Chu Xiao frowned. "So soon?" Ha Shirlang nodded. "The military has not received the news yet, otherwise they would be anxious to urge the marshal to go to the front as soon as possible. They would have no time to argue with the marshal about the rotation of defense." Chu Xiao had anticipated going to the front line, but he originally planned to take Shin Tong with him after taking the baby out. Chu Xiao was worried about Shin Tong staying alone in the imperial capital star. Ha Shirlang knew what Chu Xiao was thinking, and said on the way back in the hovercraft, "Marshal, it won't be dangerous for Madame to stay in the imperial capital. The conditions at the front line are not good and not suitable for production. This time, Shi Lu and Lao Go will stay to keep an eye on the development of the primary antidote, and they can also take care of Madame. Marshal, don't worry too much." Chu Xiao didn't say anything. After returning home, Chu Xiao went upstairs and saw Shin Tong sleeping with the light on in the room. Chu Xiao's eyebrows softened instantly. After changing clothes and lying on the bed, Shin Tong automatically rolled into Chu Xiao's arms. When Shin Tong woke up in the morning, Chu Xiao was about to leave. Seeing Shin Tong woke up, he returned to the bed, bent down, and kissed Shin Tong's forehead and said, "I will come back early in the evening. I have something to tell you." Shin Tong woke up and looked at Chu Xiao dissatisfiedly. "If you tell me now what you want to tell me in the evening, I will think about it all day." "Xiao, why don't you tell me now?" Chu Xiao smiled, patted Shin Tong's head, and still didn't say anything. Shin Tong touched her belly inside. "Xiaobao, your father likes to keep people in suspense, you can't do that." When she went downstairs, Shin Tong found that Hu Heng, Meng Hua, Li Li, and Tu Jiao were not there. Only Go Chi Huang, with dark circles under his eyes like Mao Yiji, came out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee. When he saw Shin Tong, he didn't forget to greet her with a smile. "Good morning, ma'am. How do you feel today?" Shin Tong said as she walked, "I don't feel anything, and I'm not sleepy anymore. Dr. Go, am I really pregnant with a baby? Except for feeling sleepy a while ago, I don't feel anything now." Xin Tong was a little embarrassed when she said this, but she was really confused. She didn't feel anything when the baby was in her belly, and her belly didn't grow bigger. Except for loving to sleep before, she didn't have any pregnancy reactions such as nausea. Go Chi-Huang took a sip of coffee and said, "It's normal, which means that the Marshal's genes are particularly compatible with Madam's genes. Madam, pay more attention to rest during this period." Xin Tong nodded, and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. When she came out and saw Go Chi-Huang sitting on the sofa, she walked over and asked about the progress of the antidote. After giving the formula to Go Chi-Huang, she didn't ask about it. Now she is still thinking about making more money, so she naturally wants to ask about it. "Dr. Go, how is the progress of the antidote? Do you need my help?" Go Chi-Huang put down the cup and said, "It has entered the clinical trial stage. If there is no problem with the clinical trial, it can be put into production. Once successful, this drug will be named after you in the future, madam. This will be the greatest discovery in medical history. The emergence of the antidote has saved the orcs, who are troubled by the conservative energy swallowing." Xin Tong felt it was not real. "Isn't what you said too exaggerated?" Go Chi-Huang smiled and shook his head. "It's not exaggerated. Madam probably doesn't know that the research on energy swallowing has lasted for 100 years, and there has been no major breakthrough. This antidote is currently the best drug, and it has no side effects. It actually prolongs the life of the infected. Although it cannot be completely cured, I believe that as long as research is carried out in this direction, the function of the drug can be updated, and the goal of cure can be achieved in the end." Xin Tong nodded. "You make sense. By the way, I have a new discovery. These days, I compared the medicinal materials brought back from the primitive star with the medicinal materials bought outside to make medicines. I found that the medicinal materials from the primitive star are obviously more effective. If possible, it is better to use the medicinal materials from the primitive star." Go Chi-Huang was a little helpless. "Madam, you may not know much about the primitive star. After entering the primitive star, the orcs cannot maintain their human form. Their memory and consciousness will be compressed, and only instincts will remain. Therefore, we cannot collect medicinal materials on the primitive star at all. Robots cannot stay there for too long. They will lose kinetic energy after more than 24 hours. So it's not that we don't want to study the primitive star, but we have no choice." Xin Tong finally understood why the orcs knew that the original star could suppress and relieve the attack of swallowing energy, but did not analyze all the substances on the original star. She was not an orc, so she could maintain it on the original star, and even identify the medicinal materials. In addition, with the app of everything Xin Tong, I can go to the original star to collect. Xin Tong was serious. She didn't want Chu Xiao to lose his mind because of the swallowing energy. Go Chi-Huang looked at Xin Tong with appreciation. "I knew that Madam would say that. I talked about this with Shilu before, but the Marshal didn't agree." Xin Tong was a little puzzled. Why didn't Zhao agree? Go Chi-Huang shrugged. "Maybe he's worried about Madam." Xin Tong, "I asked Xiao when she comes back in the evening." Go Chi-Huang said hurriedly, "Madam, you can ask, but don't tell the Marshal that it was me who said it." Xin Tong agreed and exchanged a few more words with Go Chi-Huang about the antidote. When the two were really about to go to the basement to see the antidote that Go Chi-Huang had copied, an alarm suddenly sounded outside, and Xin Tong was stunned for a moment. Go Chi-Huang suddenly became serious, stopped Xin Tong behind him and said, "Madam, be careful, someone is invading." After that, Go Chi-Huang took out a gun from somewhere and pointed it at the direction of the gate with narrowed eyes. He also threw a smaller one to Xin Tong behind him and said, "I don't know who is outside, madam. Please contact the Marshal immediately. Go Chi-Huang is just a doctor after all, and his fighting ability is there. If there are many people coming, he can't protect Xin Tong." Xin Tong caught the gun. She actually didn't know how to use it. After hearing what Go Chi-Huang said, Xin Tong immediately contacted Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao answered the phone immediately. His face appeared on the light screen. He pinched his eyebrows and asked, "Tang Tang, what's wrong?" Xin Tong never called him during the day. She only asked him when he would be back at night. Xin Tong pointed outside and said, "The alarm at home went off. Dr. Go said someone was invading." "Ah, Zhao." Before he finished speaking, Chu Xiao became serious. He looked like he was standing up and walking out. As he walked, he said to someone, "That's all for today. Everyone, if anything happens to my wife, you'd better pray that it has nothing to do with you." Then, there was a commotion, and it seemed that someone was calling Chu Xiao, but there was no sound after a while. Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong again and said, "Tang Tang, don't be afraid. I have asked the nearest cat to go over, and the defense system at home has been activated. Don't leave the house, I will be there soon. Xin Xingtong nodded seriously. I'm not afraid, Zhao, don't worry. Chu Zhao nodded, and after hanging up the phone, his face suddenly turned cold, with hostility between his eyebrows. He strode out, got on the hovercraft, and rushed home at full speed, with many traffic control robots chasing him along the way. Xin Xingtong followed Go Chi-huang and approached the door. No matter what, he had to see who it was. As long as they didn't go out of this door, the protection system would play the greatest role. From the door, he could see the wide yard outside. There was no one at the moment. Go Chi-huang clicked the communicator on the door. What's going on outside? Where are the guards? The communicator was silent for a long time before a voice came out. As a titled lady of the Empire, can't I visit Marshal Chu in person? Your guards are very rude and have no way of treating guests. You should know that my father is the eldest prince of the Empire, and will be the future emperor of the Empire if nothing unexpected happens. He is discussing our marriage with your marshal. As the future marshal's wife, I came to see my future husband in advance. Why are you stopping me? Go Chi-huang looked a little confused, and subconsciously looked back at Xin Xingtong behind him. If he remembered correctly, wasn't their wife Xin Xingtong? Or had they registered with their marshal, and were in a legal relationship, so the one outside? Xin Xingtong looked at Go Chi-huang blankly. Isn't your orc empire monogamous? Does your marshal have other wives outside besides me? Go Chi-huang's desire to survive was so strong that he immediately reacted and shook his head to deny 3 times. No, madam, please don't misunderstand. We orcs are very loyal to our partners. Although it is not ruled out that some people are fickle after having a partner, our marshal is definitely not that kind of person. He doesn't have another wife outside. Only you. Xin Xingtong thought about it, and decided to wait for Chu Zhao to come back, and listen to Chu Zhao's explanation. Since she decided to be with Chu Zhao, she would not listen to others' words, and distrust Chu Zhao. Moreover, from the days when she and Chu Zhao were together day and night, she didn't believe that Chu Zhao was that kind of person. Dr. Go, how about letting the titled lady outside come in and sit down? Ah Zhao said he would be back soon. Since they are not invading enemies, people can't say Ah Zhao is arrogant. Xin Xingtong returned the gun to Go Chi-huang. Go Chi-huang shook his head and said, No, if they are disguised enemies, letting them in will be bad for madam. Let's wait for the marshal to come back. After hearing what Go Chi-huang said, Xin Xingtong did not insist, but pinched her lower back. Her lower back was a little sore because of the tension just now, so she simply walked back to the sofa and sat down to wait. Chapter 63. Xin Xingtong leaned against the sofa and hugged a pillow in her arms. She touched her tight stomach and whispered, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. There are no bad people. She relaxed her breathing while speaking. Although her stomach was not visible at the moment, her nervousness just now did affect the child. Go Chi-huang was guarding the door. When he saw Xin Xingtong's appearance, he hurried over and said, Madam, are you okay? Xin Xingtong shook her head. Nothing, just a little tight in the stomach. I can't tell, but it doesn't hurt. Maybe the child is nervous? Go Chi-huang carefully looked at Xin Xingtong's face, took out a small treatment instrument from under the coffee table, and scanned Xin Xingtong's belly. After seeing the result, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay. Madam was probably nervous just now, and the child also felt it. Madam, take a rest. When the marshal comes back, the child will feel the father's breath, and he will be fine. Xin Xingtong nodded, and Go Chi-huang poured another glass of water for Xin Xingtong. Quan Yusen, who was outside the door, waited for a long time, but didn't see anyone open the door. She looked at the guard, who was subdued by her own guards, and said casually, Who is inside? Why didn't you open the door for me? The guard looked at the person angrily. This person broke into the door without knowing right or wrong. Can they just break into the marshal's mansion? He tried to stop him, but was subdued. He didn't know how to explain to the marshal when he came back. He would definitely be punished. The guard felt angry just thinking about it. He had been guarding the door for the marshal for so many years, and had never encountered such a thing. It was a shame for his career. Quan Yusen was wearing a retro and gorgeous dress with a sapphire crown on her head. She stood proudly at the door, followed by hundreds of guards. Seeing that the guards didn't know how to fight, she narrowed her eyes and looked into the yard, showing a beautiful smile. With a casual glance, someone immediately brought out a chair from the hovercraft. Quan Yusen sat at the door leisurely, as if she would not leave until the door was opened. Subaru was close by, and he rushed back immediately after receiving Chu Zhao's message. When he arrived at the door and was about to transform into a beast, he saw Quan Yusen sitting there. Subaru was stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand what was going on. He knew Kuan Yusen, the eldest daughter of the eldest prince, and the eldest granddaughter of the old emperor. She was granted the title of princess at birth, and was loved by the royal family. Seeing that it was Kuan Yusen, Subaru put away his weapon, walked forward, bowed slightly, and asked with a silly expression, "Why is Princess Yusen here? Our marshal is not at home. He is at the military headquarters. Only his wife is at home. If Princess Yusen wants to visit his wife, she should inform him in advance, so that our marshal can put aside some official duties, and accompany his wife at home to wait for the princess." Kuan Yusen looked at Mao Yiji and snorted coldly. "This princess comes whenever she wants, and she still needs to be notified in advance? As for your wife, didn't my father mention our marriage to your marshal? Your wife is me." Mao Yiji looked at Kuan Yusen blankly and scratched his head. "Our marshal did not agree to the proposal of His Royal Highness the First Prince, and he rejected this matter a long time ago. Doesn't the princess know?" Kuan Yusen stopped looking at her fingers and said nonchalantly, "Your marshal refused because he had never been with me. Besides, how is the marriage with the royal family unfair to your marshal? Your marshal is now under attack from all sides. If he marries me, the deadlock he faces can be broken immediately. We are evenly matched partners. As for your wife, who came out of nowhere, I don't mind her existence." Mao Yiji didn't understand those twists and turns, but in his heart, Xin Xingtong was Chu Xiao's only partner, so when he heard Kuan Yusen say this, Mao Yiji was a little unhappy. He stood directly at the door, blocking Kuan Yusen's words and said, "Princess, please talk to our marshal yourself, don't disturb our wife." Mao Yiji's attitude was very tough, but Kuan Yusen didn't seem angry. She just glanced at Mao Yiji and continued to sit calmly. This subordinate of Chu Xiao had arrived, and Chu Xiao was expected to arrive soon. Kuan Yusen had plenty of time to wait. Chu Xiao arrived soon. After the hovercraft stopped, Chu Xiao jumped off it, kicked away the people who were holding down the guards, and said coldly, "Why didn't Princess Yusen tell you in advance that she was coming? What's the meaning of holding down my guards as soon as she arrived? Could it be that she was instructed by His Royal Highness the First Prince?" Seeing Chu Xiao standing up nonchalantly, Kuan Yusen smiled, bowed slightly, and said to Chu Xiao, "Marshal Chu, how are you? I heard that my father intends to promote our marriage, and it is normal for me to be curious about my future partner." Chu Xiao raised his hand to interrupt Kuan Yusen's words. "The princess may have misunderstood something. I did not agree to the request of His Royal Highness the First Prince. Also, if my wife hears what the princess said, she will misunderstand. Please do not mention this matter again." Chu Xiao was about to go in to see Xin Xingtong. Go Chihuang had just sent him a message saying that Xin Xingtong was not feeling well. Kuan Yusen frowned slightly and raised her hand to stop Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took a step back to avoid Kuan Yusen and said to Mao Yiji, "Send Princess Yusen back and convey my intention to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Mao Yiji nodded, and Chu Xiao had already entered the house. Xin Xingtong heard the noise and knew that Chu Xiao had returned. He hurriedly got up to greet him. Seeing Chu Xiao, he became malicious and asked with a stern face, "Xiao, how many wives do you have?" Chu Xiao immediately shook his head and explained, "No, I only have Tang Tang as my wife." Xin Xingtong couldn't help laughing. Chu Xiao pursed his lips and looked at Xin Xingtong with a little grievance. He carefully hugged Xin Xingtong's waist, and half of his body was moved aside to let Xin Xingtong look outside and said, "That's Princess Yusen, the eldest daughter of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." In the first few days after returning, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did talk about marriage, but I have rejected it. I already have you, and there will be no one else. Xin Xingtong looked over along Chu Xiao's gaze. His eyes were straight, nothing else, mainly because Kuan Yusen was really a great beauty, and a radiant beauty, and Hua Lily's beauty was not the same type, and the most important thing was that Kuan Yusen looked like a very proud beauty who would never lower her noble head. Xin Xingtong pulled Chu Xiao's sleeve. "Dahe, let's invite that princess in to sit down, okay?" Xin Xingtong didn't take his eyes off Kuan Yusen while he was talking. "Chu Xiao?" ? Chu Xiao had a feeling that he shouldn't invite Kuan Yusen in, because his Tongtong's expression was not right. But Xin Xingtong had already let go of Chu Xiao and walked over enthusiastically, smiling and saying hello, "Big beauty." "No, Princess Yusen, hello, since you are here, come in and have a cup of tea." A living princess, and such a beautiful big beauty princess. Xin Xingtong had never seen one before, and was so curious. Kuan Yusen heard Xin Xingtong's enthusiastic greeting and looked over. She saw Xin Xingtong looking at her with sparkling eyes. She was wearing comfortable home clothes, with her hair tied behind her head. She looked cute and innocent, and her eyes exuded a hint of clear stupidity. She didn't seem to realize that the person standing in front of her was a rival who came to steal her partner. After Shin Shingtong approached Kuan Yusen, she felt happy. It was true that seeing a beautiful person would instantly improve her mood. Kuan Yusen took back her hand and looked Shin Shingtong up and down. She was a little confused. Chu Zhao gave up the marriage with her just for such a little girl? Kuan Yusen retracted her gaze and raised her head and walked in proudly past Shin Shingtong. Shin Shingtong scratched her head. The beauty seemed to be impolite, but it didn't matter. Beauties have privileges. Chu Zhao sighed and walked in front of Shin Shingtong. He lowered his head and whispered to Shin Shingtong, with a helpless expression, "Tang Tang, do you know why she is here?" Shin Shingtong felt guilty. She remembered that Princess Yusen was Chu Zhao's fiancée. Shin Shingtong coughed lightly and pretended to be profound. "Of course I know, Zhao, don't worry, I know it." Chu Zhao, He felt that Tang Tang didn't seem to know it. When she returned to the living room, Kuan Yusen had already sat down by herself and asked Go Chi Huang to pour her tea. Go Chi Huang shrugged and poured a glass of water in front of Kuan Yusen. Kuan Yusen commented, "The water is not hot enough, the fragrance of the tea leaves is not brewed, and the tea brewing level is not good." Go Chi Huang, Go Chi Huang looked at Chu Zhao expressionlessly. "Marshal, since you are back, I will go and get busy first." After that, he went back to the laboratory. He didn't want to stay and serve this difficult-to-talk-to princess. Chu Zhao helped Shin Shingtong sit down and touched Shin Shingtong's belly. Chi Huang said, "You were not feeling well just now. Are you feeling better now?" Shin Shingtong nodded randomly. "It's okay, I'm fine, Zhao, don't worry." After that, he continued to look at Kuan Yusen. The burning eyes made Kuan Yusen unable to drink tea. She put down the cup heavily and emphasized, "Why are you staring at me, Miss Shin? Do you want to remember what your love rival looks like? Then just watch. When I marry Marshal Chu, I will definitely drive you away, and you will never see my face again." This provocative remark did not have any effect on Shin Shingtong, because Chu Zhao did not wait for Shin Shingtong to speak and directly said to Kuan Yusen, "Princess Yusen, please do not say such words in front of my wife that will cause her to misunderstand. Tang Tang and I have a good relationship and are already legal partners. We will hold a wedding in the near future. Princess Yusen, please do not stir up the relationship between Tang Tang and me." Shin Shingtong was obsessed with beauty and came to his senses and asked, "Is there no bigamy in the imperial marriage law? Zhao and I just registered not long ago, and we haven't divorced yet. How about you wait until we divorce before you drive me away?" Chu Zhao looked at Shin Shingtong helplessly. Kuan Yusen didn't understand Shin Shingtong's train of thought for a while and looked at Shin Shingtong speechlessly. "Is there something wrong with your brain? I am stealing your man. Do you understand? I am going to your house to drive you away now. You should be tougher and drive me out." Shin Shingtong was very calm. "But I feel that if Zhao can be taken away easily, then there is no need for me to keep her. If she can be taken away, she does not belong to me. Besides, my intuition tells me that you don't like Zhao, and most importantly, you are so beautiful. What kind of man can you want with such beauty?" Shin Shingtong couldn't help but praise Kuan Yusen. Kuan Yusen was angry after hearing the first half of the sentence, but in the second half, she heard Shin Shingtong bluntly say that she didn't like Chu Zhao, and praised her for her beauty. Kuan Yusen's anger instantly subsided by half, and she even couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised. What should she do? She was really angry, and Shin Shingtong didn't come earlier or later, but came when she and Chu Zhao were about to propose a marriage, which ruined her plan, but Shin Shingtong praised her for her beauty. Under such contradictory emotions, Kuan Yusen's expression was a little distorted, because she was obviously angry, but she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised after being praised, and she had to be stared at by Shin Shingtong's clear and admiring eyes. Chapter 64. Shin Shingtong seemed to have not noticed Kuan Yusen's distorted expression at all. She pushed the snacks given by Hu Hingmen to Kuan Yusen and asked with a smile, "Princess, do you want to eat this? It's delicious. Ming Ming and I both like it." Kuan Yusen felt as if her fist hit cotton. She turned to look at Chu Zhao and said expressionlessly, "Marshal Chu, I offended you today. I will make an appointment with you another day. I have something to discuss with you. Please don't refuse." After saying that, Kuan Yusen stood up and was about to leave. She didn't come here just to provoke today, but mainly to find an excuse to meet Chu Zhao, and she couldn't let others see her real purpose. Seeing Kuan Yusen was about to leave, Shin Shingtong stood up and said goodbye reluctantly. "Why are you leaving, princess? Why don't you stay for a while? Do you want to stay for dinner?" Chu Xiao glanced at Quan Yusen, and Quan Yusen's eyes did not show any love. Chu Xiao nodded. Okay, I hope the princess won't come to my house suddenly like this next time. Quan Yusen ignored Shin Tong and turned away. Shin Tong was still trying to keep Quan Yusen for dinner, but Quan Yusen quickened her pace, and her back looked like she was fleeing. Chu Xiao asked Mao Yiji to send Quan Yusen back, and looked at Shin Tong, who was still staring at the direction Quan Yusen left. Tang Tang, is she pretty? Shin Tong nodded. Pretty, Lily is pretty too, but Princess Yusen's pretty is different from Lily's pretty. Halfway through, Shin Tong suddenly realized and looked at Chu Xiao embarrassedly. A Zhao is the prettiest. Chu Xiao, Tang Tang, you are not really praising her. Shin Tong held Chu Xiao's arm and said confidently, I will look at more good-looking people, and my baby will be good-looking in the future. That's right, she wants her baby to look better, not because she is obsessed with looks. Chu Xiao sighed, and suddenly felt fortunate that he looked good in human form, otherwise his Tang Tang might really not want him. Seeing Chu Xiao sigh and not speaking, Shin Tong said to Chu Xiao, I didn't look at her in vain, really Xiao, I think Princess Yusen doesn't like you at all. She must be a very ambitious and powerful beauty. She won't be like me who falls in love just because of beauty. Oh no, she won't be like me who only knows how to fall in love. After saying that, Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao with a very sincere expression. Chu Xiao hooked Shin Tong's nose, pretending that he didn't hear the middle sentence, and only said, no matter what Princess Yusen's purpose is, you should have less contact with her, otherwise you will be sold by others and help count the money. Shin Tong was unhappy. I'm not a fool. Princess Yusen is so beautiful that she must not be a bad person. Chu Xiao felt helpless when he saw Shin Tong's righteous expression, pinched Shin Tong's face and said, Okay, let's not talk about this, are you hungry? Shin Tong shook her head, and suddenly remembered that Chu Xiao said he would tell her something in the evening when he left in the morning. Shin Tong immediately asked Chu Xiao, Ah Xiao, you said you wanted to tell me something in the morning, what is it? Chu Xiao paused, looked at Shin Tong reluctantly, and still did not tell her that he would soon leave the imperial capital Star. Instead, he said to Shin Tong, Tang Tang, do you want to take the pharmacist certificate? The medicines Tang Tang made are very useful. If you have a pharmacist certificate, Tang Tang can get access to more medicines. After hearing this, Shin Tong subconsciously asked, Can I? But I don't know much about what a pharmacist should do, and what the exam will test. Chu Xiao laughed. Qi Huang has an intermediate pharmacist certificate. I will ask him to organize the exam materials for you later. The pharmacist registration is coming soon. Tang Tang doesn't need to feel stressed. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam? Shin Tong nodded. She didn't know about this certificate before, but she didn't want to rely on Chu Xiao all the time. She wanted to have her own career. It's just that Shin Tong didn't bring it up, because she hadn't figured out the social rules here. Now Chu Xiao gave her a direction. She was just in college before she came here, so she had very few life skills, and they were almost zero when she got here. Now she could take the pharmacist exam, and with the certificate, she could use all the potion formulas she got from the Wanwu app openly. Shin Tong became happier and happier as she thought about it, and immediately opened the light brain to search for information about pharmacists. Chu Xiao pinched Shin Tong's lower back. He saw Shin Tong pounding and pinching herself from time to time these 2 days, and it seemed that her lower back was very uncomfortable. Chu Xiao specifically asked Go Qi Huang, who said that this was normal for pregnant female orcs, and that she would be fine after the baby was taken out. Shin Tong quickly plunged into the preparation for the pharmacist exam, reading the materials carefully every day to absorb the information and knowledge about pharmacists. Chu Xiao was also busy. He had to hurry up to deal with the affairs of the imperial capital Star and leave Shin Tong a safe environment, so that even if he left temporarily no one would dare to trouble Shin Tong. Because both of them were busy, Chu Xiao and Shin Tong only had a little time to communicate before going to bed every day. In addition, Shin Tong had not seen Hua Lily, Hu Hingming, and Tu Jiao for a few days. In the intervals between reading and resting, Shin Tong took the time to think about it. She always felt that everyone was so busy that it seemed a little wrong. Before, no matter how busy Hua Lily, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao were, they would come to play with her every now and then. Shin Tong scratched her head, but couldn't figure out anything, so she simply stopped thinking about it, and continued to read the materials related to pharmacists. The information he read these days also gave Shin Tong a certain understanding of pharmacists. The profession of pharmacist developed with the emergence of devouring energy. Pharmacists are divided into primary pharmacists, intermediate pharmacists, senior pharmacists, and Pharmacy Masters. The first 3 levels of exams are enough. The last level requires independently developing a potion for rare symptoms of works, and proving its effectiveness to be awarded the title of Pharmacy Master. The primary exam is very simple. You can get a pharmacist certificate by identifying the efficacy of hundreds of medicinal materials and making 2 primary potions. Intermediate pharmacists need to make 4 complex intermediate medicines and identify the efficacy of thousands of medicinal materials. After passing the exam, they can obtain the intermediate pharmacist certificate. Senior pharmacists need to know all existing medicinal materials including medicines, successfully make 5 advanced medicines, and achieve an efficacy of 80%. After Xinxingtong learned about it, he began to study medicinal materials. Some names and efficacy of interstellar medicinal materials are the same as those of Chinese herbal medicines on Earth. Some have different names, but similar efficacy, and some medicinal materials that have never been heard of are difficult to memorize. Fortunately, Xinxingtong had the Wanwu app, and Chu Xiao bought samples of each medicinal herb for Xinxingtong. Xinxingtong could identify the real thing directly, and if she couldn't recognize it, she could scan it with the app, so she could thoroughly understand the medicinal herb. Some medicinal herbs could even be scanned by the Wanwu app to find some medicinal effects that were not recorded in herbal medicine. Xinxingtong was so busy that she forgot about the baby in her belly and was eager to try it out. She found an agricultural robot and planned to open up a piece of land in the yard to plant some rare medicinal herbs. Chu Xiao had no objection to this. After all the authority in the family was given to Xinxingtong, and Xinxingtong could do whatever he wanted. When Xinxingtong was planning to open up wasteland and plant crops, Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao suddenly came back stealthily and pulled Xinxingtong to a corner to talk behind Go Chi Wang's back. "Tang Tang, what have you been doing these days? Do you know that the marshal agreed to have dinner with another woman in a restaurant yesterday? Don't you have a sense of crisis?" Xinxingtong was arranging the planting environment according to the habits of the drugs and herbal medicine. He was stunned for a moment when he heard Tu Jiao say this, and then scratched his head. Maybe Zhao has official business. Hu Hingmeng was so disappointed. What official business? The marshal never talks about official business outside, and always asks people to come to the military headquarters to discuss it. Do you know who made the appointment with the marshal? It's Princess Yusen. She has been coveting our marshal for a long time. Xinxingtong suddenly realized, it's her. Hey, where did they meet? Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao looked at Xinxingtong. Have you seen Princess Yusen? When Quan Yusen came before, Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao were not there, and Mao Yiji was not a gossipy person, so no one told the two of them. Xinxingtong nodded. She came to our house before, but you know what? Princess Yusen is really pretty, Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao, Tu Jiao, Tang Tang. What are you thinking about? Princess Yusen is your love rival. Xinxingtong. It's okay, she doesn't like Xiao, don't worry. Xinxingtong is very sure that the look in someone's eyes is not like that. How does she know what the look in someone's eyes is like? Well, because Chu Xiao's look at her is full of love. Hu Hingmeng pondered for a moment. That's true. Our marshal already has a lover. She is a princess, she won't do this. It must be something else. Ding. 2 short message reminders sounded at the same time. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao looked down at the message. Bring your wife here quickly. The marshal is dating another woman without your wife's knowledge. Hua Lily. Xinxingtong also looked down at his own light brain. It was a message from Chu Xiao. Tang Tang, have Xiao Tu and the others gone back? Ask them to send you here, and we have lunch together. There was also a location behind it. The 3 of them looked up, and just when Xinxingtong was about to ask Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao to take her to Chu Xiao's place, she heard Hu Hingmeng speak aggressively. Tang Tang, let's go. I take you to the best original restaurant in the capital star for dinner. Xinxingtong found that the restaurant Hu Hingmeng mentioned was the same address given by Chu Xiao, and nodded and smiled. What a coincidence. I just want you to take me there, Zhao. Before she finished speaking, Tu Jiao had already driven the hover car, and Hu Hingmeng pulled Xinxingtong into the car. The two had the same expression, and it looked like they were going to catch an adulterer. Xinxingtong was a little puzzled and asked cautiously, Meng Meng Jiao Jiao, are you really going to eat? Xinxingtong felt that the 2 people looked like they were going to fight instead of eating. Hu Hingmeng, Tang Tang, don't worry about it, just follow us. Xinxingtong swallowed, a little afraid to speak, and lowered his head to quietly send a message to Chu Xiao. Zhao, Meng Meng and Jiaoju are on the way, but they don't seem very happy. Don't worry, maybe you have encountered some problems. Remember to call me to pick you up when you arrive. Chapter 65. After turning off the optical computer, Xinxingtong thought for a while, and took Hu Hingming's arm and asked, Ming Ming, why do you and Jiao Jiao look unhappy? Is it because Zhao didn't give you a holiday recently? Hu Hingming looked at Xin Tong earnestly and said, Tang Tang, you should be more careful. You can't just immerse yourself in your own world. You should check the martial schedule occasionally. Xin Tong, what is there to check? Zhao is either in the military or at home. At this time, Tu Jiao had parked the hovercraft in the parking lot of the original restaurant. When Xin Tong got out of the car, he saw Hua Lily waiting outside. Hua Lily's face was not very good. When she saw Xin Tong and the other two coming, Hua Lily said, Follow me. Without saying anything to Xin Tong, she walked inside and headed straight to the top floor. Xin Tong couldn't walk fast, so she followed behind, sending a message to Chu Zhao. Zhao, I'm here, Lily is here too, but something seems a little wrong. Don't worry, I come down to pick you up. Tu Jiao called Hua Lily, who was walking fast in front. Lily, slow down, Tang Tang can't walk. Hua Lily stopped in front of the elevator, pressed the button, and the fully transparent light elevator descended from the top floor. After entering the light elevator, it began to rise again. When it reached the top floor, the light elevator opened and Hua Lily walked out. When Xin Tong came out, she said, Tang Tang, don't be angry about what you see later. Xin Tong was a little confused. What was she angry about? Chu Zhao happened to come out to pick up Xin Tong at this time. He smiled when he saw Xin Tong. Just as he was about to reach out to hug Xin Tong, he was separated by Hua Lily. Hua Lily, Marshal, even if you are our Marshal, you can't do such a thing of betraying your partner. Chu Zhao, ? Xin Tong, ? Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao both looked at Chu Zhao indignantly. Tu Jiao also said, Even if you hide the person, it can't change the fact that Lily saw you bring another woman here to eat. Chu Zhao, Chu Zhao turned aside expressionlessly, pointed at Kuan Yusen not far behind him and said, Are you talking about her? Hua Lily, Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, ? Xin Tong's eyes lit up, and she waved at Kuan Yusen. Beautiful lady, hello princess. Hu Hingming quickly pulled Xin Tong aside. Tang Tang, what's going on? Xin Tong, Zhao sent me a message asking me to come here for dinner. I was just about to tell you to send me here, but you also came here, and you looked very angry. It turns out that you were angry because you misunderstood that Zhao was dating someone else. Okay, Ming Ming, don't be angry. Blame me for not explaining it clearly. Tu Jiao and Hua Lily also heard it. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hua Lily's pretty eyes. Then she pulled Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming and said to Chu Zhao, as if nothing had happened, Marshal, we have brought your wife here. We won't disturb your date with your wife. We are leaving first. Then they left. Chu Zhao, I will go back and settle accounts with you. The three of them got on the elevator at the speed of light and slipped away. Xin Tong and Chu Zhao looked at each other for a while, and Xin Tong suddenly laughed. Look, Ming Ming, and the others were scared away by you. Chu Zhao walked up to Xin Tong, hugged her waist and said, Tang Tang, you have to believe me. Xin Tong, if I don't believe you, you have to go home and kneel on the washboard this time. Chu Zhao was confused. What is a washboard? Kuan Yusen came over and snorted, Don't be affectionate in front of me. We haven't finished talking yet. Chu Zhao nodded to Kuan Yusen, took Xin Tong to sit by the window, took the menu to Xin Tong and asked, Tang Tang, order what you want to eat. Xin Tong sat down obediently and ordered the dishes seriously. After ordering what she liked, she gave the menu to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao called the waiter and asked for another glass of water for Xin Tong. Kuan Yusen on the opposite side curled her lips. She is fine. Can't she pour water for herself? Xin Tong smiled and poured a glass of water for Kuan Yusen. I pour water for you. Kuan Yusen, What should I do? Chu Zhao's little female partner seems a little cute. Chu Zhao was unhappy. Princess, you can say whatever you want. Don't disturb me and Tang Tang when you're done eating. Kuan Yusen, you are so stingy as a marshal? Chu Zhao deliberately reached out to get the tableware for Xin Tong, blocking Xin Tong's gaze from Kuan Yusen, and said to Kuan Yusen, I didn't plan to invite the princess to dinner. Kuan Yusen took a deep breath. She couldn't be angry. She had something important to do today. She couldn't be angry. Kuan Yusen forced a smile. Okay, then I say it straight. I want to cooperate with the marshal. Chu Zhao didn't even raise his head. Cooperation on what? If it's business, the princess should contact Shi Lu. Kuan Yusen curled her lips. Marshal, isn't this asking knowingly? If they can, why can't I? Chu Zhao paused, and finally looked up at Kuan Yusen. Then the princess shouldn't look for me. I don't interfere in the royal family's internal affairs. Kuan Yusin relaxed and leaned back, shaking the cup in her hand. The marshal doesn't need to do anything, as long as the marshal mentions it in front of Grandpa. Chu Xiao peeled shrimp for Xin Tong and said, if the princess is capable, it doesn't matter whether I mention it or not. How do we know the emperor's thoughts? Kuan Yusin looked at Chu Xiao's expression seriously and laughed. I know then. Sister, why are you here? Kuan Yusin's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she looked up impatiently. Do I need to report to you here? Kuan Yuyan immediately looked at Kuan Yusin aggrievedly. I just came to say hello when I saw my sister here. Sister misunderstood me. Kuan Yusin looked at Kuan Yuyan sarcastically. Put away your expression. Didn't your third uncle teach you not to be so petty in front of outsiders, so as not to lose the face of the royal family? Kuan Yuyan covered her mouth in surprise, as if she had just seen Chu Xiao. Oh, it's Marshal Chu. I thought it was those boys my sister dated before. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. After saying that, Kuan Yuyan looked at Kuan Yusin helplessly. Kuan Yusin rolled her eyes. She didn't like this cousin. She was a princess from the royal family, but she didn't act like a princess. She learned those mean tricks all day long to disgust people. Xin Tong's ears were erected, and she stopped eating. It was the first time she heard such gossip in real life. Xin Tong really didn't expect that there were people who spoke like this. Kuan Yuyan walked to Kuan Yusin and said pitifully, Sister, I came here alone today. I shouldn't disturb you and the marshal on your date, but it's lonely to eat alone. Can you let me join you? Kuan Yusin stood up directly. I'm full, Marshal. Let's talk next time. And Kuan Yusin looked at Xin Tong. Miss Xin, I hope you won't disturb my date with the marshal next time. Kuan Yusin left without even looking at Kuan Yuyan. Xin Tong was just about to eat melon, but Kuan Yusin brought the topic up to her. Seeing Kuan Yusin leave, Kuan Yuyan sat in Kuan Yusin's seat with a sweet smile and looked at Chu Xiao curiously. Wow, this is the first time I see the marshal in person. Sister is really something. She didn't tell me that she knew the marshal. I am a super fan of the marshal. Chu Xiao just felt irritated. He and Xin Tong finally made an appointment. In a few days, he will be separated from Tang Tang. Now she is giving him an incomprehensible look. Kuan Yuyan seemed to be unable to see Chu Xiao's expression and continued. Sister has been like this since she was a child. She keeps her things very close to us and never shows them to us. Marshal, do you like my sister too? But I heard that the marshal rejected my uncle's marriage proposal? After saying that, Kuan Yuyan immediately covered her mouth as if she had said something wrong, but her eyes were fixed on Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao put the peeled shrimp in front of Xin Tong and wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. Miss Kuan, if you have nothing to do, please don't disturb my date with my wife. Princess Yusin just happened to meet and come to say hello. Please don't spread rumors at will, Miss Kuan. Kuan Yuyan did not have the title of princess. When she heard Chu Xiao's address, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. She looked at Xin Tong, who was eating silently. Seeing that Xin Tong was wearing a plain face and simple short-sleeved trousers, her eyes showed a little disdain, but her expression was still smiling. Oh, it's my fault. When I saw my sister here just now, I thought the marshal was dating her. Does the marshal already have a wife? Ah, then my sister. Kuan Yuyan covered her mouth, looking very surprised. Seeing that Chu Xiao and Xin Tong were both indifferent, she stood up and said, I'm really sorry, my sister did go a little too far. I hope the marshal doesn't mind. This lady, please don't blame my sister. She has been like this since she was a child. She always likes to grab whatever she likes. Xin Tong raised her head and looked at Kuan Yuyan. She was a little beauty, but she didn't like to talk about people behind their backs. Xin Tong pouted, you let me say everything. What else can I say? If you have a problem with Princess Yusin, why don't you go to her? You're saying bad things about your sister behind her back in front of unfamiliar outsiders. Is this the etiquette of being a princess in your royal family? Kuan Yuyan's face darkened for a moment. Xin Tong's words touched her pain point. She didn't dare to confront Kuan Yusin head-on. She didn't have the title of princess. Kuan Yuyan looked at Xin Tong for a long time before suppressing her anger. This lady is joking. I'm just reminding you. If that's the case, I won't bother you two anymore. I leave first. Kuan Yuyan stood up and left. As soon as she turned around, the smile on her face completely disappeared. She was born only 1 year later than Kuan Yusin. Kuan Yusin had the title of princess and noble title when she was born. She was raised in the palace until she was old enough to go to school. She inherited the beautiful appearance of the eldest prince's wife, and was the focus of the crowd wherever she went. Even the people she liked when she was a child left her because of Kuan Yusen. Kuan Yuyan swore at that time that she must take these away from Kuan Yusen. Therefore, Kuan Yuyan has destroyed Kuan Yusen's reputation whenever she has the opportunity over the years, creating the phenomenon that Kuan Yusen has been bullying her. Now Kuan Yusen is getting close to Chu Zhao again. Kuan Yuyan sneered. Chu Zhao is the marshal, the head of the military. Even if someone disobeys Chu Zhao, it cannot change Chu Zhao's status. Moreover, Chu Zhao has a high status among the people. If she becomes the marshal's wife. Kuan Yuyan laughed. Xin Xingtong was completely ignored by Kuan Yuyan. She was just an ordinary female orc with no background. With her means, she could quickly deal with this female orc, and then let her father go to the emperor to promote this marriage. Chapter 66. When Xin Xingtong saw Kuan Yuyan leave, he whispered to Chu Zhao, "Ah Zhao, I don't like this Miss Kuan." Chu Zhao wiped the sauce off the corner of Xin Xingtong's mouth and said, "Well, if you don't like her, then don't like her. Stay away from her when you see her in the future. None of them in the royal family are easy to deal with." Xin Xingtong retorted, "Who said that? I think Princess Yusen is very good. Chu Zhao, don't play with her." Xin Xingtong snorted and ignored Chu Zhao. He lowered his head and ate all the shrimps that Chu Zhao peeled, leaving none for Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao saw that Xin Xingtong had almost finished eating and asked, "Are you full? Do you want anything else?" Xin Xingtong touched her bloated stomach and shook her head, "I'm full." Chu Zhao took Xin Xingtong away. After they left, Xin Xingtong was curious. "Don't you have to pay? They will directly deduct the money from the account. If you like to eat, just say my name next time you come." Xin Xingtong approached Chu Zhao and said, "I don't like to go out alone. If I come, I will come with you or Ming Ming. You should come with me more often in the future." Chu Zhao was silent for a while, and asked Xin Xingtong to sit in the hovercraft. After starting the hovercraft, Chu Zhao turned on the automatic driving mode, looked at Xin Xingtong seriously and said, "Tang Tang, I have something to tell you." Xin Xingtong looked at Chu Zhao in confusion. "What is it? Is it important?" Chu Zhao nodded, with a reluctant look in his eyes. "I will go to the Border Star in 2 days. The Insect King is still recovering. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to deal with the Insect King later." Xin Xingtong, "Is the Border Star far away?" Chu Zhao nodded. "It's far. The warship needs to go through 3 jump points and sail for a month to arrive. I may not be able to be with you when the baby is born." Xin Xingtong looked at Chu Zhao strangely. "How could it be? I will go with you." Chu Zhao shook his head. "It will be dangerous along the way. You can't go with me. In half a month, Ji Huang will move the baby to the brooding sac. This period is very critical. I can't let you take risks. And your junior pharmacist exam is also held on the Imperial Capital Star. If you go with me, how will the exam be conducted?" Xin Xingtong bowed his head and said nothing. Chu Zhao touched Xin Xingtong's head. "Shi Lu and Ji Huang will stay. I have arranged for people to protect you. I will come back to pick you up after the situation stabilizes, okay?" Xin Xingtong said in a muffled voice. "You said that you would come to pick me up after the baby comes out and I finish the exam?" Chu Zhao nodded. "Yes, I promise." After that, the hovercraft fell silent. Xin Xingtong bowed his head and said nothing. He looked very sad. Chu Zhao held Xin Xingtong in his arms and comforted him silently. After returning home, Xin Xingtong cheered up and smiled again, looking up at Chu Zhao. "Ah Zhao, I made a lot of primary antidotes to accumulate experience points. When are you leaving? I will sort them out and send them to you. Maybe they will be useful. There are also typhoid powder and hemostatic medicine. After I upgraded, I also unlocked other recipes. It just so happens that I still have medicinal materials. I will make more and bring them to you." After saying that, Xin Xingtong suddenly felt that there was not enough time, and complained, "It's all Ah Zhao's fault for telling me so late. If you told me 2 days earlier, I could prepare more medicine for Ah Zhao." Xin Xingtong let go of Chu Zhao and went to the basement. She wanted to hurry up and make more medicine. In Xin Xingtong's view, medicine is very important in war. Chu Zhao hurriedly followed. "Tang Tang, don't worry, just give me the primary antidote. The others are temporarily unavailable. There are medical soldiers on the front line. They can treat minor injuries." Xin Xingtong stopped. "I forgot, those high-tech treatment devices are definitely better than my medicine." Chu Zhao pinched Xin Xingtong's palm. "Don't worry, you have to believe me." Xin Xingtong calmed down, hugged Chu Zhao, and said, "Then you have to come back early to pick me up." Chu Zhao patted Xin Xingtong's head. The next morning, Xin Xingtong got up and asked Go Chi Huang for a few medicine boxes. He put the antidote, hemostatic medicine, typhoid powder, and the nutritional compression pills in the newly unlocked formula into them. A total of 6 parts were prepared, all of which were the best quality products. These things were prepared for Chu Xiao and others, and it was best not to use them. After preparing these, Xin Tong sent messages to Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiao, Hua Lili, Mao Yizhi, and Ha Shilang one by one, asking them to come back when they were free. Shi Lu and Go Chi Huang did not go with him this time. It seemed that something happened, so Xin Tong did not prepare for these 2 people. The day before Chu Xiao left, Hu Hingmeng and several others came. Xin Tong even cooked a table of dishes himself. Mao Yizhi came when he smelled the food. When he saw the bamboo shoots he liked, and a bamboo shoot soup he had never seen before, Mao Yizhi's eyes lit up. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao hugged Xin Tong and said reluctantly, "Tang Tang, we are leaving, don't forget to send us a message." Xin Tong nodded, and after a lively meal, Xin Tong distributed the prepared medical kit to Hua Lili and others, and also explained, "The antidote inside can suppress the swallowed energy, don't put it randomly." Tu Jiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah, we know, Dr. Go and Colonel Ha have told us, thank you Tang Tang." After delivering the things, Xin Tong urged Hua Lili and others to rest early, and turned to tell Chu Xiao to be careful. Chu Xiao put away the medicine box given by Xin Tong. "Don't worry, Tang Tang." Xin Tong nodded, and curled up in Chu Xiao's arms to sleep. After a while, he couldn't fall asleep, and looked at Chu Xiao eagerly. Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong helplessly, and changed back to animal form. Xin Tong was happy, lying in Chu Xiao's arms, scooping Chu Xiao's tail to cover his body, and sleeping soundly. The next morning, Chu Xiao opened his eyes, and looked at Xin Tong who was sleeping soundly. He quietly put Xin Tong on the bed, took the tail out of Xin Tong's arms, thought for a while, cut a strand of hair from the tail, and put it in Xin Tong's hand, kissed Xin Tong, and turned away. When Xin Tong woke up, he looked at the familiar hair in his palm, his face was a little dazed, and he hurriedly got up, running downstairs without even putting on his shoes. When he got downstairs, he only saw Shi Lu and Go Chi Huang. Shi Lu saw Xin Tong coming down, and said with a smile, "Madam is awake? The marshal and his men have already left. Before they left, they told us to take good care of Madam. Madam, don't worry. The marshal and the Zerg have fought more than 100 wars, and the Zerg will not be able to get away with the marshal." Xin Tong came back to her senses and smiled. The robot butler brought slippers, and put them in front of Xin Tong. Go Chi Huang saw that Xin Tong was a little absent-minded and said, "Madam, how is your preparation for the junior pharmacist exam? Is there anything you don't understand?" Xin Tong shook her head. "Fortunately, I have seen the exam questions in previous years. As long as you memorize the information, there is basically no problem. It's just that I haven't practiced the preparation of medicine yet." Go Chi Huang said with a smile, "That's perfect. I've finished the work on the primary antidote. The rest can be handed over to Shi Lu. I can guide Madam in making the medicine." Xin Tong also wanted to find something to divert his attention, so that Chu Xiao wouldn't keep popping up in his mind. "Okay, let's go now." After saying that, Xin Tong walked towards the basement with full energy. Seeing this, Shi Lu said to Go Chi Huang, "I'm leaving first. Take good care of Madam. Contact me if you have anything." Go Chi Huang nodded, "Don't worry. I think Madam is fine. You can do your thing." Shi Lu stood up and left. He was going to keep an eye on the mass production of the primary antidote. Once the primary antidote came out, people from all walks of life would inevitably come to inquire about the origin of the antidote, and who made it. He had to deal with these problems, and find something for the old stubborn people in the military to do so that they would have no time to trouble Chu Xiao. This was Xin Tong's first time to come into contact with interstellar potion making. Go Chi Huang carefully explained to Xin Tong the precautions, the protection work before making, the aftermath work after making, and how to deal with unexpected dangers during the process. After teaching these, Go Chi Huang took the prescriptions from previous year's exams, and gave them to Xin Tong for practical use, and then tested the efficacy. Although Xin Tong had no experience in medicine, the preparation of medicines in StarCraft was similar to that of the One Wu app. She was familiar with the medicinal materials, the proportion of the medicinal properties, and then integrated them one by one in order. After failing once or twice, Xin Tong found the rhythm, and the subsequent preparations were successful up to 90%. Go Chi Huang praised, "Madam was really delayed before. If Madam had received education in medicine since childhood, she would definitely be a senior pharmacist now." Xin Tong was a little embarrassed by the praise, but she was very satisfied with her hands-on ability, and Go Chi-Huang had tested these medicines with professional testing equipment, and the efficacy was 90%, which was considered an excellent finished product among the primary medicines. Go Chi-Huang finished praising, and when Shin Tong wanted to continue, Chu Zhao's video call came in. Shin Tong quickly answered the call, and smiled when she saw Chu Zhao. "A Zhao." Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong for a while before saying, "What are you doing?" Shin Tong asked Chu Zhao to look at the potions she made today. She looked like she was begging for praise. "Ah Zhao, look, I made a lot of potions today." Dr. Go said, "I will definitely have no problem taking the junior pharmacist exam." Chu Zhao took a look and said, "Tang Tang is great. Are you tired with so many potions?" Shin Tong suddenly felt a little sore in her lower back when she heard this. Although potions are made while sitting for a long time will also cause back pain. Shin Tong felt a little guilty, and her voice became much softer. "I'm not tired." Chu Zhao's virtual image was projected in front of Shin Tong. He reached out and touched Shin Tong's head and said, "Don't tire yourself out. Don't stay in the lab all day long. Go out for a walk." Shin Tong nodded repeatedly. "Okay, don't worry Zhao. I grow some things in the yard, and won't stay in the lab all the time." Chu Zhao didn't believe Shin Tong's promise at all. He turned to look at Go Chi-Huang and said, "Chi-Huang, take care of Tang Tang, and buy her 2 farming robots." Go Chi-Huang lowered his head, and placed an order directly on Xinguang. He waved at Chu Zhao and said, "Done. It's getting late. I'm going to rest. Madam, you should also rest early." Shin Tong nodded and got down from the chair. He walked upstairs slowly, talking to Chu Zhao as he walked. When he returned to the room, Shin Tong washed up and lay on the bed without hanging up the phone. Chu Zhao hung up the phone reluctantly until Shin Tong fell asleep. Chapter 67. Half a month later, Shin Tong looked at Go Chi-Huang nervously. "Dr. Go, will it really not hurt?" Go Chi-Huang asked Shin Tong to lie down. "Madam, don't worry, you will be fine after a good sleep. I will talk to the marshal." Although the marshal is not here, he still wants to witness this important moment. Shin Tong swallowed nervously. Today was the time to move the baby from her belly to the brooding sac. Although Go Chi-Huang and Chu Zhao said it didn't hurt, Shin Tong was still nervous. She had never had surgery on her body since she was a child. She was going to give birth to a child who had only been in her belly for more than 3 months. Shin Tong couldn't imagine it. Go Chi-Huang first had a holographic call with Chu Zhao, then shook a tube toward Shin Tong, and Shin Tong's consciousness soon became blurred. Shin Tong didn't know how long she had slept. When she woke up, she saw the familiar ceiling in her and Chu Zhao's room. Shin Tong was a little confused and subconsciously touched her belly. The little belly that had been protruding a little bit after 3 months was gone, but Shin Tong didn't feel anything. There was no discomfort in her body, as if she had really slept. "Tang Tang, are you awake?" Chu Zhao's voice came from the side. Shin Tong came back to his senses and looked sideways, and saw Chu Zhao sitting beside the bed. Shin Tong's eyes lit up, and he sat up from the bed and asked, "A Zhao, are you back?" Chu Zhao shook his head and waved his hand in front of Shin Tong. Shin Tong realized that Chu Zhao in front of him was actually a little translucent, and was a virtual image projected by the holographic call. Shin Tong was a little disappointed, and soon remembered the child and asked, "A Zhao, how long have I slept? Where's the baby?" Chu Zhao smiled and moved his body to reveal the brooding bag on a small crib behind him. "Here." Shin Tong held her breath and looked over carefully. The top of the brooding bag was translucent, so you could see inside. Shin Tong walked to the crib and looked inside eagerly. After seeing it clearly, Shin Tong was a little confused and pointed at the white, round, egg-sized thing inside and asked, "Is this the baby? How could she, a human being, lay an egg?" Chu Zhao was also a little at a loss. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the egg was taken out of Shin Tong's stomach, he would have suspected that it was swapped, because he was a lion orc. Even if he was not welcome since childhood because of his mutation, and was driven out after adulthood, it could not change that his parents were indeed lions, and the lions were viviparous orcs, not oviparous. As newly minted parents, Shin Tong and Chu Zhao had the same confusion on their faces. Shin Tong came up with a reasonable explanation for the egg. "A Zhao, does the child have to be wrapped in an eggshell and put into a brooding sac after it comes out? This seems to be right, otherwise, with such a big brooding sac, it would be unsafe for a small baby." After saying this, Shin Tong nodded seriously. Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong with hesitation. When he learned that Shin Tong was pregnant, he had learned about child rearing. Oviparous orcs don't need brooding sacs. They will be automatically expelled from the mother's body after about 3 months and incubated by the father and mother together. For viviparous orcs, the embryo is removed and placed in the brooding sac without an eggshell. Tang Tang, do you remember what type of orcs your parents are? Viviparous or oviparous? Chu Zhao felt that the only reasonable explanation was that his Tang Tang was oviparous, and the baby followed the mother. Xinxing Tong, ah? My parents were not oviparous, and we were all viviparous. Where did humans lay eggs? Chu Zhao frowned and stared at the egg lying quietly in the brood pouch. Go Chi Huang's expression cracked when he saw the egg. Every time he dealt with this situation, the father was viviparous, and the mother was unknown for the time being. In the case of high probability of viviparous, he took out an egg. Go Chi Huang was so confused. Logically, egg-laying beastmen don't need a brooding sac and will automatically leave the mother's body in about 3 months. But the current situation is that the egg did not come out by itself, but was taken out. After struggling for a while, Go Chi Huang put the egg into the brooding sac for safety reasons, irradiated Xinxing Tong with postpartum repair radiation, and then left Xinxing Tong's room. He went to check the information to see if there was a precedent for this. Xinxing Tong quickly reacted and pointed at the egg and asked, "Isn't this egg used to protect the embryo? I didn't really lay an egg, did I?" Xinxing Tong laughed awkwardly, thinking it was a bit absurd. How could humans lay eggs? Wait, she and Chu Zhao were no longer reproductively isolated, so it seemed nothing strange to lay an egg. Xinxing Tong and Chu Zhao looked at each other. Chu Zhao reached out and touched the brooding sac, comforting Xinxing Tong and saying, "It's okay." Chi Huang checked it out. The baby is healthy, and the values are all normal. Wait for it to stay in the brooding sac for a while. Once it is confirmed that there is no problem with the baby, it can be removed from the brooding sac for incubation. Xinxing Tong didn't know much about the orc's reproduction, but Chu Zhao was very calm, so Xinxing Tong was no longer worried. Instead, he looked at the egg in the brooding sac with some curiosity. "Ah Zhao, how do you hatch it? Do I hold it in my arms? It's so strange, this egg was laid by me." Xinxing Tong stretched out his finger and touched the brooding sac carefully. The egg inside seemed to feel it and moved slightly. Xinxing Tong didn't dare to move and stared at the egg. Chu Zhao stood behind Xinxing Tong and reminded Xinxing Tong after a while, "Tang Tang, you should rest more these 2 days. Don't worry about the baby. It's safe in the brooding sac. Chi Huang will test the data every day." Xinxing Tong agreed without looking back. "Okay, I got it." Someone seemed to be urging Chu Zhao. "Marshal, the reconnaissance team has found traces of the Zerg." Xinxing Tong hurriedly said to Chu Zhao, Zhao, go quickly, don't worry about me. I'm not uncomfortable at all, don't worry." Chu Zhao repeatedly confirmed that Xinxing Tong was fine before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Xinxing Tong was now staring at the brooding sac. She still felt it was not real. She had a child without feeling anything, and it was an egg. Xinxing Tong adjusted the height of the crib and sat on the carpet to look at the brooding sac. She had not yet fully adapted to the identity of a novice mother with an egg. Hu Hingmeng, Hua Lily, Tu Jiao, Ha Sherlang, Mao Yiji and others knew that the baby had been taken out, and they all sent congratulatory messages. They also took the time to buy gifts for Xinxing Tong and sent them back, saying that they would be delivered in a day or 2. Xinxing Tong lay on the bed and replied to messages after seeing the freshly baked baby. However, Hu Hingming and others were very busy and replied slowly, but Xinxing Tong didn't care. After replying the message, he looked at the pharmacist's information and occasionally glanced at the brooding bag next to him. After 2 or 3 days, Xinxing Tong had become accustomed to the extra crib and egg in the room. Before the baby broke out of the shell, Xinxing Tong decided to call it Egg. After the shell broke out, he would see whether it was a male orc baby or a female orc baby, and then decide what to name the child. "Little Egg, can I take you out to bask in the sun today?" Xinxing Tong adjusted the crib mode, and the crib became a small stroller, with the breeding sac fixed inside the stroller. She asked Go Chi Huang, who said that taking the breeding sac outside to bask in the sun and get some fresh air would help the baby grow healthily, and that orc babies were not that fragile. Generally, they would be able to hatch healthily after leaving the mother's body without being hurt by external forces. Xinxing Tong used the farming robot to clean up the yard outside, planting the necessary herbs while planting some beautiful flowers and plants. In half a month, the originally bare and unmaintained courtyard became full of life. Xinxing Tong also set up a swing chair in the flower bed. She likes to lie down and read books here. Pushing the stroller to the side of the swing chair, Xinxing Tong squatted down and touched the shell of the breeding bag and said, "Danzai, after mommy finishes the exam, I will take you to find Daddy, okay? Danzai moved, as if responding to Shinshingtong. Shinshingtong smiled, and cut a few flowers to make a wreath, and put it on the brooding bag. Limited edition flower cluster skin. Gochi Huang, who was passing by, said, Madam, if you are bored, do you want to go out for a walk? This is not how you play with the brooding sack. Shinshingtong shook her head and refused. No, Ming Ming and the others are not here. It would be boring for me to go out alone, and the exam is coming soon. I will read more books and try to pass it in one go. Gochi Huang walked to the brooding sack and took out a small instrument to measure the data. After the measurement, he said to Shinshingtong, You can try to open the brooding sack in another week. The egg is protected by the eggshell. After adapting to the outside world, it can be separated from the brooding sac for hatching. Of course, if you don't know how, you can also use the brooding sac to hatch the egg directly. Shinshingtong scratched her head and said firmly, Let a Zhao hatch the eggs. She really doesn't know how to hatch eggs, but Chu Zhao is an orc, so he definitely can. Gochi Huang, it's not impossible, but I don't know when the marshal will be back. Shinshingtong said, as a matter of course, I will go to find a Zhao after I pass the junior pharmacist certificate exam. Gochi Huang touched his chin. The exam will be next month. After the exam, Shi Lu will arrange for war preparation materials to go to the border star. If Madam goes there, we can indeed go together. No matter what, after leaving the mother's body, the orc baby still needs the joint care of both parents to be born healthy. Shinshingtong's life before the exam was very regular. He got up to see Danzai first, then went to wash up, then pushed Danzai to the yard to bask in the sun, opened the brooding sac to let Danzai breathe, and read a book beside him. Occasionally, he would hand Danzai to the Nani robot, and go to the laboratory to practice making medicine. The house was also very quiet. No one came to disturb, only Gochi Huang, and Shi Lu would come once a day. Shi Lu was also very busy. In addition to being busy dealing with people in the military, he also had to prepare the primary antidote. Gochi Huang was a little free. Except for not living in Chu's house at night, he basically stayed in Chu's laboratory during the day to study the antidote and try to upgrade the formula. The time for the primary pharmacist exam was coming soon. Gochi Huang specifically asked Shi Lu to spare a day to send Shinshingtong to the exam room. Chu's house could not be left alone, and Danzai could not be handed over to the Nani robot. As an orc familiar to Danzai, Gochi Huang had to stay and look after Danzai. Chapter 68. Shi Lu drove the hovercraft to pick up Shinshingtong early in the morning. He prepared Shinshingtong's ID, application form, and admission ticket. It can be said that he knows the examination process and location better than Shinshingtong himself. Madam, are you ready? I take you there. Theory will be in the morning and practical will be in the afternoon. I wait for you outside. Shinshingtong was putting on her shoes. She had hardly left the house during this period. She had been wearing slippers and home clothes at home. She couldn't be too casual when she was going to take the exam. For this reason, she went to look through the cloakroom that she had hardly used. There were all kinds of clothes in it that Chu Xiao had ordered to be delivered after coming to the imperial capital Star. Shinshingtong wore them very well. The clothes in the whole cloakroom were enough for her to play with Miracle Nikki for a year. After getting on the hovercraft, Shinshingtong was still a little nervous. After all, even if she traveled through time, she was still a college student who had not graduated. No college student is not afraid of exams. Shi Lu took a small card from the co-pilot and told Shinshingtong, Madam, when you enter the examination room, you need to swipe this card to verify your identity. When you came back from the original star, the marshal had already asked you to do it for your identity information. Madam, don't worry about anything else. Just go in and take the exam with peace of mind. Shinshingtong nodded. I know, Brother Lu. Thank you for your trouble. Shi Lu suddenly smiled and joked. Next time I see the marshal, I will ask him to call me brother. Shinshingtong immediately got what Shi Lu meant and laughed. A Zhao has kept you so busy that you don't even have time to eat. So what's wrong with calling you Brother Lu? In fact, it was because Shinshingtong didn't know how to address Shi Lu. Shi Lu was usually more serious, and her personality was quite different from Mao Yiji Ha Sherlang Gochi Huang. She was not in the army, so it seemed inappropriate to call her by her position. In addition, Shi Lu and Chu Xiao had a close relationship, so Shinshingtong finally just called her brother. After all, calling her Brother Lu was very polite. With this interruption, Shinshingtong was not so nervous anymore. Shi Lu sent Shinshingtong to the entrance of the examination room, which was set up in the First Comprehensive College of Orcs. It was held by the Pharmacist Association and the Pharmacy College. The examination was held here every year. The examination was open to all orcs. Anyone over the age of 15 could participate. So even if Shin Tong did not have a formal education in this world, he could still take the exam. Shin Tong got off the hovercraft and waved to Shi Lu, then followed the route to the place where his identity was verified for examination verification. There were many people who came to take the junior pharmacist exam. Shin Tong was not late, but the line was already very long. Shin Tong hurriedly lined up. There were 2 other shorter lines not far away. Shin Tong heard people talking and realized that it was the exam channel for the ultimate pharmacist and senior pharmacist, and there were 2/3 fewer people than the junior pharmacist. Moreover, Shin Tong found that the age range of the orcs in her line was very wide, including young people who were still childish, young people in their 20s, like her, people in their 30s and 40s, and even elderly people who looked like they had gray hair. Shin Tong felt very excited. She didn't expect so many pharmacists to take the exam. The team moved forward quickly. After swiping the card, the pupil and fingerprint were verified. Those with problems were directly disqualified from the exam and went to the other side for investigation. Those without problems entered the examination room and found their own exam classroom. Shin Tong passed the verification smoothly. After the examination room information was displayed, the small card in Shin Tong's hand emitted a green light, forming an arrow on the ground, guiding Shin Tong to the examination room in the direction of the arrow, which was very convenient. The theoretical exam is very simple. You can answer the questions directly on the computer in the exam room. Candidates who are well prepared can finish the exam quickly. After the exam, the results will be announced on the spot. Those who pass the exam will continue to take the practical exam in the afternoon. Those who fail the exam can leave the exam room and go home to prepare for the exam next year. After Shin Tong verified the fingerprint, the test questions appeared on the optical computer. The test questions for each candidate in the same exam room are different. They are randomly generated from the question bank. Shin Tong looked at the test questions, read through the questions, and quickly started to answer them. There were a total of 100 questions, including 4 short answer questions about the effects and dosage of drugs. Shin Tong quickly answered the questions and submitted them after checking. After submitting the time, a prompt appeared on the screen. Please wait in place. Shin Tong put the card back in his pocket and looked at the screen carefully. 3 minutes later, the results appeared on the screen. Congratulations to the candidates for passing the theoretical test. The theoretical score is full. Please leave the examination room and wait for the practical test in the afternoon. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, happily turned off the computer, and stood up to leave the examination room. There were also many people outside who handed in their test papers, and were discussing the test questions in groups of 3 or 4. Some people walked out dejectedly, and it was obvious that they had not passed the theoretical test. Shin Tong stretched her hands and feet. She passed the theoretical test too easily, so Shin Tong also had confidence in the practical test in the afternoon. She had practiced making the 100 kinds of test contents at home many times, and Go Chi Huang even praised her for her talent in medicine. At noon, Shin Tong took a nutritional pill to solve the lunch problem, and when the time came, he went to find the practical examination room. Half of the people took the junior pharmacist practical examination, and the passing rate of the theoretical examination was only 50%. Most people were blocked by the theoretical examination. Shin Tong felt a little confused. Why did they take the pharmacist certificate exam if they couldn't even pass the theoretical examination that could be memorized? Entering the practical examination room, there were only 10 people in one examination room. There was a medicine-making equipment in front of each person, and a light screen. After the candidate verified his identity, the first practical medicine would pop up on the light screen. The next medicine would be displayed only after it was made within the specified time. If the potion making is not completed within the specified time, it means that the test has failed, and the candidate will leave the examination room. After Shin Tong found his position, he looked around. Each operating position was not too close, enough for the candidates to finish the test without disturbing each other. On the operating table were droppers, beakers and other items that Shin Tong was very familiar with. Shin Tong put the card into the groove, and Shin Tong's information soon appeared on the light screen. After verification, the potion name was refreshed. The first potion Shin Tong made was the most common potion in the galaxy, the hair remover for cats and beastmen, because cats and beastmen usually like to turn back into beasts and lick their fur, which causes the fur to form hair balls in the stomach and cannot be discharged. They need to take hair removers to regularly clean the hair balls in their bodies. Shin Tong had made this potion many times. He found the required materials from the material cabinet on the operating table and began to make the potion step by step. In about 10 minutes, a bottle of transparent and colorless hair remover was made. After the potion was made, it was necessary to use a dropper to suck out a little and put it on the tester for efficacy testing. If the efficacy reached 60%, it would be considered passed. The efficacy of the potion made by Shin Shingtong reached 96%, and the result was directly judged as excellent. The next 4 potions were all commonly used by orcs. It was not difficult for Shin Shingtong at all. He made these potions smoothly, tested them, and got excellent results. After all 5 potions were made, it entered the comprehensive scoring stage. After the scores came out, Shin Shingtong could take the transcript printed on the spot to the examination center to exchange for the junior pharmacist certificate, and also register with the Pharmacist Association there. When Shin Shingtong was waiting for the report card, she realized that she was really fast. Others had only finished the 3rd potion, and there were still 2 hours before the end of the exam. After the test report card came out, Shin Shingtong walked out with the report card. She was the first one to leave the exam room. People in the same exam room looked over in surprise when they heard the noise. The precision required for potion making was very high, and one mistake would lead to failure. I didn't expect someone to be so fast, and the report card meant that the result was qualified. This was the first qualified junior pharmacist in this exam. Shin Shingtong took the transcript and followed the arrow on the card to find the exam center office. Surrounded by beauties, Shin Shingtong walked to the door with the transcript and looked inside carefully. When he saw someone inside, he reached out and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, can I come in?" The staff responsible for entering information immediately perked up and smiled. "Come in." Shin Shingtong walked in politely, and immediately a female orc, who looked very friendly and much older than her, came over. "Are you a candidate who is here to enter information? Sit here." Shin Shingtong nodded and followed the staff to a seat and sat down. Opposite her, there was a female staff member facing the light screen. She smiled and said to Shin Shingtong, "You are the first one to enter the information. You must be a very good pharmacist. Give me your transcript and put the test certificate in this groove." Shin Shingtong put the card in the designated position, as the staff said, and handed the transcript to the staff. After reading the transcript, the staff immediately praised, "Ms. Shin, your grades are all excellent. You got full marks in the theoretical exam. The efficacy of each drug in the drug production is more than 95%, and the production time is also very short." The last person with such grades, as Ms. Shin, was the current president of the Pharmacist Association. She is already a senior pharmacist. After that, the staff looked at Shin Shingtong more eagerly. No matter what, a future senior pharmacist is very popular everywhere. Shin Shingtong was a little embarrassed by the praise. "I'm not that good, I just practiced many times at home, practice makes perfect." The staff smiled and recorded Shin Shingtong's information, and then asked Shin Shingtong to sign the consent form for joining the Pharmacist Association, and said to Shin Shingtong, "Ms. Shin is too modest. The first person to enter the information today is Ms. Shin. It's a good start. This year, there will definitely be more qualified junior pharmacists than in previous years." Shin Shingtong was looking at the Pharmacist Association's membership consent form. She had a little knowledge of the Pharmacist Association. Every formal pharmacist must register with the Pharmacist Association. The original intention of joining the Pharmacist Association was to facilitate the management of pharmacists and prevent some pharmacists from making illegal medicines after obtaining a pharmacist certificate. There were no restrictions on joining the Pharmacist Association. Shin Shingtong thought about it and signed her name. After signing, the staff handed the Pharmacist Association's badge and the junior pharmacist certificate to Shin Shingtong and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Ms. Shin, for becoming a junior pharmacist." Shin Shingtong happily took it, nodded and thanked her, then got up and left. Chapter 69. Shin Shingtong took the junior pharmacist certificate and put the Pharmacist Association badge in her pocket. She couldn't wait to take a photo and send it to Chu Xiao. She also sent a message to Chu Xiao. "Ah Xiao, I passed the exam. Look, my junior pharmacist certificate." After sending it, Shin Shingtong didn't wait for a reply. She walked out happily. On the way, she met a few candidates who had also finished the exam and went to the examination center to enter their information. Shin Shingtong wanted to go back to see Danzai. She missed Danzai a lot after not seeing him for a day. Just after walking out of the school gate, Shin Shingtong was about to send a message to Jiliu to ask where she parked her car, but she was stopped before she could send it out. "Miss Shin." The voice sounded familiar, and she was speaking with a pinched throat. Shin Shingtong looked in the direction of the voice in confusion, and saw a hover car parked under the shade of a tree. The open-top hover car looked very expensive, and Kuan Yin was sitting on it, looking at her with a smile. Shin Tong and Kuan Yin were not familiar with each other, so she nodded politely, smiled, and continued to send messages to Shi Lu with her head down. Kuan Yin's eyes darkened for a moment, and she got out of the car and walked to Shin Tong and asked curiously, "What are you doing here, Miss Shin?" "Huh? Didn't Marshal Chu go to the border planet? You didn't go with him?" After saying that, Kuan Yin covered her mouth with a look of surprise. "You didn't go with him to take care of Marshal Chu?" Shin Tong looked at Kuan Yin strangely. "What does it have to do with you whether I go to the border planet or not? Ah, Zhao has his things to do, and I have my things to do. We are husband and wife, not conjoined twins, and we need to stick together all the time." Kuan Yin rolled her eyes, looking a little guilty, and began to stammer. Seeing that Shin Tong didn't respond, she said hesitantly, "But I heard that Sister Yusin was going to Marshal Chu these 2 days." She knew that Marshal Chu was married, but she still rushed to Marshal Chu. "Miss Shin, don't mind my sister." Shin Tong interrupted Kuan Yin. "You mean Princess Yusin wants to go to the border star?" Kuan Yin nodded. "I heard her and uncle's request with my own ears." "Miss Shin, don't be too sad. Although my sister likes to use her status to pressure others, the Marshal is not that kind of person. If things get out of hand, it will be Miss Shin who will suffer. My sister is not afraid of anyone at home, and only Grandpa can say a few words to her." Shin Tong was very happy. Kuan Yusin would definitely go with the military transport team. She also wanted to go. She was worried that she would be bored along the way. Now she has a beautiful woman to accompany her. Hee. However, what Kuan Yin said was not pleasant to Shin Tong. Shin Tong did not want to conflict with Kuan Yin. In addition, Chu Zhao said to stay away from Kuan Yin. Shin Tong said to Kuan Yin perfunctorily, "Okay, I know. Thank you, Miss Kuan. Ah, the person who picked me up is here. I leave first." Without waiting for Kuan Yin to speak, Shin Tong walked toward Shi Lu, who had just come over. Kuan Yin glanced at Shin Tong, turned around and told the attendants to check what Shin Tong was doing here. There was a pharmacist exam here. If Shin Tong was here to take the exam. Kuan Yin thought to herself that if he was taking the pharmacist exam, it meant that Shin Tong could make medicine. Shin Tong walked in front of Shi Lu, who glanced at Kuan Yin and whispered to Shin Tong, "Madam, why are you with Miss Kuan? I just happened to meet her when I came out. She came to talk to me for no reason and said bad things about Princess Yusin. Don't I know what kind of person Princess Yusin is? She is so pretty, how bad can she be? I don't like this Miss Kuan, who talks about other people's right and wrong behind their backs." Shi Lu raised her eyebrows, and looked into the car intentionally, or unintentionally. Shin Tong walked into the car after he finished speaking, saying as he walked, "Brother Lu, let's go back quickly. I miss Danzai. Hee, I've been out for a day. I wonder if Danzai misses me." After getting in the car, Shin Tong paused and stared blankly at Kuan Yusin, who was sitting in the back seat, elegantly holding a cup of coffee. After a while, he turned around and looked at Shi Lu accusingly. "Why didn't you tell me that Princess Yusin was there?" Shi Lu spread his hands and made a mouth shape. "I met her when I came here." Shin Tong took a deep breath, got in the car, and smiled. Princess Yusin. Kuan Yusin paused while drinking coffee and put down the cup. "I'm not Chu Zhao. Don't act like a spoiled child to me." Shin Tong whispered back, "I didn't act like a spoiled child." Kuan Yusin glanced over, Shin Tong sat up straight, and asked seriously, "Princess Yusin, is there something wrong? A Zhao is not here, and I don't know much about a Zhao." Kuan Yusin glanced at Shin Tong's belly. "You and Chu Xiaozong are doing well, and the child was born quietly." Shin Tong felt embarrassed. It wasn't quiet. Brother Lu and the others knew about it. Kuan Yusin snorted and threw a box to Shin Tong. Shin Tong took it and opened it curiously, asking, "What is this?" Inside the box was a colorful gem bracelet, which refracted colorful light under natural light. It looked very expensive. Shin Tong quickly closed it and returned it to Kuan Yusin. "This is too expensive, I can't accept it." Kuan Yusin didn't take it and sneered. "Is Chu Xiao treating you like this? You don't dare to accept such a thing? Didn't he buy you good things?" Shin Tong scratched his head. "The things that Ah Zhao bought are all kept at home. I don't like to bring them, so I haven't seen them like this." Kuan Yusin pushed the box back into Shin Tong's arms. "It's not a good thing, a gift for your Danzai. It's really tasteless to name a child like this." Shin Tong righteously retorted, "How is Danzai tasteless? How cute." Kuan Yusin pouted and skipped the topic and said to Shin Tong, "I'm going to the border star." Did Kuan Yuyan tell you that I deliberately went to the border star to seduce Chu Xiao? Xin Xingtong said righteously. I don't believe what Miss Quan said. She must be making up a dirty rumor about you. This is not right. Kuan Yusin looked at Xin Xingtong and raised her lips. How do you know what she said is false? What if I really went to the border star to chase Chu Xiao? After all, my father has agreed. As long as Chu Xiao agrees, the marriage will be settled. Xin Xingtong was stunned for a moment, looked at Kuan Yusin and whispered, well, that's not impossible. You are so beautiful, and you will suffer if you chase a man. Or you can tell me that you are here to join this family, not to destroy it? I don't really mind. Hee. Kuan Yusin immediately grabbed Xin Xingtong's face and pulled it to the sides. What are you talking about? Are you stupid? Xin Xingtong's face was a little deformed, and he quickly covered his face with his hands and said vaguely, I was wrong, I was wrong, I was talking nonsense. Kuan Yusin snorted and retracted her hand. I have never seen such a fool as you, without any sense of crisis. I am prettier than you, more capable than you, and more powerful than you. Can't you be a little nervous? Xin Xingtong giggled. But you don't really like a Zhao. Although I don't know what the princess's purpose is, it is definitely not as simple as marriage. I don't care. Anyway, a Zhao will not be with the princess. If they were going to be together, they would have been together a long time ago. How can it be my turn? Kuan Yusin was silent for a while, then suddenly chuckled. Her pretty face approached Xin Xingtong, and said in Xin Xingtong's ear very seductively, You are quite smart. I finally know why Chu Xiao likes you. If I were a male orc, I would definitely snatch you away from Chu Xiao. Xin Xingtong was so proud to hear Kuan Yusin praising her for being smart that her tail was about to rise to the sky, and she raised her head very proudly. Yes, I am very smart. Kuan Yusin patted Xin Xingtong's head. Commander, she said, that you will go to see Chu Xiao in 2 days, and I will allow you to take my exclusive starship. Xin Xingtong nodded. Okay, thank you, princess. Then we have a deal. We will go to the border star together. Kuan Yusin got off the car directly, and Shi Lu sent Kuan Yusin to her own hovercraft. Madam, you want to go with Princess Yusin? Xin Xingtong nodded. Yes, Dr. Go said you won't go this time. It would be boring for me to go with Dr. Go. I can talk with the princess. The princess is fun. Every time I praise her for her beauty, she looks very happy. Shi Lu. Madam, that may not be called happiness, that is called shame and anger. Xin Xingtong was too lazy to listen to Shi Lu. Anyway, she just thought Kuan Yusin was happy. Shi Lu shook her head, and drove the hover car back to Chu's house quickly. During the day when Xin Xingtong was taking the exam, Go Chi-Huang sent a lot of messages saying that Danzai was making a fuss. As if because he didn't feel the breath of his mother, he didn't tell Xin Xingtong because he was afraid of disturbing Xin Xingtong's exam. It was getting late now, and if he didn't go back, Danzai might make a fuss even worse. After returning to Chu's house, Xin Xingtong heard the noise in the house before getting out of the car. Xin Xingtong jumped out of the car and ran into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Go Chi-Huang slumped on the sofa. One of the legs of his glasses, which he used as decoration, was broken. His clothes were messy. His hair, which was originally neat, became messy. His face was full of despair. A certain egg boy was jumping on Go Chi-Huang's head. Go Chi-Huang, egg boy, are you tired? I told you that my wife is going to take the exam and will be back soon. Hey, egg boy. Danzai jumped all over the living room and tried to jump out of the door to find Xin Xingtong, but was blocked by an invisible protective net. Danzai saw that he couldn't get out and jumped on Go Chi-Huang to make trouble. Xin Xingtong saw this scene when she came back. When she was still surprised that Danzai was so lively after leaving the breeding sack, Danzai had already sensed her breath and jumped off Go Chi-Huang in an instant and jumped toward Xin Xingtong. Xin Xingtong was frightened and afraid that Danzai would break. She hurriedly reached out to catch Danzai and held Danzai, who had grown to the size of her palm, in her arms. Danzai, mom is back. Danzai was lying in Xin Xingtong's palm, and he kept trying to get into her arms. He was still young, and he didn't understand why he couldn't smell his mother's scent after waking up. He hadn't seen his mother for the whole day. Only a strange uncle, who always swept strange things over him, was watching him. Go Chi-Huang saw Xin Xingtong as if he had seen a savior, and took off his broken glasses as if he had been pardoned. Madam, you are finally back. Danzai has been making a fuss all day. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go back and lie down. After saying that, Go Chi-Huang slipped away without looking back. Looking after a child is simply the most difficult thing in the world. Chapter 70. Shi Lu saw Go Chi-Huang running away, shook her head, took the box that Xin Xingtong left in the car and said, Madam, how is Danzai? Old Go looks exhausted. Shin Tong was comforting Danzai, and heard what Shilu said. Danzai seems a little scared. It has never left me, but it didn't see me all day today, so it made a fuss. Shilu looked at Danzai, and seeing that Danzai was fine, she put the things on the table and said, Madam, go to bed early, I'm leaving first, you can pack your things in the next 2 days. I have contacted the marshal and told him that you are going there. Shin Tong nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu. Shilu smiled and shook his head. After going out, he turned on the night protection of Chu's house before leaving. Shin Tong put Danzai into the brooding bag and planned to push the stroller upstairs. After taking 2 steps, Danzai jumped out of the brooding bag and returned to Shin Tong's arms. Shin Tong touched Danzai and gave up putting Danzai in the brooding bag. Instead, he held Danzai in one hand and pushed the stroller upstairs with the other hand. After reaching the upstairs, Shin Tong put Danzai on the bed and said, Danzai, be good. Mommy will take a shower and change clothes. I will come out right away, okay? Danzai didn't move, so Shin Tong patted Danzai again and placed a Chu Zhao animal-shaped cotton doll next to Danzai. This doll was made of Chu Zhao's fallen hair that Shin Tong collected, and was full of Chu Zhao's scent. After Danzai came out, Shin Tong used this doll to let Danzai get familiar with his father's scent, and Shin Tong also made a human-shaped cotton doll of Chu Zhao. Shin Tong took the clothes into the bathroom, and just halfway through washing, he heard the bathroom door banging. Shin Tong hurried to the door. Danzai? Is that you? Danzai didn't say anything and continued to knock on the door, trying to get in. Shin Tong wrapped herself in a bath towel and opened the door. Seeing Danzai lying by the door, she quickly picked him up, went back to the bathroom and said, Okay, you're such a clingy little baby. Then, can you take a bath with your mom? Danzai jumped into the bathtub as soon as he heard it. Shin Tong touched Danzai and continued to take a bath after making sure that Danzai was fine. After taking a bath, Shin Tong held Danzai in one hand and a cotton doll in the other, and lay on the bed to watch the most popular cartoons on the screen of the light brain. She originally wanted to watch a TV series, but considering that Danzai was too young, TV series were not suitable for Danzai's prenatal education, so she simply found cartoons to watch. After watching for a while, Chu Zhao's video call came in. After Shin Tong answered, Chu Zhao's holographic image appeared in front of Shin Tong. Tang, congratulations on getting the junior pharmacist certificate. Shin Tong knelt on the bed holding Danzai and said happily, Zhao, I will bring Danzai to see you in 2 days. Shin Tong was very happy when he thought that he would see Chu Zhao soon. Chu Zhao was also very happy. The virtual image hugged Shin Tong and Danzai and said, I am also looking forward to meeting Tang and Danzai. Shin Tong's face was a little hot. He held up Danzai and brought him to Chu Zhao and said, Look, Danzai has grown a lot, but he has not been held by his father yet. If I don't go to your side, I'm afraid Danzai won't recognize you when he comes out. But it doesn't matter. I made a cotton doll, and pointed at the cotton doll every day to teach Danzai to recognize his father. Shin Tong used his foot to hook Chu Zhao's cotton doll in front of him, for Chu Zhao to see. Chu Zhao looked at the cotton doll that looked exactly like him, and looked at Shin Tong with a faint look in his eyes. So Tang hugged it to sleep every night. Shin Tong looked around guiltily. She was used to sleeping with Chu Zhao's tail in her arms, and she also liked rolling into Chu Zhao's humanoid arms. What could she do if she couldn't sleep after Chu Zhao left? She could only sleep with the doll in her arms. Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong with amusement. Shin Tong held Danzai and explained forcefully, It's different now. I want to sleep with Danzai in my arms. Danzai doesn't like sleeping in the brood pouch, so I sleep with him in my arms. Chu Zhao reached out and touched Danzai. Although he couldn't touch him, Danzai seemed to feel the hand of Chu Zhao's Shin Tong, and his heart skipped a beat. He looked very happy. Looking at Danzai clinging to Shin Tong, Chu Zhao felt his heart melt. The next day, Shin Tong started packing. There was nothing much to pack. She took 2 sets of clothes, Danzai's multifunctional baby stroller, and all the potions she had made during this period. After packing, Shilu came again, with Go Chi Wang. Shilu sat on the sofa and said with a smile, Madam, I have good news for you. All the steps of the antidote have been completed. In 7 days, we can hold a press conference to announce the existence of the antidote. Shin Tong was also very happy. Strictly speaking, the antidote was not invented by her, but she could help more people by bringing it out, so Shin Tong was naturally happy. Shilu added, I came here today to ask Madam to give the antidote a formal name. Shin Tong couldn't come up with a name, so he pointed at Danzai. Are you sure you want me to name it? Shilu looked at Danzai's expression and hesitated for a while before saying, well, if Madam can't think of it, you can just name it the primary antidote. Shin Tong nodded. I don't really understand these procedures, you can just do it yourself. I have some new formulas, I will sort them out and give them to Brother Lu before I leave. Shilu. That's great, Madam, don't worry. I will apply for patents for these formulas for you. Now that you have a junior pharmacist certificate, it will be easier to apply for it than before. Shin Tong had no objection to these. With someone to handle these things, she felt relieved. She just had to make the things seriously. When they set out, it was Go Chi Huang who drove the hovercraft to take Shin Tong to the military headquarters. After they arrived, Shin Tong found that Quan Yusen had already arrived. She was commanding people to load the things onto the aircraft. When she saw Shin Tong, she strode to Shin Tong and raised her chin. Come with me later. Shin Tong looked at Go Chi Huang and Shi Lu smiled and said, Princess Yusen starship is naturally very comfortable, but Madam has to take care of Danzai, and Dr. Go cannot be too far away from Madam. Please forgive me. Quan Yusen looked at Go Chi Huang and said reluctantly, then let him come with us. Shi Lu paused, weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and did not refuse but said to Shin Tong, since the princess said so, Madam, you can come with the princess, Danzai also needs a more comfortable travel environment. Seeing this, Shin Tong asked someone to move the baby carriage and luggage to Quan Yusen's aircraft, and smiled and thanked Quan Yusen. Thank you, princess. Quan Yusen snorted and got on the aircraft first. Shin Tong carried Danzai up, and Go Chi Huang and Shi Lu said a few words before following. No matter what, they couldn't let Shin Tong and Danzai take Quan Yusen alone. At present, they haven't figured out Quan Yusen's purpose. If Chu Zhao hadn't said that Quan Yusen had no ill intentions at the moment, they wouldn't let Shin Tong and Danzai go on Quan Yusen's aircraft. Quan Yusen's private starship is not a large starship. It is low-key gray in appearance and shaped like a jellyfish. It floats quietly in the universe. Not far away is a huge military starship that transports war supplies, and there are many escorting fighters. After Quan Yusen's starship establishes contact with the supply ship, she follows the team. Shin Tong follows Quan Yusen with Danzai in her arms, looking at Quan Yusen's starship curiously. Princess, what are you doing on the border star? Quan Yusen glanced at Shin Tong and said in a good mood, didn't I tell you? Go and cultivate feelings and form a marriage with Chu Zhao. Shin Tong curled her lips and held Danzai in front of Quan Yusen. You want to be Danzai's stepmother? Quan Yusen choked and glared at Shin Tong unhappily. Shin Tong snorted. She could see that Quan Yusen had something to ask Chu Zhao for help. She was not afraid of Quan Yusen making trouble. As long as she asked Chu Zhao for help, Quan Yusen would not do anything to her. On the contrary, she would be especially polite to Shin Tong. Besides, Quan Yusen was a big beauty and a princess. What did she want? Although she kept saying that she wanted to marry Chu Zhao, Shin Tong had never seen Quan Yusen really take any action for the marriage. Apart from other things, if she really wanted to marry, shouldn't the first thing be to get rid of her, Chu Zhao's legally registered wife? Shin Tong muttered softly. Forget it, I don't care what you want to do. If Zhao really wants to marry you, I will run away from home with Danzai. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Quan Yusen, and couldn't help but sigh that the beauty is worthy of being a beauty, and she looked so beautiful even with a cold face. Quan Yusen felt that she would be pissed off if she continued to talk to Shin Tong, so she simply ignored Shin Tong and asked someone to take Shin Tong to her room and settle her down. She had finally found an opportunity to leave the imperial capital star, not to go out for fun. Shin Tong looked around her room, which was not very comfortable. Danzai's baby carriage was placed beside the bed. Now that Danzai no longer needed a breeding pouch, he slept in her arms every day. Her clothes were neatly placed in the closet. There were also some parenting books, and some toys to comfort the unhatched little orcs in the room. There is also a window in the room, which can be adjusted to see the universe outside. Shin Tong is very satisfied with this room, and it can be seen that Quan Yusen has long been prepared to take Shin Tong with her. If it was a last-minute decision, the room would not be so well prepared, and there is even a cub data monitoring device. Shin Tong put Danzai on the bed, changed into a comfortable home clothes, and lay on the bed to send a message to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao called over the video call just after he sent it. Tang Tang? On the spaceship? Shin Tong nodded. I'm on Princess Yusen's starship. She's also going to the border star. Dr. Go is with me. Chu Zhao was still wearing combat uniform, and looked like he had just come off the battlefield. Xin Tong was a little worried. Are you busy, Zhao? Chu Xiao smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. The Insect King is hatching eggs recently. We took this opportunity to attack, so that those eggs don't have a chance to grow and eliminate future troubles. Xin Tong looked at Chu Xiao carefully, and was relieved to see that Chu Xiao was indeed not injured. He asked again, are Lily and the others okay? Chu Xiao shook the camera to the back, and Xin Tong saw Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiahua, and Lily surrounding Ha Shilang and cursing him. Although he couldn't hear them, he looked at their expressions and cursed him rather filthy. Chu Xiao said, Xiaohua asked the three of them to attract the attention of the Insect King, and the Insect King swallowed their mechas. Fortunately, they had applied medicine on the mechas in advance, but after they spit it out, their mechas were all covered with the Insect King's mucus. So now Xiaohua and the others are planning to let Xiaohua clean their mechas. Chu Xiao's eyes were full of smiles as he spoke, and Xin Tong also laughed when he heard it. If nothing else, Hua Lily and the others still had the energy to curse Ha Shilang, which showed that they were able to deal with the Zerg with ease, and were not affected at all. Chapter 71. After hanging up the call, Chu Xiao turned pale. Hua Lily and others who were arguing came over. Marshal, are you okay? Chu Xiao shook his head. It's okay, Tang Tang is on the way, don't let her worry. Ha Shilang frowned. The antidote made by the madam is very effective for us, but it has almost no effect on the Marshal. Hua Lily, Marshal, if this continues, we can't hide it from Tang Tang for long. Chu Xiao said, I'm fine, I can still control it. Go see Mao. His mecha was destroyed. I'm afraid the devouring energy in his body has increased again. And the soldiers who were injured in this battle, distribute all the antidotes we brought. Ha Shilang looked at Chu Xiao, hesitant to speak, and finally sighed and did as he was told. He hoped that Xin Tong would upgrade the primary antidote as soon as possible to solve Chu Xiao's current predicament. Hua Lily and Tu Jiao took the antidote to see Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji was injured, with a long wound on his shoulder, and the blood was still black. He was currently lying on the bed unconscious. Fortunately, Mao Yiji poured the hemostatic medicine made by Xin Tong on the wound in time, and took the antidote, so he returned to the base sober. Tu Jiao sighed, fed another bottle of antidote to Mao Yiji, and was relieved when he saw that the blood flowing out of Mao Yiji turned back to normal red. At the beginning of the interstellar voyage, Xin Tong found it interesting. She adjusted the transparency of the window every day and held Danzai to look out. While looking, she introduced the planet information on the star network to Danzai. Later, she became bored because the outside of the window was always black, and it would be tiring to look at it for a long time. Xin Tong adjusted it back to the color of the wall and planned to do something else. Xin Tong took out her mobile phone to study the production after upgrading to level 2. She had been busy taking the junior pharmacist certificate for a while before, and didn't pay much attention to the upgraded Wanwu app. Now she was sailing on the starship, and she had nothing else to do. Danzai was also very well behaved. As long as he stayed by Xin Tong's side, he would not make a fuss, so Xin Tong had plenty of time to study the newly unlocked formula. Now, more than 20 recipes have been unlocked in the production function, including medicines for treating children's indigestion and regulating qi and blood for adults. In addition, there are many more recipes. Xin Tong looked at them, and found that all 8 major cuisines were included. Xin Tong was a little greedy, and planned to go back to the kitchen to find ingredients to make them. Among the remaining recipes, Xin Tong even saw a Chinese loft production, which required the most ingredients among the currently unlocked recipes. Xin Tong poked the phone. You are really an app for everything. Will this loft give you a lot of experience? But I don't have the conditions to do it now. I do it when I get to Ah Zhao's place. After saying that, Xin Tong continued to turn the pages. After looking at it for a while, he asked in confusion, Xiao Wan, didn't you say that you can unlock the intermediate antidote after upgrading to level 2? Why can't I see the recipe? Wanwu app replied slowly, intermediate antidote is not called antidote. Xin Tong hurriedly turned back, and after looking for a long time, he couldn't find which one was the upgraded antidote, so he had to click one by one. For joy meatballs. Xin Tong just clicked and exited, swallowing his saliva, looking for prescriptions. What recipes? Then he clicked the next one, Anshan soup, which can effectively relieve children's night waking. Xin Tong looked at the introduction, and the egg that had not yet cracked its shell. Your system is quite humane. You gave me Anshan soup because I have a baby. The phone flashed a pink light. Xin Tong continued to look and found that most of the unlocked prescriptions had the word pediatric. Xin Tong shook his head and saw a prescription that had nothing to do with children. Liangison, Glauber salt, rhubarb, licorice 600g each, gardenia 300g, peppermint leaves without stems, forsythia suspensa 2 kilograms, bamboo leaves 7 pieces. The swallowing energy in the body can be cleared according to the severity of the symptoms. Example, a B-level orc is infected with mild swallowing energy. One dose can completely clear the swallowing energy without side effects. Xinxing Tong's eyes lit up, and he praised generously. I knew Shaowan, you are the best system. Everything app was embarrassed by the praise. Xinxing Tong picked up Danzai, and went to find Go Chi Huang. Go Chi Huang brought some simple instruments up, and was studying the formula given by Xinxing Tong. Seeing Xinxing Tong coming to him with excitement, he asked, Madam, did you encounter something happy? Xinxing Tong nodded. Dr. Go, I have a new formula for the antidote. It is an upgraded version. It can clear. Go Chi Huang interrupted Xinxing Tong before she finished speaking and said with a smile, Okay, I know, it is indeed a happy thing, but don't worry, madam, the conditions here are not good. How about asking the marshal to prepare what you need when you get to him? Xinxing Tong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, so he shut up and nodded to Go Chi Huang. Okay, I get it. I was so excited that I forgot I was not at home. Go Chi Huang was still smiling, and he took Danzai and weighed him, saying, Danzai has grown a lot in the past few days, and is a bit heavier. Danzai struggled unwillingly in Go Chi Huang's hands, trying to return to Xinxing Tong's arms. Go Chi Huang forcibly took Danzai into the simple laboratory, intending to test Danzai's data. Xinxing Tong hurriedly followed in, just in case Danzai didn't see her messing up Go Chi Huang's place. Danzai was indeed much quieter when he saw Xinxing Tong following him in, and he obediently let Go Chi Huang carry him to the monitor. After checking the data, Go Chi Huang said, Danzai is very healthy and his growth rate is within the normal range. According to the data, he will be able to hatch in about 6 or 7 months. Xinxing Tong thought it was amazing after hearing this. She now has a certain understanding of medicine because she is taking the pharmacist exam. The data displayed on the instrument is also pretty similar. Xinxing Tong asked curiously, Dr. Go, can you tell whether Danzai is a boy or a girl? Is the egg in the eggshell in human or animal form? Go Chi Huang knocked on the eggshell and said, You can only tell this with professional equipment from the marshal. Xinxing Tong smiled and picked up the egg and said, I hope it's a girl. The egg shook in Xinxing Tong's arms, as if responding to Xinxing Tong. Go Chi Huang raised his eyebrows and said, If it's a little female orc, the egg must be as smart as you. Xinxing Tong nodded repeatedly. Go Chi Huang said again, Madam, on Princess Yusin's starship, you don't need to talk about the potion. Xinxing Tong made an okay gesture. I understand. This matter must be kept secret. Don't worry. I will discuss this matter with Dr. Go after we get off the starship. Go Chi Huang nodded. Okay. Xinxing Tong left with Danzai in her arms, and met Quan Yusin on the way back. Quan Yusin leaned against the corridor, and watched Xinxing Tong coming from the other side. She saw from the surveillance that Xinxing Tong was full of joy and excitement holding Danzai to find Go Chi Huang, and was talking to Go Chi Huang about the upgraded version of the antidote. When she was about to hear what it was, Go Chi Huang stopped Xinxing Tong from continuing. There must be something she didn't know, and it was very important, so Quan Yusin put down what she was doing and blocked Xinxing Tong. In Quan Yusin's opinion, it was too easy to get something out of Xinxing Tong's mouth. Xinxing Tong smiled and greeted Quan Yusin, Princess Yusin. Quan Yusin came back to her senses, and saw Xinxing Tong's enthusiastic face. Quan Yusin suddenly became a little irritable, and walked up to Xinxing Tong. I heard that you have been staying in the room all this time. Why don't you come out for a walk? Isn't it boring to stay in the room? Xinxing Tong shook Danzai. Danzai is a little shy and doesn't like to go out. Besides, I'm not bored. I have a lot to do. Quan Yusin followed up and asked calmly, What are you going to do? Chu Xiao actually needs you to make money. Xinxing Tong didn't hear Quan Yusin's temptation and said directly, Not only to make money, I also have to do prenatal education for Danzai, Princess. Aren't you very busy? Quan Yusin pointed at Danzai and asked, Why did you go to Dr. Go to do prenatal education for it? Is there something wrong with it? Xinxing Tong heard something this time, rolled his eyes, and shook his head. Danzai is fine, but Princess, do you want to ask me why I went to see Dr. Go? Quan Yusin was speechless for a moment. Looking at Xinxing Tong's sincere expression, she simply gave up beating around the bush and asked directly, Yes, I just want to ask you what you went to do. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing, and you look so happy. Xinxing Tong smiled. It is indeed a very happy thing. Quan Yusin quietly pricked up her ears, waiting for Xinxing Tong to tell her, and then she heard Xinxing Tong make a hushed gesture and whisper to her, But I can't tell you now. Ah Zhao said that this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to others. The princess can ask Ah Zhao. Quan Yusen, Xin Xingtong hummed a song and left with Danzai in his arms. Quan Yusen took a deep breath and felt that she was fooled by Xin Xingtong. Just as she was about to leave, she received a push. Xingxing Pharmaceutical Company has launched a primary antidote. According to the explanation given by the person in charge at the press conference, this antidote can effectively relieve the energy swallowing in the body of an orc. The effect is equivalent to recuperating on the original star for half a year, and there are no side effects. The treatment process is soothing. Once the drug was launched, it immediately attracted public discussion. Xingxing Pharmaceutical has produced some clinical data to prove the effect of the drug. Quan Yusen slowly opened her eyes. This news was released by the official news, which means it is true. The problem that has troubled the orcs for hundreds of years has made a huge breakthrough. Quan Yusen suddenly thought of the antidote that Xin Xingtong mentioned, and Quan Yusen's eyes gradually brightened. Xin Xingtong returned to the room happily, and couldn't wait to share the news with Chu Xiao. However, after sending the message, Chu Xiao didn't reply. Xin Xingtong was thinking about the war, so it was normal that she couldn't reply to the message in time. Chu Xiao would reply to her when he saw it later. If she didn't have the materials at hand, Xin Xingtong would have prepared to make it long ago. The materials she put in her backpack were not enough to make Liang Gusan. She was still short of bamboo leaves, gardenias and glauber salt. Although she had the other materials, the quantity was not enough, because when she collected the materials, she mainly collected the medicinal materials for the hemostatic medicine and the primary antidote for the typhoid prescription. When she arrived at the border star, she could ask Chu Xiao to help her collect these medicinal materials and then make it. It was 20 days later that Xin Xingtong and his group arrived at the border star. Before that, Xin Xingtong sent a message to Chu Xiao, but for some reason, Chu Xiao never replied to her. Xin Xingtong became worried and asked Hu Hingmeng, Hua Lily and others. Hua Lily said that Chu Xiao was fine, but he was very busy and had no time to sleep. Because Hua Lily and Mao Yiji said the same thing, Xin Xingtong was worried, but when she thought that she would be there soon, Hua Lily and others didn't need to lie to her anyway. Maybe Chu Xiao was really too busy to reply to her. Chapter 72. It was already 20 days later when we arrived at the border star. The starship that was transporting the supplies was staying outside the border star. We needed to contact the army to confirm that everything was correct before we could hand over the supplies. Xin Xingtong couldn't wait to contact Chu Xiao. This time, the video call was finally connected. Xin Xingtong waved his hand at Chu Xiao and said with a smile, Ah Xiao, guess where I am now? Chu Xiao looked at Xin Xingtong with some apology in his eyes. Sorry Tang Tang, I haven't replied to your message for a while. Xin Xingtong smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I know A Xiao is very busy. A Xiao, guess where Danzai and I are? Chu Xiao pretended to be in deep thought, and when he saw Xin Xingtong was about to speak out anxiously, Chu Xiao smiled and said, I guess Tang Tang has arrived. Xin Xingtong nodded immediately. Yes, Ah Xiao is still smart. Hee, I'm already here. Dr. Go said that we can only take the aircraft down after the handover is completed. After hearing this, Chu Xiao stood up and said, I pick you up now. Xin Xingtong nodded impatiently. It was the first time that she and Chu Xiao had been separated for such a long time, and she wanted to see Chu Xiao immediately. Chu Xiao was about to leave after hanging up the phone. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao worriedly. Marshal, you just woke up. Let me pick up your wife for you. Chu Xiao shook his head. I go myself. Don't worry. It's okay. I can still suppress the devouring energy. Ha Shirlang was still worried. Chu Xiao fell into a coma shortly after talking to Xin Xingtong last time. He had been suppressing the devouring energy in his body. This was the real reason why Chu Xiao did not reply to Xin Xingtong, because Chu Xiao had no way to reply to Xin Xingtong. Chu Xiao woke up an hour ago. As soon as he woke up, he asked if Xin Xingtong had arrived. He was relieved when he learned that the starship would arrive at the border star in half an hour. Xin Xingtong held Danzai, who had grown a circle bigger, and rubbed his face against him. He said happily, Danzai, we will see Daddy soon. Danzai shook, and Xin Xingtong walked out of the room. There was a robot behind him to help carry the luggage. When he walked to the docking place for the aircraft, Xin Xingtong saw Quan Yusen and Go Chihuang. Go Chihuang smiled and waved to Xin Xingtong when he saw her, Madam. Xin Xingtong just nodded in response when she heard Quan Yusen say, You're so slow, are you from the turtle tribe? I called Ah Xiao, and he said he would come to pick me up. Xin Xingtong explained with a smile. Kuan Yusin paused and raised her eyebrows. Can he come to pick you up? Shin Tong nodded. Why not? He hasn't met Danzai yet. Kuan Yusin sneered and was about to say something when Go Chi-Huang walked between them and said meaningfully, Doesn't the princess have something important to do? Since the marshal is here to pick up his wife, the princess won't bother taking us down. Kuan Yusin looked at the smiling Go Chi-Huang and then at the happy Shin Tong, snorted, and strode away. She received news that Chu Zhao's devouring energy had broken out, and he had been unconscious for more than half a month. After a while, Chu Zhao arrived, and the aircraft went directly into the docking bay. Chu Zhao got off the aircraft, wearing a black military uniform. After getting off, he saw Shin Tong holding Danzai at first sight. Shin Tong immediately ran towards Chu Zhao holding Danzai, dived into Chu Zhao's arms, looked up and said, Ah Zhao. Chu Zhao had already opened his arms to catch Shin Tong, and the egg in Shin Tong's arms. He and Shin Tong had been separated for almost 3 months. Now looking at Shin Tong's face, Chu Zhao felt that he couldn't get enough of it. Shin Tong stuffed the egg into Chu Zhao's hands. Ah Zhao, look at the egg, it grows so fast. Chu Zhao held the egg and looked at it. The egg seemed to recognize that this was his father, and he obediently let Chu Zhao hold him without making a fuss. The next second, Chu Zhao looked away and continued to stare at Shin Tong. Go Chi-Huang coughed lightly. Marshal, let's go back to the base first. You and your wife can talk about anything when you get back. Shin Tong felt a little embarrassed, and hugged Chu Zhao's arm and said, Zhao, let's go. I have something important to tell you. Chu Zhao nodded, took Shin Tong and Go Chi-Huang on the spaceship, and went directly back to the base. There are troops stationed on every planet in the galaxy of Border Star, and the headquarters is on planet number 1 of this border galaxy. After Shin Tong passed through the atmosphere, he saw a large area of buildings with a strong sense of technology. The overall color is dark green, and there are many training grounds. Each training ground is densely packed with soldiers training, and you can also see 2 transformers on a certain field. Fighting. Shin Tong had only seen such scenes in science fiction movies. The aircraft landed at Chu Zhao's residence, a 3-story building that looked smaller than the one on the Imperial Capital Star. This area was full of similar houses, and seemed to be a dormitory area. Chu Zhao asked the robot to deliver the stroller and luggage to the room. After Go Chi-Huang came down, he said, Marshal, I go back and take a nap first, and come back to talk about the primary antidote later. Chu Zhao nodded, and Go Chi-Huang went to the next door house. Shin Tong followed Chu Zhao into the house. The furnishings in the house were simple. The living room was empty, with a set of sofas against the wall. There was only a kitchen and a living room on the first floor, so the living room looked particularly large. Tang Tang, are you hungry? It's not time for dinner yet, and there's no food in the cafeteria. Can I cook some noodles for you? Chu Zhao lowered his head and asked Shin Tong. Shin Tong shook his head. I have food, you don't have to worry. Ah Zhao, I think you've lost a lot of weight, and you don't look good. Ah Zhao, are you too tired? Shin Tong showed a little worry when she said this. Chu Zhao laughed, put Danzai aside, hugged Shin Tong into his arms, rubbed his chin against Shin Tong's head and said, Well, I haven't seen Tang Tang for a long time, I miss Tang Tang very much. Shin Tong also reached out to hug Chu Zhao's waist and whispered, I miss Zhao too. Especially in the first few days when Danzai came out, Shin Tong missed Chu Zhao very much, always thinking of the time when she and Chu Zhao depended on each other on the original star. The young couple hugged each other for a long time without separating. Danzai, who was left aside, was not happy, and jumped to squeeze between the 2 of them, and hit each of them. Shin Tong covered his forehead, which was hit by Danzai, and said angrily, Danzai, why did you hit me? You are so rude. Danzai got into Shin Tong's arms aggrievedly. He didn't want to see his father. When he saw his father and mother, they would not hold him. Chu Zhao touched Shin Tong's head, picked up Danzai and said, Dad is wrong. Danzai, don't be angry. Let's go to the room with Mom to rest, okay? Danzai calmed down, and Chu Zhao held Danzai in one hand and Shin Tong in the other hand and walked upstairs. Chu Zhao's bedroom was upstairs. The bedroom was also very simple. Chu Zhao said to Shin Tong, I lived alone before, and there weren't many things here. Tell me what Tang Tang wants, and I have someone send it over. Shin Tong shook her head. It's good. There are too many things, and Danzai can't move around. He doesn't like to stay in one place now. After saying that, Shin Tong stared at Chu Zhao for a long time. Chu Zhao asked helplessly, Tang Tang, what do you want to do? Shin Tong smiled and jumped on Chu Zhao with a whine and acted like a spoiled child. Zhao, can you turn into a beast? I want to see if you have lost weight in your animal form, and if you are injured. Chu Zhao raised his eyebrows, unbuttoned his hands, and pretended to unbutton. If you want to check if I am injured, can't Tang Tang just check? Why do you have to change back to animal form to see? Xin Tong hurriedly reached out and held Chu Zhao's hand, her face flushed. Don't take it off. Don't take it off. Chu Zhao laughed out loud and pointed at Danzai. Tang Tang is shy. The tone clearly said that we already have a child. Isn't it a bit too late to be shy now? Xin Tong swallowed her saliva. Although she didn't remember what happened that day clearly, she still remembered Chu Zhao's abdominal muscles. After being told this by Chu Zhao, Xin Tong lowered her head and didn't even look at Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao laughed softly, and when he saw Xin Tong was about to get angry, he stopped laughing and turned back to his original form and lay on the ground. He swung his tail in front of Xin Tong and rolled up Xin Tong and hugged her in his arms. Xin Tong's eyes lit up, and he buried his head in Chu Zhao's body and rubbed against him. Danzai, who was exploring his new home, saw Chu Zhao suddenly turn into a huge lion. He was stunned for a moment, and soon jumped on Chu Zhao, jumping around on Chu Zhao, looking very novel. After Chu Zhao turned back to his original form, he almost filled up half of the room. Xin Tong felt relieved in the familiar atmosphere. After a while, Xin Tong remembered the business, crawled out of the thick hair to check if Chu Zhao had any wounds. After checking, he found that Chu Zhao was fine, and Xin Tong was relieved, climbed on Chu Zhao's head and said, Zhao, I have good news to share with you. Dr. Go didn't let me tell you before on the starship. Chu Zhao raised his head slightly to indicate that he heard it, and let Xin Tong continue. Xin Tong took out his mobile phone and waved it in front of Chu Zhao. Look, the app has been upgraded, and the antidote has also been upgraded. For orcs with mild symptoms of less energy swallowing in the body, one dose can completely eliminate the energy swallowing. It's just that I lack the materials, otherwise I can take it out now, and let Zhao try it. Chu Zhao's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously raised his head. Xin Tong hurriedly grabbed Chu Zhao's dragon horn. Zhao, what are you going to do? Chu Zhao reacted after hearing Xin Tong's voice. He quickly rolled Xin Tong in front of him with his tail, carefully pulled Danzi off his body, and then changed back to human form. Tang Tang, is it true? Xin Tong nodded. Can I still lie to you? Originally I was going to tell Dr. Go, but we are on Princess Yusin's starship. Although Princess Yusin is beautiful, such an important matter must not be known to her unless she is one of us. Chu Zhao pinched Xin Tong's face. Tang Tang is really smart. I will contact Xuan now, and ask them to come back for the meeting. Chu Zhao sent a message to Ha Shirlang and the others. Almost all soldiers in the army are suffering from the energy devouring. When the attack occurs, they have to enter the isolation room to avoid losing their minds and going crazy. If the upgraded antidote mentioned by Xin Tong can be used to treat mild symptoms, then 1/3 of the soldiers can be saved directly. Chu Zhao couldn't calm down. After sending the message, he hugged Xin Tong tightly. Tang Tang, it turns out that you are really a treasure sent to me by God. Chapter 73. After receiving Chu Zhao's message, Ha Shirlang told the others to continue patrolling, and he drove the patrol plane back to the headquarters immediately. When he returned, Chu Zhao had already brought Xin Tong to wait in the conference room. Hua Lily, Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji were also in the conference room. They were flying to patrol the surrounding star systems, and could not come back for the time being. In addition to these people, there were several other generals. These people were all high-ranking military officials. Unlike the old men who were in power in the capital star, it was these people who defended the border star and prevented the Zerg from crossing the line during Chu Zhao's absence. Marshal, what do you want to talk to us about? One of the male orcs with a square face asked first. When Chu Zhao saw that everyone was present, he said, Recently, you have argued many times about the primary antidote. Today, I want to talk to you to say that the purchase of the primary antidote can be postponed. We have a better potion. The eyes of several people who had never seen Xin Tong lit up, and they asked, Marshal, do you have a potion that is better than the primary antidote? We have read the news. The primary antidote is currently the best potion for swallowing energy. Chu Zhao smiled and nodded. When have I ever lied to you? The person who made the potion is sitting next to me now. The primary antidote can only alleviate the symptoms, but pharmacist can make a potion that completely removes the devouring energy. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xin Tong, their eyes filled with great light. Only those who have been infected with devouring energy know how terrible devouring energy is. This thing will eat away at the flesh and blood of an orc bit by bit, eroding his sanity, and finally causing an orc's ability to gradually degrade, gradually unable to maintain his human form, and become a ferocious beast that has lost its mind. Now Chu Xiao said that someone could make a potion that can completely remove the devoured energy, which made these people completely unable to calm down. Seeing this, Xin Xingtong took the initiative to speak. Don't worry, the potion has not been made yet because of the lack of medicinal materials. However, Xiao, the marshal has sent the materials I need. Another thing is that this potion can only completely remove the light patients. If the devoured energy in the body is more serious, the potion may not be able to completely remove it. It can only remove part of it and relieve the symptoms. Go Chihuang knocked on the table. As a doctor, he naturally understood what Xin Xingtong meant. Madam, you mean that a particularly serious case, like the marshal's, can't be completely cured? Xin Xingtong pursed her lips and nodded. Well, I haven't developed a better medicine yet. I can only use this to relieve the symptoms of seriously ill patients and prolong the time. Several admirals, who didn't know Xin Xingtong, whispered to each other. Ji Xiong was responsible for investigating the movements of the Zerg. The troops he led were also the most affected. It was said that the symptoms of all the soldiers were not as serious as Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's devouring energy was originally the lightest, but Chu Xiao faced the Zerg King directly 2 years ago. While giving the Zerg King a heavy blow, he was also infected with the devouring energy from the Zerg King and became the most affected person in the army. It is precisely because of this that the Zerg has been quiet for the past 2 years. Ji Xiong thought for a while, looked at Xin Xingtong and said, Are you the marshal's wife? But I won't regard you as the marshal's wife here. You made those antidotes. You are a very good pharmacist. I want to ask, will there be a better antidote after this upgraded antidote? Can it completely cure people infected with devouring energy? Xin Xingtong thought about it and nodded. Yes, even if it's for Xiao, I will make the medicine. This sentence was more convincing than anything else. Ji Xiong's expression eased a little, and he smiled a little. Yes, he could not believe Xin Xingtong, but Xin Xingtong would definitely save Chu Xiao. There was no doubt about it. Ji Xiong stood up, took off his hat, saluted Xin Xingtong and said, Then I leave it to Pharmacist Xin. The other generals also stood up and saluted Xin Xingtong, expressing their respect and serious request to Xin Xingtong. Xin Xingtong stood up hurriedly. You don't have to do this, Xin Xingtong didn't know what to say, so he looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took Xin Xingtong's hand and stood up and said, General Ji, Tang Tang has been working hard on this matter. I asked you to come here today to tell you not to worry and calm the brothers. At most, in half a year, the medicine can be mass-produced to save 1/3 of the mild patients and delay the spread of others. In addition, before the medicine comes out, please keep it confidential. Ji Xiong smiled and nodded. Marshal, don't worry. We all know the severity of the situation, and hope is a good thing. Chu Xiao nodded and said, Princess Yusin has been here for a while. She can do whatever she wants as long as it doesn't affect everyone. Okay, we got it. After that, Ji Xiong laughed again. Marshal, I heard that you and Pharmacist Shen have a child, but it hasn't hatched yet. We don't know how to pick gifts. When the Marshal takes Pharmacist Shen and the child out for dinner, we will give them the gift. The Marshal finally got married and had a child, so we have to show our appreciation. The Marshal also gave a lot of gifts to the kids in our family before. Chu Xiao finished his business and smiled, and agreed to what Ji Xiong said. Okay. After the meeting, Hua Lily and Hu Hingming immediately snatched Xin Xingtong away from Chu Xiao. Hua Lily looked at Xin Xingtong and said, You've lost weight. Hu Hingming also nodded. You must be tired of taking care of Danzai. By the way, where is Danzai? I haven't seen Danzai yet. Xin Xingtong was also very happy to see Hu Hingming and Hua Lily. He pulled them towards their residence and said as they walked, Danzai is sleeping at home. We have to go back quickly. If he wakes up and doesn't see me in a strange place, he will definitely make a fuss. Chu Xiao, who was forgotten behind him, sighed. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao jokingly. Marshal, my wife forgot about you after she had a child. Chu Xiao glanced at Ha Shirlang and stretched out his hand. A gift for meeting you. Ha Shirlang paused, speechlessly looked at Chu Xiao, and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't say anything. I will send the gift to the Marshal later. Chu Xiao was satisfied and chased Xin Xingtong away, leaving Ha Shirlang hooked around Go Chi Huang's neck and said, Old Go, let's go back and avoid my wife to check the Marshal's physical condition. The Marshal doesn't want my wife to worry. The primary antidote has some effect on the Marshal at the beginning, but it is useless later. I don't know if this upgraded version will work on the Marshal. If I'm afraid the marshal can't hold on for long. If it doesn't work, I will force the marshal to go to the original star. In any case, it's important to save the marshal's life first. Go Chi Huang nodded. Okay, Madam doesn't know that the marshal has been in a coma for more than half a month, so don't let it slip. Ha Shirlang made a gesture to seal his mouth to show that he knew. Shin Shingtong happily took Hu Hingming and Hua Lily back, and asked Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji why they were not there. After knowing that the two were still patrolling in outer space, he nodded and turned to talk about some things on the way. After pushing open the door, Shin Shingtong was stunned for a moment. Looking at the bumpy ground inside, Shin Shingtong slowly closed the door and smiled. It seems that I went the wrong way. Hu Hingming looked over and said, I'm not in the wrong place. The marshal lives here. What's going on inside? As Hu Hingming was about to push the door open, a small cannonball rushed out and ran straight into Shin Shingtong's arms, almost knocking Shin Shingtong back. Fortunately, Chu Xiao arrived in time and supported Shin Shingtong. Danzai got into Shin Shingtong's arms with grievance, shaking and looking like he was crying. He was really scared. When he woke up, his mother was not around, and the new father was not around. The surroundings were all unfamiliar. Even the strange uncle, who used to help his mother take care of him, was not there. Danzai jumped off the bed in fear and started jumping around to find his mother. But Danzai panicked and didn't know the severity of the situation. He accidentally smashed a hole in the stairs. After he couldn't find Shin Shingtong anywhere, he jumped downstairs again and went to the first floor to look for Shin Shingtong. He smashed many holes in the ground but didn't see Shin Shingtong. Danzai was in trouble. He wanted to go out to find Shin Shingtong, but was stopped by the robot. Then Danzai smashed the robot, and after the robot crashed, Danzai still couldn't get out. He couldn't break the door and the wall. Fortunately, Shin Shingtong came back at this time. He finally saw his mother. Danzai rushed over immediately. The next second, he saw Shin Shingtong closing the door. Danzai hit the door with a bang. Danzai was stunned and cried instantly. But he hadn't broken out of the shell yet, so even if he cried, he couldn't see anything. Fortunately, the door opened again soon. This time, Danzai rushed toward Shin Shingtong without hesitation and began to cry. After Shin Shingtong stood firm, she felt distressed when she saw Danzai twitching. She hugged Danzai and apologized. I'm sorry, Danzai. It's my fault. Don't cry. I promise I won't let Danzai stay alone in the future, okay? Danzai shook and continued to twitch. Shin Shingtong scratched her head and looked at Chu Xiao for help. Chu Xiao took Danzai and said, Mom has something to do. Don't cry. I find someone to play with you next time. Danzai was stunned for a moment, then slowly stopped crying, but he wanted to go back to Shin Shingtong's arms. Chu Xiao put Danzai back to Shin Shingtong's injured body, opened the door, and prepared to go in. When he saw the sober inside, he was also stunned and turned back to ask, Did you do it? Danzai felt a little guilty, and didn't dare to cry. Hu Hingming and Hua Lily saw the room, and their eyes widened. They looked at Danzai in disbelief, reached out to touch Danzai's eggshell, and asked blankly, Is Danzai's shell okay? Shin Shingtong then remembered to check, and hurriedly lifted the egg to check it up and down. He was relieved when he saw that the shell of the egg was perfect. He knocked on the egg and said, Don't do this next time. What if you break yourself? The egg didn't say anything. Chu Xiao had a headache and asked a construction robot to repair the house. It would take 2 hours to repair it. During this time, Hu Hingming immediately raised his hand. Let's go to my place. Lily Jujia and I live nearby. Let's go. I also asked the robot to get food from the restaurant. It's just right to bring all of yours to eat together. Chu Xiao couldn't let Shin Shingtong stay outside, so he nodded and agreed, and went to the place where Hu Hingming and others lived with Shin Shingtong. Chapter 74. The place where Hu Hingming, Hua Lily, and Tu Jiao live looks much more cozy than Chu Xiao's place. Shin Shingtong carried Danzai in. The robot had already prepared the food. Hu Hingming pulled Shin Shingtong and said, Let's eat first. You must not have eaten well on the way here. Let me tell you, the marshal. Halfway through his words, Hua Lily coughed lightly. Hu Hingming hurriedly changed the subject. The marshal is simply not a human being. He hates us more than Lily for sparring with us. Look, the bruise on my arm hasn't disappeared yet. Tang Tang, you have to take care of the marshal. Shin Shingtong looked over, and saw a bruise half the size of a palm on Hu Hingming's arm. Shin Shingtong touched it and said, Does it still hurt? Hu Hingming smiled and said, It doesn't hurt, I'm just saying it casually. Come and eat. Shin Shingtong took a bottle of trauma medicine from his pocket, and gave it to Hu Hingming and said, Even if it doesn't hurt, you should still pay attention. I know you are training to improve your strength. I will make more medicine for you later. Hu Hingming looked at Shin Tong with emotion and kept feeding Shin Tong. Chu Xiao sat next to Shin Tong, holding Danzai in his arms, so that Shin Tong could eat in peace. After dinner, Hu Hingming pulled Shin Tong to sit on the pink sofa to talk. Hua Lily took out the gifts prepared for Shin Tong and Danzai and said, Marshal, you will take them back later, and Ming Ming and I will not be the light bulbs. Chu Xiao and Shin Tong did not refuse, and accepted the gifts from the two to Danzai. Seeing that they were not hungry due to the time difference, Chu Xiao held Shin Tong's hand, held Danzai in his arms, and walked back slowly. When they got home, the maintenance robot was packing up the tools. The house had returned to normal, and the childcare robot that was smashed by Danzai was also repaired. After opening the door, Danzai jumped out of Chu Xiao's arms curiously, and jumped into the house to look around curiously. The childcare robot, out of its childcare instinct, followed Danzai the moment he entered the house, and kept issuing reminder sounds. Little master, please pay attention to safety. Little master, please don't get into narrow corners. Shin Tong looked at the childcare robot curiously. This robot was prepared by Chu Xiao. When Danzai was sleeping, they went to a meeting, and it was this robot that looked after Danzai. Chu Xiao said, this is a special childcare robot. I modified it. It has protective functions. It will definitely be no problem to take care of Danzai. With it, Danzai will be familiar with it, and won't delay your making of potions. Shin Tong felt that the development of technology is good, freeing the hands of new parents. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. As a legal couple, they have been separated for so long. Shin Tong was a little nervous after washing up. She didn't dry her wet hair in the bathroom, but took a dry towel to wipe her hair while walking out, and her eyes were evasive, and she didn't dare to look at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was reading a document. When he saw Shin Tong coming out, he put down the document, walked over and touched Shin Tong's head. Why don't you dry your hair? He took the towel and wiped Shin Tong's hair. Shin Tong hesitated. I. After saying that, he secretly looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao wiped Shin Tong's hair until it was half dry, hugged Shin Tong from behind, and whispered in Shin Tong's ear, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, he let go of Shin Tong and walked to the bathroom in a good mood. Shin Tong was left with a red face. When Chu Xiao spoke in her ear just now, Shin Tong trembled all over. Shin Tong quickly got into the bed, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep, just like an ostrich. When Chu Xiao came out with a bath towel wrapped around her, all he saw was a small bulge on the bed, and the sound of pretending to sleep and deliberately heavy breathing. Chu Xiao smiled and walked to the bedside, hugged Shin Tong into his arms with the quilt, and let out a satisfied sigh. The moment he hugged Shin Tong in his arms, Chu Xiao felt that his empty chest was filled in an instant. Shin Tong froze and dared not move. After a while, she did not hear any movement behind her. Then she carefully got out of the quilt and looked back at Chu Xiao. As soon as she turned her head, she met Chu Xiao's smiling and doting eyes. Shin Tong blinked her eyes, pretending that she did not turn around, and reached out to pull the quilt to cover her head. The next second, she felt the vibration in Chu Xiao's chest, followed by Chu Xiao's laughter, which sounded very happy. Shin Tong pulled the quilt away in shame and anger, and looked at Chu Xiao. Her expression was puffed up. What's wrong with her being nervous? What's so funny? Chu Xiao directly hugged Shin Tong and turned around, looking at each other face to face, and poked Shin Tong's puffy cheek. Why are you angry? Shin Tong was immediately defeated when she saw Chu Xiao's face, and she couldn't get angry anymore. She buried her head in Chu Xiao's arms, and said in a muffled voice, I'm not angry. But Chu Xiao didn't wear a shirt, and Shin Tong's face was directly pressed against Chu Xiao's chest. Feeling Chu Xiao's muscles, Shin Tong swallowed his saliva, and his hands unconsciously fell on Chu Xiao's chest. His claws pinched the muscles dishonestly, and then he reacted and abruptly withdrew his hands, not daring to look at Chu Xiao's expression. Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao did it on purpose. He had known for a long time that Shin Tong was drooling over his muscles. It was not easy to meet Shin Tong, and Shin Tong didn't have the little guy in her belly to get in the way. Chu Xiao was just ordering Shin Tong around. I have to say that this trick really works. Chu Xiao grabbed Shin Tong's hand and pressed it back to his chest. There was a smile in his voice. Why let go? Don't you like it? Shin Tong felt like an old pervert. He shrank his neck and didn't dare to look at Chu Xiao, but his hand was honestly pressed on Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao understood her very well. He held her hand and touched her abdominal muscles. Shin Tong blushed and huddled up like a quail. Chu Xiao let go of Shin Tong's hand and held Shin Tong's face instead, letting Shin Tong look at him and said, "Tang Tang?" Shin Tong's mind was instantly confused. She thought that since ancient times, it was reasonable for a tyrant to indulge in beauty. It was a waste of youth to be lustful. Moreover, Chu Xiao was so handsome. They were legal. Shin Tong bit Chu Xiao's Adam's apple with a whine. She had to admit that she had been plotting against Chu Xiao since she saw him in human form on the original star. Chu Xiao raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a triumphant smile. He hugged Shin Tong's waist, and with a little effort, he lay on his back, letting Shin Tong sit on his abdominal muscles. Shin Tong subconsciously supported himself with his hands and looked down at Chu Xiao. The atmosphere between the two gradually heated up. Danzai slept on the brooding sack. It originally slept on the bed. Chu Xiao put it in the brooding sack. Danzai slept a little long during the day and woke up after a short sleep at night. After waking up, he wanted to find Shin Tong. When he jumped out of the brooding sack, he saw his parents acting strangely. Although Danzai was not born yet, he was a curious baby. He jumped directly onto the bed and saw his parents getting closer and closer. He jumped directly onto Chu Xiao's chest. Chu Xiao was hit and gasped. Shin Tong was also hit on the head and woke up instantly, looking at the curious baby Danzai. Shin Tong immediately rolled down from Chu Xiao, hugged Danzai with a red face, and stammered, "Danzai, Danzai is awake." Chu Xiao, eh. He forgot to move Danzai to another room. Chu Xiao got up helplessly, hugged Shin Tong from behind, put his head on Shin Tong's shoulder, sighed and said, "Danzai has been born for quite a while. It's time to let it learn to sleep independently." Shin Tong touched Danzai and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Danzai is so young. He will be scared if he sleeps alone." Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong with resentment. Shin Tong coughed lightly, broke free from Chu Xiao's arms, and laid down with Danzai in his arms. "I'm sleepy, sleep." Danzai didn't want to sleep, and got out of Shin Tong's arms, with his tip facing Chu Xiao, as if asking, "Dad, what were you and Mom doing just now?" Chu Xiao took Danzai from Shin Tong's arms and knocked on Danzai. "Sleep. If you don't sleep, you won't grow up." Danzai swayed and lay directly between the two of them. Although he was an egg, he looked very arrogant when sleeping. Chu Xiao laid down and hugged Shin Tong and Danzai to sleep. It was the first time in so many days that he had a good sleep. The next morning, Chu Xiao got up early. He was going to train soldiers. Shin Tong was woken up in a daze. Seeing Chu Xiao dressed up and going out, he asked with half-closed eyes, "Xiao, where are you going?" Chu Xiao turned around and kissed Shin Tong. "Sleep for a while. I will come back later to have breakfast with you." Shin Tong hummed twice, and continued to sleep with Danzai in his arms. Chu Xiao adjusted the indoor lighting and left for the training ground. When Shin Tong woke up, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. Danzai had already woken up and was jumping around on the ground, entertaining himself happily. As long as Shin Tong was still within his sight, Danzai was the best boy. Shin Tong stretched his body, and vaguely remembered that Chu Xiao seemed to have gone out early in the morning. Shin Tong scratched his messy hair, looked around, and saw Danzai playing happily in the corner, so he waved and said with a smile, "Danzai, help Mom get some clothes." Danzai jumped back from the corner in an instant, jumped from the sofa holding Shin Tong's clothes to the bed, and successfully delivered the clothes to Shin Tong. Shin Tong silently praised Danzai. "Danzai is great. He is a good helper for Mom." Danzai was very proud. Shin Tong took the clothes to brush her teeth, wash her face, and change clothes. After she was done, she took Danzai out for a walk and ate something. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw Chu Xiao coming back with breakfast. "Ah, Xiao." Shin Tong held Danzai and went to meet him. Chu Xiao pinched Shin Tong's nose. "Come and eat. After eating, I will take you to Chi Huang. He has a special laboratory here, and he has found all the materials you need." Shin Tong's eyes lit up. He just looked at the egg in his hand and hesitated for a while and asked, "What should we do with the egg?" Chu Xiao took the egg and said, "I take care of it, don't worry, you just focus on your work." Shin Tong nodded repeatedly. "Okay, it's just right for the egg and Dad to develop feelings." After eating, Chu Xiao made a nutritional supplement for the egg, put a backpack specially made for egg-born orcs, fixed the egg in his arms, and then took Shin Tong to the laboratory. He had other things to do. Shin Tong couldn't help laughing when he saw Chu Xiao's image. "Ah, Xiao, Will this affect your image in the hearts of these soldiers? Chu Xiao adjusted Danzai to make Danzai lie more comfortably. When he heard Shinshingtong's words, he said, "No, Danzai is my child. It is my duty to take care of him. Besides, Danzai will not affect my work. Don't worry, Danzai and I will pick you up for lunch at noon." Shinshingtong patted Danzai and told him, "Danzai, listen to your father, understand?" Danzai shook his head to show that he understood. In fact, he was reluctant to leave Shinshingtong, but his father said that he could not always pester his mother because his mother also had things to do, so Danzai followed Chu Xiao obediently. Chapter 75. Shinshingtong and Chu Xiao separated. One went to train soldiers, and the other went to the laboratory to find Go Chi Huang. In addition to being Chu Xiao's personal doctor in the Chu Corps, Go Chi Huang also needed to research medicines. There were other pharmacists in the laboratory, all of whom were hired by Chu Xiao to research medicines for energy swallowing. Before Shinshingtong appeared, there were no major breakthroughs in medicine research. It was not until Shinshingtong obtained the primary antidote from the Wanwu app that the laboratory found a research direction for the primary antidote. It was also because of this that the pharmacists and doctors in the laboratory had been curious about Shinshingtong for a long time. Knowing that Shinshingtong was coming, the laboratory gathered together in a rare complete manner. Before Shinshingtong entered the laboratory, everyone surrounded Go Chi Huang and asked him questions. "Brother Go, madam. I mean, what is pharmacist's personality like? Is he the kind of pharmacist who is very cold and serious? Is he difficult to talk to? Brother Go, do you think we are dressed like proper pharmacists? Will it make a good impression on pharmacist Shin? Brother Go, tell me quickly, what if pharmacist Shin has a problem with us?" Go Chi Huang looked at the group of people with a headache and said unhappily, "Are you guys going on a blind date? It's so weird. If the marshal finds out, you'd be in trouble. Besides, the wife is easy to talk to, so you don't have to take out the white coat that you haven't worn for 100 or 80 years, making people think that we are a black-hearted laboratory." Others curled their lips. "So what? What if pharmacist Shin likes pharmacists like us who have a serious attitude?" Go Chi Huang was speechless, and then someone ran in and said, "Here he comes. I saw the marshal personally sent pharmacist Shin here." Everyone instantly dispersed back to their seats. In order to facilitate communication, the laboratory was not divided into small laboratories, but directly made into a super large and spacious laboratory, divided into areas. If anyone has any questions, they can ask others at any time. Go Chi Huang shook his head, got up, and went out to pick up Shinshingtong, who was sitting next to him. Shinshingtong raised his hand and greeted Go Chi Huang when he saw him. "Dr. Go." Go Chi Huang responded with a smile, and said while leading Shinshingtong into the door, "Madam, everything you want is ready. There are other pharmacists and doctors in the laboratory. Everyone has a good personality. I will introduce them to you later." Shinshingtong nodded, and after entering, he saw a group of people in white coats busy at their respective positions. Shinshingtong unconsciously became restrained and whispered to Go Chi Huang, "Dr. Go, I suddenly feel so stressed." Go Chi Huang glanced at the group of people pretending to be busy. "Madam, don't be nervous, you just need to make the medicine, and they will be the ones who are stressed after it is made." Shinshingtong scratched his head, and felt that what Go Chi Huang said made sense. So Shinshingtong tried to put on a serious face, and followed Go Chi Huang to his seat. Shinshingtong's position had a lot of space. Behind him was a row of cabinets filled with herbs, with the names of the herbs marked. In front of him was a large operating table, and there was a transparent floating stool. Go Chi Huang briefly explained the uses of the various instruments on the operating table, and then said to Shinshingtong, "If you don't want to be hit, you can press this button to block the sight and sound, and your operating table will raise a barrier." Shinshingtong nodded. "Okay, I understand." Seeing this, Go Chi Huang returned to his seat. He also had to customize Chu Xiao's treatment plan. Shinshingtong sat in front of the operating table, and secretly looked at the people around her. Seeing that everyone else was busy doing their own things, she breathed a sigh of relief, and found the necessary medicinal materials, and made the right amount. The app can make medicines, but here she still needs to synthesize the medicine by herself. Once she has the finished product, she can directly replace it with the medicine in the app. However, this is a bit troublesome, so Shinshingtong plans to negotiate with the Wanwu app to see if the app's potion can be changed in production methods and projected in reality, so that the finished product can appear directly in reality through her hands. Shinshingtong quietly asked the Wanwu app, and the Wanwu app thought about it for a while, and agreed to change the form directly, projecting the operation noodles on Shinshingtong's operating table. Others can't see it, only Shinshingtong can see it. In this way, Shinshingtong doesn't have to use the app secretly, and after the first batch is successfully made, she can make potions in the real world according to the formula. Although the potion produced is not as effective as the potency number made by the system, it is also a real potion that is effective for swallowing energy. The Wan Wu have also reminded Xinxing Tong, if you want to achieve the highest quality medicinal materials, it is best to use the medicine collected from the original star. Xinxing Tong thought about it and realized that she should indeed go back to the original star, but not yet. At least she had to wait until the egg hatched before she could go to the original star with confidence. After making all the preparations, Xinxing Tong began to carefully weigh the required medicinal materials, sort them, and put them into the material grid on the virtual board. To others, it seemed that Xinxing Tong was refining the medicinal materials one by one, and finally mixing and extracting the medicinal materials according to the steps, and finally turning them into finished medicines. Xinxing Tong's series of actions were as smooth as flowing water, and he was obviously an old hand at making potions. People who were a little skeptical that a person who had just passed the junior pharmacist exam could make a potion that devoured energy were convinced by Xinxing Tong's actions. If he had not made potions tens of thousands of times, he would not have such smooth movements. The amount was very accurate, and he did not even need to use tools to determine the amount. When the finished Lianga powder was made, Xinxing Tong smiled, and his smile became even bigger after seeing the system prompt. Liangasan, perfect in appearance, can remove the devouring energy in a primary infected person at one time, and can remove the toxicity of hundreds of poisons. Xinxing Tong shook the small bottle of medicine, cleaned up the operating table, put her phone in her pocket, and took the medicine to tell Go Chi-Huang. As soon as she looked up, she saw a lot of people around her operating table. They were all doctors and pharmacists, who were busy in other positions. Now they were staring at the medicine in her hand. Xinxing Tong was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. She didn't expect that a group of people who looked serious would suddenly become so enthusiastic. Go Chi-Huang walked over and said, "Be more restrained, you scared the lady." After that, Go Chi-Huang smiled and asked Xinxing Tong, "Madam, did you make it successfully?" Xinxing Tong came back to her senses, and didn't bother to ask anything else. She handed the potion to Go Chi-Huang and said, "Yes, Dr. Go, look, this is called Liangasan, but this is the first time I make it, and I haven't used it on anyone. Although this can clear the swallowed energy in the body of the primary swallowed energy infected person, it has not been clinically tested, so I can't guarantee the efficacy." Go Chi-Huang took it and looked at it. "I know, madam, don't worry, I will test the medicine, and then let the marshal arrange people to come and test it." Xinxing Tong nodded and said, "Let's talk about the test in 2 days. I will make a few more and try to collect more data." Go Chi-Huang nodded and saw a group of people staring at the medicine, and said helplessly, "I will go to the central operating table to test the data. You can see it if you want." Everyone immediately cheered and followed Go Chi-Huang. They have been studying the antidote for more than 10 or 20 years, and the shortest time is 5 or 6 years. Now they can witness the production of a breakthrough medicine with their own eyes, and it is not better than the primary antidote. The primary antidote only relieves suppression. They have studied this kind of medicine a long time ago, but the efficacy is not as good as the antidote. But Liang Gusen was different. They saw with their own eyes the potion made by Xinxing Tong, which could completely eliminate the energy devouring. Although it was only a primary infected person, it was a gap that they had not been able to break through for 100 years. Xinxing Tong stretched and opened the light brain to see that an hour had passed since lunchtime. Xinxing Tong remembered that Chu Xiao said he would pick her up for lunch at noon. After opening the message, she saw the message Chu Xiao sent her. "Are you done with your work?" "It was already an hour ago," Xinxing Tong hurriedly replied. I'm done. After sending the message, Xinxing Tong looked at the group of people over there with Go Chi-Huang, left a message for Go Chi-Huang, and left the laboratory. As soon as she went out, she saw Chu Xiao holding Danzai sitting on the sofa in the reception room waiting for her, and she didn't know how long he had been waiting. Xinxing Tong walked over and covered Chu Xiao's eyes from behind. "Guess who I am?" Danzai had already jumped out of Chu Xiao's arms, and jumped into Xinxing Tong's arms, and it was obvious that he missed Xinxing Tong very much. Chu Xiao grabbed Xinxing Tong's hand and said, "Why did it take so long? Did you encounter difficulties in making the medicine?" Xinxing Tong let go of Chu Xiao, walked to the front, and sat next to Chu Xiao, and said, "It's not difficult, it just took a little longer to make it for the first time. The medicine has been made, and Dr. Go will help with other things. He said I only need to worry about the medicine." Chu Xiao also laughed. "That's good, let's go eat first. Danzai missed you after not seeing you all morning." Chu Xiao paused and said, "I miss you too." Xin Tong looked up and smiled at Chu Xiao, and the next second he stood on tiptoe and kissed Chu Xiao unexpectedly. I miss you too. Chu Xiao couldn't suppress the smile on his face. After testing the efficacy of the medicine, Go Chi Huang and others who chased out to find Xin Tong stopped instantly. Go Chi Huang turned around and said, "Forget it, let's discuss it when Madam comes in the afternoon. If we go now, I'm afraid the marshal will take us to training." The group of people who couldn't wait to discuss the medicine with Xin Tong suddenly calmed down, and dispersed in twos and threes saying, "That's right, let's go eat, it's not good to be hungry all the time." Xin Tong and Chu Xiao had already gone to eat hand in hand. Danzai refused to come out of Xin Tong's arms, because he hadn't seen Xin Tong all morning. He was very clingy. After eating, Xin Tong took Danzai to take a nap, and Chu Xiao slept with him for a while. In the afternoon, Xin Tong woke up and saw that Danzai was still not awake, so she whispered to Chu Xiao, "Zhao, I'm going to the laboratory first. If Danzai makes a fuss, you can take him to me." Chu Xiao combed Xin Tong's hair. "Go, Danzai is here, don't worry." Xin Tong nodded, took his coat, and hurried to the laboratory. Go Chi Huang and others were analyzing the ingredients of Lianga powder, and those who were very good at hands-on were reproducing it. Seeing Xin Tong coming, a group of people didn't care about pretending, and immediately surrounded Xin Tong and started asking questions. Chapter 76. A group of people asked questions together. Xin Tong couldn't hear clearly at all, his expression was very confused, and he didn't know which question to answer first. Go Chi Huang rescued Xin Tong in time, and directly turned on the meeting mode of the laboratory. There was an empty space in the middle, and the conference table was raised. Go Chi Huang held a loudspeaker and said, "If you ask like this, which one should Madam answer first? Be quiet first, come and sit down and talk one by one." Everyone stopped and honestly went to the conference table to sit down. Xin Tong breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Go Chi Huang gratefully. Go Chi Huang asked Xin Tong to sit at the main seat at the conference table, and said to Xin Tong, "They have no other intentions, they are just too excited to see the results of the drug analysis." Xin Tong expressed his understanding, then looked at the others, and said seriously, "You can ask any questions you have, I will tell you everything I know." The drug ingredient list appeared directly in the middle of the conference table, and everyone could see it. A female pharmacist asked the question first. "Hello, Pharmacist Shen, my last name is Liu, and I am an intermediate pharmacist. I would like to ask, some of the ingredients in Lianga powder do not even belong to the scope of medicinal materials. How did Pharmacist Shen think of using these as medicine?" Xin Tong had already thought of the explanation, and replied with a smile, "This has to do with the acquaintance between Zhao. That is Marshal Chu. We were on the primordial star at that time. Everyone knows the situation of the primordial star. I also used some herbs from the primordial star to treat Zhao's wounds by mistake, and later found that these herbs contained ingredients that could suppress the swallowing of energy. After leaving the primordial star, I asked Zhao to find those herbs for me, and then analyze the ingredients in them. I also read some books and selected possible herbs for experimentation. Only then did I come up with the recipe for Lianga powder. However, the herbs I bought after leaving the primordial star were not as effective as those on the primordial star. I think if I want a more advanced antidote, I need to return to the primordial star." This statement is very convincing, because according to the orc situation, if it is serious, returning to the original star for a period of time can relieve the swallowing energy in the body. They also developed the orc version of the relief agent for this reason, so no one doubted Xin Tong's statement. Lu Ling nodded, and after sitting down, others also asked questions about the potion. Xin Tong answered them one by one. Of course, there were some questions that he couldn't answer, so Xin Tong said embarrassedly, "I haven't studied this aspect deeply. In comparison, I am actually not as good as you in research on potions. I still need to ask you some questions." Hearing Xin Tong's words, everyone laughed. It is common for everyone to have their own strengths in medicine. Everyone just specializes in different directions. Only by communicating with each other can we make progress. After the discussion, Lu Ling smiled and said to Xin Tong, "Pharmacist Shen, will you come to our dinner party after get off work?" Xin Tong thought about it and agreed. "Okay, no problem for me." After receiving the reply, Lu Ling notified others to have a dinner party in the evening, which also meant to welcome Xin Tong to the laboratory and celebrate the successful production of Lianga powder. Xin Tong sent a message to Chu Xiao, telling him about the dinner party in the evening. Chu Xiao told Xin Tong to go without worry and asked about the time. He planned to pick Xin Tong up after the party. After all, although this was just the headquarters, It was also the size of a city. If they had a dinner party, they might not have to go to a nearby restaurant. After get off work, everyone took off their white coats and changed their clothes and went to the restaurant they had booked for dinner. It was separated from the laboratory by a district. Lu Ling told Xinxing Tong that the restaurant was the best restaurant in the headquarters, and they loved to go there for dinner parties. Xinxing Tong was looking forward to it, and told Chu Zhao the place. After arriving, a large group of people asked for the largest private room and ordered drinks. After the dishes were served, they began to toast Xinxing Tong in turn. Xinxing Tong thought the drinks were delicious and drank a lot. After Xinxing Tong drank a round, her face turned red, and she looked a little dizzy. Lu Ling and others looked at each other and quietly asked Go Chi Huang, "Brother Go, how come Pharmacist Shen gets drunk after drinking juice?" Go Chi Huang shook his head. "I don't know, I haven't seen Madam drink before." "Wait, did you really order juice?" Lu Ling took a look. "It's juice. Oh, it has 5% alcohol content." "No way." Go Chi Huang had a headache. "I've never seen Madam drink. Why didn't you tell me earlier that it was an alcoholic drink?" Lu Ling scratched her head. "We usually drink this at dinner parties." Xinxing Tong was still dizzy and holding the cup to drink, accepting everyone's toast. Go Chi Huang sent a message to Chu Zhao, and then asked Lu Ling to replace the drink in Xinxing Tong's hand with a non-alcoholic one. Xinxing Tong was very well behaved when drunk, sitting down when asked to sit down, eating when asked to eat, which made Lu Ling sigh. "Pharmacist Shen looks young. Why did the marshal take her home?" Go Chi Huang shook his head. Maybe she fell in love with the marshal's face? Lu Ling felt the same way. Young girls are easily deceived by faces. Although the marshal is very devilish when training soldiers, I have never seen a better-looking face than him. No wonder Pharmacist Shen fell in love with him at such a young age. Go Chi Huang winked at Lu Ling, because Chu Zhao just came in with Danzai and heard Lu Ling's words. Lu Ling turned around and greeted with a smile. "Oh, it's the marshal. Pharmacist Shen is here. We didn't know that Pharmacist Shen couldn't drink much, and ordered alcoholic juice, and she drank a lot. Marshal, please take her back." Chu Zhao nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for taking care of Tang Tang. I will take her home now, and ask her to come back and treat you later." Everyone in the laboratory waved their hands and said, "Marshal, you are welcome. How did we take care of Pharmacist Shen? She took care of us. If it weren't for Pharmacist Shen, we would have no direction now." Chu Zhao nodded politely, helped Xinxing Tong up from her seat, and said, "Tang Tang, we are going back." Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Zhao and laughed. Chu Zhao said hello to Go Chi Huang and others, and hugged Xinxing Tong, and went out. As soon as they went out, Xinxing Tong started to make a scene and asked to be held. Chu Zhao had no choice but to stuff Danzai into Xinxing Tong's arms, and then picked her up. Compared to Works, Xinxing Tong was petite, and was held steadily in Chu Zhao's arms. The fit was perfect. Smelling the familiar scent, Xinxing Tong stopped making a scene and said with her eyes closed, "Zhao, you came to pick me up. I feel a little dizzy, but the juice is delicious. Can we buy some and keep it at home next time?" Chu Zhao responded to every word of Xinxing Tong. "Okay, I have someone buy it and send it over. What else does Tang Tang want?" Xinxing Tong smiled and moved around in Chu Zhao's arms. She pinched Chu Zhao's abdominal muscles and shook her head and said to herself, "Whose muscles are these? Oh, they are Tong Tong's husband's abdominal muscles. No wonder they feel so good. Hee, I won't let you touch them." After that, she pinched them again, and her hands were still moving back and forth on Chu Zhao's body. Chu Zhao was helpless and held Xinxing Tong's hand. "Little drunkard, you are still outside, go home first." After that, he stuffed Xinxing Tong into the hover car. In order to avoid Xinxing Tong's trouble, Chu Zhao deliberately turned on the manual driving mode and drove the hover car back. After sitting for a while, Xinxing Tong became restless again. She walked to the front and approached Chu Zhao and said, "Hey, why do I feel that this chair is shaking?" Xinxing Tong squatted beside the seat, holding her chin, with a confused look on her face. Chu Zhao was touched by Xinxing Tong's cute actions, and couldn't help but reach out and touch Xinxing Tong's head and told her, "Tang Tang, sit down." Xinxing Tong blinked, like a robot that received an order, and returned to his seat obediently motionless. The egg boy who was thrown on the seat next to him immediately jumped onto Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong subconsciously touched the round and smooth surface of the egg boy. Where did this egg come from? Well, I can make boiled eggs when I get home. Such a big one must be delicious, hee. Danzai, who was originally swinging happily, ? Danzai looked at Xinxing Tong accusingly. Xinxing Tong was still talking about fried eggs, steamed eggs, boiled eggs, and poached eggs. Danzai was unhappy and ran to Chu Zhao's arms, rubbing against him and acting coquettish. He was a cub, not to be eaten. Chu Zhao touched Danzai. Mom is drunk, Danzai, don't be angry. After returning home, Chu Zhao held Xingtong in one hand and Danzai in the other hand, and walked into the house. He put Danzai in the brooding bag and said, Danzai, sleep by yourself tonight, be good, Mom is drunk, Daddy has to take care of Mom, you know. Danzai has adapted to this new home in the past 2 days. As long as he is by Xingtong's side, it doesn't matter if he sleeps alone, so Danzai agreed. Chu Zhao pressed a button to close the brooding bag and turned on the silent mode. After doing this, Chu Zhao carried Xingtong to the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Xingtong began to be dishonest and stuck to Chu Zhao's arms. Chu Zhao looked at Xingtong dangerously and whispered, Tang Tang, I will not be polite if you make trouble again. Xingtong snorted, Why are you not polite? I'm not afraid, I touch. Chu Zhao, Xingtong not only touched, she also wanted to eat and take. Chu Zhao couldn't explain the reason to a drunkard, so he endured to wash Xingtong, changed her pajamas, and quickly took a shower. Then he carried the dishonest Xingtong out. After coming out, Xingtong clung to Chu Zhao like a koala, sniffing around, leaving several teeth marks on Chu Zhao's chest. Chu Zhao looked at Xingtong, patted Xingtong's butt lightly and said, Don't be angry tomorrow morning if you make trouble again. Xingtong twisted around on Chu Zhao and acted like a spoiled child. Why are you angry? I'd be angry if you don't let me hug you. Chu Zhao laughed in anger, telling Xingtong with his actual actions that he was really rude. When Xingtong sobered up the next morning, she pinched her waist and understood what Chu Zhao meant by rudeness. He was really rude. She hadn't stopped all night. When she woke up in the second half of the night, Chu Zhao still hadn't let her go. Xingtong gritted her teeth, turned over and sat up, biting Chu Zhao's arm. Chu Zhao hissed, turned his head and praised Xingtong. Tong Tong's teeth are very sharp, and the bite force is not bad. Xingtong, Xingtong silently pulled her clothes and went to wash. Chapter 77. The pink bubbles between Xingtong and Chu Zhao were obvious to everyone. Chu Zhao was in a good mood and was much gentler when training the soldiers. Chu Zhao patted Danzai, who was fussing and wanted to get off to play, and said softly, Don't make a fuss. I take you to find your mother during lunch. Danzai was a little reluctant. He wanted his mother to hold him, not to follow his father to train. Chu Zhao stuffed Danzai into his arms and continued training. Xingtong went to the laboratory. She also had to make other things to upgrade the progress bar. The experience required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 was 4 times more than that from level 1 to level 2. That is to say, Xingtong needed to spend more time to upgrade the production function to level 3, so as to unlock the antidote that could completely cure Chu Zhao. In the laboratory, everyone came early. Seeing Xingtong coming in, they all greeted with a smile. Xingtong responded one by one, and then walked to a seat. Xingtong found the materials for Lianga powder, and made a few more. Although this medicine could not completely remove the devouring energy in Chu Zhao's body, it would have some effect in relieving the suppression. Moreover, the system's products were better than the real ones. Xingtong planned to make more for Chu Zhao. The first time is the second time. Xingtong's production speed was obviously much faster. He also took the time to make some other things to accumulate experience. He made all kinds of medicines for children's night waking and kept them. The egg will hatch soon, so it doesn't hurt to prepare some medicines related to children. Xingtong was very serious when working, and automatically blocked out the outside world, so he didn't notice the change of time. Go Chi-Huang saw that it was lunchtime, and just when he was about to go over to remind Xingtong, he saw Chu Zhao carrying Danzai in. Go Chi-Huang stopped and walked over to greet Danzai. Danzai. Danzai still remembered Go Chi-Huang. When he was in the previous family, his mother would throw him to this uncle when she went out. Danzai touched Go Chi-Huang in a friendly manner. After greeting Danzai, Go Chi-Huang smiled and greeted Chu Zhao. Marshal, are you here to pick up your wife from get off work? Chu Zhao nodded and said, Well, where's Tang Tang? Go Chi-Huang pointed at Xingtong, who was still working hard, and said with a smile, Madam can hardly hear any sound from the outside world when she is making medicine. The marshal should go and call her himself. I won't disturb you too. Go Chi-Huang walked out after saying that. Chu Zhao walked to Xingtong with Danzai in his arms, and watched Xingtong extract the medicine seriously across the operating table. Chu Zhao did not disturb Xingtong, but just watched Shin Tong quietly. Danzai did not quite understand why his mother did not hold him even though he saw her. Danzai struggled in Chu Zhao's arms, and jumped out when Chu Zhao was not paying attention, and jumped onto the operating table, but he did not dare to make trouble, but just kept jumping on the operating table, trying to attract Shin Tong's attention. Shin Tong was completely immersed in the production, and didn't see Danzai. Danzai turned around aggrievedly, as if he turned around to look at Chu Zhao, and the whole egg exuded an unhappy mood. Finally, Wan Wuab couldn't bear to see the cub crying, so it took the initiative to pop up a prompt box. Host, Danzai is here. Shin Tong was about to continue, but when he saw the huge dialogue box popping up in front of him, he came back to his senses, hurriedly closed the production page, looked up, and saw Danzai looking aggrieved, and hurriedly reached out to wrap Danzai up. Danzai. Danzai was feeling aggrieved, but when Shin Tong picked him up, he immediately became happy, rubbing against Shin Tong's arms, and his mood became cheerful. After coaxing Danzai, Shin Tong looked at Chu Zhao and said embarrassedly, "Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Why didn't you call me?" Chu Zhao stretched out his hand to hold Shin Tong's. Shin Tong walked out from the side, while holding hands, stuffed Danzai into Chu Zhao's arms, turned back, and took the newly made medicine from the operating table and said, Zhao, take these, they are better than those outside. Dr. Go said that the primary antidote is useless to you. This should have some effect. Try it. Okay. Chu Zhao stuffed the result into his pocket. Shin Tong held Chu Zhao's hand, and said coquettishly, "Let's go. I'm hungry." Chu Zhao lowered his head, and kissed Shin Tong and said, "Let's go eat." "Are you busy this afternoon?" Shin Tong thought about it. The materials in the laboratory were not enough for her. There were still many materials in the formula she unlocked that were not available here, so she could only pick and choose what she had. But she couldn't use up all the materials because other people in the laboratory also needed these materials. The main purpose was to make more liangacin so that the numerous mild patients among the soldiers could completely eliminate the swallowed energy in their bodies. Well, I don't have anything to do for now. I talked to Dr. Go, and I won't go to the lab this afternoon. Chu Zhao, okay, are you still short of materials for making medicine? Shin Tong nodded. Very much, Zhao, I want to go back to Yuanxixing. Chu Zhao saw Shin Tong's serious expression, thought for a while, and said, Are there some materials that are only available on Yuanxixing? Shin Tong shook his head and said, Materials can be bought outside, but the new herbs on Yuanxixing will be more effective. Zhao, Dr. Go said that you are the most seriously infected among all people. I'm scared. Chu Zhao saw the uneasiness and worry on Shin Tong's face. Chu Zhao smiled and hugged Shin Tong into his arms and said, Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Tang can take her time. If Tang wants to go back to the original star, she has to wait a while. Shin Tong, don't worry. I have to wait until the egg hatches before I go. Otherwise, I can't bear to leave the egg. Don't you think so? Shin Tong touched the egg and kissed it. Chu Zhao's face was full of smiles. The greatest luck in his life was meeting Shin Tong. Shin Tong didn't go to the laboratory in the afternoon. She still had many recipes to increase her experience. This one was just right for her to make at home. When Danzai saw Shin Tong at home, he refused to follow Chu Zhao to the training ground. Chu Zhao held him in his arms, and Danzai jumped down. Finally, Shin Tong took Danzai and said with a smile, I'm taking Danzai with me today. Otherwise, your subordinates will laugh at you if you always carry Danzai on your back. Chu Zhao was a little helpless. No one will laugh at me. It's hard for a mother to give birth to a child. The father should put more energy in the subsequent childcare. Everyone is like this. Shin Tong pushed Chu Zhao out, saying, I know, go quickly, you're going to be late. After Chu Zhao left the house, he turned back and kissed Shin Tong and Danzai before leaving. Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji, who had been patrolling outside these days, reported that the Zerg had made another move. The last attack failed to hurt the Zerg King, and the Zerg King now seemed to have successfully passed the egg-laying stage and handed over the hatching work to the worker insects. If this is the case, the Zerg King will recover soon and attack. Shin Tong put Danzai in the stroller, which was parked at the kitchen door. A childcare robot followed. Shin Tong studied the ingredients in the kitchen and made the recipes in the recipe. She used to worry that she couldn't finish the food, but now she doesn't have this worry. There are many people here, and if she can't finish it, there won't be enough to share. So Shin Tong planned to make all the recipes to increase his experience bar. This afternoon, Chu Zhao's house was constantly filled with the delicious smell of food, and the patrol team passing by couldn't help but glance down. Shin Tong stopped when he saw that there was no more room on the table. The result of an afternoon was comparable to a full banquet. There were all kinds of dishes on the table, such as 4 happiness meatballs, squirrel mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, beggar's chicken, garlic ribs, boiled cabbage. Because there was no room on the table, Shin Tong also put some into the system backpack. These first-time recipes increased Shin Tong's experience bar by a large margin, and more recipes were unlocked as the experience bar grew. Shin Tong shook his arms, pinched his waist, looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, lowered his head, and turned on the light brain to ask Chu Xiao to come back for dinner, and sent messages to Hu Hingmeng, Hua Lili, Ha Sherlang, Go Chi Huang and others to come to his house for dinner. After sending, he picked a few things and packed them up, and asked the housekeeping robot to send them to Kuan Yusen. Speaking of which, Shin Tong had not seen Kuan Yusen since he came here, until Kuan Yusen lived in another area. Ding dong. Soon Shin Tong received a reply. Ming Ming, oh Tang Tang, I come right after training. Lili, I be right here. Ha Sherlang, did the madam cook for us? I be right here. Go Chi Huang, I bring some drinks. Tu Jiao, wow great, I've got delicious food right after I got back. Mao Yiji, when did the madam arrive? I be right here to eat. Chu Xiao, I be back in 10 minutes. Shin Tong turned off the computer, hummed a song while putting the dishes on the table, and then held Dan Zai and waited for Chu Xiao and the others to come. After a while, Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet, and Shin Tong received Kuan Yusen's message first. Kuan Yusen, you made it? It tastes okay. Shin Tong replied with a smile. If you like it, I make it, and send it to you next time. Kuan Yusen always said, but Shin Tong received a transfer. Transfer from Kuan Yusen, 99,999 star coins. Shin Tong's eyes widened. How many dishes did she send over? Kuan Yusen, I never take others' things for free. Shin Tong shook his head and muttered, you are still at Sundara. Then he honestly took the money. Meow. Tang Tang. The tabby cat jumped in from the window, walked to Shin Tong and changed back to human form. Shin Tong retracted his hand that was halfway stretched out to pet the cat, patted the sofa, and said, Lily, sit down quickly, Ming Ming and the others will be here soon. After Hua Lili sat down, her eyes were fixed on Danzai, who was round and rolled around in Shin Tong's arms, really like a fun ball of fur. Hua Lili tried hard to control her hands. Shin Tong saw that Hua Lili was staring at Danzai, so he stuffed Danzai into Hua Lili's arms, and said with a smile, Hold it, Danzai is very well behaved, not making any noise at all. Hua Lili swallowed her saliva. She wanted to change back to her original form to play with the ball. Chapter 78. Danzai looked at Hua Lili curiously, and friendlily slammed twice in Hua Lili's arms as a greeting. Hua Lili, Hua Lili turned back into a cat the next second, pushed Danzai to the ground, put its 2 front paws on Danzai, and started rolling around with Danzai. Danzai? Question mark. Danzai was rolled back and forth by Hua Lili in a daze, and the claws were retracted, and the paws were tentatively patted on its eggshell. Shin Tong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The way Hua Lili exposed her true nature was really too different from her usual human-like aloof and queenly style. Shin Tong was not worried about Danzai, because Hua Lili knew her limits, and Danzai's shell was thick. It was the wall and the ground that would be broken when it was smashed, not Danzai's shell. Besides, Danzai was also very happy that someone was playing with him. Danzai quickly found the rhythm under Hua Lili's claws, and started rolling and playing hide-and-seek with Hua Lili, having a lot of fun. When Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao came in together, they saw Hua Lili chasing Danzai all over the house. Otherwise, how can we say that cats have a natural instinct? Hu Hingming instantly changed into his original form, and a huge white tiger rushed towards Danzai. Fortunately, Tu Jiao hugged him in time. Calm down, Ming Ming. This is Tong Tong's home. You are not Lily. You are so big that you will break the wall. Hu Hingming froze, retracted his paws in disappointment, and lay there watching Hua Lili and Danzai playing, unable to help but raise his paws to poke Danzai. Shin Tong looked at Hu Hingming's beast form that occupied half of the living room, and finally understood why the first floor was all living room except for the kitchen. A living room that was not this big was indeed not very open for beast men to move around, and beast men liked to move around in beast form when they were relaxing at home. Ha Sherlang and Mao Yiji saw the situation in the living room when they woke up, and asked in confusion, What's going on? Ming Ming, do you want to eat more in the beast form? So insidious. Hu Hingming glanced at the one who was talking, snorted, and continued to stretch out his claws to play with Danzai. Danzai dodged back and forth under Hu Hingming's big claws and Hua Lily's flexible posture, and was very happy. Speaking of it, this was the first time someone played with it like this since it was born. Danzai liked Hu Hingming and Hua Lily in an instant. Meiji bypassed Hu Hingming's huge body and saw Hua Lily playing with Danzai, and immediately realized the reason why Hu Hingming changed back to the beast form. Ha Shirlang walked over and said with a smile, "Yo, Danzai is having a lot of fun today." Danzai stopped curiously when he heard the sound, and Hua Lily was still picking at Danzai. Xinxing Tong saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he walked over and said with a smile, Okay, it's time to eat, play after dinner." While saying this, he reached out and picked up Danzai. Hua Lily's eyes still revealed that she hadn't played enough, but she soon calmed down and returned to her human nature, as if it wasn't her who had been playing crazy with Danzai just now. Hu Hingming also changed back when he saw this. He walked to Xinxing Tong with a smile, held Danzai in his arms, and said, "Come on, hold him." Danzai was shy when he first came here, so I didn't play with him properly. Xinxing Tong patted Danzai and said, "Let your Aunt Mingming hold him for a while." Tu Jiao also came over and looked at Danzai curiously. It was the first time she saw Danzai. She reached out and touched Danzai and said, "It grows so fast, Tang Tang. When will Danzai hatch?" Xinxing Tong didn't know either. Although she had read parenting books, the orc world was different from her cognition. Moreover, the parenting book said that the hatching time of egg-born orcs was not consistent, so it was difficult to predict. As a professional doctor, Go Chi-Huang knew about this and said with a smile, "It is estimated that the egg will hatch in 5 to 7 months. The specific time depends on the growth of the egg. You should ask me instead of asking my wife." Xinxing Tong nodded. Dr. Go is right, but the growth data of the egg is very good, and it may hatch earlier. Tu Jiao suddenly realized and sighed. I always thought that the child of the marshal and Tang Tang was a live-born orc, but I didn't expect it to be an egg-born orc. Xinxing Tong said, "I think egg-born is convenient, and can be carried in the hand at any time. Live-born babies have to be carried in the brood pouch, which is not very convenient to take out." Tu Jiao nodded. That makes sense. I find an orc who lays eggs in the future. Hu Hingming dragged his chin to think about the feasibility. The main thing is that eggs are fun to lay babies. You can turn back to your original form and roll the babies around to play. When Chu Xiao came back, he saw a room full of people talking to Danzai. Chu Xiao took off his coat and hung it up casually, then walked over and sat down next to Xinxing Tong. "Why didn't you eat first?" Xinxing Tong turned around and said, "I'm waiting for you. Since you're all here, let's go eat." Then he invited everyone else to eat. The food on the table was kept warm, and there were dishes that everyone liked. As orcs, everyone had a big appetite. All the dishes that Xinxing Tong cooked in the afternoon were eaten up, and a lot of dishes made by the chef robot were added. After eating, they moved to the living room to play. Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji also brought gifts to Danzai as a greeting gift. It was not until Danzai felt sleepy that Hua Lily and the others left. Chu Xiao held Danzai and took Xinxing Tong upstairs to sleep. After Xinxing Tong came for a while, his life here was very regular. He went to the laboratory every few days, and usually made finished products according to the formula at home to accumulate experience. He would also go out for a walk with Danzai, and sometimes he would follow Chu Xiao to watch Chu Xiao train. It can be said that Xinxing Tong could not really feel the tension of preparing for war here, and had never seen the invading Zerg. The alarm sounded suddenly in the middle of the night, and Xinxing Tong was awakened. At a glance, Chu Xiao quickly changed into combat uniforms, with a quantum energy gun on his waist. Seeing Xinxing Tong awake, he quickly said, "Tang Tang, stay at home with Danzai, don't go out, and don't go to the laboratory." After saying that, he left. Xinxing Tong didn't even react. Danzai, who was sleeping in the brood pouch next to him, was also awakened. Seeing Chu Xiao hurriedly leave, Danzai jumped onto the bed in fear, and hid in Xinxing Tong's arms. Danzai didn't understand what happened. It was just the first time he saw Chu Xiao so serious, and instinctively sought protection from his mother. Xinxing Tong touched Danzai soothingly and said, "Don't be afraid, Danzai, Dad is just going to chase away the bad guys. He will be back soon, Mom is here." Danzai soon calmed down under Xinxing Tong's soothing. Half an hour later, there were sounds of mini fighter jets taking off outside. Xinxing Tong stood by the window and looked out, seeing countless fighter jets rising into the sky like stars. The original alarm sound also stopped, and the surroundings fell into silence. Xinxing Tong looked at the night sky worriedly. Now she couldn't help much. She couldn't fight, her combat power was almost zero, and she couldn't fly a fighter jet, so she couldn't cause trouble for Chu Xiao now. Xinxingtong pursed her lips, hugged Danzai, closed the curtains, walked back to the bed and whispered, "Danzai, let's wait for Dad to come back at home, okay?" Danzai seemed to sense Xinxingtong's uneasiness, and moved in Xinxingtong's arms, as if to comfort Xinxingtong. Xinxingtong could not see the war outside the planet, but occasionally he saw fireballs sliding across the sky and landing outside the base, which were quickly extinguished by the activated protection system. After about a day, Xinxingtong also saw injured soldiers being transported back for treatment by medical robots. The doctors and pharmacists in the laboratory also stopped their research on drugs and fully devoted themselves to treating the wounded. Xinxingtong felt uneasy waiting all the time, so she simply carried Danzai on her back and ran to Go Chihuang to help take care of the wounded, collect the wounded data, and see if there are any more suitable medicines in the system to treat the wounded, and then take them out for the wounded. Once she was busy, Xinxingtong stopped thinking about random things, and Danzai was quiet and didn't cause trouble for Xinxingtong. When she saw that Xinxingtong was tired, she even asked to stay at home and lay in the stroller to be taken care of by the childcare robot. Xinxingtong touched Danzai and kissed him, saying, "Danzai is so good, Mommy will take you with me. You can play in the stroller for a while, okay?" Danzai jumped happily, and Xinxingtong pushed the stroller and took the childcare robot that was taking care of Danzai to the treatment center. The battle with the Zerg started, and the treatment center was very busy. Most of the wounded sent here were induced by the Zerg to devour energy and lost their combat effectiveness. A small number of wounded were injured by torn protection, which was easy to treat. They would be repaired in the treatment chamber with broken hands and feet and some external injuries. The wounded who were infected with the devouring energy were difficult to deal with. Many of them were already infected in their bodies, and now the infection has aggravated the symptoms. The batch produced in a hurry in the laboratory was obviously not enough. Fortunately, Shi Lu set a batch of primary antidotes in time. Although it could not completely eliminate it, it could also alleviate and suppress the symptoms, so that these wounded would not lose their minds and combat effectiveness. Xinxingtong saw that a steady stream of wounded were sent back, and after the symptoms were relieved, they recovered and continued to return to the battlefield, and then they were infected again and sent back, and it kept repeating. Xinxingtong finally understood why the symptoms of infection kept getting worse. Moreover, Xinxingtong also thought that even if the ultimate potion was created, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. She would still be infected even if she cleared the disease. Her thinking was wrong from the beginning. The antidote was not the ultimate goal, but the antibody was. Only by developing a drug that could produce energy-eating antibodies in the orcs could the Zerg's energy eating not affect the orcs. After Xinxingtong realized this, she asked Go Chihuang, "Dr. Go, have you studied antibodies that can eat energy?" Go Chihuang looked at Xinxingtong in surprise, then smiled in appreciation. "Madam is very smart. I didn't mention it to you before because we didn't even have a clue about the antidote, and there was no progress in the research on antibodies." "Madam, are you suddenly asking about it?" Xinxingtong shook her head. "Not yet. I just thought of antibodies when I saw those soldiers being infected repeatedly." Go Chihuang nodded. "When this war is over, I will sort out all the information about antibody research for Madam. If Madam has any ideas, just tell us. We may have more ideas if we discuss together." Xinxingtong nodded. What Go Chihuang said did make sense. She was just a pharmacist who changed her job halfway. If it weren't for the system, she would not be as good as Go Chihuang and the others. Chapter 79. Xinxingtong put the matter of antibodies in his heart. After taking Danzai home and coaxing him to sleep at night, he took out his phone and found the Wanwu app and asked, "Xiao Wan, tell me, in addition to the solution for this energy swallowing, do you have any antibody formula for energy swallowing?" The Wanwu app appeared slowly after a long time. "Yes, and it's very simple. Just add something to the ultimate solution formula, but you have to study it yourself. The system is only responsible for unlocking the formula of the ultimate solution." Xinxingtong's eyes lit up, and she tried to ask further questions, but Wanwu app directly displayed, "Offline, do not disturb." Seeing that Wanwu app did not respond, Xinxingtong turned off her phone a little disappointedly and began to think about various possibilities. Although Wanwu app was not talkative before, Wanwu app would give a clear answer to whatever she asked. However, this question today was ambiguous, and did not tell Xinxingtong the exact answer. Xinxingtong guessed that Wanwu app could not tell her this question. Xinxingtong sighed. If it really didn't work, she could only use this method. After unlocking the formula of the ultimate solution, She found the relevant herbs, and added them one by one to try. Because of worrying about this matter, Shin Tong didn't sleep well at night. In addition, Chu Xiao was not around. Shin Tong always dreamed that she didn't make the ultimate solution. Chu Xiao finally degenerated into a beast without a mind, and was exiled to the primitive planet. Even she didn't recognize him. Shin Tong woke up with a sweat on his forehead. It was just dawn outside. Shin Tong calmed down for a while, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked down at Danzai, who was sleeping next to him. Seeing that Danzai was sleeping soundly, Shin Tong got out of bed quietly, put on a coat, and stood by the window to look at the sky. Even at this time, Shin Tong could see the occasional crash of fighter planes, which showed that the war outside the planet was very fierce. Shin Tong stood outside until the daybreak, then she came to her senses. She hadn't contacted Chu Xiao in the past 2 days, and didn't know how Chu Xiao was doing. Go Chi Huang often comforted her, saying that Chu Xiao was very strong and would be fine. Shin Tong turned around and picked up Danzai, who was still sleeping and didn't wake up even after being picked up. Shin Tong put Danzai into the brooding bag. She had to help treat the wounded today. When they arrived, Shin Tong found that everyone seemed to be much more relaxed, with smiles on their faces. Shin Tong's eyes lit up, and she asked Go Chi Huang, "Dr. Go, are Zhao and the others coming back?" Go Chi Huang nodded with a smile. "Yes, Xiuhua just sent back the news that we won. The invading Zerg have been completely wiped out, and our casualties are not many, which is within the controllable range. The Marshal and his men will come back after cleaning up the battlefield." The smile on Shin Tong's face gradually widened, and he hugged Danzai and kissed him, saying, "Danzai, Daddy is coming back." Danzai was also very happy. He saw clearly that Shin Tong was worried these 2 days. Now seeing Shin Tong happy, Danzai also shook happily. Shin Tong's smile remained on her face all day. After helping to deal with the last batch of wounded, Shin Tong went to prepare food and lianga powder. She thought it would be best if Chu Xiao, Hua Lily, and the others didn't need it when they came back. In case there was anything, there were ready-made medicines. The medicine she made was more effective than the batch in the laboratory. In the evening, Shin Tong saw dense fighters appearing in the sky. The leading fighter looked familiar. She had seen Chu Xiaokai before. Shin Tong immediately went to greet Chu Xiao with Danzai in her arms. The fighters have all returned to the base. The victorious soldiers are all very happy. This is the time when they have the least casualties. Moreover, those with mild symptoms have been treated in time, and the devouring energy in their bodies has not increased. In the past, after each war, there would always be a group of soldiers whose symptoms became worse, and they could not continue to stay on the battlefield, and were forced to retreat to the rear. But this time is different. They have the antidote for devouring energy. After returning, using the antidote will not increase the devouring energy in their bodies. Everyone can continue to fight until all the Zerg are wiped out. Chu Xiao talked with the soldiers fighting side by side, and informed everyone to remember to go to the emergency center to get Liangdasan and take it on time. After he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Shin Tong holding Danzai. Chu Xiao immediately smiled, gestured to the others, and then ran toward Shin Tong, hugged Shin Tong and said, "Why are you here?" Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao carefully, and confirmed that Chu Xiao was not injured before saying, "I was worried about you. There were so many injured people sent back in the past 2 days. Fortunately, you were not among them." Chu Xiao rubbed Shin Tong's head and said with a smile, "Tang Tang, don't you believe in my ability? I will be fine." Shin Tong also laughed, pulled Chu Xiao and said, "I cooked. Let's go back to eat. By the way, where are Lily and the others? Let them come too. I cooked a lot." Chu Xiao turned around and waved at Hua Lily and others, who had just got off the fighter plane, signaling them to come over. Shin Tong saw Hua Lily taking off her protective helmet. Her long hair was loose, and she walked over expressionlessly, stretched out her hand to stroke Danzai, nodded and asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao were a little depressed, and followed over and said weakly, "What's wrong?" Their faces were a little pale, and they were obviously not feeling well. Shin Tong looked at them for a while, and quietly took out his mobile phone to scan the two of them with Chu Xiao's cover. Adult female orcs, the energy devoured in the body is close to the burst value. Shin Tong hurriedly took out lianga powder, and fed each of them a bottle. Seeing that their faces had improved, he said, "Why didn't you say you were not feeling well?" After taking the medicine, the two felt much better. Tu Jiao sighed, "It's not that bad, I just want to go back and sleep." Shin Tong was a little unhappy, "But the devouring energy in your body is exploding, don't you feel it? Didn't you take the medicine I gave you when you left?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao felt a little guilty. They forgot when they left, and they relied on their abilities in outer space to hold on, and didn't come back to take the medicine, which led to the current result. Shin Tong knew it at a glance, sighed helplessly, pinched their faces and said, "Forget it. Don't be careless next time. I still have medicine here. Take it if you feel uncomfortable when you go back. Go back and rest, and have a good sleep." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao took the medicine and hugged Shin Tong and acted coquettishly. "Ah, Tang Tang, why are you so nice?" Shin Tong was still a little embarrassed, and pushed the two and said, Okay, go back and rest. I let the robot bring you food." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao nodded. They really needed to rest. Shin Tong asked Hua Lily and Mao Yiji and Ha Shilang, who had just come over, "Are you okay?" Ha Shilang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not Tu Jiajiao and the other two fools. I brought the medicine. The medicine given by the lady is really effective." Mao Yiji also nodded and said naively, "Yes, I brought medicine. It's okay. I'm just hungry." Shin Tong saw that the three people looked really good, so he took Chu Xiao's hand and took the three people back to eat. After seeing off Hua Lily, Mao Yiji, and Ha Shilang, Shin Tong hugged Chu Xiao and said, "Ah Xiao, are the Zerg difficult to deal with?" Chu Xiao put his arm around Shin Tong's waist and lifted her up, then hugged Shin Tong in his arms, with his arm under Shin Tong's thigh, and holding Danzai with the other hand, he said, as he went upstairs, "The Zerg itself is not difficult to deal with. Just kill it directly, but the moment the Zerg dies, it will release devouring energy, which the mecha and fighter jets cannot resist. Once the orcs inside the mecha and fighter jets come into contact with the devouring energy that penetrates the mecha, they will be infected 100%. According to the individual constitution of the warrior, they can no longer stay on the battlefield after being infected 3 times at most, which is the most troublesome. The Zerg reproduces very quickly. The Zerg King has a 3-month egg-laying period every year, during which hundreds of millions of new Zerg are born. The Queen of the ordinary Zerg also has a 1-month egg-laying period every year, so we cannot completely eliminate the Zerg. This is why this war has lasted for thousands of years. In summary, the Zerg is not afraid of consumption at all, but the orcs have no way to resist the energy devouring, resulting in a stalemate in the war. Over the past 1,000 years, the orcs were almost destroyed by the Zerg until the first emperor of the empire appeared and led the orcs to resist the Zerg outside the border. Subsequently, a large amount of manpower and material resources were spent to build this safety line. The beasts were able to recuperate. Shin Tong had also read about this history in books, but it was far less detailed than what Chu Xiao said. Chu Xiao put Shin Tong on the bed and changed back to beast form and lay on the ground. He needed to change back to beast form and suppress the devouring energy in his body with all his strength. Shin Tong hugged Chu Xiao's head and rubbed it. Xiao, I will find a way." Chu Xiao squinted his eyes and nuzzled Shin Tong, stretched out his claws to hold Shin Tong in his arms, and fell asleep with his eyes closed every once in a while. Chu Xiao had not closed his eyes for 3 days, and he also killed the queen insect second only to the insect king, and was very tired. Shin Tong quietly nestled in Chu Xiao's arms. When she saw Danzai jumping over, she gently waved and hugged Danzai and whispered, "Be good, Danzai. Don't make a fuss. Daddy is very tired. Let Daddy sleep for a while." Danzai seemed to understand, but he was very happy to stay in Shin Tong's arms. He listened quietly to Shin Tong reading the contents of the storybook. After a while, the breathing of the family of 3 became even. The next day, Shin Tong was awakened by a reminder from the light brain. When he opened the light brain, he found that it was a message from Ha Shilang and Shi Lu. Shi Lu, "Madam, has the marshal woken up?" Ha Shilang, "Madam, has the marshal woken up?" "Something's wrong." Shin Tong tied her hair up and replied, "Xiao hasn't woken up yet." After that, Shin Tong carefully placed Danzai in Chu Xiao's arms, changed her clothes, and tiptoed downstairs. Only when she went downstairs did she find Ha Shilang in the yard, looking a little anxious. Shin Tong asked Ha Shilang to come in and talk, and Ha Shilang asked in a serious tone, "Madam, I have something important to say to the marshal. Xiao is not in good condition." "Is this serious?" Shin Tong wanted Chu Xiao to sleep a little longer. Ha Shilang nodded. "Something happened on the imperial capital star. Shi Lu said that His Majesty was seriously ill. The situation on the imperial capital star was not right. His Majesty has not yet stated who will succeed the next emperor. Although the eldest prince is a little unreliable, he and others have a certain amount of troops. The current situation is not good. Some people have asked the marshal to go back as soon as possible, and even proposed to abandon the border line." Xin Tong understood the seriousness of the matter as soon as he heard it, and said to Ha Shirlang, I go call a Zhao, you wait. Chapter 80. Xin Tong trotted upstairs. Chu Xiao was still sleeping. Xin Tong hugged Chu Xiao's head and shook it, saying, Ah Zhao, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Xiao Ha wants to talk to you about something. Chu Xiao moved, but his eyes were not open. His paws held Xin Tong accurately, and he even made a coquettish snoring sound. Xin Tong patted Chu Xiao's paws. Ah Zhao, stop making trouble. Get up quickly. Xiao Ha wants to talk to you about something important. It's from the Imperial Capital Star. Xiao Ha looks very anxious. Chu Xiao then opened his eyes, and reluctantly nuzzled Xin Tong, then let go of Xin Tong, picked up Danzai and put him on the bed, and turned back into human form, went into the bathroom to wash and change clothes, and came out much more energetic, and pulled Xin Tong downstairs. Ha Shirlang stood up when he saw Chu Xiao and said, Marshal, the situation on the Imperial Capital Star is not right. Chu Xiao had seen Shilu's message, nodded and said, I know. Give orders to strengthen the border patrol during this period. Let Xiaohua lead people to invite Princess Yusin, and tell her that Tang Tang hasn't seen her for a long time, and it's a good thing that we won this time, so please invite her to dinner. Ha Shirlang got up without saying anything, and went to find Quan Yusin. Xin Tong looked at Chu Xiao blankly. Me? Chu Xiao lowered his head, and kissed Xin Tong and said, well, it's just an excuse, and besides. Chu Xiao suddenly showed a wronged expression. Don't you think Princess Yusin is pretty? Xin Tong didn't look at Chu Xiao out of guilt, and then she became justified. So what? She just looked at him. As the ancients said, food and sex are human nature, and besides, she also likes to look at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao pinched Xin Tong's face. Are you hungry? Xin Tong touched her stomach, and was indeed a little hungry. Chu Xiao went to the kitchen to cook 2 bowls of noodles. Although the chef robot was very convenient, Chu Xiao remembered that Xin Tong didn't like the food cooked by the chef robot. In comparison, Xin Tong would eat more of what he cooked. When she lived in the Imperial Capital Star before, Xin Tong also tried to cook by herself. Xin Tong followed into the kitchen and said when she saw Chu Xiao busy cooking, Don't worry, let the chef robot do it. Chu Xiao had already put the noodles into the boiling water, and said without turning his head, Don't you dislike eating food made by robots? Xin Tong was a little surprised. She didn't even notice it herself, but she did prefer to eat what she made herself, because the food made by the chef robot always gave her the feeling of pre-made food. It's good to eat it occasionally, but if you eat it all the time, it seems to taste the same. Chu Xiao had already served 2 bowls of noodles, put them on the dining table and said, Eat quickly. After saying that, he threw the pot into the dishwasher. Xin Tong and Chu Xiao sat face to face eating noodles. Chu Xiao's income was not bad, and Xin Tong liked to eat noodles. As soon as the two finished eating, Ha Shirlang brought Quan Yusin over. Chu Xiao and Xin Tong went out to greet Quan Yusin. As soon as they went out, they saw Healing Star getting off the hovercraft, looking at the yard with a bit of disgust, and walked to Xin Tong very arrogantly. Did you invite this princess to come? Tell me what's the matter. If this princess is in a good mood, it's not impossible to agree. Xin Tong felt a little strange. Quan Yusin's attitude seemed to be wrong, but Xin Tong didn't show it on her face. Instead, she smiled and said, I haven't seen the princess for several days. I have recently researched new dishes. It just so happens that a Zhao and the other's one, so please come and try it. Princess, come in quickly. Then he made way for Quan Yusin to come in. Quan Yusin ignored Xin Tong and Chu Xiao and walked in. After 2 steps, she suddenly turned back and said to the people following her, You just wait outside. This place is not as small as mine. If you all come in, I won't have a place to stand, which will affect my mood for dinner. Quan Yusin's followers looked at each other, and were about to say something when Ha Shirlang came over with a smile and said, Come on, come on. What's the matter with Madam inviting the princess to dinner? Everyone come over here and sit down. Don't make the princess angry. 7 or 8 followers thought for a while, before following Ha Shirlang to the pavilion on the side of the yard and sitting down. Ha Shirlang calmly asked the guards to greet these people, and went into the house. After entering the house, Quan Yusin's expression became much calmer. She sat on the sofa, folded her hands on her legs, and raised her chin. Tell me, what exactly did you ask me to do, Marshal Chu? It was obvious that Quan Yusin knew from the beginning that it was Chu Xiao who was looking for her. Chu Xiao pulled Xin Tong to sit opposite Quan Yusin and said, Does the princess know about the matter of the Imperial Capital Star? Quan Yusin raised her lips. I know, my good uncle and sister have said many people to me. Chu Xiao nodded. What are you going to do, princess? Kuan Yusen opened the folding fan in her hand, and said with a smile, Wait, it's not chaotic enough. Chu Xiao frowned. Princess, I agreed to what you said before, but we can't continue to make trouble. This move is not good for the people. If it's delayed for too long, I'm afraid the border will be in chaos. Kuan Yusen raised her eyebrows. What's the hurry? Do you really think that His Majesty has been a vegetarian for so many years? Ha Shilang walked in and said, Princess, what you said is wrong. Your Majesty is naturally capable, but the Marshal is worried that someone is colluding with the Zerg. The Marshal told us what the princess meant. I suggest that the princess cut the Gordian knot and return to the Imperial Capital Star to control the overall situation and suppress those politicians with ulterior motives before our Marshal changes his mind. Shin Shingtong finally understood what Kuan Yusen wanted to do, and showed a respectful look. It turned out that Kuan Yusen wanted to become the emperor. Kuan Yusen snorted and laughed. Wait another half a month. I don't believe that Marshal Chu can't wait even half a month. Don't worry, as long as His Majesty doesn't order Marshal Chu to go back, Marshal Chu will keep his troops in place. The Marshal controls most of the military forces. Chu Xiao thought for a while. Okay, if the situation on the Imperial Capital Star is still the same after half a month, please consider the people more, princess. Kuan Yusen looked at Chu Xiao steadily, and after a long while, she said regretfully, You are really a qualified warrior, but it's a pity that you are married. Otherwise, if I marry you, my reputation among the people will definitely surpass all those who are qualified to inherit the throne. Chu Xiao shook his head. The princess and I are not the same kind of people. Kuan Yusen curled her lips and looked at Shin Shingtong and said, You have good taste. Shin Shingtong showed a proud look, but in fact she felt a little guilty, because at the beginning, she didn't regard Chu Xiao as a human being at all, and couldn't say whether her taste was good or not. She stayed with Chu Xiao to survive, and later followed Chu Xiao back to the Orc Society, and only then did she really like Chu Xiao during their interactions, although half of it was because Chu Xiao's face was so handsome. Later, Chu Xiao talked with Kuan Yusen about this matter for a while. After lunch, Kuan Yusen left. As soon as Kuan Yusen left, Ha Shilang said, Marshal, Princess Yusen's words cannot be fully believed. I can't see through her mind, but from the fact that she has not revealed any intention of wanting the throne for so many years, I know that she is definitely not simple. I am worried that she will cross the river and burn the bridge. Chu Xiao said, I know, but it seems that she is a smart person at present, and she has been learning about the battle with the Zerg since she came here. Princess Yusen at least did not try to give up control of the border for the throne. As long as the border is safe, the people inside the border will not be harmed. Chu Xiao has Shin Shingtong in his heart, and those innocent people in his heart. He joined the army because he didn't want history to repeat itself. History books have recorded the tragic situation after the Zerg crossed the border. Chu Xiao didn't want to see that scene in reality. Shin Shingtong looked at Chu Xiao and said, How can being a princess be easy? I don't think any member of the royal family is easy. Anyway, things are not that bad yet. Gao's current responsibility is to resist the Zerg. I will work hard to research the ultimate antidote. Xiaoha, don't worry. Ha Shilang helplessly looked at the calm couple, wiped his face and said, Okay, I was too worried. Shin Shingtong chuckled. I didn't mean to say you were too worried, don't worry. Ha Shilang waved and walked out. Okay, I won't bother the Marshal and his wife. I'm leaving first. The Marshal should have a good rest during this period. I take care of the rest. Chu Xiao nodded, and as soon as he left, Chu Xiao lay on Shin Shingtong, as if he had no bones, and put his arms around Shin Shingtong. Tang tang. Shin Shingtong pulled Chu Xiao's hair. Okay, I take a nap with you. As he said that, he dragged Chu Xiao, who seemed to have melted, upstairs. Chu Xiao put his head on Shin Shingtong's shoulder and squinted his eyes, letting Shin Shingtong lead him. After returning to the room, the two remembered that they had forgotten Danzai, but Danzai was very well behaved and had a lot of fun playing in the room. When he saw Chu Xiao carrying Shin Shingtong in, Danzai immediately ran into Shin Shingtong's arms. Fortunately, Chu Xiao stretched out his hand to block and grab Danzai, who had grown a lot. Otherwise, Shin Shingtong felt that her ribs would be broken by the unsuspecting Danzai. Chu Xiao changed back to his animal form the next second and lay lazily on the ground. He held down the eager Danzai with one of his front paws, and wrapped his tail around Shin Shingtong to bring him to his neck. He could kiss Shin Shingtong by lowering his head, and Chu Xiao was very satisfied. Danzai was not very satisfied, and tried hard to break free from Chu Xiao's claws, and he was not satisfied and jumped in protest. Chu Xiao was in a playful mood, and he raised his paws to roll Danzai. Danzai was very small for Chu Xiao's big paws, so Chu Xiao controlled the strength. Danzai gradually found the fun in playing, and didn't care what Shin Tong was doing, and concentrated on playing with Chu Xiao's paws. Shin Tong was imprisoned on the scales on Chu Xiao's neck. The scales were cool, and would open and close with Chu Xiao's breathing. Shin Tong had never observed the scales on Chu Xiao's neck so closely before, and was a little curious. Chu Xiao felt Shin Tong pulling his scales the next second. Chu Xiao didn't understand and lowered his head to look at Shin Tong. Shin Tong was discovered and took back his hand awkwardly, smiling silly and explaining, "I just wanted to see." Chu Xiao rubbed Shin Tong to express his dissatisfaction with the scales being pulled. Shin Tong hurriedly patted the scales because she pulled them, and immediately took them back and stopped moving them. "I don't want to play anymore, Dahe, don't be angry." Chapter 81. Chu Xiao rested at home for more than half a month. Except for eating Shin Tong, he kept his beast form. Ha Shirlang and others seemed to know that Chu Xiao needed to rest, so no one came to disturb him. Even Go Chi Huang didn't ask Shin Tong why he didn't go to the laboratory. He just came to record Chu Xiao's physical data with instruments every 2 or 3 days, and left after confirming that there was no abnormality in the data. Shin Tong wrapped in a quilt, and looked at Chu Xiao, who had changed back to human form vigilantly. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong innocently. "What's wrong with Tang Tang?" Shin Tong said tactfully, "Ah Xiao, isn't it time for you to go to work?" Chu Xiao fell weakly on Shin Tong, and hugged Shin Tong. "Oh, my head hurts a little." Tang Tang. Shin Tong, Although she had been fooled by this trick many times in just half a month, Shin Tong couldn't help but hug Chu Xiao's head, and press Chu Xiao's head and asked, "Are you feeling better? Do you want to ask Dr. Go to come and see?" Chu Xiao rested his head on Shin Tong's legs, and shook his head. "No, Tang Tang, just let me lie down for a while." Shin Tong grabbed Chu Xiao's dishonest hand and warned, "If you keep doing this, I will take Danzai and run away from home." Chu Xiao opened his eyes, and looked at Shin Tong pitifully. He knew that Shin Tong would fall for this trick. Shin Tong really couldn't do anything to Chu Xiao. He lowered his head, and kissed Chu Xiao's forehead. Xiao, you are becoming more and more childish." Chu Xiao's data returned to normal before he was ready to handle official business. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, and pinched her waist that was sore from overwork. Because Chu Xiao hadn't been out for half a month, Shin Tong wanted to go out for a walk after sending Chu Xiao away, and went upstairs to bring Danzai down. Danzai has grown a lot in the past half-month. Shin Tong can hardly hold Danzai, and can only push Danzai in a stroller to play. As soon as he left the yard, he saw Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao coming together. They were obviously looking for Shin Tong. When they saw Shin Tong, they raised their hands to greet him and said loudly, "Tang Tang, you are finally out." Shin Tong's eyes lit up and walked over to ask, "Are you feeling better?" Hu Hingmeng patted his chest. "I am fine. The medicine Tang Tang gave me is super effective. I can kill 10 zergs in one breath now." Shin Tong smiled at Hu Hingmeng with curved eyebrows. Hu Hingmeng suddenly approached Shin Tong, and looked him up and down. His nose moved, then he stepped back and said, "Hey, the marshal has no self-control. He has marinated Tang Tang." Tu Jiao's nose is not so sharp, and he looked at Hu Hingmeng in confusion. "Huh?" Hu Hingmeng waved his hand. It's okay. I mean, Tang Tang is full of the marshal's aura." Shin Tong was still laughing at first, but after hearing what Hu Hingmeng said, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he asked with wide eyes, "Do I smell?" Hu Hingmeng chuckled, put his hand on Shin Tong's shoulder and said, "It's not a taste, it's just a metaphor, but Tang Tang is indeed full of the aura of a marshal. The marshal is too stingy, and this is not the way to declare sovereignty." Shin Tong just felt socially dead, mainly because Hu Hingmeng's expression was a bit obvious. Shin Tong secretly swore to let Chu Xiao sleep next door tonight. Tu Jiao covered her mouth and laughed, pulling Shin Tong to Hu Hingmeng and said, "Meng Meng, don't say it. Tang Tang won't go out with us if you say it again." Hu Hingmeng covered his mouth and rolled his eyes. "Tang Tang, do you want to go outside?" Shin Tong's face was still red, and when she heard Hu Hingmeng's question, she said, "Where to go?" Hu Hingmeng pointed outside the base and said, "Outside, when we were free, we would occasionally go there to hunt some prey and bring it back for a snack." Shin Tong looked in the direction Hu Hingmeng pointed. There was a jungle outside the base. Shin Tong missed the jungle. It happened that she was a little bored these days, so she quickly nodded and agreed. Just looking at Danzai, Shin Tong scratched her head. What about Danzai? Hu Hingming chuckled. Take it with you. Danzai is so well behaved anyway. We will be back before dinner. Shin Shingtong nodded and followed Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao to board the fighter plane and headed straight for the forest outside the base. Hu Hingming stopped the fighter plane in the forest, got off the fighter plane and changed into a beast. He roared towards the forest, scaring the birds and beasts in the jungle to scatter. Hu Hingming's tiger face showed a happy smile, and turned back to look at Shin Shingtong proudly. Tu Jiao also turned into a huge light pink lop-eared rabbit, and stood behind Shin Shingtong. Danzai was so happy. He had never been to the wild since he was born. When he saw Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao transformed into animal forms, he immediately jumped down from the stroller, and happily jumped around Shin Shingtong. Hu Hingming laid down and motioned Shin Shingtong to get on her back. After Shin Shingtong climbed up, she let Danzai come to her arms. In a strange place, Shin Shingtong didn't dare to let Danzai run around. After Shin Shingtong sat firmly, Hu Hingming happily ran into the forest, and Tu Jiao followed behind. Shin Shingtong lay on Hu Hingming's back with bright eyes, holding Danzai with one hand. Although he couldn't hold her, Danzai had a good balance and stayed steadily on Hu Hingming's back, looking very happy. Hu Hingming ran for a while, then took Shin Shingtong to hunt the deer and wild boars in the forest. After killing a few, Hu Hingming stopped and dragged the prey back, shaking his head as he walked, looking very happy. Strictly speaking, Tu Jiao is a herbivorous beast man. Although she can also catch prey, Tu Jiao usually doesn't catch them. She brought back many wild fruits and some plants. Shin Shingtong climbed down from Hu Hingming's back and waved to Danzai, who was still not satisfied. Danzai, come down quickly. Danzai was a little reluctant. She still wanted to play. Hu Hingming raised his paw and shook it to signal Shin Shingtong that it was okay, then carried Danzai back and forth. Tu Jiao changed back to human form and gave Shin Shingtong a fruit and said, "This is delicious, Tang Tang, try it." Shin Shingtong also loves to eat fruit, and her eyes lit up after taking a bite. The fruit tasted very good, and it was obvious that it was carefully selected and the most delicious fruit. The two sat on the ground and watched Hu Hingming play with Danzai. After watching for a while, Shin Shingtong couldn't sit still anymore and stood up to pull the grass. It was mainly a habit developed on the primitive star, and she always wanted to pull the unfamiliar grass when she saw it. After pulling up a handful of grass, Shin Shingtong saw a little squirrel crawling over in a listless manner, sniffing around on the ground, and finally biting a blade of grass and eating it, and soon became lively. Tu Jiao followed and saw the scene and said, "This squirrel must have been bitten by a poisonous insect. This grass grows near the poisonous insect, and the instinct of the little animals makes them eat this grass to survive." Shin Shingtong suddenly felt that the fog in her heart was peeled off. Yes, did she forget it? As the saying goes, there must be an antidote within 7 steps of the poison, and the materials for making immune antibodies must be found from the Zerg. Shin Shingtong stood up happily and patted Tu Jiao's shoulder vigorously. "Pepper, great, thanks to you for reminding me." After that, he said to Hu Hingming and Danzai, who were not far away, "Ming Ming, come back quickly, let's go back first. I have something important to do." Hu Hingming ran back in 2 or 3 steps, tilted his head to look at Shin Shingtong. Shin Shingtong happily grabbed Hu Hingming's head, and happily hugged Hu Hingming's face, and said, "Ming Ming has made a breakthrough in the problem that has troubled me for a long time. Thanks to you and Jiaojiu for taking me out today, let's go back quickly." Hu Hingming turned back into human form, looked at Shin Shingtong blankly, and then looked at Tu Jiao. Tu Jiao spread her hands. She didn't know what happened to Shin Shingtong. However, the two knew that it was probably something very important. They didn't waste time. They carried Danzai and dragged the processed prey back to the fighter plane and flew back to the base. After returning to the base, Shin Shingtong got off the fighter plane, looked around, and stuffed Danzai into Hu Hingming's arms and said, "Ming Ming, help me send Danzai back. I'm going to the laboratory to find Dr. Go." After saying that, Shin Shingtong ran away. Hu Hingming held Danzai blankly, looked down at Danzai, and then looked up at Shin Shingtong, who ran away, scratching his head. "Then let's go play." Danzai couldn't believe that his mother threw him to Aunt Ming Ming and ran away. Danzai shook in Hu Hingming's arms. If he had broken out of his shell, he would definitely cry loudly by now. Tu Jiao parked the fighter plane and walked over. "Where's Tang Tang?" "Hu Hingming, I don't know. She said she was going to the lab, threw Danzai to me and ran away." Danzai didn't look very happy. Danzai didn't disbelieve, he was very unhappy. He was about to jump out of Hu Hingming's arms, and the direction he jumped was the direction Shin Shingtong went. Hu Hingming hugged Danzai and coaxed him. "Hey, Danzai, stop making trouble. Your Aunt Jiajia and I will play with you. When Tang Tang is done, she will come to find you. Come on, I will take you to play with the uncles who are training. Hu Hingmeng hugged Danzai and took Tuju to the training ground. She didn't know how to take care of a child who hadn't even spoken yet, but it was definitely right to take an orc baby to the training ground to play. Hu Hingmeng went to the training ground she was in charge of. Although she was on vacation today, it was not impossible for her to go. The orcs who were training on the training ground greeted Hu Hingmeng with a smile when they saw him coming over. Lieutenant Colonel, aren't you taking a break today? Why are you here? Don't worry, we're not slacking off. Lieutenant Colonel, who's in your arms? Oh my god, Lieutenant Colonel, you're too fast. You have a baby in one night? Hu Hingmeng waved his hand in annoyance. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? This is the Marshal's child. His wife asked me to help take care of it today because she has something to do. The orcs laughed and continued to train. Danzai was curious when he saw many orcs who had changed back to their original forms and were practicing against each other. He stopped looking for Xin Tong and stayed in Hu Hingmeng's arms. After a while, he jumped out of Hu Hingmeng's arms to watch for himself. As he watched, Danzai jumped into the orcs group, jumping around everywhere without any fear. He was accidentally hit by an orc who was practicing against him and flew away. Danzai flexibly turned in the air to find a place to land and jumped back. He didn't feel any pain and was having fun. The orcs who hit Danzai were very nervous at first, fearing that their eggs would be damaged. Later, they found that the eggs were very solid and would not be damaged at all, so they all started playing with Danzai. Danzai was having fun and was covered in mud. Hu Hingmeng changed back to human form when he saw that it was too late to play and took Danzai back. Tu Jiao looked at the dirty Danzai and asked Hu Hingmeng with a guilty conscience, Meng Meng, Danzai played so dirty, will Tang Tang be angry when we go back? Hu Hingmeng felt guilty and patted Danzai and said, Danzai, we will send you home and leave soon. If Tang Tang gets angry, you will have to bear it yourself. Danzai, ? Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao had already quickly sent Danzai to Xin Tong's house and ran away as soon as the door was closed. They didn't even dare to see if Xin Tong had come back. After all, Danzai had always been a white, tender, cute and clean Danzai in Xin Tong's hands. After she took care of him for a long time, Danzai became a beggar. Hu Hingmeng couldn't help feeling guilty. Chapter 82. After Xin Tong and Hu Hingmeng separated, they went to the laboratory and found Go Chi Huang and said, Dr. Go, are you busy now? Go Chi Huang was adjusting the program of the robot to produce Liangison to increase the output. Seeing the hidden excitement on Xin Tong's face, he handed the work to others and said with a smile, Madam, have you made any new discoveries? Xin Tong nodded, and Go Chi Huang simply took Xin Tong to the small conference room. Dr. Go, I went to the forest with Ming Ming and the others today, and saw that some small animals would find detoxifying grass to eat when they were poisoned. The detoxifying grass usually grows near the poison, so I thought, should we still start with the Zerg when studying antibodies? Go Chi Huang nodded. That's true, but so far, we haven't entered the Zerg's territory. Even if we want to study, how can we study without samples? Xin Tong thought, what about the Zerg corpses? Why not study the Zerg corpses? The devouring energy comes from the Zerg itself. Why are the Zerg not affected? This shows that the Zerg itself has antibodies. So why didn't the orcs bring the Zerg corpses back for research? After so long, someone must have thought of this, and the orcs are not stupid. Go Chi Huang sighed. The devouring energy on the Zerg corpse will continue to emit. We can't risk dragging the corpse back to infect the entire base. Xin Tong was a little discouraged, but soon cheered up and said, if the dead ones don't work, just catch the living ones. I remember you said that the devouring energy will only be emitted when the Zerg dies. The living Zerg are not contagious, so let's study the living ones. Go Chi Huang looked at Xin Tong as if he had seen a ghost. Xin Tong asked curiously, why are you looking at me like that? Is it difficult to catch them alive? Go Chi Huang shook his head slowly. It's not difficult, but the law clearly stipulates that live experiments are not allowed, don't you know? Xin Tong blinked. Zerg? Do they also have Zerg rights here? Go Chi Huang scratched his head. It seems not. Xin Tong clapped his hands and said, that's it. Besides, they have harmed so many people. What's wrong with catching them to study antibodies? Go Chi Huang thought about it and felt that it was feasible. But if you want to catch Zerg alive, you have to tell the Marshal. Xin Tong nodded. Okay, I talked to Zhao about this tonight. After the discussion, Go Chi Huang smiled and shook his head. I thought Madam was weak before, but I didn't expect that Madam is as decisive as the marshal. Shin Tong smiled embarrassedly at the compliment, got up and said goodbye. When he went back, he thought that Danzai was being watched by Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao, so he didn't have to worry, so he simply went to pick up Chu Xiao after work. Chu Xiao was listening to someone report on the summary of the battle with the Zerg. When he heard that Shin Tong was here, his frown relaxed and he raised his hand and said, I know, you can handle the aftermath by yourselves, and the pensions for the casualties will be issued on time. That's all for today. The person who reported nodded and left with the documents. Shin Tong entered Chu Xiao's office, and when he saw Chu Xiao, he walked over and sat next to him and asked, when will Xiao get off work? Chu Xiao reached out and touched Shin Tong's head. It will be ready soon. Where is Danzai? Shin Tong smiled. Let Meng Meng help me watch it. I just went to see Dr. Go for something. Meng Meng will take Danzai home later, and I will pick you up after get off work. Chu Xiao signed the last document, packed it up, asked someone to take it out, stood up, stretched out his hand to Shin Tong and said, go home. Shin Tong stood up with Chu Xiao's strength and walked out with Chu Xiao's arm. When they arrived at the door, Shin Tong found that the lights were on and said, it must be Meng Meng and the others who brought Danzai back. Then he got out of the car and went in. When he opened the door, Shin Tong looked at the gray ball with patterns that was jumping around and refused to be wrapped by the childcare robot. The size looked familiar. Shin Tong rubbed his eyes and turned back to say jokingly to Chu Xiao behind him, it seems that there is an extra egg in our house, but it looks dirty. Could it be Danzai's friend? Chu Xiao looked over and fell silent when he saw the gray egg. The gray egg boy saw Shin Tong coming back and immediately jumped toward Shin Tong and tried to rush into Shin Tong's arms. Shin Tong opened his eyes wide and stepped back. Chu Xiao stopped Shin Tong and whispered, it's the egg boy. The egg boy stopped in front of Shin Tong, seeming to wonder why Shin Tong didn't hold it. Shin Tong reached out and picked up the egg boy when he heard Chu Xiao say it was indeed the egg boy. After looking around, he stuffed it into Chu Xiao's arms. The egg boy has changed so much. So much personality? Before Chu Xiao opened his mouth, Danzai became happy, jumped down from Chu Xiao's arms, and then jumped around in the living room, imitating the scene of playing with the orc warriors in the afternoon. Shin Tong didn't understand at first, and it took a while for him to realize what Danzai was doing. He opened the light brain and dragged out Hu Hingming's dialogue box to send a voice message. Meng Meng, what did you take Danzai to do? Hu Hingming replied hesitantly, feeling guilty. Just went to play. Shin Tong helplessly took a clean wet towel and waved at Danzai, who was having fun. Danzai, come here, Mom will wipe you. You look so dirty, I thought you were a strange egg from somewhere, and I almost didn't recognize you. Danzai paused, and ran to Shin Tong with his head down, as if he realized that he had played too much by himself, and his eggshell was dirty. No wonder his mother always hugged him. Shin Tong sat cross-legged on the carpet, and wiped Danzai's eggshell, smiling and said, our Danzai is great, he can play by himself, is he happy to play with Aunt Meng Meng? I asked your Aunt Jiao. She said Danzai is very good, he played with dozens of orc uncles in the training ground without losing. Danzai instantly became energetic, and held his head high. Shin Tong wiped the dust off the shell of Danzai, patted Danzai and said, children should eat, drink and play, but next time if you make it so dirty, you must let the childcare robot clean it for you, otherwise what if the dirty Danzai gets sick? Danzai shook forward vigorously, as if nodding. Shin Tong hugged Danzai and rubbed and kissed him. Oh, my Danzai is so cute. Chu Xiao, who went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, turned around and saw this scene and smiled unconsciously, waving at the mother and son. Come and eat. Shin Tong got up and said to Danzai, come on, Daddy has prepared the meal, let's go eat. Danzai jumped around Shin Tong's feet. Although he couldn't eat yet, his parents would prepare a place for him when they ate. Danzai liked to eat with his parents. After eating, the couple took Danzai upstairs, soaked him in nutrient solution, and then lay on the bed to talk. Shin Tong lazily nestled in Chu Xiao's arms, and Chu Xiao was telling Danzai a fairy tale. After coaxing Danzai to sleep, Chu Xiao put down the fairy tale book and lowered his head to kiss Shin Tong. The drowsy Shin Tong immediately woke up, turned over and lay on Chu Xiao's chest, his eyes sparkling, and said, Ah Zhao, is there any way to catch a living Zerg? Chu Xiao, who was about to make a move, what weird things is this Tang Ting thinking about again? Shin Tong looked serious. It's like this, I discussed the matter of swallowing energy antibodies with Dr. Go today, because the imperial law clearly stipulates that live experiments cannot be conducted, So although Dr. Go and others have speculated on finding antibodies from the Zerg, they have not thought about finding a way from living Zerg. I'm different. I don't know the Imperial law. Besides, when the Zerg are alive, unless they pierce the orcs' bodies with their claws, the devouring energy will not be transferred to the orcs. The Zerg themselves seem to be unaffected by the devouring energy, so I want to catch a live one to study. Chu Xiao thought for a while and said, Zerg invasions are irregular. Are you in a hurry? Xin Shingtong shook his head. No, there are still some details that have not been finalized. If the Zerg is caught, there must be a place to lock it up and not let it escape. There are also protection issues, and whether a separate laboratory is needed. I just mentioned this to you first. If Ah Zhao has no objection, I will have a meeting with Dr. Go and pharmacist Lu tomorrow to discuss the feasibility of this matter, and then formally submit the application. Chu Xiao shook his head. We have discussed it. Don't submit an official application. Just tell me directly. I will take people to catch a live one. Although Xin Shingtong didn't understand, she knew that Chu Xiao must have his reasons for saying so, so she nodded and agreed. Chu Xiao hugged Xin Shingtong's waist and pressed down, rubbing Xin Shingtong's shoulder, and said with a nasal tone, Don't talk about official business at home. Xin Shingtong tried to break free, but failed, and fell on Chu Xiao's chest panting. The next day, Xin Shingtong got up a little late. Chu Xiao had already left, and left a note in the kitchen to remind Xin Shingtong to eat. Danzai was not there either. Xin Shingtong read the note, and realized that Chu Xiao had taken Danzai with him. After eating, Xin Shingtong moved around for a while before going out to the laboratory. Go Chihuang had already mentioned this matter to others, and they would discuss it as soon as Xin Shingtong arrived. Xin Shingtong initially thought that someone would have objections, but as soon as he started to raise the issue, everyone agreed unanimously, and said that an underground area could be divided in the existing laboratory area to build a place to hold live Zergs, and a pharmacist who specializes in drugs would provide anesthetics that could knock out the Zergs. The meeting went very smoothly. In less than half an hour, the specific plan was perfected. The meeting ended smoothly, and everyone was waiting for the live Zerg to be transported back with excitement. Xin Shingtong swallowed his saliva and quietly complained to Go Chihuang, Dr. Go, why do I feel that everyone is a little eager to try? Are we really a formal laboratory? Go Chihuang said with a smile, It can't be more serious. Everyone has been tortured by the devouring energy for a long time. Now that there is a breakthrough, they are naturally excited. What does the marshal say? Xin Shingtong made an okay gesture. No problem. Ah Zhao said that we don't need to go through the official application documents. After we are ready, he will personally lead the team to capture the Zerg and bring it back. Go Chihuang nodded. It is indeed impossible to go through the official documents. It is best for the marshal not to go. Once this matter is known by someone with ulterior motives, someone will use this as a breakthrough to attack the marshal. Madam, go and talk to Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha has many tricks, and he can come up with a better capture plan. Xin Shingtong went to find Ha Shirlang without saying a word. She didn't know until she arrived at the base that although Shi Lu was nominally the commander, it was actually the seemingly unreliable Ha Shirlang who was giving advice here. Chapter 83. Ha Shirlang was a little surprised to see Xin Shingtong coming to him, and asked with a smile, Madam, why did you come to me? Xin Shingtong said, I'm here to talk to you about serious matters, don't be so playful. Ha Shirlang shrugged, Okay, what's the matter, madam? Xin Shingtong repeated the story seriously. Ha Shirlang said after listening, This is easy to say, there is no need for the marshal to take action for this matter, just do it quietly, but it costs money to do this, and it cannot be done through the military account. Let me calculate how much it will cost, madam. Don't be stingy with the money can only be paid from your account. Xin Shingtong nodded. The money is easy to talk about. Ah Zhao's money is all here. If it's not enough, I find a way. Ha Shirlang laughed when he heard it. That's enough. Okay, madam, go back first. I contact someone to ask. I tell you when there's a result. Xin Shingtong breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Ha Shirlang stopped Xin Shingtong and said, By the way, madam, Princess Yusin returned to the Imperial Capital Star early this morning. The situation there is not very good. Madam, be careful. The base is not completely safe. Xin Shingtong nodded. Ha Shirlang usually wouldn't say that. Xin Shingtong understood what Ha Shirlang meant. After returning home, she would not go anywhere else except the laboratory and reduce contact with strangers. She couldn't hold Chu Zhao back. When Chu Zhao came back at night, he looked a little unhappy. Xin Shingtong took Danzai from Chu Zhao's arms and asked curiously, Zhao, what's wrong with you? Chu Zhao looked at Xin Shingtong and shook his head. Nothing. Although she said nothing, she actually exuded the aura of unhappiness. Shin Shingtong put Danzai aside, stood on tiptoe, hugged Chu Xiao's neck and asked with a smile, "You still say nothing? I can tell you are unhappy at a glance. Did someone make you angry?" Chu Xiao lowered his head, dragged Shin Shingtong's waist and said, "No." Shin Shingtong thought for a while, and said tentatively, "Is it related to me?" Chu Xiao stopped talking. Shin Shingtong kissed the corner of Chu Xiao's mouth directly. "Did someone say something about me?" Chu Xiao hugged Shin Shingtong, and sat down and said, "No, it was Xiao Ha. He said he contacted Yu Lai and commissioned the Eagle Mercenary Group to capture Live Zerg. Tang Tang, I am better than him." Shin Shingtong laughed, sat on Chu Xiao's lap, pinched Chu Xiao's face, and said, "Are you jealous?" Chu Xiao buried his face in Shin Shingtong's shoulder, and nodded sullenly. Shin Shingtong pulled Chu Xiao's hair, messed up Chu Xiao's hair and said, "What's there to be jealous about? Didn't you beat up that guy in Kiasher? It's not convenient for you to come out and capture the Zerg now. Xiao Ha said that many people are waiting to make trouble for you. Once they know that you are in charge of the live experiment, they will not miss this opportunity. Of course, you don't care about these, but the less trouble the better." Chu Xiao shook his head childishly, but Ing Tiasher asked Tang Tang to hand over to him. Shin Shingtong held Chu Xiao's head and pointed at Danzai and said, "I take Danzai with me, and Ing Tiasher probably thinks it's fun to go against you. Don't be jealous, business is more important." Chu Xiao silently hugged Shin Shingtong and acted coquettishly, tacitly agreeing with Shin Shingtong's statement. Then Chu Xiao got busy. The laboratory also prepared the underground laboratory. Shin Shingtong occasionally heard a word or two from the news from the Imperial Capital Star, saying that the old emperor was seriously ill, and Princess Yusin took over the power from the eldest prince as soon as she returned, overpowering other uncles to control the royal family, and is currently arguing with the parliament and the military. Shin Shingtong was not interested in those things. She just wanted to research antibodies as soon as possible and upgrade the app to solve the bomb buried in Chu Xiao's body. After everything was ready, Ha Shirlang came to find Shin Shingtong. "Madam, Deputy Captain, you said that Ing Tiasher asked to see you, otherwise he would not accept this commission." Shin Shingtong thought of Chu Xiao and asked, "Can't we find someone else besides him?" Ha Shirlang spread his hands. "I want to find other mercenaries. First, Ing Tiasher is indeed the strongest among all mercenary groups. Second, after Ing Tiasher learned of our intentions, he directly said that if other mercenary groups dared to accept this mission, he would take the mission target. Although this guy is annoying, he has good credit, so I can only agree to him." Shin Shingtong sighed speechlessly. "Well, where are we going to meet him?" Ha Shirlang said, "They are outside the base cordon. We need to drive the spaceship over there. I will let Lao Mao and Lili escort you there. It will take about a day and a half to go back and forth. I can't leave here. I will send the negotiation content to Madam." "Madam, just do what I say." Shin Shingtong nodded. "I go pack up and say that Danzai is bored here, so take him out for a walk." Ha Shirlang nodded. "Okay, if you take Danzai with you, let Meng Meng and Jiao Jiao go with you." After making the arrangements, Ha Shirlang decided to set off after lunch. Shin Shingtong went back to pack up, said something to Chu Xiao, and set off with Danzai. Hua Lili and Mao Yiji came out under the name of patrol. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao set off with Shin Shingtong, and the two teams met in outer space and went to the agreed location together. The Flying Eagle mercenary group stayed on a large meteorite, which was well camouflaged. If it weren't for Yuliafa's coordinates, they wouldn't be able to tell that half of this huge meteorite was disguised as a starship. After entering the starship of the Flying Eagle mercenary group, Shin Shingtong pushed Danzai and walked in front. Hu Hingmeng was beside him. Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji followed behind. Yu Lai had been waiting there for a long time, and when he saw Shin Shingtong, he smiled and said, "Miss Shin, long time no see." After saying that, he looked at Danzai in the car with some surprise. Shin Shingtong embarrassedly adjusted her hair and said, "This is Danzai, the child of Ah Zhao and me, deputy leader, long time." "Child? What child?" Ing Tiasher jumped out angrily, his eyes full of disbelief, and pointed at Danzai and asked, "Yu Lai, Captain, calm down." Ing Tiasher looked at Danzai and gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter, I can be a stepfather, I will treat this kid as my own." Shin Shingtong, question mark. Hu Hingmeng, question mark. Tu Jiao Jiao, question mark. Mao Yiji, question mark. Yu Lai covered his face and pulled Ing Tiasher speechlessly. "Captain, don't make trouble, I would not agree to your request to meet if I had known." Ing Tiasher snorted. "Forget it, for Tong Tong's sake, I will accept this commission. By the way, Tell Chu that it's 100 million, not a cent less. Shin Tong looked at Yulai, then looked at Ingtiaoshi, who was not convinced, sighed and ignored Ingtiaoshi, and said to Yulai, "Okay, remember, I want to live, and I will provide strong anesthesia and liangacin, which is an upgraded antidote that can remove the devouring energy in the body of the primary infected. While you are capturing live Zerg, I will provide your mercenary group with enough medicine." Ingtiaoshi didn't realize what Shin Tong meant. He squatted in front of the stroller, looking at Danzai with deep hatred, and was about to stretch out his claws to poke the eggshell, but was pulled back by Yulai. Yulai's eyes lit up. "So Mission is a pharmacist. Great, we haven't heard of this Lianga powder, but those primary antidotes are also very useful. So it is also a drug developed by Mission?" Shin Tong nodded and admitted that there was no need to hide this. "Yes, Lianga powder has not been launched yet, and it will be available in a while." Yulai calculated in his mind and smiled even more. "Okay, Mission, don't worry, we will complete this task as soon as possible. We hope to cooperate with Mission further at that time. I hope that Mission can come again when we hand over the task target." Shin Tong nodded. This is of course no problem. She doesn't understand other things, but she still understands the principle of having more friends and more ways. Ingtiaoshi is annoying, but Yulai is still very reasonable. Hu Hingmeng saw that the matter was over, and said to Shin Tong seriously, "Madam, should we go back? Danzai seems to miss the marshal." Shin Tong was stunned. Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiao, and Hua Lili never called her madam. They always called her Tang Tang. Why did she call her madam? Tu Jiao was looking at Ingtiaoshi, who was squatting in front of the stroller with caution. Her hand had already been on the stroller to pull Danzai back. Ingtiaoshi was faster. He took Danzai up when no one was paying attention, and held him in front of him to look left and right. Tu Jiao immediately stepped over, and tried to snatch Danzai back. Ingtiaoshi glanced at Tu Jiao and snorted, saying, "What's the hurry? I just want to take a look at this kid." Tu Jiao stared at Ingtiaoshi, but didn't dare to really grab it. Although Danzai was indeed very strong, this was someone else's territory, so Tu Jiao had to look at Shin Tong. Shin Tong looked at Ingtiaoshi unhappily, and went straight to Yulai. "Deputy Captain, can you take care of him?" Yulai. "Captain, if you really like him, go find a life for yourself, and put someone else's baby down." Ingtiaoshi put Danzai back in the stroller as if nothing had happened, raised his chin and said, "Can't I take a look now? Why do I look like a vicious person who would attack an unhatched child?" Shin Tong answered perfunctorily, "Not really, you, Captain Ing, are the kindest." Ingtiaoshi was proud. "You are sensible, but isn't Chu Xiao a live-born orc? How come your cub is an egg? Could it be that this baby looks like its mother? So you and I are both egg-born orcs? Hey, then we are really a perfect match." Shin Tong looked at Ingtiaoshi with a hard time explaining, and finally chose to ignore Ingtiaoshi, and said to Yulai, "Then we have a pleasant cooperation. I go back first, and I have someone send you the medicine later." Yulai nodded, and sent Shin Tong away. Ingtiaoshi tried to keep Shin Tong and told him not to go back, but was suppressed by Yulai. When they were riding the spaceship back, Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao said, "Tang Tang, that Ingtiaoshi looks so weird. Does he like you?" Shin Tong shook her head. "No, he just likes to go against a Zhao. He cheated a Zhao and Xiao Ha on the original star, but their deputy leader Yu is a good person, so there should be no problem if we cooperate." Hua Lili turned around and grasped the key point in an instant. The leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group is the Marshal's rival in love. Hu Hingmeng nodded immediately. "Jiaojiu and I both think so." Hua Lili's mouth curled up slightly. "I said that Tang Tang is so cute, it is possible that the Marshal is the only suitor." Tu Jiao corrected, "Lily, the Marshal and Tang Tang are legally married, not suitors." Hua Lili waved her hand. "That's not important." Shin Tong was helpless. "Let's not talk about this. Let's go back early, Danzai is sleepy." Hua Lili quickened her pace and rushed back. Chapter 84. Chu Xiao has been absent-minded since Shin Tong left. Ha Shirlang brought a document for Chu Xiao to sign, but Chu Xiao looked at it for a long time without reading a single word. Ha Shirlang stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chu Xiao. "Marshal?" Chu Xiao came back to his senses. "What's the matter?" Ha Shirlang pointed to the document to be signed. "This is the pension signature, and that General Fan is about to take office. The military's transfer order states that General Fan will take over the basic training of the soldiers and the mecha operation. It is said that his mecha operation is comparable to that of the Marshal." Chu Xiao said, "As long as he is capable, let him take charge." Ha Shirlang nodded. "Okay, I understand." After saying this, Chu Xiao was a little distracted again. Ha Shirlang sighed. Marshal, look at the time, the madam and the others should be returning soon. If you are worried, fly a patrol plane to patrol the periphery and greet the madam by the way. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he stood up and patted Ha Shirlang on the shoulder. Xiao Ha, I leave this to you. I go on patrol. After saying this, he took his hat and went out, leaving Ha Shirlang to deal with the rest. Chu Xiao flew out in a patrol plane, circled around star number 1, then opened the route map and flew out along the route to meet Shin Tong. Not long after he left, he ran into the battleship Shin Tong was on. Chu Xiao opened the contact and asked, Tang Tang, is everything going well? Shin Tong was connected by Hua Lily, who snorted and said in a sarcastic tone, Are you worried that Tang Tang won't come back? And you came in person. Chu Xiao ignored Hua Lily's words. Hua Lily had been liking to be sarcastic with him for a long time. Shin Tong was sleeping with red eggs. When he heard Chu Xiao's words, he smiled and said, It went smoothly. Deputy Commander, you agreed. However, Ing Tiasher asked for 100 million star coins, which I also gave. I will send some Liangda powder to Deputy Commander Yu later, as well as corresponding drugs and anesthetics. Chu Xiao nodded, turned the patrol plane back, and said, These are all no problem. After all, we need to go deep into the Zerd territory. In addition, Xiao Ha will arrange a gap in the defense line for the Eagle mercenary group to pass through, and will also prepare support personnel. After returning to the base, Chu Xiao got off the patrol plane first and walked to the spaceship to pick up Shin Tong. Shin Tong held Danzai with some difficulty. Now Danzai was getting bigger and bigger, and Shin Tong could not hold it anymore. At the same time, she felt that it made sense to take it out in advance, otherwise she could not imagine whether she could walk with such a big thing in her belly. Chu Xiao took Danzai and held it easily with one hand. With the other hand, he held Shin Tong's hand and hugged her in his arms. By the way, he pinched Shin Tong's waist, which was a little sore because of holding Danzai, and asked with his head down, Are you tired? Shin Tong shook her head and whispered, Danzai finally fell asleep, don't wake him up. Chu Xiao lowered his head and kissed Shin Tong's forehead. Thank you for your hard work, Tang Tang. Shin Tong was a little embarrassed and whispered, Lily, and the others are still here. Chu Xiao looked back. Hu Hingming Tu Jiao immediately retracted his gaze, pulled Hua Lily and said, Oh, I'm so tired, Lily, let's go back to sleep. Mai Yiji scratched his head, looked around, and finally chose to pretend not to see it, and ran back to sleep. Chu Xiao looked down at Shin Tong, as if to say, no one is watching. After returning home, Chu Xiao put Danzai in the breeding bag to sleep, hugged Shin Tong and said, I am unhappy that I didn't see you all day today. Shin Tong pushed Chu Xiao, but didn't push him. Ah Xiao, you have become so clingy, and I haven't been away for a long time. Chu Xiao lowered his head and rubbed Shin Tong's shoulder. Ing Tiaosher has bad intentions towards you, and I am unhappy. Shin Tong had to hug Chu Xiao and coax him. Okay, I won't see him anymore. Chu Xiao nodded with sparkling eyes, and changed back to his beast form to hold Shin Tong in his arms, wagging his tail contentedly. Shin Tong yawned, found a comfortable position to sleep on Chu Xiao, probably because she was used to sleeping like this on the original star, so Shin Tong slept particularly peacefully. Next, Shin Tong waited for news from Yulai, upgraded the app, and played with Danzai with Chu Xiao. In addition, Shin Tong found that Chu Xiao was indeed becoming more and more clingy, and he wished he could grow on her every day. Even when he went to the training ground, he took her with him, letting Shin Tong and Danzai sit beside him to watch him train. He thoughtfully prepared a recliner, snacks and drinks, and in short, he didn't let Shin Tong leave his sight. Shin Tong was a little helpless. She actually wanted to go to the laboratory to take a look, but when Chu Xiao saw that she was leaving, he turned back into his beast form and squatted beside her. Shin Tong softened her heart and had to follow Chu Xiao with the materials. However, in this situation, Shin Tong privately asked Go Chi Huang, and the answer she got was that there was no problem, Chu Xiao was fine. Shin Tong was skeptical and tried to scan Chu Xiao with his phone, but Chu Xiao knew what Shin Tong's phone was for. Every time Shin Tong took out his phone, he would accurately cover the phone with his hand or claws to prevent Shin Tong from taking pictures. In this way, even if Shin Tong believed in Go Chi Huang's professionalism, he couldn't help but doubt it. After being dodged by Chu Xiao again, Shin Tong grabbed Chu Xiao's ears and said, Xiao, tell me the truth, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiao drooped his beast head and let Shin Tong pull his ears without saying a word. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao helplessly, hugged Chu Xiao's head and rubbed it, saying, Ah Xiao, You must tell me if there is anything, otherwise I will worry. If you tell me, I can work with you to find a solution. Don't hide it from me." Chu Zhao blinked his eyes to show that he knew. Shin Tong reached out to comb Chu Zhao's hair, took a comb to smooth Chu Zhao's hair, combed down a lot of hair. Shin Tong showed Chu Zhao, and smiled and said, "Look, if you don't tell me what's wrong with you, you are worried about losing hair. Ah Zhao, you are going to become a bald lion." Chu Zhao tilted his head and rubbed against Shin Tong's arms, pretending not to hear what Shin Tong said. Shin Tong sighed and collected the hair comb from Chu Zhao. She wanted to use it to knit a small piece of clothing for Danzai. That day, Chu Zhao was training soldiers in the training ground. Shin Tong sat beside Danzai and watched, twisting the wool in her hands. Ha Shirlang suddenly came over and said, "Marshal, General Fan is here." Chu Zhao stopped and motioned for others to continue. He walked out of the training ground. Shin Tong handed a towel to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao wiped half of his sweat and asked, "Where is he?" Ha Shirlang said, "Wait for the marshal in the reception room." Chu Zhao nodded, went to pack up Shin Tong's things, and said to Shin Tong, while holding Danzai, "Let's go to the office." Shin Tong stood up and said, "Aren't you going to discuss official business? How about I take Danzai home first?" Chu Zhao shook his head. "I be fine soon, we go back together later." Shin Tong was helpless, and bowed to Ha Shirlang and asked, "What happened to Ah Zhao?" Ha Shirlang spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. When walking to Chu Zhao's office, Shin Tong took the wool she had been spinning these days from Chu Zhao and said, "Don't carry it, I carry it." Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong and didn't insist. He let go and gave the thing to Shin Tong. When they walked to the reception room, Chu Zhao pushed the door open. Shin Tong was about to take Danzai to wait next door when he was pulled in by Chu Zhao. Shin Tong had no choice but to turn around and ask Ha Shirlang to take Danzai to the office to prevent Danzai from making trouble later. When entering the reception room, Shin Tong saw a male orc sitting inside, who was about the same age as Chu Zhao, maybe a little younger. He was looking down at the information in his hand. He looked up when he heard the noise. He looked very young, with peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, and diamond-shaped lips slightly pursed. The military jacket was casually placed aside, and he was only wearing the black shirt inside. When he saw Chu Zhao coming in, he showed a friendly and polite smile, stood up and stretched out his hand and said, "Marshal Chu, nice to meet you." Chu Zhao held Fan Huai's hand and nodded, "General Fan, hello." Fan Huai took his hand back and saw Shin Tong beside Chu Zhao. He was stunned for a moment before smiling and said, "Is this the marshal's wife?" Shin Tong came back to her senses and nodded politely, "Hello, my last name is Shin." Chu Zhao pulled Shin Tong to sit down, and Fan Huai said, "Madam Shin, it seems that the marshal and his wife are very affectionate." Chu Zhao poured water for Shin Tong, then looked at Fan Huai and said, "I have received your transfer order. A war just ended some time ago. The Zerg will not come for the time being. The basic training of soldiers and mecha battles will be handed over to you. If you have any questions, you could always find Colonel Ha and General Ji. They are responsible for this area." Fan Huai paused. Before coming here, he thought Chu Zhao would embarrass him or leave him alone. He was prepared to be embarrassed, but Chu Zhao didn't mean to embarrass him at all. He even arranged his position according to the content of the transfer order. No, there might be more difficulties later. All the generals in the Border Star system are actually from Chu Zhao's faction. Unlike the garrisons in the Capital Star and other places, all the generals here only listen to Chu Zhao. You can't place people in the Capital Star. This time, Chu Zhao finally took advantage of his one-year effort in the original star to transfer him to the Border Star system. Chu Zhao must have a trick up his sleeve. Fan Huai's mind changed, and he smiled and nodded calmly. "Okay, I'm new here, and I've been stationed in other star systems before. I don't know much about the work here. I hope you can give me more advice in the future." Chu Zhao nodded. "If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Admiral Fan needs to adapt to the Border Star system as soon as possible to prevent the Zerg from invading." Fan Huai nodded, and Ha Shirlang came in from outside and said to Fan Huai with a smile, "Hello, Admiral Fan, I am Ha Shirlang, a colonel. From today on, I will help Admiral Fan familiarize himself with the work related to basic training." As he said that, he asked the robot behind him to bring up the information and put it in front of Fan Huai. Seeing this, Chu Zhao said to Fan Huai, "Xiaohua will tell you the specific process. I leave first." As he said that, he took Shin Tong's hand and left the meeting room to work, find Danzai, and then go home. Seeing Chu Zhao leave, Fan Hui casually flipped through the information that Ha Shirlang brought and asked, "Colonel Ha, does the marshal have any opinion on me?" Ha Shirlang smiled and said, "General Fan is overthinking. The marshal will not have any opinion on anyone. The marshal's wish is to eliminate the Zerg, and then travel around with his wife." Fan Hui smiled, and it was hard to tell whether he believed it or not. The next day, he followed Ha Shirlang to participate in the basic training of soldiers and mecha combat work. It must be said that although Fan Hui was sent by the military, he had good professional skills. Ha Shirlang saw that Fan Hui had done it, so he left it alone and gave it to Fan Hui. Here, as long as they were useful to the army, they never asked the other party what their purpose was. Chapter 85. Fan Hui worked doubtfully for a few days, and found that no one cared about him, and he didn't even find anyone watching him. It seemed that no one cared about one more or one less general here. Everyone was training hard and following his training methods seriously. Chu Xiao never asked about his work content, but he had to write a report for Chu Xiao to review every week. After a few days, Fan Hui almost forgot that the purpose of his coming was to take over the power in Chu Xiao's hands. He felt the purest military life here. He only needed to do a good job in training and be vigilant against the Zerg invasion at all times. Fan Hui began to question everything said by those generals who retreated behind the scenes. They said Chu Xiao had his own army and was waiting to replace the royal family after destroying the Zerg. Fan Hui had observed these days and felt that it was not the case. At least all the soldiers here respected Chu Xiao. He also learned from the soldiers that every time the Zerg attacked, Chu Xiao was always the most difficult to deal with. The well-known serious injury to the Zerg king also caused Chu Xiao to be seriously infected with devouring. If it were not for Chu Xiao's high physique level, I am afraid he would have died long ago. Ha Shirlang sent the training report to Chu Xiao and mentioned, "Marshal, I think General Fan is really capable of becoming a general at such a young age." After he received training, the strength of the soldiers is indeed improving. The next time the Zerg attacks, they will have a higher chance of successfully repelling the Zerg. Chu Xiao looked at the training report and nodded. Okay, after he adapts, we can give him the basic training plan for other areas. Ha Shirlang agreed and said, "There is news from Yulai. They successfully crossed the border and are sneaking into the Zerg territory. In addition, Yulai asked us whether to capture ordinary Zerg or high-level Zerg." Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong on the side. Tang, you tell me." Xin Tong thought for a while and said, "Safety is the most important thing. Ordinary Zerg are also worth studying." Ha Shirlang nodded. He understood that he couldn't use up all the people at once. "Okay, I got it. I replied to him later." As soon as Ha Shirlang left, Chu Xiao automatically hung on Xin Tong and held Xin Tong tightly. Xin Tong was helpless and patted Chu Xiao's arm and said, "Don't you have something to deal with? Go to work." Chu Xiao held Xin Tong and returned to the desk, holding Xin Tong with one hand and handling documents with the other. Xin Tong gave up struggling and leaned on Chu Xiao's arms to study the formula materials. Recently, Shi Lu sent news that the primary antidote was very effective. Although the price was very low to facilitate the infected people to buy, it was still profitable. In addition, there was a subsequent upgraded version of Liangacin. Many businessmen who heard about it put forward cooperation requirements, and the shares of Xingxing Pharmaceutical Company have been rising. In short, they made a lot of money, and most of it will be used as military expenses for the Chu army. Shi Lu also said that they finally don't have to worry about military equipment this year, and the expression on her face is visibly happy. There is also the matter of Quan Yusin. It is said that the old emperor's organs are all failing and aging, and the royal family's struggle is getting more and more intense. Quan Yusin is busy grabbing power, and winning the support of the people to take the throne. Quan Yusin's uncles will naturally not give up. They fight openly and secretly every day, and the imperial capital is not peaceful. However, Quan Yusin is very capable, and has won the support of most of the people. She also holds part of the military power snatched from the eldest prince, and frequently appears in major news headlines. Xin Tong listened and said with emotion, "I was right at the beginning. Princess Yusin is indeed an ambitious beauty." Chu Zhaoxiong hugged Xin Tong. "Don't talk about irrelevant people." Xin Tong turned around and kissed Chu Zhao. "Ah Zhao, you are really getting more and more clingy. I haven't been to the laboratory for almost 3 months." Chu Zhao said nothing. Danzai, who was half the height of Xin Tong, jumped over and rubbed against Xin Tong, and pushed Chu Zhao away in dissatisfaction. Danzai felt that Chu Zhao was a bit annoying recently. As a father, he always competed with him for his mother, and Danzai was unhappy. Tong couldn't hold the big Danzai anymore. She touched Danzai's head and said, "Be good, Danzai. I take you for a walk later." Danzai was happy again, and jumped to rub Tong's face. Tong dodged quickly. Just kidding, if he was rubbed, with Danzai's strength, her face would be blue. Chu Xiao stretched out his hand to push Danzai away, and continued to hold Tong. Danzai felt wrong for a while, and then happily went to play with a childcare robot in the yard. A few days later, Ha Shirlang found Tong and said, "Madam, there is news about Yulai. They succeeded and are returning. It was agreed that Madam would hand over the mission target and bring it back. It is still at the last location. The equipment is also ready here to ensure that the mission target is brought back safely." Tong's eyes lit up. "When will the handover take place?" Ha Shirlang looked at the light brain and said, 3 days later, Madam, be ready." Tong nodded, "Don't worry." Chu Xiao was not very happy. Why must Tang go? Tong patted Chu Xiao's head. "Don't make a fuss, this is business, Xiao. I think your abnormality must be related to the devouring in your body. The sooner I get the medicine out, the sooner you will recover." Chu Xiao stopped talking and hugged Tong tightly. His Tang was so smart that he must have guessed it long ago. He didn't have much time left. The base has been strengthening training recently. Chu Xiao had to severely damage the Zerg before it completely lost control, and prevent the Zerg from invading for 10 years. But Chu Xiao couldn't bear to leave Tong. Once he lost his mind, he would be completely separated from Tong. He couldn't tolerate the possibility of hurting Tong. Chu Xiao believed that Tong had the ability to make medicine, but he didn't have time. Tong was still thinking about the handover. She was inexperienced and couldn't go alone. She had to let Qi Huang go with her. Nothing could go wrong on the way. Danzai couldn't follow her this time. With Chu Xiao around, she could leave for a day. After the plan was made, Tong sent a message to Qi Huang to explain the situation. Qi Huang would also notify the laboratory to prepare to accept the living Zerg. On the 3rd day, Tong finally coaxed Chu Xiao and handed Danzai to Chu Xiao. He and Qi Huang went to the warship of the Flying Eagle mercenary group under the escort of Mao Yiji Hua Lily to hand over. The Flying Eagle mercenary group was still hiding near the meteorite from last time. After establishing contact, the large transport plane docked with the warship. After Tong entered the warship, he saw Yulai. Yulai looked a little pale, and was still on his body. Tong was stunned for a moment and asked, "Deputy Captain, are you okay?" Yulai smiled and waved his hands. "It's okay. Thanks to the medicine provided by Miss Shin, we didn't suffer much damage this time. However, there was an accident during the capture, which caused 2/3 of the people to be infected with devouring energy. The medicine sent by Miss Shin is not enough. If possible, please sell us some antidotes." Tong was relieved and immediately agreed. "No problem, I will contact you to prepare it for you." Yulai was relieved to see Tong agreed. He took Tong to the other side and said as he walked, "This time we had an unexpected harvest. We originally planned to capture a mid-level Zerg, but who knew that we accidentally found a high-level Zerg egg? When we brought it back, there was an accident that caused us to be infected. However, we followed your instructions to seal the mid-level Zerg and the eggs with something and injected anesthetic gas. So far, the eggs and Zerg are in a deep sleep." Yulai pointed to a huge box that was sealed tightly and took up half of the space on the ground floor. Inside it were the captured Zerg and their eggs. Qi Huang walked up to check and nodded to Tong. "It's the Zerg." Tong smiled and said to Yulai, "Okay, I have transferred the money to the deputy head of the group." Yulai also smiled and asked, "Do you need us to help escort them?" Tong shook his head. "No, we have to hurry back. See you later." Tong ordered someone to come and transfer the boxes to the transport ship. When Tong was about to leave, Ying Tiaoshi appeared from nowhere, looked at Tong and said, "Didn't you bring that kid here today? Why didn't you ask me if I was okay?" Tong looked at Yulai, who was a little helpless. "The swallowing in the captain's body has worsened this time. If the drug doesn't work for the captain, I will send the captain back to the original star for a while. Anyway, the reward given by mission this time is enough for us not to work for the next year. Deputy team leader, if you guys go to the original star, I have a job for you." When Tong heard that Ying Tiaoshi was going to the original star, she immediately thought of a way to let Yulai try to use the machine to see how many medicinal herbs he could collect. "I contact you later, with the optical brain for the details." Tong hurriedly said and went back, because she saw Chu Xiao's message when she exchanged contact information with Yulai. "Tang, are you back?" Although she couldn't see Chu Xiao's expression, Xin Xingtong could guess Chu Zhao's expression. She was still worried about Chu Zhao, so she hurried back. The box containing the Zerg was sent to the laboratory. What was said to the public was the latest laboratory equipment and materials purchased. Because the border planet was inconvenient to transport, it was reasonable to purchase a large amount of materials at one time. Moreover, the Lianga powder that the laboratory had recently taken out was very effective in curing the primary infected, so other people would not doubt it. Xin Xingtong hurriedly opened the door, and before he could see clearly, he was hugged by Chu Zhao. Danzai also jumped over and rubbed against Xin Xingtong, expressing his longing for Xin Xingtong after not seeing her for a day. Okay, Zhao Danzi, stop making trouble. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Chu Zhao touched Xin Xingtong's head, and pulled Xin Xingtong to the kitchen. He cooked and waited for Xin Xingtong to come back to eat. But halfway through the meal, the alarm suddenly sounded. Chu Zhao instantly became serious and stood up and said to Xin Xingtong, "The Zerg is invading. Tang Tang, stay at home with Danzi and don't go out. I go and take a look." Xin Xingtong was also familiar with Chu Zhao, and said to Chu Zhao, "Don't worry, Zhao, Danzi, and I will sleep at home." Chu Zhao kissed Xin Xingtong and strode out. Xin Xingtong saw that Chu Zhao had not come back all night, and many fighter planes flew to outer space, so she knew that Chu Zhao must have taken people to meet the enemy. Xin Xingtong was worried, and pushed Danzi to find Go Chi Huang. She couldn't help Chu Zhao, so she could only treat the wounded to the best of her ability. Chapter 86. The battle had just begun, and there were no wounded at the emergency department. Go Chi Huang and others had already made preparations for treatment. Seeing Xin Xingtong pushing Danzai over, Go Chi Huang took the time to pull Xin Xingtong aside and said, "The experimental subjects have been placed. After this battle is over, we will start to extract the substances for research. There will be a risk of infection and swallowing during the extraction process, madam." Xin Xingtong interrupted Go Chi Huang and said, "Don't worry, I'm preparing the drugs as soon as possible, there will be no problem." Go Chi Huang actually wanted to persuade Xin Xingtong not to take risks, but when he saw Xin Xingtong's serious expression, he swallowed his words of persuasion. Everyone close to Chu Zhao knew the situation, but they just tacitly didn't say it out. Xin Xingtong settled Danzai and asked the childcare robot to take care of Danzai, and then started the preparations for treatment with other medical staff and pharmacists. In the evening, the wounded began to be sent back one after another, and the emergency department became busy. Xin Xingtong let herself get busy, and didn't let herself think too much. When she was free, she couldn't help but worry about Chu Zhao. This battle lasted longer than the last one, and there were more casualties. Xin Xingtong didn't receive any information from Chu Zhao for 4 days. Xin Xingtong was a little uneasy, and more wounded were sent back. On the 5th day, the seriously injured Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji were sent back. Xin Xingtong ran over in a hurry. Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji were put into the medical cabin. Xin Xingtong saw through the medical cabin that Tu Jiao's eyes were closed and his face was pale. The broken arm on his left was soaked in the repair fluid. There was a penetrating wound on the exposed shoulder, and his leg was bent at an abnormal angle. Xin Xingtong covered his mouth and almost couldn't stand. Tu Jiao was fine before she left. In the medical cabin on the left was Mao Yiji, who always asked her with a silly smile if she had made any delicious bamboo shoots. But he looked even worse than Tu Jiao. Half of his face was bloody, and his muscle tissue had grown out under the effect of the repair fluid. There was a fist-sized hole in his abdomen, and blood was scattered in the repair fluid. These were not as bad as the chest injury. Mao Yiji's chest ribs were all broken. Fortunately, the injury was on the right side of his chest, avoiding the heart. Otherwise, what Xin Xingtong saw was not Mao Yiji, who was being repaired, but a corpse. Xin Xingtong looked at Go Chi Huang, who had a serious expression, in panic. "Dr. Go, how could this happen? Last time, Jiaoju and Mao Mao were not so seriously injured. Why did this happen?" Go Chi Huang came to his senses, and comforted Xin Xingtong. "Don't worry, it's normal to be injured in battle. Mao and Xiaotu can be transferred out after spending 24 hours in the repair fluid, but the swallowing value in their bodies is increasing, which is a bit pessimistic." Xin Xingtong shook his head. "They are both injured so badly, they almost died. Go Chi Huang, "Madam, the best news is that the marshal and his men have no news." "Believe in the marshal." Xin Xingtong nodded in panic. She wanted to ask Tu Jiao what happened on the battlefield, but Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji were still in a coma, and the lightly injured soldiers, who were sent back, had already returned to the battlefield. At this time, Fan Hui walked in with a serious face, and Ji Xiong and other generals, who stayed at the base, were beside him. Go Chi Huang frowned and asked, General Ji, why are you here? Ji Xiong shook his head and said, prepare enough medicine. The Zerg's behavior this time is unusual. In the past, they invaded only to plunder resources, and retreated if they couldn't win. This time is different. All the Zergs are dispatched. Even the news just came back that the Zerg king has also come. This battle is more serious than the time when the marshal severely injured the Zerg king. We reasonably suspect that something went wrong inside the Zerg, causing them to invade us crazily. Go Qi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shin Tong who followed him. They both thought of the captured ordinary Zerg and the high-level Zerg egg. Fan Huai's face was also very bad. This happened not long after he arrived, and he was sent by the military. It was easy for people to suspect that he did something to seize power. Therefore, Fan Huai contacted the military before he came, who knew that this war was really without any signs. The military was completely confused about what happened to cause the Zerg to come so aggressively. Although Fan Huai did have the idea of seizing power, he would not abandon these soldiers. General Ji, I need mecha fighters. Marshal Chu and his men are fighting against the Insect King on the battlefield and need support. I request to bring people to support them. Ji Xiong thought for a while, looked at Fan Huai for a while, and then nodded and said, okay, please ask General Fan to bring people to support the marshal. Life is the most important thing. Fan Huai saluted, turned around and strode to the mecha storage area. As soon as Fan Huai left, Ji Xiong asked Go Chi Huang, I remember you calculated the reproduction cycle of the Insect King before. Is it possible that the Insect King is preparing for reproduction, and thus making such a move? Go Chi Huang shook his head. Impossible. The Insect King will not reproduce continuously after a year of reproduction cycle. There must be other reasons. Go Chi Huang looked at Shin Tong and said to Ji Xiong, General Ji, you can use the ammunition with strong anesthetic that you made before to make the invading insects lose their mobility as much as possible and relieve the combat pressure. Ji Xiong patted Go Chi Huang on the shoulder. We have already used it. Although I don't know what you and the marshal are doing, it is really a bit risky this time. Go Chi Huang hesitated to speak. Ji Xiong shook his head and said, no need to say, I don't know anything, and I don't want to know, but I believe the marshal will not risk the entire border. After saying that, Ji Xiong left. He came here because he guessed that the Zerg's actions this time might be related to the previous laboratory purchase. Now seeing Go Chi Huang's face, he knew what was going on. No matter what, he had to be prepared. Shin Tong bit his lower lip. Is it because of my proposal that caused the current result? Go Chi Huang said, Madam, now is not the time to worry about this. Let's settle Danzai and go to the laboratory. In addition, contact Yulai and ask where the egg was found. Shin Tong immediately realized that Go Chi Huang was right. Now is not the time to worry about this. Shin Tong took a deep breath and said to Go Chi Huang, okay, Dr. Go, you go to the laboratory and wait for me. I will send Danzai home. Then she pushed the stroller and sent Danzai home. As she walked, she said to Danzai, Danzai, the situation is very serious now. You stay at home and play obediently. Mom has important things to do. Danzai seemed to sense Shin Tong's mood, and moved obediently, indicating his agreement. Shin Tong put Danzai back home, turned on the protection system and monitoring, kissed Danzai, and went to the laboratory. After arriving at the laboratory, Go Chi Huang was waiting for her. Shin Tong contacted Yulai while sitting on the light ladder with Go Chi Huang to the underground space. After going down, you can see that ordinary insects are locked in a transparent energy ball filled with anesthetic liquid. Because the insect egg has not hatched yet, it is much simpler. It is soaked in 0-degree liquid to prevent the insect egg from hatching suddenly. After Yulai got through, he saw Shin Tong and asked in surprise, Miss Shin? Is there something wrong? They had just completed a transaction. Why did Shin Tong look for him at this time? Shin Tong asked directly, Deputy Captain Yu, we want to ask where the insect egg was found? Yulai frowned. What's the problem? Shin Tong shook his head. It's just that this insect egg is a little different, so we want to find out the origin and species. Yulai thought for a while and said, I don't know. This insect egg was brought back by our captain. You also know that the captain doesn't listen to orders. After going to the Zerg territory, the captain disappeared for a while. It was not until we captured this Zerg and were ready to find the captain to meet that we saw the captain come back with this insect egg. The captain was also seriously injured. Shin Tong and Go Chi Huang looked at each other, and it was indeed the problem with the insect egg. Go Chi Huang quickly activated the shielding device and covered the insect egg. He was careless. This war was probably caused by the insect egg. Shin Tong continued to ask, Is Ingtiasher okay? I want to ask him about the problem with the insect egg. Before Yulai could speak, Inkyasher, who looked pale, appeared on the other side of the camera, showing an arrogant smile. Why don't you contact me directly if you have any problems? We have after-sales service in the Flying Eagle mercenary group. Yulai looked sideways. Inkyasher was just lying. Their mercenary group never provided after-sales service. They always paid for goods, and were not responsible for the goods after they were sold. However, since Inkyasher had said so, Yulai would not spoil it, and let Inkyasher speak directly. Shinshingtong pointed the camera at the insect egg and asked Inkyasher, Captain Ing, where did you catch this insect egg? Have you seen the adult insect? What are its living habits? Inkyasher looked at the insect egg and felt a little guilty. He stole this insect egg from the insect king. He had no intention of stealing it. He just felt that he had finally arrived at the territory of the insect tribe and wanted to see how powerful the insect king was. After all, Chu Xiao could severely injure the insect king, so Inkyasher thought he could do it too. Who knew that when he arrived at the insect king's lair, Inkyasher carefully lurked in, and a small amount of swallowing in his body began to surge. Inkyasher knew that something was wrong, so he immediately turned around and left. As soon as he reached a fork in the road, he saw the white insect eggs rolling to his feet. Inkyasher didn't hesitate for a second, he directly picked up the insect eggs and ran away. Since he was here, it would be a waste not to take the souvenirs that were delivered to him. Moreover, he received 100 million from Shinshingtong, and he intuitively thought that Shinshingtong must need this insect egg. Therefore, Inkyasher stole the insect eggs under many thoughts, but his escape was not easy. He was discovered by the insect king just after he left the cave and was about to run. Inkyasher was injured because he was almost caught by the insect king. Fortunately, he was good at escaping and did not lose his life there. Seeing Inkyasher didn't say anything, Shinshingtong was a little anxious. Captain Ing, this is very important to me, I can pay for it. Inkyasher came back to his senses and looked at Shinshingtong with dissatisfaction. I said I would provide after-sales service, so what do you think I am? Okay, I tell you straight. I stole this insect egg from the insect king's cave, who told this little thing to roll under my feet without having eyes. Anyway, it is most likely the direct larva of the insect king. I don't know much about the insect king. Aren't you studying the insect race? You can find information about the rest by yourselves. By the way, I have exceeded the commission. Shinshingtong was stunned by what he heard, and hung up the phone before Inkyasher finished speaking, and looked at each other with Go Chi Huang. Chapter 87. Go Chi Huang covered his head, and after a long time he raised his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder the insect king led the Zerg to invade this time. Inkyasher was really unexpected. This insect egg has a 60% chance of becoming the next insect king. Generally, at this time, the reproduction period of the insect king is over, and all the insect eggs will be transported out of the insect king's nest. In this case, the only insect eggs that can remain in the nest are the next insect king that the insect king is preparing to hatch himself. According to the time, this insect king is almost ready to train the next insect king. No wonder they are crazy. Shinshingtong looked at the eggs in the ice and asked, do we have to send the eggs back to solve this crisis? Go Chi Huang shook his head. We can't send them back. It's rare to get a king insect egg. I have turned on the breath shielding device. Soon the king insect can't capture the breath of the eggs, and it will gradually fade away. Shinshingtong, a Zhao and the others will be fine, right? Go Chi Huang walked to the eggs and said, yes, the marshal will be fine. Madam, we have to hatch this egg, and then extract the tissue from the king insect. The marshal was injured by the king insect. The swallowing in his body is different from that of other people, so Madam's medicine has little effect on the marshal. Maybe we can find a way to treat the marshal on the king insect. Shinshingtong looked at the eggs for a while. She was not sure if this method would work, but the swallowing in Chu Xiao's body was indeed different. There were also serious infected people here, but no matter how serious the infection was, it would be relieved under the effect of drugs. Only Chu Xiao could not take any medicine. Outside the border galaxy defense line, a huge lion-shaped mecha was fighting with dense Zerg in the universe. Not far away, a black insect king with 4 pairs of red glasses, 6 pairs of cold-pointed feet, and a poisonous sheen on his body looked at the lion-shaped mecha coldly. It was seriously injured by this annoying lion before, and it took a year to recover gradually. This time, the theft of its eggs was related to this lion. The Zerg king followed the scent of the Zerg egg. This Zerg egg has the chance to become the highest level of the Zerg king's eggs. If it hatches successfully, it will become a more powerful Zerg king than it, and may be able to lead the Zerg to occupy this universe. But the Zerg egg was stolen. A hateful orc sneaked into its nest, and stole the Zerg egg. The Zerg King is a vengeful guy. New and old grudges added together, plus the end of the breeding period, the Zerg King immediately led the high-level Zerg to invade in one fell swoop, vowing to retrieve the Zerg egg. Following the scent, he found the border galaxy, and he was sure that the Zerg egg was on that planet. But this lion orc was very powerful, and there was a strong aura on his body that could suppress it. The Insect King was very afraid and retreated to the back, commanding the high-level Zerg to consume Chu Xiao's combat power. The Insect King himself was waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao calmly manipulated the mecha to shake off the high-level Zerg that pounced on him. He attracted most of the Zerg's firepower. Not far away, Ha Shirlang, Hu Hingming and Hua Lili shared a part of the high-level Zerg, and the rest dealt with the ordinary Zerg. The support team brought by Fan Hui took over the ordinary soldiers, who could no longer hold on. Seeing that Chu Xiao was almost drowned by Zerg, Fan Hui could not help but control the mecha to go to Chu Xiao to help. Hu Hingming quickly stopped Fan Hui and established a connection with him, warning him, "Don't go over and distract the marshal. If you still have the strength, deal with the Zerg around you." Fan Hui frowned, "I just want to help. Marshal Chu doesn't look good." Hu Hingming said bluntly, "If you go over, you will only hinder the marshal and distract him. The Zerg King is here to seek revenge on the marshal. Once someone else goes over, the Zerg King will attack that person, causing the marshal to be unable to concentrate on dealing with him. So don't go over. If you dare to move again, don't blame me for being rude." Fan Hui then discovered that Chu Xiao's direct subordinates were scattered around, forming a blockade circle, prohibiting people with insufficient ability from approaching, and gradually clearing out the high-level Zerg on the periphery to reduce Chu Xiao's pressure. However, this circle was not tight, because Tu Jiao and Mao Yiji were seriously injured and sent back. Fan Hui clenched his fists, and reason told him to obey orders. He was directly under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Capital Star Army. His mission was to weaken Chu Xiao's power, but emotionally, he couldn't watch a person who was fighting for innocent people lose his life here. Fan Hui took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Hu Hingming, "I know, I will guard the gap over there, don't worry, I won't make trouble at this time." Hu Hingming looked at Fan Hui doubtfully until Chu Xiao's voice appeared on the communication channel. "Xiao Meng, let General Fan go." Hu Hingming stepped aside, without saying a word, and returned to his position to continue clearing the high-level Zerg outside. Fan Hui drove the mecha to fill the gap, and reformed the blockade to prevent high-level Zerg from entering the range of ordinary soldiers. With Fan Hui joining, Chu Xiao's pressure was indeed relieved a little, but it was not a solution to continue to be anxious like this. Chu Xiao stared at the Zerg King hiding behind the high-level Zerg. He had to find a way, preferably to kill the Zerg King. Once the Zerg King was killed, it would take at least 10 years for the next Zerg King to be born and grow up. The borderline was intact during these 10 years, which was enough time for a new generation of generals to grow up. Just when Chu Xiao was trying to figure out a solution, the Insect King suddenly moved. He seemed to be anxious and turned around many times, as if he had lost something. After a while, the Insect King suddenly opened his mouth, and invisible sound waves spread out. All the attacking Zerg stopped at the same time, and moved closer to the Insect King. Chu Xiao knew that this was the signal for the Insect King to retreat. Something must have happened. The Insect King wanted to retreat, but Chu Xiao was unwilling to let the Insect King go. He jumped up in his mecha and chased the Insect King. At the same time, he locked the Insect King as his target. This time he wanted to keep the Insect King here. Hua Lili's angry voice appeared in the communication channel. "Marshal, what are you doing? Come back quickly, the Zerg is retreating." Chu Xiao stared at the retreating Zerg King, and turned a deaf ear to Hua Lili's words. Hu Hingming screamed, "Marshal, Tang Tang and Danzai are still waiting for you, come back quickly." Chu Xiao paused for a moment, after hearing Shin Tong's name, and continued to attack the Zerg King. He had no time, and had to let Tang Tang live in a safe environment. Seeing Chu Xiao chasing him, the Zerg King screamed angrily, as if saying, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The next second, the retreating high-level Zergs pounced on Chu Xiao again. Chu Xiao's mecha suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the universe. All the high-level Zergs that approached were turned into ashes, before they could even release their devouring energy. Fear finally appeared in the eyes of the Insect King. The fear of Chu Xiao overwhelmed the anger of the Insect King. The Insect King retreated again and again. Its instinct told it to run, the farther the better. Chu Xiao pounced on the Insect King. The flames burned the Insect King's body. The Insect King rolled in pain. The instinct of survival made its sharp claws pierce Chu Xiao's mecha, and the devouring in its body was released without hesitation. The sharp claws pierced the armor's defense. Chu Xiao in the armor snorted coldly, pulled out the energy knife to cut off the sharp claws, and at the same time waved the front claws of the armor to tear open the wound left on the Insect King last time. The Insect King rolled over and tried to avoid Chu Xiao's attack. After finding that he couldn't avoid it, the remaining 5 sharp feet all pierced the armor. With a fierce look in his eyes, he imprisoned the armor and rolled it up. His mouth opened and bit the position of the armor control room. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Chu Xiao to the death. Chu Xiao sent superpowers into the armor, and the flames quickly spread to the whole body of the Insect King. The Insect King looked at Chu Xiao viciously, and tore open the armor's defense. Beep! Warning, the performance of the mecha has dropped by 40%, and there is a risk of damage. Please take measures as soon as possible. Chu Xiao controlled the half-malfunctioning mecha and aimed at the head and heart of the Insect King. The Insect King has strong vitality, and he must hit it with one shot. The Insect King spewed out many black filaments from his mouth parts and wrapped around the mecha, and soon the filaments were burned by the flames. Chu Xiao found the right opportunity and chopped down at the neck of the Insect King. The huge energy knife Hassan was still carrying flames. After slashing into the neck of the Insect King, it made a tooth-grinding sound and sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, Chu Xiao stabbed the heart of the Insect King with his other claw. The Insect King froze, and the claws stuck in the mecha were locked by Chu Xiao, unable to move. He could only watch his head being chopped off and his heart being pierced. After Chu Xiao cut off the Insect King's neck, he still did not dare to relax. He stared at the Insect King closely, and did not retract the sharp claws that pierced the Insect King's heart. He wanted to make sure that the Insect King could not die again. The next second, the head of the Insect King suddenly opened its mouth parts, and a sharp foot pierced out of the mouth parts, shot through the mecha in the control room, and pierced Chu Xiao's shoulder. All this happened in a flash. Chu Xiao groaned and continued to control the flames to burn the body of the Insect King until the Insect King slowly turned into ashes in front of him. The surrounding high-level Zerg retreated instantly when they saw that the Insect King was dead. Sherlang immediately controlled the mecha to come over and urgently shouted on the communication channel, "Marshal, are you okay? Connect to the warship, quick, the Marshal's mecha is damaged." Chu Xiao's mecha was tattered and full of cracks. Chu Xiao was in the control room, frowning and pulling out the last sharp foot that stabbed him. After this thing stabbed him, Chu Xiao almost lost control directly. The devouring in his body instantly doubled. Chu Xiao's forehead was sweating and his face was pale. Finally, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Xin Tong felt a pain in her heart, and she almost fell down while holding onto the wall. The blood on her face faded. Go Chi Wang behind her hurriedly supported Xin Tong and asked, "Madam, are you okay?" "Nothing." Xin Tong calmed down for a while and said uneasily, "Is Jiajiu awake? I go see her." Tu Jia was lying on the bed, her broken arm had grown back, and her wounds were healing. She was taking medicine with a pale face. When she saw Xin Tong coming over, she said weakly, "Tang Tang." Xin Tong walked over and sat beside the bed and said, "Are you feeling better?" Tu Jia nodded. Fortunately, at least his life was saved. It was Mao Mao, who relied on his thick skin to block the Marshal's attack. He is now lying in a special ward to observe the situation. Xin Tong asked, "What happened? Why is it serious?" Tu Jia replied, "I don't know, but 2/3 of the high-level Zergs were dispatched together, and the Zerg King also came. At that time, the Marshal was attracting firepower, and the Zerg King attacked. Mao Mao blocked the Marshal's attack, and I was affected nearby. Fortunately, Lily arrived in time, and Mao Mao and I saved our lives." Tu Jia showed a lingering fear as he spoke. Chapter 88. Xin Tong could tell how critical the situation was from Tu Jiao's expression, and her heart suddenly began to throb with pain. "Jiao, just rest and recover." Xin Tong looked at Tu Jiao's wound, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, she got up and left. She covered her chest as she walked out of the ward. She felt very uncomfortable, as if something had happened. At this time, the base suddenly erupted in cheers. Xin Tong was a little confused, and quickly walked out to see that everyone was cheering. Xin Tong grabbed a medical worker and asked, "What happened?" The man saw Xin Tong and said happily, "Just now, we got the news that the Marshal killed the Zerg King. That's the Zerg King. For so long, no one has ever killed the Zerg King. The Marshal is the first person to do so. He has opened a new chapter in the fight against the Zerg. And now that the Zerg King is dead, it will take at least 10 years for the next Zerg King to grow up. Our border galaxy can be stable for 10 years. Tong also smiled happily. She didn't know much about the first killing of the Zerg King, but she knew that the death of the Zerg King meant that Chu Xiao had won and would be back soon. Tong couldn't wait to greet Chu Xiao. The returning fighter jet landed at the base in the early morning of the next day. Tong had been waiting here long ago. He pushed Danzai forward and watched the fighter jet door open. When he saw Hu Hingming coming down, he ran over and asked, "Ming Ming, where's Xiao?" Hu Hingming was a little afraid to look at Tong, and he stammered and stepped aside. Tong looked inside and saw Ha Shirlang pushing the medical cabin out. In the medical cabin lay the bloodless Chu Xiao, with bandages wrapped all over his bare chest and bloody fainting. The smile on Tong's face froze, and he quickly comforted himself. "It's okay, Zhao is just injured, it's okay." After calming down, Tong walked forward to check the values of the medical cabin, and asked Ha Shirlang, "How is Zhao? Send him to the laboratory, Dr. Go, and I will treat him." Ha Shirlang looked at the calm Tong and hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing, and sent Chu Xiao to the laboratory, as Tong said. Go Chi Huang had received the order, and was waiting there. The injury on Chu Xiao's body was nothing, but according to Chu Xiao's values, the swallowing in Chu Xiao's body was still expanding. Chu Xiao was unconscious because he was trying his best to suppress the swallowing to prevent it from getting out of control. Tong stood there for a while before raising her arm and touching Danzai, then said to Hu Hingming, "Ming Ming, can you and Lily go to my house to rest? By the way, please help me accompany Danzai, and don't let him out." Hua Lily came over and hugged Tong and said, "Don't worry, Danzai is very well behaved, Ming Ming, and I won't let him out." Hu Hingming also nodded. She and Hua Lily didn't have any injuries, so it didn't matter where they rested. Tong looked at the two gratefully, turned around and caught up with Ha Shirlang. After arriving at the laboratory, Go Chi Huang moved Chu Xiao out of the medical cabin and began to check Chu Xiao's physical tree values. Tong quietly took out his mobile phone and scanned it at Chu Xiao to see the results. Adult male orc, with multiple injuries on his body, and the swallowing energy value in his body is off the charts. It is recommended to take Wu Ji San as soon as possible. Ding, the production level is not reached, and the formula cannot be unlocked. Use the second treatment plan and send the patient to the original star to curb the continued spread of the swallowing energy. Tong walked to the corner and tapped the phone and asked, "Is there any other way? Can I buy Wu Ji San?" After a while, Wan Wuep slowly replied, "No, the host can speed up the upgrade to unlock the formula." Tong continued to ask with shaking hands, "What will happen if Wu Ji San cannot be made in time?" "The host's man will become an irrational beast." Tong stayed where she was until Go Chi Huang came over and patted her shoulder. Tong came back to her senses and forced an ugly smile. "Dr. Go, the result." Go Chi Huang shook his head. "The situation is very bad. Liangda powder has no effect on the marshal. Fortunately, the marshal can still suppress it, but it won't be suppressed for long. The only way now is to send the marshal to the original star until the advanced antidote is produced. This is the only way to delay the marshal's beast transformation." Tong took a deep breath. "Go, leave immediately, I go back to pack my things." Go Chi Huang hesitated for a while. "Madam, do you want to go with the marshal? But the egg is about to hatch." Tong said, "I must go, prepare some tools for me. If the robot can't be used, a convenient machine will do. I'm going to the primitive star to collect medicinal materials and develop advanced antidotes." Go Chi was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "I almost forgot that Madam can maintain her sanity on the primitive star, so it's good. If Madam goes there, maybe our research progress can be accelerated. Madam, don't worry about the research on living Zerg in the laboratory. I will follow up. It may take 2 days to prepare things. Madam, go find Xiao Ha and contact Shi Lu. If the marshal wants to go to the primitive star, there are still many things to do." Tong nodded, and went to find Ha Shirlang without saying anything. Ha Shirlang was discussing with Ji Xiong and others the deployment after the death of the Insect King, and how to deal with the military's attack. Now that Chu Xiao was seriously injured and the Insect King was dead, the military would not miss this opportunity. The danger of the border galaxy has greatly decreased. It is a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to take a bite of. Seeing Tong coming, Ha Shirlang and Ji Xiong suspended the meeting. Ha Shirlang stood up and asked Tong to come in and sit down and asked, "Madam, how is the marshal?" Tong shook his head. "Not so good. Dr. Go's suggestion is to go to the original star." Ha Shirlang exhaled. "I know." Ha Shirlang had been prepared for this result. "Madam, are you going to do this? I will try my best to cooperate with you. Xinxingtong said, I want to go with a Zhao. In addition, we need to go to the original star to collect medicinal materials to make advanced antidotes. I need some equipment that can be used on the original star. Ha Shirlang nodded. Okay, I will help you prepare. Don't worry about things here. Shi Lu and I will take care of it. When the marshal comes back, Lao Mao will also go there. He is seriously injured, and this place is not suitable for recuperation. Please take care of Lao Mao when you go to the original star. Li and Meng Men will escort you there. Xinxingtong nodded. Okay. Ha Shirlang made arrangements in an orderly manner while talking. After making the arrangements, he asked, What should I do with Danzai if Madame goes to the primordial star? It is about to hatch. It may cause psychological damage if the orc cubs are not around when they hatch without their parents. Xinxingtong hesitated for a while and said, I will take Danzai with me. Ha Shirlang thought for a while and contacted Shi Lu directly. Lao Lu, the marshal is not in good condition and must leave for the primordial star immediately. Madam, take Danzai with you. You prepare the items needed for the orc cubs to hatch. Those that can be used on the primordial star should be sent together and placed at the marshal's cave. The news of the death of the insect king had not yet reached the imperial star. Shi Lu was busy and exhausted. He frowned when he heard Ha Shirlang's words. What's going on? Don't ask so many questions. I tell you the situation later. Pay attention to the military's movements during this period, and don't let them take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Shi Lu pinched his eyebrows. Recently, someone has been trying to steal the antidote formula from Xingxing Pharmaceutical. In addition, the old foxes in the military are always looking for trouble to elect the next emperor who is beneficial to them. The imperial star is in chaos, and Shi Lu is unable to cope with it. Okay, I watch over here. Tell me the marshal's situation in detail later. I prepare and send over what Madame wants. After hanging up the phone, Ha Shirlang said to Xinxingtong, Don't worry, the marshal is a big project now. 3 days later, we will announce the news of killing the insect king on behalf of the marshal. The video of the killing is also very clear. The marshal's reputation among the people will continue to rise. In this case, no one will dare to harm the marshal, especially now that His Majesty is in a coma and the next emperor has not yet been selected. They will only want to win over the marshal. Xinxingtong nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. I will go back to pack my things and leave early tomorrow morning. Ji Xiong saw that the two had finished their discussion and walked over and said, Pharmacist Shen, don't worry, and go to Yuanxixing with the marshal. We are here. The marshal will lead us to hold the defense line. At the critical moment, we will not let anyone steal the marshal's credit. We will wait for the marshal to come back here. Xinxingtong bowed to everyone in the conference room. Thank you. After returning home, Danzai lay quietly in the stroller. Hu Hingming and Hua Lily leaned tiredly on the sofa with their eyes closed. Hearing the movement, Hua Lily opened her eyes instantly and looked over. Seeing that it was Xinxingtong, she let down her guard and closed her eyes and asked, Are you back? How is the marshal? Xinxingtong found the Huiyuan pill she made and gave each of them one to replenish their vitality, then said, The situation is not good. Tomorrow morning, I will take Danzai to accompany a Zhao to the original star. Mao Mao will also go. Xiaohao will arrange Lily to escort us. Hua Lily nodded. No problem, as long as we can save him. Hu Hingming muttered vaguely, I will go too. Before he could say anything, he fell asleep. Xinxingtong gently brought a blanket to cover the two of them, made a quiet gesture to Danzai, and then went upstairs to pack strong and wear-resistant clothes that were convenient for movement, and soft and thick bedding. The cave conditions on the original star were very simple. She could sleep on Chuxiao, but if she took Danzai with her, she had to give Danzai a comfortable environment for growth. After packing up, Xinxingtong put the big stuff into the system backpack, and the rest into a portable box, and lay on the bed with eyes open all night without sleep. The next day, Ha Shirlang was ready, and sent Xinxingtong and others to the main starship of the Chu Legion, and arranged for Chu Xiao's personal guards to escort them. Mao Yiji was still awake, so Hua Lily and Hu Hingming escorted them to the original star. Shi Lu also prepared a simple experimental operation table, simple auxiliary equipment, a crib, clothes, pacifiers, and bottles for the orc cubs, and packed them together and sent them to the original star. After sailing for a month, Xinxingtong saw the original star. The starship stayed outside the original star. Hua Lily arranged a flying vehicle, sent Mao Yiji and Chu Xiao into the flying vehicle, and told Xinxingtong, Tang Tang, be careful. If there is an emergency, Contact the starship through the communicator in the Marshal's cave. We will wait here. Shin Shing Tong nodded, pushed Danzai onto the flying vehicle, and flew to the original star. Chapter 89. The aircraft landed in front of a familiar cave. Chu Xiao and Mao Yiji were released from the aircraft, and turned back into animal form not long after leaving the aircraft. Shin Shing Tong pushed Danzai and the luggage out of the aircraft, and the aircraft quickly took off and left. There was a big box at the entrance of the cave that had arrived earlier than Shin Shing Tong. Inside was some supplies prepared by Shi Lu for Shin Shing Tong to use here. Shin Shing Tong sighed, touched Danzai, and went to see Chu Xiao and Mao Yiji, who were still in a coma. The wounds on Mao Yiji's chest and lower abdomen were healing, but there were still deep wounds, which were protected by transparent air protection stickers. After Shin Shing Tong confirmed that Mao Yiji was fine, he went to see Chu Xiao, carefully combed Chu Xiao's hair, and whispered in Chu Xiao's ear, "Ah Xiao, we are going back to the original star. It's getting dark. I'm a little scared. Can you wake up quickly?" After speaking, Chu Xiao didn't move. Shin Shing Tong felt lost, and lay down beside Chu Xiao's ear. After a while, warm liquid overflowed from his eyes, and wet the hair on Chu Xiao's cheeks. Danzai, who was not far away, saw that Shin Shing Tong had not come to hug him for a long time, so he jumped down from the stroller, jumped to Shin Shing Tong's side, leaned on Shin Shing Tong and rubbed against him, wanting to comfort Shin Shing Tong again. Shin Shing Tong wiped his tears, hugged Danzai and said, "Danzai, we will live here for a while." Danzai can live anywhere as long as he is with Shin Shing Tong. Chu Xiao behind him moved, opened his eyelids, looked at the familiar figure in front of him, showed some doubts, raised his head, and looked around, and soon some memories came out of his mind. The petite female in front of him was his partner, the white egg was their child, and he was injured. Chu Xiao tilted his head, raised his paw and touched Shin Shing Tong, trying to comfort Shin Shing Tong. Shin Shing Tong turned around in surprise, hugged Chu Xiao's paw and said, Xiao, you finally woke up." Chu Xiao's animal face showed a strange smile, then stood up from the ground, saw the cave not far away, and directly rolled up Shin Shing Tong with his tail, and put him behind him and walked into the cave. After just 2 steps, he remembered that he had a cub now, and he hadn't taken the cub with him yet, so he turned around and rolled up the egg that was left there, and continued to go back to the cave. It was dark, and he and Tang Tang had to rest. Mao Yiji, who was still in a coma, was ignored. Shin Shing Tong rubbed against Chu Xiao and said, "Dahe, you finally woke up, I was so worried." Chu Xiao's tail swept over Shin Shing Tong, as if to comfort Shin Shing Tong. The light in the cave was not good, because it was getting dark, and there was a lot of dust because it had not been able to hold back for more than a year. Shin Shing Tong patted Chu Xiao and said, Xiao, go out first and open the box outside. There are some food and daily necessities in it. We don't know how long we will live here. The eggs will hatch at any time, so the cave needs to be cleaned up." Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. To breed offspring, it is indeed necessary to clean up the cave and create a safe and clean environment. Chu Xiao scratched the big box outside with one claw, and there were many things neatly placed inside, as well as Shi Lu's message. Shin Shing Tong took a look. "Madam, these are some things prepared for you. Some of them may fail on the original star. Others use the most primitive mechanical kinetic energy and require manual operation. They can maintain their functions on the original star. The instructions for use are listed above. There are also infant milk, clothing nutrients, and cub vaccines prepared for Danzai. If you need other items, please contact Lily." Shin Shing Tong put down the screen with the message and found a quilt from a pile of things. He would sleep for one night and pack up the rest tomorrow. He also had to clear a place in the cave as an operating table for the drug experiment. He fed Chu Xiao the nutrient solution and some system-made food that Shin Shing Tong swallowed in his backpack. After eating, Shin Shing Tong nestled in Chu Xiao's arms and slept with Danzai. Wrapped in the familiar breath, Shin Shing Tong finally slept peacefully for the past few days. Chu Xiao flicked his tail gently. Although he didn't remember what happened outside the original star, he only needed to remember that he had to support his wife and son, and he had to get up early tomorrow to go hunting, so as not to let his wife starve. The family slept peacefully in the cave. Outside the cave, Subaru shivered. Because he had to treat the wound, he had shaved the hair there. The night wind blew, and it was a bit chilly. Subaru opened his eyes blankly, sat up slowly from the ground, looked at the night sky full of stars, rubbed his eyes, moved his nose, and smelled Chu Xiao's breath. Subaru scratched the back of his head with his claws. Why was he here with Miss Gourmet? The wound hurt. Subaru looked down at his wound, touched it, and got up slowly. He didn't like sleeping in other orcs' territory. Subaru's huge body walked into the jungle and walked towards his bamboo forest. The next day, Chu Xiao tried to stand up and go hunting. As soon as he moved, Xin Tong woke up rubbing her eyes, her voice still a little sleepy. "Ah Xiao, take me with you." Chu Xiao tilted his head and looked at Xin Tong, whose eyes were so sleepy that she could hardly open them. He patted Xin Tong helplessly and put Xin Tong on his back. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered that he had a son, so he quickly put Danzai on his back as well. Then he walked out of the cave, looked at the sky and thought, what a clingy little female. Xin Tong didn't wake up until near noon. When she woke up, she was still lying on Chu Xiao's back. She could feel that Chu Xiao seemed to be moving. Xin Tong got up and looked around, and found that Chu Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to catch a group of deer not far away. I don't know when Danzai jumped to the top of Chu Xiao's head, right between the two dragon horns, looking majestic. Chu Xiao seemed to realize that Xin Tong had woken up, so he stopped and turned to look at Xin Tong. Danzai, who was staying on Chu Xiao's head, didn't stand and rolled down Chu Xiao's face. Chu Xiao subconsciously raised his paw to catch Danzai. "Ah Xiao, put me down. I go find some Acnatharum splendens. I need to change the medicine for the wound." Chu Xiao put Xin Tong down as he said. After Xin Tong stood firm, he smiled and said to Chu Xiao, "I go to the nearby area to collect herbs first, and you take Danzai hunting." Chu Xiao nodded. There was no danger nearby. He had already cleaned up the area when Xin Tong fell asleep. Xin Tong took out a rubber band to tie up her hair. After moving it to determine the direction, she began to look for Acnatharum splendens. She had compared all the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs. Among them, the hemostatic medicine made from Acnatharum splendens was the most effective. A year later, the Acnatharum splendens in the jungle became more dense. In addition to Xin Tong, no one else dug the grass. Xin Tong soon wrapped a large bag of Acnatharum splendens with large leaves. She didn't bring any tools with her, so she could only take these back temporarily. After making the hemostatic medicine from Acnatharum splendens, Xin Tong went back to find Chu Xiao and picked a lot of juice along the way. This time was when the fruit was ripe. Xin Tong remembered that it seemed to be this season when she first crossed over. It would be the rainy season and winter soon. Xin Tong thought about it and planned to collect as many medicinal materials as possible during this egg time. She could stay in the cave to study medicine during the rainy season and winter. Not long after walking back, Xin Tong saw Chu Xiao dragging a series of prey with eggs on his head. When he saw Xin Tong, Chu Xiao stopped and looked at Xin Tong. Xin Tong patted Chu Xiao, fed him a small red fruit, and said to Chu Xiao, "Ah Xiao, let's go and deliver some medicine to Gun Gun, and dig some bamboo shoots to dry and eat." Chu Xiao was a little reluctant. He didn't want to go to Gun Gun's territory. But after feeding Xin Tong, Chu Xiao still reluctantly took Xin Tong to deal with the prey first. After eating, he looked at a pile of peeled fur and asked Xin Tong with his eyes. He remembered that Tang Tang liked to collect fur. Xin Tong shook his head. "No need, Brother Lu prepared warm things for me." Chu Xiao nodded, carried Xin Tong on his back, and went to find Mao Yiji. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, Mao Yiji was leaning against a bamboo and chewing a bamboo shoot. There was a pile of peeled bamboo shoots beside him. After hearing the noise, Mao Yiji looked over. When he saw Xin Tong, his eyes lit up. He got up and waved the bamboo shoots at Xin Tong. When Xin Tong climbed down from Chu Xiao, he saw that Mao Yiji's wound was bleeding. He immediately stepped forward to stop Mao Yiji's movements and said, "Don't move. The wound has split. Come here, and I will apply medicine to you." Xin Tong has learned interstellar language, so she can communicate without a translator. She only communicates in Chinese when she is alone with Chu Xiao. Mao Yiji laid down obediently. He knew that the wound needed to be treated and medicine applied, so he cooperated very well. Xin Tong sprinkled the powder on Mao Yiji's wound. The wound was very large. The two wounds used up the hemostatic medicine she had just made, but the effect was very good. As soon as the powder was sprinkled, the bleeding stopped. Xin Tong took a look and took out the air protection patch from the system backpack to stick on the wound to prevent the powder from falling off when Mao Yiji moved. After the treatment, Xin Tong said, "Be good and take care of your wounds. Don't run around. I will come back tomorrow to change your dressing." Mao Yiji climbed up and looked at Xin Tong eagerly, and handed the bamboo shoots to Xin Tong honestly. He wanted to eat meat. Xin Tong looked at Mao Yiji with a smile. When he was in human form, Mao Yiji was also silly, but he was still very intimidating when he had a stern face. Who knew that he would only be silly when he turned back to animal form? Okay, it's getting late today, I have to go back to pack my things. Can I bring you food tomorrow? Mao Yiji immediately became happy and rolled up a bunch of bamboo shoots and put them in front of Chu Xiao. His meaning was obvious, asking Chu Xiao to move them back because Miss Food couldn't move them. Chu Xiao was very unhappy. He bit Shin Shing Tong's clothes and pulled them back, growling, "Go back, don't play with the rolling beast." Shin Shing Tong patted Chu Xiao's nose. "Okay, go back now, take these bamboo shoots back. I make delicious snacks for you." Chu Xiao was satisfied, carried Shin Shing Tong on his back, and walked back with a bundle of bamboo shoots in his mouth. Mao Yiji was full of joy and looked forward to Miss Food sending him delicious bamboo shoots the next day. After not seeing Shin Shing Tong, he turned around and planned to go back to sleep. He was a little sleepy after changing the medicine just now. After taking 2 steps, Mao Yiji looked at the happy Danzai jumping in front of him with confusion, and his nose moved. The smell was very familiar, with the smell of Miss Food and the lion. Subaru Iji slowly turned around and looked at the jungle, then looked back at Danzai, who was still jumping happily, and had no idea what was happening. Subaru Iji scratched his head. What should I do? Send him back? Wait. Subaru Iji's eyes suddenly lit up. I send him back later, maybe he can catch up with Miss Gourmet's dinner. Subaru Iji pretended not to see Danzai, and honestly made a protective gesture, circling Danzai to prevent him from running around, and planned to send Danzai back later. Chapter 90. Shin Shing Tong sat on Chu Xiao's back and looked at the backward scenery, as if he had returned to the time when he first came here. Chu Xiao's value stabilized when he arrived at the original star body, and he was generally healthy. Back in the cave, Shin Shing Tong took out a complete set of kitchen utensils and a water storage tank from the big box. The water storage tank looked small, but it could actually store more than 10 tons of water and had its own filtering and sterilization function. Shin Shing Tong asked Chu Xiao to help move the things back to the small cave. There was also an integrated sink and worktop, as well as a simple dust collector. After the installation, the small cave suddenly looked brand new. Because high-tech things cannot be used here, there is no new energy stove, so Shin Shing Tong still has to cook with fire. It is still very simple to make a fire. Shin Shing Tong quickly stewed the meat and bamboo shoots, covered the pot, and went to clean up the cave. The animal skins in the cave have been rotten and need to be thrown away, and the hay also needs to be cleared away. The bamboo weavings left before are basically unusable, but they can be used as firewood. After cleaning, there is only a bare earthen bed left in the cave. After cleaning, Shin Shing Tong looked at the huge bed and said to Chu Xiao, "Ah Xiao, get some hay, don't take Danzai with you." Chu Xiao nodded, then suddenly stopped, widened his eyes, froze in place, and didn't even dare to look at Shin Shing Tong. Shin Shing Tong saw that Chu Xiao didn't move, looked over strangely and said, "Ah Xiao, go quickly, it will be dark soon. Do you want to sleep on the bare bed at night?" Chu Xiao swallowed his saliva. He had seen a male orc who accidentally lost his cub being driven out of the house by a female orc. Chu Xiao secretly looked at Shin Shing Tong and ran out quickly. He wanted to find the cub before Tang Tang found out. Shin Shing Tong looked at Chu Xiao's back as if he was being chased by a ghost, scratched his head, turned around and didn't see Danzai, and shouted at Chu Xiao in a bad mood. "I told you not to take Danzai out." Chu Xiao ran faster. Shin Shing Tong reluctantly retracted his gaze, moved the things in the box into the cave bit by bit, circled an area on the right side of the cave entrance, and found the construction robot. Shi Lu said that although these high-tech products would fail on the primitive star, they could still be used in the short term. The construction robot soon started to work in the corner, expanding a space of about 1 square meter into the wall, and opened a window facing outwards, painted with white nano paint with automatic cleaning and sterilization function. As soon as the work was done, the construction robot began to make a rattling sound, and kept making intermittent fault sounds. Shin Shing Tong hurriedly moved the robot out, otherwise it would really freeze, and she couldn't move it. Last night, it was getting dark outside. Shin Shing Tong went to the kitchen to look at the bamboo shoots. When she opened the lid of the pot, she could smell the fragrant smell. Shin Shing Tong tasted it, put the seasoning in it, and took the pot down. She put the water in the pot to boil some water for washing. Chu Xiao hadn't come back at this time. Shin Shing Tong felt strange. Normally, Chu Xiao should have come back with hay. Shin Shing Tong frowned and walked out of the cave to look into the jungle. She didn't see Chu Xiao coming back, but she saw Mao Yiji walking slowly towards her with an egg. As Mao Yiji approached the cave, he smelled a delicious aroma. He immediately quickened his pace and ran over to deliver the egg to Shin Tong, growling, "Miss Food, your cub has fallen." Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, took the egg, and recalled Chu Xiao's strange reaction when she asked him to find hay. Shin Tong was so angry that she laughed. She put the egg back into the stroller with great effort. When she turned around, she saw Mao Yiji squatting obediently at the entrance of the cave with a large bamboo tube in front of him. The meaning was very clear. "Thank you for bringing Danzai back. I just made dinner." Shin Tong took the bamboo tube and went to the kitchen. He kept a little for himself and poured the rest into the bamboo tube for Mao Yiji. Then he handed it to Mao Yiji and said, "Eat it quickly." Mao Yiji was so happy. He knew that there would be delicious food at this time. Mao Yiji walked back happily with a bamboo tube of bamboo shoots and braised meat. On the way, he saw Chu Xiao, who was wandering in the jungle looking for Danzai. Mao Yiji ignored Chu Xiao directly. Chu Xiao was pulling hay in the jungle while smelling Danzai's scent in an attempt to find Danzai. However, he had taken Danzai and Shin Tong to many places during the day, and the smells were mixed, so he couldn't find the exact route at all. As time went by, Chu Xiao became anxious. Danzai hadn't hatched yet, and the jungle was very dangerous. Chu Xiao was anxious with a pile of hay on his back, and was worried that Shin Tong would be scared alone in the cave, so he simply went back to the cave with the hay on his back. If he couldn't find Danzai, he didn't go back. Tang Tang must be anxious, so he went back to tell Tang Tang the actual situation, and then he would continue to look for her. Shin Tong installed the lighting tools in the cave, wiped the eggshell clean with warm water, coaxed Danzai to sleep, and then looked out. Shin Tong was relieved when Chu Xiao appeared outside the cave. Chu Xiao drooped his head and pushed the hay into the cave. He didn't dare to look at Shin Tong. He lost the cub. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao's expression and felt angry and funny. He grabbed Chu Xiao's ear and said, "Where is Danzai?" Chu Xiao rubbed Shin Tong and turned his head to continue looking for him. Shin Tong hurriedly pulled Chu Xiao back. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong in confusion. Shin Tong sighed. "Okay, the cat has sent Danzai back. I can't forget Danzai again." Chu Xiao pricked up his ears instantly and looked into the cave. Sure enough, he saw Danzai sleeping soundly in the crib. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shin Tong and Danzai with guilt. Shin Tong pulled Chu Xiao into the cave and said as they walked, "You won't have any snacks tonight. I punish you to make the bed. Don't lose Danzai in the future." Chu Xiao nodded repeatedly. He would never lose his cub again. Shin Tong was satisfied and went to the kitchen to eat. When he came out, he saw that Chu Xiao had evenly spread the hay on the bed and dragged out the mattress and sheets from the box to spread on it. These were set according to the size of the earthen bed in the cave, and they were just right. Chu Xiao went to see Danzai again last night and patted him gently. He could feel that Danzai was about to break out of the shell. Shin Tong changed into pajamas and came over. Seeing Chu Xiao lying on the bed with Danzai in his arms, he smiled and pulled out the retractable door installed in the afternoon from the wall to block the light outside the cave. Then he yawned and went to sleep in Chu Xiao's arms. Chu Xiao tilted his head and looked at the extra things in the cave. He was a little uncomfortable, but then he thought that Shin Tong would be more comfortable this way, so Chu Xiao had no objection. He pulled Shin Tong and Danzai into his arms and fell asleep. In the morning, Shin Tong woke up first and got up to prepare the tools she needed to go out. She had to collect enough herbs. She had to come during the rainy season to dig up all the herbs that could be used before the rain submerged everything. Shin Tong sorted out the backpack that was still intact. Shi Lu prepared a small hoe and shovel for her to save effort when digging herbs. After getting ready, Shin Tong took out a big steamed bun from her backpack and ate it. She was too lazy to make breakfast. The recipe unlocked the pastry recipe before, so she made a lot of steamed buns and put them in her backpack. Shin Tong sat at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the breeze, eating and reading the information. It was the information Go Chi Huang prepared for her. She could read it even without the internet on the original star. It was about swallowing, and there was a complete list of existing medicines in the star system. Chu Xiao woke up and didn't see Shin Tong. He patted Danzai and pushed the sliding door back into the wall. Then he saw Shin Tong sitting at the entrance of the cave, reading the information carefully. It was still early. Chu Xiao walked behind Shin Tong, gently put his head on Shin Tong's head, and blinked his eyes to try to attract Shin Tong's attention. Danzai, who followed him out, thought it was fun and jumped on Chu Xiao's head to play stacking. Shin Tong felt heavy on his head and patted Chu Xiao without looking back. "Take Danzai to wash up." After reading this page, we will set off. Chu Xiao reluctantly let go of Xinxingtong and carried Danzai to wash up. After coming out, Xinxingtong had already put on his small backpack and even took out a net bag to hang around Chu Xiao's neck, put Danzai in it, and told Chu Xiao, "Take Danzai with you, don't lose him again." Chu Xiao looked at Xinxingtong seriously and nodded, indicating that he would not lose Danzai again. Danzai felt uncomfortable in the net bag at first, but later, as Chu Xiao walked around, Danzai became happy again, and the eggshell kept hitting the scales on Chu Xiao's neck, making a ding-ding sound. Xinxingtong found out, and was afraid that Danzai would be damaged, so he hurriedly found something to cushion Danzai to prevent it from being damaged. Chu Xiao put Xinxingtong by the river where he often went, and after hesitating for a while, he still put Danzai there, lowered his head, and rubbed Xinxingtong. Xinxingtong patted Chu Xiao and said, "Go quickly, Danzai and I will wait for you here." Chu Xiao then patrolled the surroundings, and left his scent before going hunting. Xinxingtong was greedy for fish. Although the fish outside were not bad, the fish from the original star were still the best. Xinxingtong looked at the fish in the river. She had no tools at hand, so she would wait for Chu Xiao to come back and ask him to help catch a few. "Danzai, don't run around with your mother. If you get lost, your mother won't be able to find you." Xinxingtong told Danzai a few words, and Danzai nodded repeatedly. It was also very scared when it was left in the bamboo forest yesterday. Fortunately, Mao Yiji's scent was very familiar, and it knew Mao Yiji, so Danzai didn't dare to run around today. It followed Xinxingtong step by step, and helped Xinxingtong jump onto the tree to shake off leaves and branches. Soon Xinxingtong's small backpack was filled with various herbs. Xinxingtong put away his phone, washed and selected the herbs by the river, and then put them on a big rock to dry. He took Danzai to rest by the river and checked how much experience the app bar was missing. When he saw that the experience bar was only halfway, Xinxingtong sighed. It was still too slow. Plop. Xinxingtong came back to his senses and looked over, and saw Danzai jumped into the water and splashed. Xinxingtong stood up hurriedly. "Danzai." Danzai saw Xinxingtong was anxious, and hurriedly floated back to the shore, jumped up and down, signaling Xinxingtong not to worry, it was just playing in the water. Xinxingtong breathed a sigh of relief, but was still afraid of accidents, so he found a vine and tied it to Danzai, and pulled the other end himself to prevent Danzai from being washed away by the current. Chapter 91. Danzai had a lot of fun in the water, and even knocked out 2 big fish for Xinxingtong to drag back. Xinxingtong looked at Danzai with surprise, and praised him. Danzai is so amazing. He could already catch prey for his mother to eat independently. Danzai shook proudly, and immediately wanted to continue to catch fish for Xinxingtong. He wanted to send many, many fish to his mother. Xinxingtong hurriedly pulled Danzai back and said, "Okay, Danzai, take a rest. There are so many fish, and my mother can't eat them all." Danzai then reluctantly stopped and returned to the shore, letting Xinxingtong wipe the water off his body. Xinxingtong put on gloves and took out a sharp knife to handle the fish. Just as he started, Chu Xiao came back with a bunch of prey. Seeing Xinxingtong frowning while handling the fish, Chu Xiao went over and dragged the fish in front of him, stretched out his sharp claws and gutted it. He remembered that although Xinxingtong liked to eat fish, he didn't like to handle fish. Danzai was very happy to see Chu Xiao come back, and he smashed Chu Xiao's head. Chu Xiao instinctively raised his paw to block it. There was a crack sound in the air. Chu Xiao froze, not daring to move his raised paw, and quietly looked at Xinxingtong beside him. Xinxingtong looked at the egg in shock as it hit Chu Xiao's paw and fell to the ground. The originally smooth eggshell instantly showed fine cracks. The riverside instantly became quiet. Xinxingtong swallowed and screamed, "Big Black! The egg is cracked!" Chu Xiao hurriedly put down the fish and stretched out his paw to hold the egg, but the paw was too big, so Chu Xiao didn't dare to touch the egg. Xinxingtong reacted, and he didn't know where he got the strength from. He picked up Danzai and put him on Chu Xiao's body. He quickly collected the herbs, put on his back and climbed on Chu Xiao's back and said loudly, "Go back first." Chu Xiao hurriedly got up and ran towards the cave. He ran a short distance and turned back to drag the prey back. Xinxingtong said unhappily, "Don't worry about food at this time." Chu Xiao felt wronged. If he didn't take Rura back, what would Tang Tang do if she was hungry? However, Chu Xiao did speed up and returned to the cave in a short while, carefully sending Xinxingtong and Danzai into the cave. Danzai was put on the bed. Xinxingtong wiped the dust off Danzai nervously and asked Danzai, "Danzai, are you okay?" Danzai moved and Shinshingtong breathed a sigh of relief. No detector on the primitive planet was as useful as the Wanwu app. Shinshingtong took out his phone and scanned Danzai. The Swanee cub is about to hatch. It is in excellent condition and is a very healthy cub. Sprinkle flowers. Congratulations to the host for having a beautiful little cub. Shinshingtong breathed a sigh of relief and put away his phone. It was good that Danzai was okay. Shinshingtong shouted to Chu Xiao outside. Zhao, come in and look after Danzai. Danzai is about to hatch. Chu Xiao rushed in, squatted beside the bed, and stared at Danzai motionlessly. Shinshingtong went to get clean and soft clothes for the cubs, as well as a large towel, a soft blanket, a bottle, and special milk for the cubs. Until dark, when the sun set, Danzai's eggshell made a crackling sound again, and as a piece of eggshell fell, Danzai, whose fur color was the same as Chu Xiao's, was revealed. Danzai stretched out a wet leg, which made Shinshingtong very nervous, but she didn't dare to touch it. She had read the popular science of cubs breaking out of their shells. At this time, parents should not do anything, and they should let the cubs come out of the eggshell by themselves. Fortunately, Danzai has always been a very healthy cub. After punching and kicking in the eggshell for a while, the eggshell was completely broken, revealing its wet body. On its head was a young dragon horn that looked exactly like Chu Xiao's. A circle of dark green spirit pieces hung on its neck like a small necklace. Its eyes were beautiful dark brown, the same color as Shinshingtong's. Shinshingtong held her breath and looked at Danzai, who was curiously looking around. Danzai was not small when he was born, with a body 1 meter long, and it was not small to hold. Danzai did not rush to get out of the eggshell, but lowered his head to lick the wet hair on his body. After a while, he opened his beautiful eyes that were a little hazy and looked at Shinshingtong, making a low and childish roar. A woo mom. Shinshingtong's heart was about to melt. He carefully picked up Danzai, wiped the remaining hair off Danzai, and stuffed the pacifier into Danzai's mouth. Danzai sucked the pacifier contentedly, making a gurgling sound in his throat. Chu Xiao came to his senses after being dazed, and came to Shinshingtong to look at Danzai lovingly. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes at all, and carefully stretched out his claws to touch Danzai. This is his child, with the same horns as him and scales on his neck. He will not let Danzai be discriminated against because of the different horns, like he did when he was a child. Chu Xiao was so soft-hearted that he carefully held Shinshingtong and Danzai in his arms, and couldn't help but let out a dragon roar of joy. The sound spread far from the cave, and the residents in the jungle seemed to know that a powerful race had welcomed an equally powerful offspring. Mao Yiji held the bamboo shoots in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he found the freshest bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest overnight. Miss Gourmet's child was born, and he wanted to send a gift. After Danzai was full, his limbs were immediately full of strength. He jumped from Shinshingtong's arms to the bed, shook his soft hair, and patted the broken eggshells on the bed. Chu Xiao collected the broken eggshells. In 2 weeks, Danzai could eat these eggshells to replenish the energy needed in his body. Shinshingtong looked at the small clothes in his hand. It seemed that Danzai didn't need them for the time being. But was Danzai a little sister or a brat? Shinshingtong picked up Danzai and turned to ask Chu Xiao. Zhao, is Danzai a little sister or a little brother? Chu Xiao put the eggshell away, looked down at Danzai, and patted Shinshingtong with his paw. Shinshingtong was surprised. Is it a little sister? Chu Xiao nodded. Danzai was indeed a female cub. Shinshingtong held Danzai and kissed him again and again, muttering, "We have to give Danzai a nice name." Zhao, what do you think Danzai should be called? Shin baby? Hey, with my naming ability, what do you think Danzai should be called? Xiao. Shinshingtong was distressed. Danzai was her baby, her favorite little sister, and it was really difficult to name him. Chu Xiao thought about it with his little remaining IQ, patted Shinshingtong, and signaled Shinshingtong not to worry and think slowly. Shinshingtong was very curious when she held Danzai. She stroked Danzai's fur. She actually gave birth to a little Swanee. It was incredible. Danzai had just broken out of the shell. He got tired after playing for a while, and fell asleep in Shinshingtong's arms. Seeing that Danzai fell asleep, Shinshingtong whispered, Zhao, you watch Danzai. Chu Xiao nodded and carefully circled Danzai. The newly hatched cub needs to be in a safe environment full of the breath of its parents to fall asleep, and it cannot be left alone at this time. Shinshingtong quickly ate something, washed and changed into clean clothes before returning to bed, carefully hugged Danzai, and said to Chu Xiao, Zhao, go eat something quickly. You came back in a hurry today, and I think you haven't eaten enough. Chu Xiao nodded. He wanted to continue to have more strength. Before Danzai could no longer hunt independently, he had to prepare enough fresh blood and meat to feed Danzai. Danzai was sleeping with his legs spread out. He rolled over when he felt his mother's breath, rubbed his chest, and slept more soundly. The next day, because Danzai had just broken out of his shell, Shinshing was worried that Danzai would get sick from the wind. So she simply said to Chu Xiao, Zhao, I won't go out today, take Danzai home. Chu Xiao looked at Danzai and wanted to tell Shinshing that the orc cubs were not that weak and could go out to play after breaking out of their shells. However, seeing that Shinshing was worried, Chu Xiao nodded and went out to catch prey and brought back wild fruits for Shinshing. Shinshing covered Danzai with a beautiful blanket, found a rubber band to braid Danzai's hair, and tied a bow to dress Danzai up beautifully. After all this last night, Shinshing patted Danzai and began to process the medicinal materials brought back yesterday, making medicine and upgrading the app as soon as possible. Although Danzai is still young, he can't live on the primitive star forever. After all, there are no children on the primitive star. After a long time, Danzai may have cognitive confusion, so Shinshing has to speed up the progress and leave the primitive star as soon as possible. Danzai was done in a short while, rolling lazily on the bed, and then making childish coquettish noises toward Shinshing. Shinshing smiled back, touched Danzai's head and said, Are you hungry? Danzai tilted his head and touched his stomach very cleverly, indicating that he was hungry. Shinshing brought Danzai a bottle of milk. Dad is out hunting. Let's play at home after we finish drinking milk, okay? Danzai happily held the bottle and gulped down the milk. Shinshing took out the vaccine that the orc cub needed to be vaccinated and injected it into Danzai's arm. Danzai was stunned for a moment, looked down. It didn't hurt, but it was very strange. Danzai looked at Shinshing aggrievedly. Why did her mother put something strange in her arm? Shinshing held Danzai and said with a smile, Danzai, be good, this will make Danzai healthier. Danzai soon became happy again and ran around on the bed. The bed was big enough for Danzai to play. Mao Yiji's roar came from outside the cave. Miss Food, I'm here to see you. Shinshing hurried to the entrance of the cave and saw Mao Yiji carrying a bunch of bamboo shoots and looking into the cave innocently, as if he knew that Danzai had broken the shell. Thank you, cat. Danzai has broken the shell and is a beautiful little girl. While talking, Danzai had already run out, standing at Shinshing feet and looking at Mao Yiji curiously. She remembered this uncle. Shinshing hurriedly picked up Danzai and patted Danzai's head gently. Naughty boy, this is your Uncle Mao. Mao Yiji had come closer, stretched his head to look at Danzai, his eyes sparkling, and made a small howl at Danzai. Danzai was not afraid either, shook his head, and hid in Shinshing arm shyly. Shinshing put Danzai in the stroller with a smile, looked at Mao Yiji's wound and said to Mao Yiji, You came at the right time. I will change the medicine for you by the way. I may not have time to visit you these days. Remember to come and change the medicine every 2 days. Mao Yiji nodded, sat down, and let Shinshing change the medicine. After changing the medicine, Shinshing felt much more relieved. Mao Yiji's wound healed very quickly in the past 2 days, which also proved that the medicinal materials from the original star were indeed more effective than those from outside. It was expected that Mao Yiji's wound would be healed in another week. Chapter 92. 2 weeks later, the temperature on the primitive star began to drop. After Chu Xiao used various methods to tell Shinshing that Danzai could enter the jungle, Shinshing was no longer overly cautious and took Danzai into the jungle with him. After Danzai entered the jungle, he seemed to release his nature and howled majestically at the small animals. If he was not too young, Danzai would have followed Chu Xiao to hunt. Shinshing racked his brains, but still couldn't think of a name for Danzai. He had given up and planned to find Hua Lily and others to help Danzai name him after leaving the primitive star. Because the rainy season is coming, Shinshing took the time to find medicinal herbs and opened up a piece of land in the cave to plant medicinal herbs and vegetables. There are also many things in the cave. Danzai can eat meat now, and Chu Xiao will pick the tenderest piece of meat for Danzai to eat. At first, Shinshing was afraid that Danzai would not be able to eat raw meat. Later, when he saw Chu Xiao insisted on feeding him, Shinshing also scanned it with an app and confirmed that Danzai would only benefit from eating raw meat, and would not have any abnormalities before letting Chu Xiao go. Later, he found that after eating raw meat with blood, Danzai did grow faster and stronger, so Shinshing seriously fed Danzai fresh meat regularly. The hair on Danzai's body is getting thicker and thicker, as if preparing for winter, and his body has also grown larger. When he was born, He was as big as an ordinary Samoyed, but now he is half the size of an ordinary Samoyed. Shin Tong feels that she can't hold Danzai any longer. Chu Xiao's physical condition is getting better and better. These days, he goes out early and comes back late every day to store food for the rainy season. The family of 3 goes out together. Danzai plays with Shin Tong, while Chu Xiao goes hunting and brings it back to the cave. In the afternoon, Shin Tong will process the meat after returning to extend the shelf life. At night, Chu Xiao took Danzai to play in the cave, while Shin Tong went into the simple laboratory to analyze the various drug ratios and make drugs to accumulate experience. After Mao Yiji recovered from his injury, he rarely came to the cave. He only occasionally sent some fruits and visited Danzai and played with Danzai for a while. Shin Tong also dried the bamboo shoots sent by Mao Yiji into dried bamboo shoots. In addition, Shin Tong dug up a bunch of large potatoes and sweet potatoes from the place where he had dug potatoes and sweet potatoes before and brought them back to eat. As the temperature gradually dropped, it began to rain. Chu Xiao went out hunting for several days before the rain got heavier and brought back enough prey. When the rain got heavier, he brought them to the cave to accompany Shin Tong and Danzai. Except for eating and sleeping, Shin Tong kept making all kinds of things in the small room every day, including food and medicine. Chu Xiao was too big to get in, so he could only lie at the door and look inside aggrievedly. Danzai could get in, and Shin Tong always touched Danzai and let Danzai play by himself. The rainy season lasted for a month, and the medicinal materials collected by Shin Tong were about to run out, but the experience bar was still a little short. Shin Tong stretched his waist, looked at the long-lost eyes outside, patted Danzai and said, "Dad went out hunting and came back for the winter. Let's go outside to bask in the sun." After that, he dragged Danzai to the platform extending out from the cave entrance to bask in the sun. The water outside had not receded yet, so it was not convenient to play in the jungle. After basking in the sun for a while, Shin Tong began to tidy up the vegetable field next to him. The green vegetables planted there grew very well as onions and a dense patch of Echinacea splendens. Shin Tong picked a handful of onions and went into the kitchen to cook. He cooked fish soup for Danzai. Danzai's appetite gradually grew, and he could drink a large pot of fish soup every time. Shin Tong touched Danzai's belly. Danzai's appetite has increased. He will definitely be a very strong kid in the future. Danzai raised his head proudly. Shin Tong had an idea, picked up Danzai and said, "Shall we call Danzai Shin Yuanjin?" Danzai tilted her head and had no objection. As long as the name was given by her mother, she would like it. Shin Tong looked at Danzai happily. "Yuanjin, little Yuanjin." Danzai responded with a loud cry, and it was obvious that he was a healthy baby. After Chu Xiao came back, Shin Tong told Chu Xiao that she named Danzai Shin Yuanjin. Chu Xiao thought the name Shin Tong gave was very nice, and he knew that little Yuanjin was a noble, beautiful and powerful girl. After the rain completely receded, Shin Tong followed Chu Xiao out wearing warm and light clothes. At this time, there are some medicinal herbs that like to grow in water, which can be collected for future use. In addition, more edibles should be collected before the ice and snow come. Shin Yuanjin is still young and needs to maintain rich nutrients. It was not until the first snow that Shin Tong reduced the number of times he went out. Shin Yuanjin was very curious about the snow and ran out of the cave to play in the snow. After a while, his body was wet by the snow. Shin Tong waved at Shin Yuanjin. "Danzai, come back soon. Be careful not to catch a cold." Shin Yuanjin obediently ran back to the cave and asked Shin Tong to help her dry her hair. She looked at Shin Tong with sparkling eyes and pointed her paw outside. Mom, it's fun outside." Shin Tong touched Shin Yuanjin's head. "Mom knows it's fun outside, but you catch a cold if you play for too long." Shin Yuanjin looked away as if she understood, and covered her stomach to drink milk. Shin Tong brought warm milk for cubs to feed Shin Yuanjin. This time she made full preparations for winter, and there were heating equipment, so it would definitely not be as hard as before. After the snow reached the level of the cave entrance, Chu Xiao did not go out. He stayed in the cave and watched Shin Tong make potions. Shin Tong would occasionally measure his and Shin Yuanjin's data. Shin Tong's laboratory filled up half of his backpack with potions. When half of the winter was over, Shin Tong ran out in surprise and hugged Chu Xiao's head. "Dahe, upgraded. I successfully unlocked Wuji powder." "Dahe, don't worry. I've checked the materials and found that they are enough. I will make Wuji powder to clear the swallowing in your body." After saying that, Tong let go of Chu Xiao and returned to the small room again. He cleared the things on the operating table, and then found the required materials according to the unlocked formula. Ephedra, cinnamon, angelica, ginger, atractalodes, pinelia, tangerine peel, poria, white peony, angelica, chuanqiong, platycodon. After finding all the materials one by one, Tong took a deep breath and pressed the production button. After a burst of blue light, the finished product appeared in the finished product box, and Tong clicked it. Wu Ji San, an advanced antidote, can remove toxins from the body and can remove severe swallowing. This is a perfect Wu Ji San. Take it with boiled water. Congratulations to the host. Tong fed Chu Xiao Wu Ji San with shaking hands. After feeding, Chu Xiao fell asleep dizzy. Tong scanned Chu Xiao with her mobile phone. After taking the medicine, the swallowing of the unhealthy adult male swanee is reduced. It is recommended to take Wu Ji San for 3 consecutive days to completely eliminate the swallowing in the body. Tong looked at Chu Xiao happily, her eyes were a little red, and a big stone in her heart was finally put down. Before the upgrade, she was always worried that the medicine would not work for Chu Xiao. What would she do if it didn't work? Now the medicine is effective, Chu Xiao will be fine. Tong lay on Chu Xiao for a while before calming down. Xin Yuanjin, who was playing next to Danzi, came to Tong and stuck out his tongue to lick the tears on Tong's face, making a whimpering sound, as if asking, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Tong wiped away her tears, hugged Xin Yuanjin and said, "It's okay, Mom is just too happy, Danzi, Dad will get better soon. When winter is over, Dad and I will take you back. You can see Aunt Lily, Aunt Ming Ming, Aunt Jiao Jiao, and Uncle Go, Uncle Shi, and Uncle Ha. Are you happy?" Xin Yuanjin shook her head. She didn't know who these people were. She had no vision when she was in the eggshell, so she didn't know what the people who played with her looked like. But her mother didn't cry anymore. Her mother exuded joy, so Xin Yuanjin was very happy. She licked Tong's face again, and ran to the cave entrance to play in the snow. Tong saw that Chu Xiao was still sleeping, so she got up and continued to make medicine. She needed enough Wu Ji San, which was needed by Mao Yiji. When she got out, there were tens of thousands of people waiting for these medicines. After the spring, Tong had to find as many medicinal materials from the original star as possible to bring out to improve the efficacy of the medicine. After taking the medicine for 3 consecutive days, Chu Xiao's physical condition got better and better. On the morning of the 4th day, Chu Xiao finally woke up. Chu Xiao looked at his paws. He could feel that the energy that made him uncomfortable was gone. Chu Xiao got up and strolled around the cave, then raised his head proudly. His wife was the best. Tong was making medicine in a small room. Xin Yuanjin, who was tired from playing, lay at Tong's feet with her head on Tong's knees. Tong was scratching her chin. Xin Yuanjin's eyes narrowed in comfort, and she kept leaning into Tong's arms. Tong was disturbed and couldn't concentrate. She slapped Xin Yuanjin on the head. "Don't bother Mom, play by yourself for a while, and Mom will play with you after she's done." Xin Yuanjin covered her head and cried coquettishly. Seeing that Tong ignored her, she got up and walked around the small room. Then she walked out of the small room and saw Chu Xiao looking in from the door. Xin Yuanjin rushed over with a wine, holding Chu Xiao's paw and kept acting coquettishly. She hadn't played with her dad for several days. Dad was sleeping. Mom said that she couldn't disturb him. Xin Yuanjin wanted Chu Xiao to accompany her to play in the snow. Chu Xiao licked Xin Yuanjin's fur, nudged Xin Yuanjin with his head and growled, "Danzi, be good." Tong heard the noise, put down the things in his hands and looked outside. Seeing Chu Xiao squatting at the door, Tong ran over immediately, threw himself into Chu Xiao's arms, and hugged Chu Xiao for a while before saying, "Ah Xiao, you're okay." Chu Xiao lowered his head and rubbed Tong. He knew that his Tang Tang had been in a tense mood during this period, and was worried about him, and afraid that something would happen to him. Tong looked up at Chu Xiao and smiled. "Ah Xiao, let's go see Mao Mao tomorrow. We haven't been to Mao Mao since winter, so it's a good time to send him medicine." Chu Xiao nodded. Xin Yuanjin, who was standing next to him, ran around happily when she heard that she could go out to play tomorrow. She couldn't walk far in the cave, and was about to get bored. She wanted to go to the jungle to play and dig rabbit holes. The storybook said that when it snowed heavily, you could always find a rabbit hole. She wanted to catch rabbits and make rabbit skin gloves for her mother. Chapter 93. After Chu Xiao woke up, Shin Tong's smile never disappeared. She was in a good mood combing Chu Xiao's hair, and leaned against Chu Xiao's chest to listen to Chu Xiao's strong heartbeat. When Shin Yuanjin saw this, he came to Shin Tong and wagged his tail to comb his hair. Shin Tong was touched by the cute look of Shin Yuanjin tilting his head. She hugged Shin Yuanjin, buried her face in Shin Yuanjin's belly, and took a deep breath. Why is my baby so good at rubbing? Shin Yuanjin was so amused that he lay on the ground with his 4 paws twitching with laughter, and stretched out his paws to try to push Shin Tong away. Chu Xiao lay on his side, and watched the mother and daughter play, his eyes full of smiles. The next morning, Shin Tong got up, and found a piece of clothes in the shape of a cub. This was altered by Shin Tong herself. She was worried that Shin Yuanjin would be cold. The clothes that Shi Lu had sent before were a little small, and didn't fit. Shin Yuanjin twisted and turned and didn't want to wear it. She had thick fur on her body, and didn't feel cold at all. Shin Tong hugged Shin Yuanjin tightly. Dan Zai, be good. We are going out to play. Put on your clothes. Chu Xiao came over and pressed Shin Yuanjin with one paw. Shin Tong took the opportunity to dress Shin Yuanjin and looked at him with satisfaction. This pink vest is so pretty. Okay, little Yuanjin, let's go to your Uncle Mao's place to play. After that, he put on thick sheepskin boots, a cloak, and a furry hat, and said to Chu Xiao, Zhao, let's go. Chu Xiao walked out of the cave first. The snow outside was very thick. As soon as Chu Xiao went out, half of his body sank into the snow. Shin Tong dragged Shin Yuanjin, who was still playing tricks, onto Chu Xiao's back and said, you can go. After making sure Shin Tong and Shin Yuanjin were sitting firmly, Chu Xiao ran out in an instant, leaving a trail of running in the snow. After passing through the jungle and the valley, they saw Mao Yiji's bamboo forest. Shin Tong climbed down from Chu Xiao and stood at the edge of the bamboo forest shouting, Cat, cat. After a while, running noises were heard in the bamboo forest, and Mao Yiji's black and white figure appeared in front of Shin Tong. Mao Yiji shouted in response. When Mao Yiji ran to him, Shin Tong took out a bottle of Wuji San and said to Mao Yiji, take this medicine. Mao Yiji scratched his head. Although he didn't know why he had to take medicine, Miss Gourmet wouldn't harm him, so he just took it. While Mao Yiji was drinking the medicine, Shin Tong scanned Mao Yiji with her mobile phone. Adult male giant panda orc, not very healthy, seriously infected with swallowing, take a bottle of Wuji San to clear the swallowing in the body. Shin Tong laughed. Chu Xiao took 3 bottles to get better. She was not sure about the dosage of other works. Now with Mao Yiji's data, she could prescribe medicine according to the severity of the symptoms. After taking the medicine, Mao Yiji's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel the phlegm disappearing in his body. Mao Yiji turned around twice, and ran back to the bamboo forest. 10 minutes later, he ran back with a bunch of bamboo shoots, and put them in front of Shin Tong, pointing at them and shouting. Miss Gourmet, thank you, this is a thank you gift for you. Shin Tong smiled and nodded. I know, I take these back and smoke them, so I have something to eat when I leave the original star. By the way, cat, I give you a few pictures. If you have time, help me find these herbs. As she spoke, Shin Tong took out a few high-definition pictures of medicinal herbs that she had promised to give to Mao Yiji. Her ability alone was limited, and if Mao Yiji helped her, she could collect more medicinal herbs. In Shin Tong's opinion, Mao Yiji was still very reliable. Mao Yiji scratched his head, took the photos, and looked at them, then nodded at Shin Tong. Miss Gourmet needed these things, and he could help find them. After delivering the medicine to Mao Yiji, Shin Tong planned to take Shin Yuanjin for a walk. Shin Yuanjin was a child who liked to play. It was not easy for him to go out, so he always wanted Shin Yuanjin to have fun. Shin Yuanjin was really happy, running happily in the snow. In fact, Shin Yuanjin was still a cub, and was buried in the snow as soon as he jumped into it. Fortunately, Shin Tong put a bright pink vest on her, so that Shin Yuanjin, who was covered with white fur, would not be lost in the snow. Chu Xiao followed Shin Yuanjin slowly, carrying Shin Tong on his back. He accurately took out some ripe wild fruits that had not been picked from the snow, and handed them to Shin Tong. The frozen wild fruits tasted good. Shin Tong wiped them, and gnawed them. After 2 bites, her teeth were trembling with cold, so she stopped eating and threw the fruits to Chu Xiao to deal with. Following Shin Yuanjin to a flat and open snowy area at the foot of the mountain, Shin Tong climbed down. She also wanted to play in the snow. She was not in the mood to play before, but now Chu Xiao was fine, and most of the problems were solved. Shin Tong relaxed, and was in the mood to play. Shin Tong made a snowball, and threw it at Shen Yuanjin, who was digging a snow hole. Shen Yuanjin, who was digging a hole carefully smelling the rabbit scent, was a little dazed with a head full of snow. He turned around and looked at Shen Xingtong, who still had the crime tool snow in his hand. Shen Yuanjin rushed over with a howl, threw Shen Xingtong to the ground, and pushed Shen Xingtong around, complaining aggrievedly. Shen Xingtong giggled and hugged Shen Yuanjin and said, "Mom wants to play with little Yuanjin, don't be angry." Shen Yuanjin looked at Shen Xingtong, raised his head proudly, and when Shen Xingtong was not paying attention, he rolled a snowball with his little paws, threw it at Shen Xingtong, and then lay on the ground and rolled happily. Shen Xingtong patted the snow monster on his body, and picked up Shen Yuanjin in a weird way. "You are so good. You sneak attack me." Shen Yuanjin ran out of Shen Xingtong's arms, and turned back to make faces at Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong was so happy. She liked Shen Yuanjin's lively look. Chu Xiao came from behind, and circled Shen Xingtong with his tail. Shen Xingtong put her cold hands playing in the snow on Chu Xiao's warm belly, and said with a smile, "Ah, Xiao is the best, warm my hands." The family of three played until the evening. Shen Yuanjin really took out a nest of shivering rabbits, and presented them to Shen Xingtong like a treasure, saying that he would make rabbit fur gloves for Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong touched Shen Yuanjin, and asked Chu Xiao to prepare the prey Shen Yuanjin had caught, intending to take some back, and roast some for Shen Yuanjin to eat. After returning to the cave, Shen Xingtong heated up the Kong, cleaned Shen Yuanjin's paws, soaked him in hot water, patted Shen Yuanjin's butt and said, "Be good, Danzai, go play on the bed, don't get off." Shen Yuanjin obediently climbed back on the bed, watching Chu Xiao stretch out his paws to help Shen Xingtong with his work. Shen Xingtong grilled meat while feeding Chu Xiao, and put a pile of bamboo shoots in front of Chu Xiao, asking him to peel them. Chu Xiao's paws were very flexible in peeling bamboo shoots, and he could peel a bamboo shoot in just a few strokes. After peeling one, he threw it into Shen Xingtong's big pot for steaming bamboo shoots. After steaming, it would be more delicious if it was smoked or dried in the sun. Although Chu Xiao didn't like bamboo shoots very much, Shen Xingtong loved them. Chu Xiao was willing to make anything Shen Xingtong liked. After Chu Xiao recovered, Shen Xingtong was happy every day. Although it was snowy and icy outside, and he couldn't go out every day, Shen Xingtong was happy to grow vegetables in the cave. He also had to deal with the medicinal herbs sent by Mao Yiji every now and then. Shen Xingtong thought Mao Yiji was quite amazing. He could dig out so many medicinal herbs from the thick snow in the snow. When the ice and snow melted, Shen Xingtong's system backpack was already full of widgets and made in half a winter. When spring came and everything revived, Shen Xingtong dragged Chu Xiao to run around the jungle to collect as many medicinal herbs as possible. The processed medicinal materials at the entrance of the cave had been piled up into a small mountain, packed in boxes. These boxes were sent by Shen Xingtong and Hua Lily. Shen Xingtong stood by and looked at the mountain of medicinal materials, feeling very accomplished. These were all necessary medicinal materials for making medicines, and needed to be taken back. Shen Yuanjin's beast form has also grown a lot. Now Shen Xingtong can no longer hold Shen Yuanjin. Shen Yuanjin can even carry Shen Xingtong on his back. The growth rate is completely beyond Shen Xingtong's expectations. Shen Xingtong patted Shen Yuanjin, who was already very big and wanted to be coquettish in her arms, and said ugly, "Baby, mommy can no longer hold you, go to your daddy to be coquettish." Shen Yuanjin looked at Shen Xingtong in a daze, not realizing that his huge body could easily overwhelm Shen Xingtong. Chu Xiao came over, and picked up Shen Yuanjin, and patted Shen Yuanjin's head. Although Shen Yuanjin's beast form was very big, Shen Yuanjin was essentially an orc baby under 1 year old, so it was normal for him to like to act like a spoiled child. Shen Xingtong pinched her waist. It was too physically demanding to play with Shen Yuanjin, so Shen Xingtong tried to let Chu Xiao play with Shen Yuanjin. Shen Yuanjin was drooping her head. She wanted to get into her mother's arms, and act like a spoiled child. Shen Yuanjin patted the ground, always feeling that her mother could still hold her. Shen Yuanjin scratched her head, looked at Shen Xingtong again, moved her ears, and suddenly thought, why does she look completely different from her mother? Thinking of this, Shen Yuanjin became confused and tilted his head to look at Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong noticed it, walked over and hugged Shen Yuanjin's neck and asked, "What's wrong with the cub?" Shen Yuanjin whimpered twice in a low voice. Shen Xingtong didn't understand, but heard the doubt in Shen Yuanjin's voice. Shen Xingtong scratched his head and looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao lowered his head and kissed Shen Yuanjin, and whimpered back at Shen Yuanjin. Shen Yuanjin didn't quite understand, and was still very confused. Chu Xiao tilted his head, and slowly remembered that Shen Yuanjin really couldn't turn into a human cub here. It would be fine after leaving the original star. Chu Xiao nodded. Anyway, the cub was still young, so he would teach him slowly when he returned. At this time, the roar of Subaruji came. Shin Shingtong looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao stood up seriously, although he didn't like the rolling beast, because the rolling beast always came to Shin Shingtong for food, but this sound sounded like the rolling beast was in trouble. Chu Xiao patted Shin Shingtong to signal Shin Shingtong and Shen Yuanjin to stay here, and then ran in the direction of the sound. Shin Shingtong hugged Shen Yuanjin's neck and frowned, patted Shen Yuanjin and whispered, "Uncle Subaru seems to be in trouble, don't move. We wait for Dad to come back here." Shen Yuanjin's ears stood up, his eyes looked around vigilantly, and he let out a protesting roar in his throat, while using his claws to pull Shin Shingtong behind him, which was the reaction of the orcs when they were in danger. Seeing Shen Yuanjin like this, Shin Shingtong immediately became alert and took out the dagger in his arms, and held it across his chest. Chapter 94. Shin Yuanjin looked around vigilantly, and suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky, his back arched, his claws facing forward, tightly grasping the ground and staring at the sky with his teeth bared. Shin Shingtong nervously followed Shin Yuanjin's gaze, and looked over. After a while, Shin Shingtong suddenly showed a speechless expression and put away the dagger. The one swooping down from the sky was Ying Tiasher. It was unknown when Ying Tiasher came to Yuanshixing. She had never met him before. Shin Shingtong vaguely remembered that Yulai seemed to have said that she would send Ying Tiasher to Yuanshixing for recuperation, and she also asked Yulai to help find medicinal materials. Ying Tiasher swooped down to the ground, bringing up a gust of wind, and landed just 2 meters in front of Shin Yuanjin, baring his teeth and claws at Shin Yuanjin, scaring the cub. Shin Shingtong blocked Shin Yuanjin and warned Ying Tiasher, "Don't scare my cub. If you do this, I will record your black history." Ying Tiasher tilted his head and looked at Shin Shingtong. He remembered that this little female. Ying Tiasher's eyes lit up. That's right, his future wife. Ying Tiasher immediately walked forward and stretched out his wings to pat Shin Shingtong's shoulder, very proud. When he saw Shin Yuanjin, who was still baring his teeth, Ying Tiasher was puzzled for a while, and thought about it with his remaining IQ, and then he suddenly realized. This little female is his wife, so this cub is his cub. Although it doesn't look like him, it doesn't matter. He doesn't mind. Ying Tiasher laughed and put his wings on his hips. He is also a man with a wife and a cub. The next second, Ying Tiasher was slapped into the big lake not far away by Chu Xiao's claws. Chu Xiao squinted at Ying Tiasher. He was a beast who held grudges. He remembered that it was this annoying guy who drugged him before. Ying Tiasher climbed up from the lake wetly and cursed Chu Xiao. Shin Shingtong sighed, took Shin Yuanjin to Chu Xiao and said, "Let's go home. It's just right to contact Lily to pick us up. The medicinal materials have been collected. We have to go back and discuss the antibody with Dr. Go." Chu Xiao took his eyes away from Ying Tiasher and nodded at Shin Shingtong. Tang Tang was right. There was no need to be angry with this annoying guy. Chu Xiao carried Shin Shingtong and Shin Yuanjin on his back and walked back. Ying Tiasher, who was ignored, stared at Chu Xiao and tried to fly over with his wings. However, his wings were wet, and Ying Tiasher could not fly. He could only watch Chu Xiao go farther and farther away, and he was waiting here for smoke. Ying Tiasher scratched the ground angrily, and waited for his wings to dry before sneaking around Chu Xiao's cave. However, before that, he had to go back to the nest to dry his feathers. As a result, Ying Tiasher, who had just returned to the nest, was hit by an unknown object that fell from the sky. He was unconscious for a day. When he woke up, Shin Shingtong was leaving. When he went back, Shin Shingtong went around to Mao Yiji to inform Mao Yiji to prepare to go back. Mao Yiji immediately dug bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. He loved eating bamboo shoots here, but he couldn't eat them after he went back. After Shin Shingtong went back, she also started to pack up. She only had to take the medicinal materials with her. She could pack the rest and put them in the cave. She and Chu Xiao might come back to stay occasionally in the future. Shin Yuanjin looked at Shin Shingtong packing curiously, and whimpered in confusion. Shin Shingtong patted Shin Yuanjin's head and said, "We are going home, go play nearby." Shin Yuanjin sat obediently, and watched Shin Shingtong packing. Chu Xiao was outside sorting out the boxes of herbs and food. After packing, Shin Shingtong contacted Hua Lily in the evening. "Lily, we can go back tomorrow." Hu Hingming's delighted voice came from the communicator. "Tang Tang, are you coming back?" Lily said before that Danzai is hatched. "Wu, I will pick you up in a spaceship tomorrow." Shin Shingtong said with a smile. "Yes, but Danzai's full name is Shin Yuanjin now, a little female orc. You will see her tomorrow. By the way, remember to prepare the transport spaceship. I have collected a lot of medicinal herbs to bring back. Hua Lily took over the conversation. Okay, I will be ready. The marshal should be back. A lot of things have happened outside. We have to meet up with Xiaoha as soon as possible. Xin Xingtong agreed, and after hanging up the call, she said to Chu Zhao, Ah Zhao, go to bed early today. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Chu Zhao nodded, and fell asleep with Xin Xingtong and Xin Yuanjin in his arms. The next morning, Xin Xingtong was woken up by the sound of the spaceship starting up. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Chu Zhao was not in the cave, and Xin Yuanjin was sleeping soundly with one of his forelimbs on her. Xin Xingtong gently moved Xin Yuanjin's legs away, quickly packed up, and went out to see that the robots that had become less flexible were carrying the medicinal materials. From time to time, the robots failed to function, and fell from the transport team. The spaceship would extend its mechanical arm to catch the failed robots back. Xin Xingtong walked to Chu Zhao and said to him, Zhao, go and carry the baby on board. I take the baby's things. Chu Zhao shook his head, pushed Xin Xingtong on the spaceship, went back to the cave, and held all the things in his mouth, then carried the sleeping Xin Yuanjin out and followed him on the spaceship. Hu Hingming in the spaceship turned into a beast and waited inside. When he saw Xin Xingtong, he came up happily and greeted him. Xin Xingtong reached out and touched Hu Hingming's head, Ming Ming. Hu Hingming rubbed Xin Xingtong, stretched his head, and looked behind Xin Xingtong, tilted his head when he saw Chu Zhao coming up, and immediately came over when he saw Xin Yuanjin on Chu Zhao's back. Xin Yuanjin was sleeping soundly on Chu Zhao's back, and was awakened by a familiar yet strange smell. He rubbed his head to calm down, and hummed in a childish voice. When he saw Hu Hingming's huge tiger head, he was stunned for a moment. The next second, he automatically found Xin Xingtong's position, and ran toward Xin Xingtong, whimpering as he ran. Mom, there is a strange ant. Xin Xingtong hugged the huge Xin Yuanjin, and said to Hu Hingming, who was incredulous, the baby is a little shy, but it will be fine once you get familiar with it. Hu Hingming ignored Chu Zhao, walked to Xin Xingtong, looked at Xin Yuanjin curiously, who looked exactly like Chu Zhao, and stretched out his claws tentatively. Xin Yuanjin hid in Xin Xingtong's arms, but Xin Xingtong couldn't hold Xin Yuanjin at all, so she sat back on the ground and hugged Xin Yuanjin and said, Okay, it's Aunt Ming Ming, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Every now and then, Mao Yiji also climbed up, and the robots outside also packed all the things to be taken away. The hatch closed, and the spacecraft flew away from the original star. After leaving the atmosphere, Chu Zhao instantly turned back to human form. His hair was a little messy, but his face was very healthy. The first time he turned back to human form, Chu Zhao reached out and hugged Xin Xingtong, and said after a long time, Thank you Tang Tang. Xin Xingtong stretched out her arms, and messed up Chu Zhao's hair, looking at Chu Zhao with sparkling eyes. She hadn't seen Chu Zhao's face for a long time. Xin Yuanjin, who was originally held by Xin Xingtong, was shocked. Oh my god! Her father turned into a two-legged beast like her mother. Woo! She was the only one in the family who was different. Xin Yuanjin was about to cry. She rubbed between Xin Xingtong and Chu Zhao, and looked at them pitifully. Am I still your favorite baby? Hu Hingming and Mao Yiji also turned back to human form. They stretched their backs. Hu Hingming immediately ran to Xin Yuanjin and hugged Xin Yuanjin. Woo! Danzai, you've grown so big, you look like the marshal. Xin Yuanjin looked at Hu Hingming in confusion, struggling to get out of Hu Hingming's arms. Hu Hingming held Xin Yuanjin and took a deep breath. The next second, Xin Yuanjin turned into a naked baby, pouting in Hu Hingming's arms and opening his arms to hug Xin Xingtong. Ah! Xin Xingtong was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he quickly reacted, reaching out to hug the small Xin Yuanjin, and hurriedly said to Chu Zhao, Ah Zhao, quickly take Danzai's baby clothes and put them on. Hey, how come the baby suddenly turned into a baby? After being used to seeing Xin Yuanjin in his big beast form, Xin Xingtong was a little uncomfortable holding the baby Xin Yuanjin. Xin Yuanjin lay in Xin Xingtong's arms, his little hands on Xin Xingtong's chest, babbling something. Chu Zhao had already brought clothes and a clean soft towel to wipe Xin Yuanjin's body, put on a one-piece baby suit and said, On the primitive star, Danzi will also be affected and unable to transform into a human form. Normally, the orc cub can switch between human and beast forms at will, but the control is not very good, and it will suddenly turn back into a beast form. Now that we have left the primitive star, it is normal for Danzi to become a baby. Hu Hingming and Mao Yiji beside him also reacted. Hu Hingmeng curiously stretched out his finger to tease the baby. Whose cute little sister is this? Shen Yuanjin twisted in Xin Xingtong's arms and kissed Xin Xingtong on the chin. She could also become like her mother. She was indeed her mother's biological child. Xin Xingtong carefully hugged Shen Yuanjin and kissed Shen Yuanjin's little face and touched the sparse hair on Shen Yuanjin's head. Yeah, it's a beautiful and strong baby, like me. Chu Xiao took Shen Yuanjin from Xin Xingtong and said, "This is the first time the baby has transformed into a human form, so it may not be very stable. You need to do a physical examination after returning." Xin Xingtong nodded and reached out to play with Shen Yuanjin. When the spaceship returned to the battleship, Chu Xiao hugged Shen Yuanjin and Xin Xingtong and saw Hua Lili waiting outside the spaceship. Seeing Chu Xiao and Xin Xingtong, Hua Lili walked up and said, "Marshal, let's go to the conference room first. Something happened on the Imperial Capital Star." Hua Lili looked very serious, and Chu Xiao nodded, "Go to the conference room." After that, he walked forward with Shen Yuanjin in his arms. After arriving at the conference room, Xin Xingtong took Shen Yuanjin and sat aside and whispered, "Be good, baby, don't make noise." Hua Lili casually stuffed a baby teether for Shen Yuanjin to play with, and after sitting down, she said to Chu Xiao, "His Majesty passed away half a month ago, and the news was suppressed until 3 days ago." Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then whispered, "I know, go back to the Imperial Capital Star directly, I will see His Majesty off for the last time." Hua Lili nodded. "Okay, His Majesty's mourning ceremony will be in half a month, and we can catch up if we work hard." In addition, at the same time as the news of His Majesty's death came out, the original next emperor, Princess Yusen, was assassinated and disappeared, and has not been found yet. The royal family, the parliament, and the military held a tripartite meeting and finally decided that the second prince would succeed to the throne. Chu Xiao frowned. Why the second prince? This man is sinister and vicious, not the best candidate, even the eldest prince is more suitable than him. Hua Lili shook her head. "We don't know the details. I'm afraid there is something we don't know. The second prince's succession ceremony will be held on the second day of the mourning ceremony. The letter urging the marshal to return has been sent to the military. Xiao Ha has already agreed. Just in case, Xiao Ha stayed in the border star system to prevent changes." Chu Xiao nodded. "Okay, contact Shi Lu to understand the situation of the Imperial Capital Star." Hua Lili lowered her head and sent a message to Shi Lu. After a while, Shi Lu's holographic call request came. After the call was connected, Shi Lu appeared in the conference room with a tired face. Chapter 95. "Marshal, how are you?" Shi Lu looked at Chu Xiao and asked. Chu Xiao nodded. "I am completely well now. Tang Tang upgraded the prescription and can completely remove the phagocytosis in the body." Shi Lu showed a happy expression, stood up and said, "Great." Hua Lili and Hu Hingmeng, who were unaware of the situation, also showed a surprised expression, and looked at Xin Xingtong who was coaxing Shen Yuanjin to sleep. Xin Xingtong nodded with a smile. "Yes, I will check your physical values later. I still have a lot of medicine." Hu Hingmeng was very happy. Devouring was nothing at ordinary times, but when it happened, it would make the orcs irritable and uncontrollable. This feeling was very bad. If you were not careful, you would hurt innocent people. With each attack of devouring, your ability and physical level would be reduced. Hu Hingmeng did not like the feeling of losing power. So after hearing Xin Xingtong say that there was a drug that could completely solve the problem of devouring, Hu Hingmeng hugged Xin Xingtong and cried incoherently, "Tang Tang, I'm so glad to have you." Xin Xingtong patted Hu Hingmeng on the back. Okay, Danzai is watching, she will laugh at you." Shen Yuanjin squeezed in the middle, and bit his finger, and looked back and forth. Hu Hingmeng lifted Shen Yuanjin and said happily, "Danzai will not laugh at Auntie, right?" Shen Yuanjin was startled for a moment, but soon reacted, moving her limbs and making a giggle. Obviously, Hu Hingmeng's behavior of lifting her up made Shen Yuanjin very happy. Seeing that Shen Yuanjin and Hu Hingmeng were having fun, Xin Xingtong sat next to Chu Xiao and asked, "Just now you said that Princess Yusen was assassinated and disappeared? Have you found her whereabouts?" Hua Lili shook her head. "No, Shi Lu sent someone to look for her privately. Anyway, it seems that the best candidate for the throne in the royal family is Princess Yusen." Xin Xingtong sighed, and Chu Xiao comforted Xin Xingtong. "Princess Yusen is not that weak. The situation is different now. The Zerg king is dead. There will be no external threat from the Zerg in 10 years. After Tang Tang returns to the Imperial Capital Star, we must be prepared to be targeted. Chu Xiao started to work in the border star system at the age of 18, and gradually became a marshal by relying on military merit. In the past 10 years, the army of the border star system has been convinced by Chu Xiao, and only recognized Chu Xiao as a marshal. Now the problem of the Zerg has come to an end for the time being. Those who were worried that Chu Xiao would quit are no longer worried. Who would let go of the big cake of the border star? Shin Shingtong nodded, held Chu Xiao's hand tightly, and said, I know, don't worry. The starship was speeding towards the Imperial Capital Star. Go Chi-Huang also set off from the border star. They agreed to meet at the Imperial Capital Star, and brought a lot of experimental data. But the road back to the Imperial Capital Star was not peaceful. Someone attacked the starship. Fortunately, the combat effectiveness of the people on the starship was there, and the attackers did not get any benefits. Hu Hingmeng also captured a prisoner alive, but the captured prisoner committed suicide when he saw Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's face was not very good. Some people couldn't sit still as soon as he came back. Until the Imperial Capital Star, there was an endless stream of people attacking the starship. Hu Hingmeng and Mao Yiji were no longer bound by the Devourer, so they went on a killing spree, and it can be said that they killed their way back to the Imperial Capital Star. Just after returning to the house on the Imperial Capital Star, before Chu Xiao sat down, someone from the military came to invite Chu Xiao over. Shin Shingtong was a little worried about Chu Xiao. Shin Shingtong kissed Shin Yuanjin, who was crawling around next to him, and said, I'll be back soon. After Chu Xiao left, Shin Shingtong simply carried Shin Yuanjin to the laboratory in the basement to sort out the medicinal materials he brought back. Shin Yuanjin played by himself, and when he was tired, he changed back to his animal form, and slept on the blanket. Shin Shingtong took out all the finished medicines in his backpack and packed them up. These were to be sent to the border galaxy, and samples were to be sent to the laboratory for numerical reference. In addition, when the jet was free, these medicines would also be produced in batches for sale. Shin Yuanjin woke up from a nap and found that Shin Shingtong was still busy. Shin Yuanjin rubbed against Shin Shingtong and hummed, turning into a little baby and reaching out for a hug. Shin Shingtong came to his senses and realized that it was getting late. He wiped his hands and picked up Shin Yuanjin and said, Are you hungry, baby? Mommy will take you to eat. Shin Yuanjin rubbed Shin Shingtong's neck, pointed outward with his little hand, and babbled that he wanted to go out to play. Shin Shingtong thought that Shin Yuanjin hadn't gone out for a walk for a day, so she carried Shin Yuanjin upstairs, first made milk for Shin Yuanjin, and made a meal for herself while Shin Yuanjin was drinking milk. While eating, she sent a message to Chu Xiao to ask if Chu Xiao would come back for dinner. Chu Xiao, I will be back later. Tang Tang doesn't have to wait for me. Take the baby to rest early if you are tired. Shin Shingtong read the information, and knew that things might be a bit troublesome. There was no movement on the Starnet at present. It was all news about mourning the old emperor. There was almost no news about Princess Yusin being assassinated and missing, and the second prince succeeding to the throne. After eating, Shin Shingtong put away the light brain, walked over to wash the empty bottle, and then carried Shin Yuanjin out. The sunset outside had not completely set, and the lights in the yard were also lit. The swing chair that Shin Shingtong had built before was also well maintained, and there was a gardener robot repairing Shin Shingtong's small flower bed. As soon as Shin Yuanjin came out, he changed back to his animal form, jumped down from Shin Shingtong's arms, and ran around the yard happily. He even came to the flower bed, was choked by the fragrance of the flowers, stretched out his claws to pat the flowers down, turned back and whimpered at Shin Shingtong in grievance, and then continued to run to pick other flowers and plants. Seeing that Shin Yuanjin was having fun, Shin Shingtong went to see the herb garden and vegetable garden on the other side. She thought that if she was not here, the vegetable garden and herb garden would be abandoned, but she didn't expect that the vegetables and herbs in them were growing well. Shin Shingtong was satisfied, and pulled a few vegetables down to put them in the kitchen. When it got dark, Shin Shingtong waved at Shin Yuanjin, Come back, son, sleep. Shin Yuanjin on the other side immediately turned around and ran to Shin Shingtong, and followed Shin Shingtong back to the room to wash up and sleep. Shin Shingtong vaguely felt Chu Xiao's breath in the middle of the night, squinted her eyes, and saw Chu Xiao quietly getting on the bed from the other side. When she opened her eyes, he whispered, Did I disturb you? Go to sleep. Shin Shingtong woke up a little, shook her head, and rolled into Chu Xiao's arms. The same action as Shin Yuanjin, who rolled into her arms after falling asleep. Chu Xiao hugged Shin Shingtong. Is Danzai well behaved? Shin Shingtong closed her eyes and said, Zizai is well behaved. How about you? Did they make things difficult for you? Are you tired? Chu Xiao touched Shin Shingtong's head and said, It's okay, don't worry. Shin Shingtong felt relieved and fell asleep again. In the next few days, Chu Xiao went out early and came back late every day. His face was visibly tired. Shin Shingtong was a little worried. Chu Xiao always comforted Shin Shingtong and reassured her. Hu Hingming and Mao Yiji didn't seem to be that busy. Except for the first 2 days, they lived directly with Chu Xiao and Shin Shingtong, playing with Shin Yuanjin every day. Shin Yuanjin was very happy and didn't feel strange anymore. He woke up every day and asked to play with Hu Hingming. Shin Shingtong put a beautiful hat on Shin Yuanjin and let him go to play. If he didn't play for a while he was still young, he would have more things to learn when he grows up. It would be more fun than playing now. Go Chi-huang also rushed back. As soon as he came back, he went to the laboratory with Shin Shingtong and held a video conference with Lu Ling and others from the border galaxy to discuss the medicine. Madam, we extracted many substances from the living Zerg. After analyzing them one by one, the data is all here, as well as the kingworm egg. We extracted the larval tissue while freezing it, and found that you do have phagocytic antibodies in your body. Go Chi-huang was very excited when he said this. Shin Shingtong's eyes lit up. Although Chu Xiao said that the Zerg would not pose a threat in the next 10 years, if the Zerg had a new king, they would definitely come back, so they had to hurry up to make antibodies, so that they could reduce the threat of sufficient resistance. In addition, Shin Shingtong also wanted to develop a drug against the Zerg. There were insecticides in the world before she crossed over. Although the Zerg here have wisdom, aren't they also insects in essence? Developing targeted insecticides will definitely help Chu Xiao. Thinking of this, Shin Shingtong couldn't wait to start reading the information, while using the Wanmu app to assist in scanning to determine the efficacy of the sample to reduce unnecessary detours and obtain the most accurate data. Shin Shingtong also began to get busy. Shin Yuanjin was very happy to play with Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, Mao Yiji at first. After 3 consecutive days of not seeing his mother, when he got up and went to bed, Shin Yuanjin was unhappy and pulled Hu Hingming to find Shin Shingtong. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao knew that Shin Shingtong was doing very important research, so they squatted down to coax Shin Yuanjin. Yuan, Tang Tang is working, and when she is done, she will come to accompany Yuan, okay. Hu Hingming, Tu Jiahua, and Lily all agreed that it was okay to call Danzai occasionally, but not all the time. After all, it was not a nice name. Besides, children also had dignity. What if other little orcs laughed at Shin Yuanjin's name when he grew up? So the 3 of them started calling Shin Yuanjin Yuan. Shin Yuanjin lay on the ground, holding her head with her paws, and kept silent. The small wreath that Shin Shingtong had hung on her dragon horn looked listless. Hu Hingming scratched his head and coaxed Shin Yuanjin with a whine. Wow, the axe is going to swallow the baby. Whose baby is missing? Wow. Shin Yuanjin ignored Hu Hingming. Tu Jiao pushed Hu Hingming and whispered, Yuan, be good, or Auntie will take you out to play. Shin Yuanjin turned his butt towards the 2 of them, and didn't even want to go out to play. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other, and looked at Mao Yiji next to them for help. Mao Yiji had no choice but to scratch his head with a sad face. Shin Yuanjin didn't see Hu Hingming take her to find Shin Shingtong for a long time. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She hadn't played with her mother for several days. Shin Yuanjin suddenly turned back into a human form, covered her eyes with her 2 little hands, opened her mouth and cried. Wow wow wow. Ah mama. Woo wow. Woo wow. Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, Mao Yiji panicked and were at a loss for what to do for Shin Yuanjin. Hey Yuan, don't cry. Are you hungry? Auntie has some dried meat here. I make some milk for you. Shin Yuanjin ignored them, and cried very sadly. She wanted to play with her parents, but she hadn't seen her father for several days, and her mother didn't play with her either. Woo woo woo. Chapter 96. Hu Hingming and the other 2 failed to comfort Shin Yuanjin, and Shin Yuanjin's voice was a little hoarse from crying. The crying sound reached the basement. Shin Shingtong came back to his senses, rubbed his waist and looked out, and said to Go Chi-huang beside him, Dr. Go, I think I heard Yuan crying, I go and see. Go Chi-huang waved his hand without raising his head. Shin Shingtong heard Shin Yuanjin sobbing when he left the laboratory. He felt very wronged. Hearing this, Shin Shingtong felt distressed and ran to the door. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Chu Xiao holding Shin Yuanjin. Shin Yuanjin was lying in Chu Xiao's arms, his body twitching, and his hands were still rubbing his eyes. Xiao, you're back. What happened to the baby? Shin Shingtong walked over and took a clean wet towel from the childcare robot to wipe Shin Yuanjin's face and hands, coaxing him as she wiped. What happened to our baby? Okay, Okay, Mom is here, don't cry. Shen Yuanjin saw Shen Xingtong immediately climb up from Chu Zhao's arms and rush towards Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong quickly reached out to catch Shen Yuanjin, hugged Shen Yuanjin, gently patted Shen Yuanjin's back, and said as he patted, "What happened to Yuan Yuan? Are you not happy playing with Aunt Ming Ming and Aunt Jiao Jiao?" Shen Yuanjin was sobbing in Shen Xingtong's arms. She wanted to say that she wanted to play with her mother, but her language system was not yet perfect, and she couldn't say it. After a long time, she uttered, "Mama." Shen Xingtong immediately looked at Shen Yuanjin with surprise. "Ah Zhao, our Yuan Yuan can call mommy now." Chu Zhao looked at the mother and daughter with gentle eyes. Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiamao and Yi beside him all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Hingmeng sighed and said, "Marshal, Tang Tang, you haven't played with Yuan Yuan for several days. Today, Yuan Yuan remembered and made a fuss to find Tang Tang. We were afraid of disturbing Tang Tang, but who knew that Yuan Yuan cried so sadly? Fortunately, Marshal came back in time." Shen Xingtong looked at Shen Yuanjin with guilt and kissed Shen Yuanjin's cheek. "It's Daddy and Mom's fault, Yuan Yuan. Don't be angry, Mommy will play with you, okay?" Shen Yuanjin put her little hand on Shen Xingtong's neck, tears still hung on her long eyelashes, and looked at Shen Xingtong with eyes as if saying, "Are you really going to play with the baby?" Shen Xingtong's heart was about to melt, and she thanked Hu Hingmeng and said a little embarrassedly, "Ming Ming, you have worked hard to play with Yuan Yuan these days." Hu Hingmeng waved his hand. "Yuan Yuan is well behaved, and I am also very happy to play with her." Tu Jiao also nodded. "Yes, Yuan Yuan is so soft and well behaved." Shen Yuanjin seemed to know that the two were praising her, and she shyly leaned into Shen Xingtong's arms. Tu Jiao looked at the family of three, and immediately pulled Hu Hingmeng and Mao Yiji and said, "Tang Tang, since the marshal is back, Ming Ming, Mao Mao, and I are going for a walk. We haven't been out for a walk for several days." Without waiting for Shen Xingtong to speak, she ran away. The family of three finally got together, and they were standing here like a light bulb. Shen Xingtong opened his mouth, smiled helplessly, looked at Chu Zhao, and asked, "Why did you come back at this time today?" Chu Zhao unbuttoned a button and loosened his collar and said, "It's the same few words over and over again, I'm tired of it, and Xiaoming just said that Yuan Yuan was crying sadly, so I came back." Shen Xingtong listened and asked again, "What about the morning ceremony for His Majesty? It's been postponed for so long, aren't they in a hurry at all?" Chu Zhao sneered, "Busy fighting for power, who cares about these?" Shen Xingtong sighed, and Shen Yuanjin in his arms was dissatisfied, raised his hand, and slapped Chu Zhao in the face. Chu Zhao lowered his head and took Shen Yuanjin. "Okay, Dad won't say anything, play with Yuan Yuan." When Shen Yuanjin was tired and fell asleep in Shen Xingtong's arms, Chu Zhao gently picked up Shen Yuanjin and put him on the bed, then walked behind Shen Xingtong and hugged Shen Xingtong and said, "I haven't been with you these days. It's my fault. I won't do it again in the future." Shen Xingtong turned her head and smiled and said, "Why do I need you to accompany me every day? We are not conjoined twins, and I am busy. I have to be busy when you are at home." Chu Zhao blocked Shen Xingtong's mouth in dissatisfaction, and let go of the panting Shen Xingtong after a while. Shen Xingtong hit Chu Zhao angrily. "Don't make trouble. By the way, Dr. Go and I have almost finished our research and are making the finished product. According to the simulation results, the antibody is effective. The next step is to conduct clinical trials." Chu Zhao hugged Shen Xingtong and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Tang Tang. Don't tell anyone after you and Qi Huang make the medicine. The current situation is unstable, and I'm afraid someone will use this to cause trouble." Shen Xingtong nodded and said, "I know, it's not that fast. We have to make sure that the drug is harmless before we can give it to the orcs." It was the first time since they returned to the imperial capital Star that they had free time to snuggle together, quietly, without being disturbed by anything else. After Shen Yuanjin cried, Shen Xingtong and Chu Zhao began to make time to play with Shen Yuanjin every day. Shen Yuanjin's emotions came and went quickly, and he continued to play happily. A few days later, the mourning ceremony for the old emperor was finally confirmed, and there was also the succession ceremony for the second prince. Chu Zhao told Shen Xingtong that she and Shen Yuanjin would also go to participate. Chu Zhao didn't want Shen Xingtong to go, but the military suggested that Chu Zhao bring his family with him. In this case, Chu Zhao did not refuse, and the old emperor was really good to him, so he should go. Shen Xingtong deliberately wore a black dress, changed Shen Yuanjin into black baby clothes, put on a black hat, and set off with Chu Zhao. The morning ceremony was held in the palace. The second prince, who was the next emperor, stood at the front and greeted the guests with a sad expression. The eldest prince, who was originally the first heir, leaned aside casually and even had a smile on his face. Shin Tong didn't see any worry about Quan Yusen's disappearance on the eldest prince's face, nor did he see any sadness about his father's death. Shin Tong subconsciously approached Chu Xiao, who quietly held Shin Tong's hand. Shin Tong looked over and saw the sadness in Chu Xiao's eyes. Chu Xiao held Shin Yuanjin in one hand and took Shin Tong to the old emperor's body and bowed. The second prince next to him whispered, "Marshal Chu can come back, and my father must be very happy. He used to treat you as his own son. Sometimes we brothers are not as good as you." Chu Xiao lowered his eyes and said after a while, "My condolences." The second prince wiped the tears from his eyes. "It's a pity that my niece is still alive or dead. My father loved her the most when he was alive, and he let her inherit the throne before he died. It's a pity that my niece is unlucky." Shin Tong hesitated and held Chu Xiao's hand tightly. She felt that the second prince was hypocritical. Now the second prince was a vested interest. Quan Yusen disappeared, and the second prince benefited. Shin Tong was a person with accurate intuition and keen perception of people's emotions. She did not feel real worry and sadness from the second prince, but instead felt joy. The eldest prince beside him sneered, "Second brother, you are so polite. Wasn't Shin's disappearance planned by you? Who are you crying over the rat for?" The second prince paused, showing a helpless and tolerant expression. "Brother, how can you say that to me? If you hadn't been crazy these years, why would the emperor deprive you of your inheritance rights? The disappearance of my niece was an assassination. We have found out that there was also the hand of high-level Zerg. How can you wrongly accuse your younger brother?" The eldest prince sneered, looked at Chu Xiao up and down for a moment, then looked at Shin Tong beside Chu Xiao and Shin Yuanjin in Chu Xiao's arms, then ignored the second prince, walked in front of the two of them, stretched out his finger, and touched Shin Yuanjin's face, and said, Shin has good taste, but it's a pity that you two are not destined to be together. I heard that Miss Shin is a pharmacist. Shin told me about you. When she talked about you, her expression was quite complicated. She liked you very much." Shin Tong was a little confused, and nodded out of politeness and said, "Yes, Your Highness the First Prince." After saying that, he couldn't help asking, "Princess Yusen?" The eldest prince smiled. Shin, maybe she reunited with her mother." Shin Tong was at a loss. Chu Xiao lowered his head and whispered in Shin Tong's ear, "The eldest prince's wife died a long time ago." After hearing this, Shin Tong was a little shocked, looking at the eldest prince with some confusion. Now Quan Yusen was just missing. How could the eldest prince say that Quan Yusen was dead? The eldest prince laughed and walked past the two of them. The second prince looked at Chu Xiao and Shin Tong with apology and said, "I'm sorry, my elder brother has not been in a good mental state since his elder sister-in-law passed away. He often goes crazy. Please don't be offended." Chu Xiao nodded. "No need to explain, second prince." The second prince smiled, turned his head, and said to Quan Yuyin, who had just come over, "Yuyin, come and entertain Marshal Chu and Marshal's wife for me." Quan Yuyin came over with a perfect smile. "Marshal, Miss Shin, long time no see." After that, she looked at Shin Yuanjin in Chu Xiao's arms, and paused for a moment before saying, "I didn't expect the Marshal to have a child. This child is so beautiful, and looks like the Marshal." Shin Yuanjin hid her face in Chu Xiao's arms, not looking at Quan Yuyin, and clearly didn't like this strange aunt. Chu Xiao said to Quan Yuyin, "Sorry, Yuan is a little shy. Miss Quan doesn't have to entertain us." Quan Yuyin was a little disappointed. "I know I'm not as good as Sister Yusen. Does the Marshal dislike me for not doing well enough?" Chu Xiao frowned and pulled Shin Tong away from Quan Yuyin. Quan Yuyin followed him and said, "After my father ascends the throne, I will also be given the title of Princess, Marshal." Shin Tong looked at Quan Yuyin's pitiful expression, as if Chu Xiao had some feelings for her, and couldn't help but say, "Miss Quan, whether you have the title of princess has nothing to do with us, and Zhao and Miss Quan don't seem to be very familiar with each other." Quan Yuyin frowned. Is Miss Shin jealous? Or did she misunderstand something? I'm just a fan of the Marshal. As the Marshal's wife, Miss Shin shouldn't be so jealous and suspicious like ordinary people. Shin Tong looked at Quan Yuyin speechlessly. It seemed that what happened between her and Chu Xiao had nothing to do with Quan Yuyin, right? Quan Yuyin's tone was too strange. Chu Xiao pinched Shin Tong's palm and said to Quan Yuyin, "Miss Quan, this has nothing to do with you. Miss Quan, please respect yourself." After that, Chu Xiao pulled Shin Tong to the side. When Quan Yuyin tried to follow, Chu Xiao looked at Kuan Yin with a sharp look. Kuan Yin froze in place, and did not dare to follow. After sitting down in the corner, Shin Tong whispered to Chu Xiao, "Why is Miss Kuan so weird? Does she like you?" Chu Xiao pinched Shin Tong's face. "Nonsense, I'm not a star coin, everyone likes me." Shin Tong laughed, but after a while, she felt that the occasion was not right, so she put away her smile, put on a serious face, and took Chu Xiao's arm seriously. Chapter 97. After sitting for a while, Shin Tong felt a little bored. In addition, someone came to talk to Chu Xiao from time to time, so Shin Tong simply took Shin Yuanjin from Chu Xiao's arms, and took out baby snacks from his bag to feed Shin Yuanjin. Chu Xiao reached out to wipe Shin Yuanjin's mouth from time to time while talking to others. The people who talked to him couldn't help but smile and say, "The marshal and his wife have a really good relationship." Speaking of this, Chu Xiao's face softened a lot, and he was willing to chat a few more words. In this way, the people who came to talk to him knew that they were specifically praising Shin Tong and Shin Yuanjin, and the beautiful words came out like money. Shin Tong had to put on a business smile, and complained in his heart that this was obviously a morning service for the old emperor, and these people didn't look like they were here to attend the morning service. Shin Yuanjin rubbed his eyes, and felt sleepy soon, and rubbed against Shin Tong's arms. Shin Tong hurriedly coaxed Shin Yuanjin. Yuan is sleepy, right? Sleep in mommy's arms, good boy." Chu Xiao pretended to say to the people around him, "Sorry, excuse me." After that, he walked to Shin Tong and asked with his head down, "What's wrong?" Shin Tong whispered, Yuan has to sleep at this time every day." Chu Xiao touched Shin Yuanjin's head. "Just make do with it for now. The second prince will give a speech, and then we can go back after his majesty is buried." Shin Tong nodded. "It's okay, I hold her and sleep for a while." Chu Xiao saw Shin Yuanjin fell asleep, so he gently took Shin Yuanjin and held her in his arms, pinched Shin Tong's arm and said, "The little guy is heavy, I hold her." Shin Tong looked at the people waiting to talk to Chu Xiao not far away, and asked in a low voice, "What should we do with him?" Chu Xiao said, "Don't worry about irrelevant people." Shin Tong thought about it, and felt that what Chu Xiao said made sense, so he didn't care. After the old emperor was buried, Chu Xiao took Shin Tong to say goodbye to the second prince. Seeing this, the second prince smiled and said, "Marshal Chu has something to do, so I won't keep him. Yu Yan has admired the marshal for a long time. I will treat him to a meal after the succession ceremony." Chu Xiao frowned slightly, and when he saw the shy Kuan Yin next to the second prince, he replied stiffly, "Your Highness is too polite. I will return to the border galaxy in 2 days. I am afraid I will not have time to attend the banquet. Please forgive me." The second prince paused, still smiling. "Official business is important. Official business is important." Chu Xiao didn't want to deal with these people, so he took Shin Tong and Shin Yuanjin on the hovercraft to go home. After arriving home, Shin Yuanjin woke up. Back in the familiar place, Shin Yuanjin immediately came out of Shin Tong's arms, turned back into the beast form and ran around happily. Shin Tong took off his hat and coat and leaned on the sofa. "I'm so tired." Chu Xiao sat down next to Shin Tong and pinched Shin Tong's shoulders and said, "I pinch you." Shin Tong lay in Chu Xiao's arms and took snacks from the small coffee table. The next day, he had to attend the second prince's succession ceremony. Shin Tong sighed. Chu Xiao wanted to wear his military uniform. Shin Tong picked a dress of the same style, which was obviously a couple's outfit. Shin Tong was a little hesitant about whether to take Shin Yuanjin with her, but if she didn't, there would be no one at home. Hu Hingming and the others were all going to attend the succession ceremony. Shin Tong was worried about leaving Shin Yuanjin alone at home, even though there was a childcare robot to take care of him. After thinking about it, she decided to take Shin Yuanjin with her. Chu Xiao said to Shin Tong, "If you are tired, take Yuan back to the car to rest." Shin Tong nodded, took everything with her, and went to the palace with Chu Xiao. The succession ceremony was held in the palace. After the ceremony, there would be a parade of floats to announce who the new emperor would be. The whole process was live broadcast by floating cameras. The scene was very grand, and everyone had a smile on their faces. As the marshal, Chu Xiao watched the ceremony in the front row, and had to hand over the scepter symbolizing the royal power to the second prince. Shin Tong was arranged to sit next to Chu Xiao. The ceremony went smoothly until the crown was about to be placed on the second prince's head to complete the ceremony. Suddenly, an explosion was heard at the gate of the palace, and fighter jets were hovering above the palace. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The civil servants with little military power watched the scene in panic, but the military was calm and directly contacted the Imperial Capital Star Defense for accountability while mobilizing troops to resist. Chu Zhao immediately helped Xin Xingtong and Xin Yuanjin, and said to Hua Lili in the back row, "Be careful, let Xiao Ming and Xiao Tu prepare for battle." Hua Lili nodded seriously, supported the back of the chair with one hand, jumped lightly to the back, and took out the energy gun from her waist. The movement outside was getting closer and closer. Xin Xingtong grabbed Chu Zhao's arm. "What's going on?" Chu Zhao said, "I don't know, but there is no sign of direct attack on the palace. There is an insider in the palace defense. Tang Tang, follow me closely." Xin Xingtong nodded, hugged Xin Yuanjin, and followed closely behind Chu Zhao. The second prince, who had not yet completed the ceremony, shouted angrily, "Where are the guards? Where are the guards? Why didn't anyone report that the palace was invaded?" However, no one paid attention to him. Those who were not strong enough were busy hiding, and those who were strong enough went out to meet the enemy. However, the people who came were obviously very fierce. They reached the hall where the ceremony was held in less than half an hour, kicked open the closed door, stepped on the corpse, and stood against the light. Hua Lili, Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao and others quietly retreated, walked behind Chu Zhao, and whispered, "Marshal, it's Princess Yusin." Xin Xingtong also saw the person at the door clearly at this time. He was wearing a black combat uniform, holding a long sword in his hand, and his face was stained with blood. He just stood at the door, looking at the second prince in the innermost with a smile, and walked in slowly. "Second uncle, why are you starting when your niece is not here yet?" The second prince swallowed his saliva. Normally, he was not afraid of Quan Yusin. Every time he saw Quan Yusin, he would educate Quan Yusin in a fatherly way. But now the situation was not right. Quan Yusin's face was full of murderous intent, and the sword in his hand was stained with blood. Obviously, there was a more powerful energy gun, but Quan Yusin chose to kill all the way with an ancient cold weapon sword. This was definitely a threat to him. Quan Yuyan also hid behind the second prince and looked at Quan Yusin fearfully. She had never known that Quan Yusin had such a bloodthirsty side. Quan Yuyan regretted her previous sarcasm and green tea attitude towards Quan Yusin. At this moment, she prayed that Quan Yusin would forget her. Quan Yusin wiped the blood off the sword, walked to the second prince, picked up the crown that had fallen on the ground, and casually placed it on the second prince's head, saying without turning her head, "The succession ceremony ends here today. What follows is our Quan family's family affairs. Do you still want to stay and be spectators?" The military and parliament looked at each other in bewilderment, while those who had participated in the assassination plotted quietly hid behind the crowd with a guilty look on their faces. Chu Zhao looked at Xin Yuanjin, making sure that Xin Yuanjin was not frightened, and raised his head and said calmly, "We will naturally not get involved in the princess's family affairs." After that, he took Xin Xingtong and was about to leave. The second prince saw him and immediately shouted, "Marshal Chu, don't leave." If Chu Zhao left, the rest of the people would definitely follow him. The second prince could fully imagine what Quan Yusin would do after everyone left. Quan Yusin was just like her father. They are all crazy. Everyone looked at Chu Zhao. Although they usually wanted to take power from Chu Zhao, at this time, as long as Chu Zhao expressed his opinion, everyone would follow suit. Without waiting for Chu Zhao to speak, Quan Yusin turned around with a smile, pointed the sword at the second prince, and said to everyone present, "You don't want to leave, that's fine, just stay and watch." Just when everyone was confused, the door was slammed shut, and everyone looked at Quan Yusin. General Wang of the military glared at Quan Yusin. "Princess Yusin, what do you mean by this? Although the late emperor chose you to inherit the throne, your disappearance has nothing to do with us. What does Princess Yusin want to do with her actions today?" Quan Yusin tilted her head. "It has nothing to do with you. Your information is a little behind schedule. Those who came to assassinate me have confessed under my special care. You and my good uncles, sisters and brothers discussed the assassination of me. Why do you deny it now? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I have given you the opportunity. If you don't leave now, stay." After saying that, he stabbed the second prince to death with a sword before the second prince could react. Chu Zhao frowned and covered Xin Yuanjin's and Xin Xingtong's eyes. Xin Xingtong took a breath, pulled Chu Zhao's hand away, and whispered, "Princess Yusin has become so strange. Before, Quan Yusin was just arrogant and ambitious, but now Quan Yusin looks like she wants to destroy the world." Chu Zhao shook his head slightly, and Xin Xingtong stopped talking, carefully holding Xin Yuanjin, Hua Lili, Tu Jiamao, Yi Ji, Shi Lu and others guarded her, and Chu Zhao was in front of her. Quan Yuyan, who witnessed the second prince being killed, screamed, and the other members of the royal family looked at Kuan Yusen in horror. Kuan Yusen drew out her sword, without even looking at the second prince, who fell to the ground, and raised the crown with the tip of her sword and asked excitedly, "Who else wants to inherit the throne?" All those who have the right of succession retreated in horror. The General Wang who had just spoken glared at Kuan Yusen. No one expected that Kuan Yusen would kill someone just like that, and the person she killed was her own uncle. Even if she was a member of the royal family, killing someone was against the laws of the empire. "Princess Yusen, you are violating the laws of the empire. According to the laws, you will be deprived of your inheritance rights." Kuan Yusen smiled and said, "Oh, really?" The next second, the third prince, who was closest to him, was also killed. The person who spoke looked at Kuan Yusen in horror. You are crazy." Kuan Yusen looked back and hooked a chair to sit down, playing with the crown in her hand. "Keep talking. Why don't you talk? Weren't you very talkative when you forced my mother to death?" As soon as these words came out, all the older people could not stand. "Princess Yusen, what are you talking about? You just want the throne. As long as you stop now, we will activate the Imperial Majesty's immunity rule, and will not punish you. You can still become the Empress." Kuan Yusen raised her eyebrows. "It sounds good. If you did this 2 months ago, I would still be interested, but not now." After that, she killed Kuan Yuyen's brother with her backhand, and the blood splashed on Kuan Yusen's face. Kuan Yusen wiped her face in disgust and threw away her handkerchief. "Speak, let me see what other reasons you can use to convince me." For a moment, no one dared to speak. After all, everyone saw the consequences of speaking. Although they didn't care how many royal family members died, they were very concerned that Kuan Yusen would really kill all their relatives, and they would be the next one. Someone whispered, "Go find the eldest prince." Chapter 98. A madman needs to be treated by a madman. Kuan Yusen is crazy, but the eldest prince is her father after all. Kuan Yusen would not kill her father in front of everyone. The eldest prince drank a lot of wine and huddled in a corner. When he was pulled out, he looked at Kuan Yusen blankly and smiled. "Xinxin is back. I thought you were dead." The person who found the eldest prince immediately regretted it. Why didn't he think that according to the eldest prince's personality of going crazy from time to time, he might go crazy with Kuan Yusen? The smile on Kuan Yusen's face gradually disappeared. She stared at the eldest prince for a long time before asking, "Are you really crazy?" The eldest prince looked at Kuan Yusen, with a smile on his face. "What are you talking about?" Kuan Yusen pointed her sword at the eldest prince. "How did my mother die?" The eldest prince's smile, which was exactly the same as Kuan Yusen's, also disappeared. He looked at Kuan Yusen with dark eyes. "She died of dystocia when she gave birth to you." Kuan Yusen sneered. "Died of dystocia? What a ridiculous reason. If she hadn't found out the truth. Her mother was a rare mermaid orc. She married his father, and the couple loved each other. However, the good times didn't last long. It was unknown from where that the mermaid orcs had Zerd genes in their blood. The rare mermaids suffered a devastating blow. As the eldest prince's wife, Kuan Yusen's mother was non-immune. She was asked to give birth to the offspring herself. When giving birth, all medical care was withdrawn, causing the eldest prince's wife to have dystocia. After heavy bleeding, she was left in the delivery room to die. Such a ridiculous reason, Kuan Yusen sneered. She had checked it out clearly. The Zerd gene was all a lie. It was nothing more than the old emperor wanted the eldest prince to inherit the throne in advance, and some people couldn't sit still. Once this happened, there was a reason to prevent the eldest prince from succeeding to the throne, and the eldest prince never recovered from it. Even if the old emperor gave the newly born Kuan Yusen the title of princess as compensation, the eldest prince was indifferent. In this matter, all of Kuan Yusen's uncles were involved, and Kuan Yusen came here for revenge. Kuan Yusen had no patience to act anymore, and she killed all the remaining 4 princes and the older cousins at lightning speed. By the time the military reacted and tried to stop them, it was too late. The only one left on the stage was Kuan Yuyen, who was trembling with her head in her hands, begging for mercy. "Sister Yusen, it's none of my business." Kuan Yusen glanced at Kuan Yuyen. She had no interest in killing her. Kuan Yusen was not interested in killing the other younger cousins either. After killing those who should be killed, Kuan Yusen turned around and was about to speak, but she felt a pain in her abdomen and looked down. The eldest prince smiled and stabbed inside with a dagger. "Xinxin, remember to say hello to your mother for me when you see her." The eldest prince's tone was very pleasant. Kuan Yusen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the eldest prince. The eldest prince drew out the dagger with a blank expression and a crazy look in his eyes. "If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died at all. I had already arranged to send her away." She couldn't bear to leave you. Then you go to accompany her. After saying that, the eldest prince was about to pierce Kuan Yusin's heart. Kuan Yusin spat out a mouthful of blood. This life is considered to be returned to you. The door was kicked open again, and a black shadow slid over everyone's heads from the ceiling at a high speed, grabbed Kuan Yusin and flew out immediately. When others chased out, Kuan Yusin had disappeared. The royal family's mess still needs to be cleaned up. Now the only ones who can inherit the throne are Kuan Yin and a few younger ones, and then the eldest prince. However, no one dares to let the eldest prince inherit the throne for fear that he will go crazy. The eldest prince stood on the throne, picked up the crown, and put it on his head, opened his hands, and announced with a smile, "The succession ceremony will continue, and I will inherit the throne. Do you have any objections? It doesn't matter if you have any objections. The guards in the palace are all my people. We can talk slowly. The threat in it is obvious." Kuan Yin was frightened by Kuan Yusin. Seeing the corpses lying on the ground, and the fact that the eldest prince was merciless and did not even spare his own daughter, Kuan Yin swallowed her saliva and said loudly, "Uncle is the first in line of succession. It is the most suitable person for him to inherit the throne." The eldest prince smiled and gave Kuan Yin a look. "Not bad, you are more sensible than your father." The military and the parliament began to whisper to each other, but the eldest prince did not stop them. Instead, he sat in the chair where Kuan Yusin had just sat and waited leisurely. In view of the fact that the eldest prince was a little crazy, the military and the parliament unanimously decided to stabilize the eldest prince first and then depose him. "Your Majesty." The military and the parliament saluted together and recognized the eldest prince's throne. The eldest prince laughed, and his laughter was a little crazy. Okay. The originally agreed parade was cancelled because the current situation was not right, because the mess here needed to be cleaned up, and the bodies of several princes who were killed in front of them needed to be cleaned up. The military and the parliament came to their senses and jointly ordered the arrest of Kuan Yusin. No matter whether she was dead or alive, she should be brought back, and Kuan Yusin's accomplices should be investigated and arrested. After the matter was over, Chu Xiao also had to go to the military to deal with it. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao escorted Xin Xingtong and Xin Yuanjin home first. After arriving home, Xin Xingtong was shocked for a whole day before he dared to speak. "This is too exciting. Princess Yusin didn't look so crazy before." Tu Jiao felt the same way. "That's right. Princess Yusin's behavior today was really murderous and decisive." Xin Xingtong sighed, but listening to Princess Yusin, her behavior seems to be understandable. She avenged her mother's murder, and was stabbed in the back by her own father. Princess Yusin is also very miserable. Hu Hingming, it's really miserable. I heard that the eldest prince didn't like Princess Yusin at all since she was a child. Princess Yusin was also abused by the nanny. Later, the late emperor found out and replaced the nanny with a childcare robot to prevent Princess Yusin from being abused. Even so, the eldest prince was indifferent to Princess Yusin and didn't care about his daughter at all. Xin Xingtong sighed. The eldest prince doesn't seem to be a good person either. Fortunately, a Zhao won't be restricted much. When we return to the border star in 2 days, we will be away from these troubles. Xin Xingtong carried Xin Yuanjin upstairs. When they came back, Xin Yuanjin had fallen asleep. He hadn't woken up yet. Xin Xingtong felt his hands ache and planned to put Xin Yuanjin on the bed. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao went to the kitchen to find food. After a day in the palace and such an exciting experience, they were a little hungry. Go Chi Huang, who did not go to the palace but stayed in the basement to do experiments, came up with a strange look on his face. When he saw Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming, he asked, "Is the marshal back? Did something happen today?" Tu Jiao was still biting a piece of braised beef made by Xin Xingtong, so she had no time to answer. Hu Hingming swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded, saying, "Something happened. The news probably won't be released, I tell you." Go Chi Huang interrupted Hu Hingming. "Don't talk about this for now. Is the marshal back?" Hu Hingming shook his head. "The marshal went to the military headquarters and probably won't be back today, but Tang Tang is back. What's wrong? Didn't you always communicate with Tang Tang about the experiment before? Why are you asking about the marshal today?" Go Chi Huang looked at the entrance to the basement and sighed. "It's okay if the madam is here. Ming Ming, go and ask the madam to come down. Things are a bit tricky." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at Go Chi Huang at the same time. Hu Hingming scratched his head. "Okay, I go and call Tang Tang." He ran upstairs and saw Xin Xingtong put Xin Yuanjin down and whispered, "Tang Tang, Brother Go has something to ask you, and he looks very anxious." Xin Xingtong nodded, covered Xin Yuanjin with a quilt, and came out and said, What's the matter? Hu Hingming shook his head. I don't know, but Go Ji's face looks a little strange. Shin Xingtong followed Hu Hingming downstairs, and saw Go Chi-huang standing at the entrance of the basement, exuding a sad atmosphere. Shin Xingtong walked over and asked, Dr. Go, what's wrong with you? Go Chi-huang looked at Shin Xingtong and hesitated to speak. Finally, he scratched his hair and made way and said, Madam, come with me. He then stopped Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao who were following him. You two are not allowed to come over. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao stopped, looked at each other and muttered, What is Go Gu doing, mysterious? Shin Xingtong followed Go Chi-huang downstairs, asking as he walked, Dr. Go, is there any new discovery? Or is there something wrong with the antibody? Go Chi-huang said nothing, walked down the stairs, turned around and pointed to the front and said, This is the situation. I don't understand what happened. Anyway, they somehow bypassed the security system and broke in, and almost killed me. Go Chi-huang showed a slightly complaining expression. Shin Xingtong looked in the direction Go Chi-huang pointed, and was stunned, stammering and unable to make a sound. On the sofa in the laboratory, Quan Yusen, who was stabbed by the eldest prince not long ago, was lying. Ying Tiaosher was squatting beside her. Quan Yusen closed her eyes, and her face was pale due to excessive blood loss. However, Shin Xingtong could not connect the two people together, and did not even know how they knew each other. Shin Xingtong looked at the two people, and then at Go Chi-huang. Go Chi-huang spread his hands. I don't really understand, but this situation is obvious. I can't handle it. Madam, what do you think we should do? Shin Xingtong was speechless, and looked at this scene with a headache. You know, the military and the parliament have already issued a wanted order. This situation. Ying Tiaosher looked at Shin Xingtong and said, After saying a word, he became irritable again, scratched his hair, and said confidently for the first time, Anyway, I have to hide here for a while, and wait for you Lai to pick me up. Shin Xingtong calmed down for a while, walked over and asked, Okay, hiding here is no problem, I just have some doubts. How did you know Princess Yusen? Aren't you on the original star? At least before she and Chu Xiao left the original star, Ying Tiaosher was still on the original star. Ying Tiaosher pointed at Quan Yusen and said, This peacock fell from the sky and hit my nest. Because she was a female, I saved her, but she didn't appreciate it and fought with me, pecking off my feathers. Later, I took her away from the original star without any grudges. She gave me 1 million star coins to hire me to help, and I agreed for the money. Who knew she was going to attack the palace and kill so many royal family members? As he spoke, Ying Tiaosher's face turned ugly. He was completely cheated. Such a small amount of money made him wanted. Fortunately, he erased the mercenary group's icon when he came, so the mercenary group was not wanted. Ying Tiaosher looked at Quan Yusen with an increasingly unfriendly expression. When this woman wakes up, he must double. No, 10 times the commission. Chapter 99. Shin Xingtong looked at Ying Tiaosher and Quan Yusen, who was unconscious on the sofa with a headache, took a deep breath, and walked to the corner to call Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao answered the call quickly. Chu Xiao seemed to be in a meeting. Shin Xingtong heard someone say, Marshal Chu, why are you answering the phone at this time? Shin Xingtong didn't wait for Chu Xiao to speak, and said directly, Xiao, I don't feel well. When will you come back? Chu Xiao seemed to stand up, and after a while Shin Xingtong heard Chu Xiao say, You can discuss the rest by yourselves. After saying that, Chu Xiao started walking, rather hurriedly. Tang Tang, what's wrong with you? I be home soon. Marshal Chu. Marshal. These shouts were getting farther and farther away. Shin Xingtong knew that the current situation was not suitable for talking on the phone, so he just said to Chu Xiao, Xiao, come back soon. After that, he hung up the phone. After Chu Xiao got on the hovercraft, he suddenly realized that he was too worried. Shin Xingtong was fine when they separated not long ago, and Shin Xingtong's voice did not sound uncomfortable, so Shin Xingtong was just looking for an excuse to let him go back as soon as possible. Maybe something happened at home that Shin Xingtong couldn't handle. Chu Xiao was relieved when he concluded that Shin Xingtong was fine, and he hurried back faster. Shin Xingtong paced back and forth in the laboratory, perhaps looking at Ying Tiaosher. Ying Tiaosher raised his chin, not at all like a dependent or asking for help, which made Shin Xingtong's head hurt even more. 20 minutes later, Chu Xiao arrived home, got off the hovercraft and went into the house. Seeing Tu Jiao and Hu Hingmeng standing at the entrance of the basement, he asked, Is Tang Tang down there? Tu Jiao nodded. Not long after we came back, Tang Tang went to sleep with Yuan Yuan in her arms, and Go Gu suddenly came up from the basement, with a rather strange expression asking if you were back. He knew that the marshal hadn't come back, so he asked his wife. We asked his wife to come down, and Gogu took his wife to the basement. She hasn't come up yet, and she won't let us go down with her. Chu Xiao directly turned on the light brain to check the protection system around the house. When he saw Shin Tong coming back, the surveillance went black for a minute. Chu Xiao frowned, told Tu Jiaohu and Hung Ming to guard outside, and went downstairs. When he arrived at the laboratory, Chu Xiao saw Shin Tong at first sight, walked over and held Shin Tong's hand. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Shin Tong was relieved to see Chu Xiao, pointed to the sofa and said, Zhao, I didn't mean to disturb you, but this situation really gives me a headache. Chu Xiao looked in the direction Shin Tong pointed, and was stunned for a moment. Ying Tiaosher didn't realize he was in someone else's territory, and looked at Chu Xiao provocatively. What? I can't be here. Chu Xiao retracted his gaze, sighed and ignored Ying Tiaosher, and said to Shin Tong, Tang Tang, what's going on? Shin Tong shook his head. I don't know. In short, Ying Tiaosher participated in the attack on the palace, and then took Princess Yusen to hide in our house. Ying Tiaosher immediately retorted, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't participate, I was paid to do the job, do you understand? Shin Tong and his wife ignored Ying Tiaosher. Chu Xiao turned to ask Go Chi Huang, What's the current situation of Princess Yusen's injury? Go Chi Huang said, Nothing, I gave her the wife's medicine, and it worked well. Chu Xiao nodded. Now the military, parliament, and royal family have rarely agreed to a full arrest warrant for Quan Yusen, and they have also deprived Quan Yusen of her princess title. Now Quan Yusen is indeed a troublesome matter for him. Ying Tiaosher was a little dissatisfied when he was ignored. What are you looking at her doing? Chu Xiao gave some of his eyes to Ying Tiaosher, and said to Shi Xiangni, Contact Deputy Commander Yu to pick up his people as soon as possible. Ying Tiaosher stared at Chu Xiao. What do you mean, Chu? Chu Xiao looked at Quan Yusen again, and thought for a while before saying, Pay money and hire Yu Lai to send Princess Yusen out of the imperial capital Star. He was not interested in getting involved in the royal family's mess. Quan Yusen did not offend him. On the contrary, when Quan Yusen came back from the border Star and took power, she also allocated all the military expenses owed before. Just for this, Chu Xiao would not push Quan Yusen out. This was not in line with his style. Shin Tong nodded, Okay. Ying Tiaosher gritted his teeth. Have you considered that I am the leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group? If I don't agree to take this commission, Yu Lai can't do anything. Shin Tong laughed. Okay, I just saw the wanted poster, which said that the reward for handing over Princess Yusen and her accomplices is 1 million star coins. Although I don't like this, I don't think the money is too much. Dr. Go, this money is for you to make. There is a phone number on the wanted poster. Go Chi Huang raised his eyebrows and cooperated very well to open the light brain. Thank you, madam. I just happened to have my eyes on a medicinal material at the auction recently, and I'm short of money. Ying Tiaosher's expression changed unpredictably, and he reached out and grabbed Go Chi Huang's wrist as fast as he could. Okay. Shin Tong looked at Ying Tiaosher. Ah, what did Captain Ying say? Ying Tiaosher took a deep breath. I take the commission, give me the money. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. In fact, Ying Tiaosher could leave the imperial capital Star by himself, but Ying Tiaosher curled his lips and glanced at Quan Yusen. He had never suffered a loss, so he had to take Quan Yusen away and get it back from her. Shin Tong received a reply from Yu Lai. Thank you, Miss Shin. I will pick up our team leader as soon as possible. I'm sorry to bother you these days. We have also accepted your commission. Shin Tong showed the message to Chu Xiao, who nodded and said to Ying Tiaosher, I asked team leader Ying to stay here these days, and don't leave the basement. Although Ying Tiaosher didn't like Chu Xiao, he was also aware of the current situation and snorted to indicate his agreement. Chu Xiao pulled Shin Tong out of the laboratory, but Shin Tong didn't follow him. The matter was resolved, and her gossipy heart came up. Shin Tong was really curious about how Quan Yusen and Ying Tiaosher, two people who had nothing to do with each other, got together. Shin Tong pulled Chu Xiao. Zhao, Princess Yusen hasn't woken up yet. You go up and look after Yuan Yuan, in case she wakes up and doesn't see me crying. Chu Xiao saw through Shin Tong's thoughts at a glance, and squeezed Shin Tong's hand with a smile and said, Okay, I go up and see if Yuan Yuan is awake. Shin Tong nodded repeatedly, watched Chu Xiao leave, then turned around and found a stool to sit down, looking at Ying Tiaosher curiously. Ying Tiaosher asked angrily, Why are you still staying? Are you afraid that I will run away? Shin Tong shook his head. That's not the case. If you could run away, you would have run away a long time ago. I'm just curious, how did you and Princess Yusen get together? Ying Tiaosher suddenly felt a little guilty and looked up at the ceiling. What does it have to do with you? But if you are willing to dump the guy named Chu and go with me, I can tell you. Shin Tong rolled his eyes. You can say it or not. When Princess Yusin wakes up, I ask her. Xiaoshu blurted out. Don't ask her. Shin Tong. Then tell me, and I won't ask her. Xiaoshu looked at Shin Tong angrily, while Shin Tong looked at Xiaoshu expectantly. Xiaoshu spoke in a compromising tone after a long while. Okay. Didn't I tell you that I was sleeping well in my nest, and this woman fell from the sky and hit me on the head, knocking me unconscious. I took her in reluctantly because she was also a flying beast man, and later I kindly took her away from the primitive star, who knew that this woman had bad intentions, and tricked me to come to the Imperial Star. Xiaoshu became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and gestured to Quan Yusin. I will definitely beat her up when she wakes up. Shin Tong looked at Xiaoshu suspiciously. According to her understanding, Xiaoshu was not such an easy person to talk to. Xiaoshu looked at Shin Tong's face full of disbelief, and said fiercely, What are you looking at? Do you think I'm lying to you? What a joke. What's so deceiving about this? Take your dirty hands away. Quan Yusin's somewhat weak voice sounded, and Shin Tong hurried over. Are you awake? Xiaoshu retracted his hand instantly, and then glared at Quan Yusin. What are you talking about? I saved you twice. Twice. Can you be more polite to me? Quan Yusin sat up from the sofa and snorted. I asked you to save me? Xiaoshu was at a loss for words. Quan Yusin did not ask him to save her, and the higher money was settled before the operation. His mission was to create chaos, and he could leave after creating it. Shin Tong looked at Quan Yusin, and then at Xiaoshu, scratched his head. Are you hungry? I go get you some food? Quan Yusin looked around, and finally looked at Shin Tong. You're home? Shin Tong nodded. Well, I found Captain Ing, and you here when I came back. Are you okay? Quan Yusin smiled. I'm fine. You see how happy I am to kill people. For the right of inheritance, everyone I killed has my mother's blood on their hands. Shin Tong was silent suddenly. She couldn't say that Quan Yusin's killing was right, nor could she say that Quan Yusin was wrong. Quan Yusin touched the wound on her stomach and suddenly asked Shin Tong, My father became the emperor? Shin Tong was stunned for a moment before nodding. Well, the eldest prince became the emperor, but the parliament and the military seemed to have objections, but they didn't dare to raise them at the time. Quan Yusin sneered. You are still as cowardly as a mouse. Shin Tong asked cautiously, Now your princess title has been stripped, and you are wanted? Princess Yusin, have you thought about what to do in the future? In fact, Shin Tong wanted to ask Quan Yusin if she wanted to recuperate and fight back. Quan Yusin suddenly looked at Shin Tong with a smile and said, For the sake of saving me, you should understand that I was the one who saved you. Xiaoshu interrupted Quan Yusin with dissatisfaction. Quan Yusin narrowed her eyes. Shut up. Xiaoshu glared at Quan Yusin, who continued to say to Shin Tong, You better leave the Imperial Capital Star with Chu Zhao as soon as possible. My father is a real lunatic. You won't have a good life if he becomes the emperor. Shin Tong, ah? Quan Yusin seemed to be lost in some memories. In my memory, I was 3 years old, and had not yet revealed my beast form. My father was very good to me at that time, but when he saw that I had not yet transformed into a beast form, he threw me into the pool and pressed my head. He wanted me to inherit my mother's beast form. Unfortunately, when I was almost drowned, I turned into a white peacock. The royal family is all peacocks. Since then, my father has ignored me, and even began to hate me. Shin Tong opened his mouth and looked sympathetic. Chapter 100. Quan Yusin saw Shin Tong's eyes, and said indifferently, There is nothing to sympathize with. I have never lacked anything since I was a child. I don't need love. After saying that, without waiting for Shin Tong to speak, Quan Yusin continued, I say this to tell you that my father can even kill his own children, let alone other people. He just wants to destroy this world as soon as possible to accompany my mother. Chu Zhao has so many people under his command. As long as they are not in the Imperial Capital Star, the old madman can't harm you. Go quickly. Shin Tong came back to his senses and said, Thank you, Princess Yusin. I will discuss it with the Zhao. Quan Yusin, what princess? Don't call me princess. I'm not a princess now. When I come back to seize the throne, you can call me your majesty. Quan Yusin smiled ambitiously. It was obvious that Quan Yusin had no intention of committing suicide. She had even begun to plan how to come back for a second coup to seize the throne. Shin Tong stood up and said, Okay. After that, he walked out. After walking 2 steps, he turned back and asked Quan Yusin curiously, Captain Ing said that you fell into his nest, and he saved you. Is this true? Quan Yusin's face darkened instantly, and she grabbed something and threw it at Ing Tiaoshi. Ing Tiaoshi's reaction was also very strange. He looked very angry, but he didn't fight back. He quietly walked to the corner and squatted down. He didn't look like Ing Tiaoshi, who was always causing trouble. Xin Tong felt that there must be something wrong, but unfortunately, she didn't dare to ask any more questions, mainly because Quan Yusin's face was full of expressions that said "I kill you if you ask again." Xin Tong raised her hand and left the basement laboratory with regret. Go Chi Huang had left long ago. This place would be lent to Ing Tiaoshi and Quan Yusin for the time being. Go Chi Huang went back to his home. As soon as she went upstairs, Xin Tong was stopped by Hu Hengmeng and Tu Jiao. They were so curious about what was in the basement. They asked Go Chi Huang, but Go Chi Huang didn't tell them. The marshal also ordered them not to go down. Hu Hengmeng and Tu Jiao could only wait to ask Xin Tong. Tang, what happened? Why did go home? That's right, the marshal doesn't need us to go down to take a look. Tang, tell us quickly. Xin Tong shook her head. No, I can't tell you this, but you should be prepared. We will return to the border galaxy as soon as possible. Hu Hengmeng and Tu Jiao looked at each other in bewilderment. Xin Tong took the opportunity to sneak upstairs. The fewer people who knew about Quan Yusin's situation here, the better. Xin Yuanjin had already woken up. Both father and daughter had transformed back into their animal forms, and were playing in the room. Chu Xiao was the one who played with Xin Yuanjin. Xin Tong entered the room and pounced directly into Chu Xiao's thick fur. After rolling for a while, he told Chu Xiao what Quan Yusin had said. Chu Xiao looked lost, then nodded to show that he understood. The next day, Chu Xiao notified Shi Lu and others and prepared to leave. However, there are too many people on the Imperial Star who don't want Chu Xiao to return to the Border Star. Now that the Zerg King is dead, it will take at least 10 years for a new Zerg King to grow up. Under such circumstances, everyone is jealous of the resources in the star systems occupied by the Zerg outside the Border Star. In addition, there is news that Star Pharmaceutical has produced a method to completely solve the problem of swallowing. Under such circumstances, no one wants Chu Xiao to dominate the Border Star system. If Chu Xiao is allowed to return to the Border Star, they will never have the opportunity to intervene in the Border Star system in the future. Moreover, the eldest prince, who had just become the emperor, did not make any movement for a day or two, but then he started to go crazy from time to time, and exposed the royal family's secrets on the Star Network without any hesitation. When the parliament found out, it cut off the emperor's network, but the impact was still there. The people were discussing this matter a lot, and even began to speculate whether there was any conspiracy behind the death of the old emperor. Chu Xiao sneered at the group of people who righteously advised him to stay in the imperial capital Star, and knocked on the table. Instead of trying to keep me here, you might as well persuade His Majesty to save the reputation of the royal family. After this was said, the people who had been talking fell silent, and even began to regret not stopping the assassination attempt on Quan Yusin. After all, Quan Yusin was a rational person, and had good methods. If Quan Yusin had become the emperor, there wouldn't be so many troubles now. Chu Xiao stood up. Today I am just notifying you that the Border Star system cannot be left without someone in charge. In addition, I will discuss a new plan with General Ji and others. The specific implementation will be confirmed after I return to the Border Star system, and I will inform you later. General Wang glared at Chu Xiao. Marshal Chu, the military is not your one-man show. We need to vote together to make any decision. Chu Xiao had no patience to continue, and glanced at General Wang. There will be a time for you to vote. If you still disagree at that time, this plan will be shelved indefinitely. Chu Xiao smiled as he spoke, and seemed to be very sure that everyone would agree to this plan. Because of Chu Xiao's attitude, the others who wanted to refute silently swallowed their words. In any case, Chu Xiao's attitude was very unusual. If they refuted at this time, they would be embarrassed to be slapped in the face later. Seeing that the others had nothing to say, Chu Xiao picked up his hat and left. Someone would come to pick up Qiao Shi and Quan Yusin today. He would go back to keep an eye on Ing Tiaoshi. He would do anything when he had nothing to do after eating. Xin Tong had not gone out these days to keep an eye on Ing Tiaoshi. He declined Hu Hengmeng and Tu Jiao's invitation to go shopping, fearing that Ing Tiaoshi would cause trouble when no one was home. Quan Yusin was very worry-free. Her injuries had healed, and she basically never left the basement. She looked no different from before. Xin Tong held Xin Yuanjin and told Ing Tiaoshi, "You have accepted my commission. You must put Miss Quan in a safe place, understand?" Ing Tiaoshi snorted and pretended not to hear. Xin Tong, if you mess around, you can forget about Wu Ji-san. As long as I ask, no one will sell the medicine to you. Ing Tiaoshi. He just found out what Wuji-san is here, and he just needs it. There are also many patients with severe swallowing in the Flying Eagle mercenary group who need it. Ing Tiasher gritted his teeth. Okay, I will definitely take her to a safe place. Shin Tong was satisfied, and went to talk to Quan Yusen again. Xin, the Imperial Capital Star is not very safe for you. Although Ing Tiasher looks like he deserves a beating, he will still do what he promised. Don't worry, I have already paid the commission. Quan Yusen's beautiful phoenix eyes showed a smile. Thank you. Shin Tong also prepared luggage for Quan Yusen. He checked the time and saw that Yulai had sent a message saying that he would be here to pick her up in 20 minutes. He was driving a disguised hovercraft, and used the excuse that Shin Tong bought a lot of children's toys and clothes for Shin Yuanjin and delivered them to his door. Quan Yusen disguised herself a little, and walked out of the basement of Shin Tong's house for the first time in so many days. She looked up and squinted at the sunlight. After a while, she looked towards the direction of the palace. Her departure now did not mean she would not come back. Yulai's hovercraft had arrived and was inspected at the door. After the inspection, the hovercraft drove into the yard. Yulai took 2 large boxes from the car and put them in front of Shin Tong and said, "Hello, ma'am. The baby clothes and toys you ordered have been delivered. Please sign for them here." Shin Tong smiled and signed. When she looked up again, Ing Tiasher and Quan Yusen had already boarded the hovercraft. Yulai took back the signed order and said to Shin Tong, "Okay, ma'am. If there is any problem with the goods, you can contact after sales at any time." After that, Yulai and Shin Tong exchanged glances, turned around and boarded the hovercraft to leave. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she sent the person away. Not long after Quan Yusen left, Chu Xiao came back. Seeing Shin Tong holding Shin Yuanjin standing at the door, Chu Xiao stepped forward to take Shin Yuanjin and asked Shin Tong, "Gone?" Shin Tong nodded. "Yes, Deputy Captain, you just took her away." The route for leaving was arranged to ensure that Quan Yusen could leave the Imperial Capital Star smoothly. "I didn't dare to play with Ming Ming and the others these days, for fear of being discovered. Finally I left." Chu Xiao smiled and said, "Where do you want to go? I go with you." Shin Tong shook her head. Forget it, I'm tired, I need to rest." She was tense these days, fearing that Quan Yusen would be discovered and implicate Chu Xiao. Now that she left, Shin Tong felt tired. Chu Xiao hugged Shin Tong and walked towards home. If Shin Tong wanted to rest, he would accompany Shin Tong to rest. Shin Yuanjin crawled back and forth on Chu Xiao and Shin Tong, poking Shin Tong's face for a while, and then trying to grab Chu Xiao's eyes. When Chu Xiao caught him, he looked at Chu Xiao innocently. Chu Xiao sighed and pulled a little distance from Shin Tong, letting Shin Yuanjin stand between them. Shin Yuanjin was satisfied and laid down obediently. Shin Tong couldn't help laughing, and Chu Xiao directly hugged the mother and daughter into his arms, kissing the older one and the younger one. Shin Yuanjin was not satisfied with being squeezed, so he crawled out from between the two of them, hummed in a baby voice, and crawled into the crib to sleep. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows and whispered to Shin Tong, Yuan is quite self-conscious." Shin Tong hit Chu Xiao in a bad mood. "Is there any father like you?" Chu Xiao pulled the crib to the bedside, and Shin Yuanjin closed his eyes and pretended to sleep with trembling eyelashes, which showed that he was unhappy and ignored people. Shin Tong gently patted Shin Yuanjin's back. Every time Shin Yuanjin pretended to sleep, he really fell asleep under his mother's caress. Shin Tong also yawned and took a nap in Chu Xiao's arms. When Shin Tong woke up, the sky was full of red clouds outside. Chu Xiao was not there. Shin Tong rubbed her eyes. Shin Yuanjin was sleeping soundly on the crib. Shin Tong was worried that Shin Yuanjin could not sleep at night, so she simply picked up Shin Yuanjin and kissed Shin Yuanjin's face. Yuan, don't sleep. Mommy will take you to eat delicious food." Shin Yuanjin twisted and turned in Shin Tong's arms. After rubbing for a long time, he made an unclear sound. Ma, Shin Tong carried Shin Yuanjin downstairs and sent a message to Chu Xiao while walking. Zhao, where have you been?" Chu Xiao replied after a while. "Are you awake? Something happened to the military department. I'll be back soon. What do you want to eat tonight?" Shin Tong, Yuan and I will go out for a walk in a while, and we decide what to eat when you come back." Chu Xiao replied with a okay, and Shin Tong pushed Shin Yuanjin out of the yard in a stroller. The villas and manors nearby were not too close, and the green plants were very wide. The connecting paths were also very flat, which was suitable for a walk after dinner. Shin Tong had not been out for a walk before, and was not familiar with the surrounding environment. This time, it was Shen Yuanjin who insisted on going out. He was tired of staying at home, and the child was full of desire to explore new things. So Shen Xingtong took Shen Yuanjin out for a walk. Chapter 101. When walking out of the gate, the guards on both sides said to Shen Xingtong, "Madam, are you going out?" Shen Xingtong nodded. "Yes, take Yuan for a walk around the neighborhood." The guard thought about it, and directly arranged someone to follow behind. Shen Xingtong felt a little exaggerated, but then she thought that this was the duty of the guard, so she followed. It didn't affect it anyway. When they got outside, Shen Yuanjin sat in the stroller and looked around curiously, babbling from time to time and pointing at the flowers and plants next to him. Although Shen Xingtong didn't quite understand, she still patiently squatted down to explain to Shen Yuanjin what it was. Shen Xingtong didn't see any other orcs along the way. After walking for a long time, he saw a manor on the hillside not far away. Shen Xingtong changed direction and continued to walk, thinking that if he lived in this place, he wouldn't meet a neighbor for half a year. Tired of walking, Shen Xingtong sat down on a stone bench by the road to rest, gave Shen Yuanjin water, held Shen Yuanjin in his arms, and said, "It's getting dark, Yuan, let's take a rest and go home, okay?" Shen Yuanjin's big eyes rolled around and pointed at this place. Yeah. Come again tomorrow." Shen Xingtong pinched Shen Yuanjin's nose. "Okay, take Yuan out for a walk tomorrow." Shen Yuanjin was satisfied and obediently returned to the stroller. Shen Xingtong stood up and wanted to go back. He had only taken 2 steps when he was suddenly stopped by a hovercraft. Shen Xingtong frowned. This was not the lane for hovercrafts. It was very dangerous for hovercrafts to drive here. It was easy to hit people walking. The guards behind Shen Xingtong immediately ran forward vigilantly, blocking Shen Xingtong and Shen Yuanjin, and shouted at the hovercraft in front, "Hovercrafts are not allowed here. Leave as soon as possible." The hovercraft stopped not far away and made no movement. The guard turned around and said to Shen Xingtong, "Madam, this hovercraft is not right. Madam, take Miss Yuan back quickly." Shen Xingtong nodded, picked up Shen Yuanjin and ran home without saying anything. She called Chu Xiao while running. This hovercraft was indeed wrong. Normally, who would drive a hovercraft to this place? And it just happened to block her. Shen Xingtong regretted taking Shen Yuanjin out for a walk. There was a muffled bang behind her. Shen Xingtong looked back and found that the guard fell to the ground. 3 people got off the hovercraft and covered their faces with disguises. Shen Xingtong felt nervous and ran faster. The guards didn't know whether they were alive or dead. She couldn't beat these 3 people. Going back for help was the most correct choice. Chu Xiao's phone was also connected. Tang, where are you? I just got home." Shen Xingtong said breathlessly, Xiao, I was walking outside, and someone attacked me and Yuan. The guard who followed me was knocked down. Come and save me and Yuan. Chu Xiao's breath stagnated, and he directly clicked on Shen Xingtong's light brain positioning, while ordering all the guards to go out and find someone, and he followed the positioning point. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Shen Xingtong was anxious and said to Shen Yuanjin, Yuan, play hide-and-seek with your mother, okay? Mom will let you go in a while, and you will immediately turn back into your beast form and run home, understand? Don't look back. When you see Dad, bring Dad to find Mom. If you find him, Mom will reward you with grilled wings made by Mom. Shen Yuanjin looked at Shen Xingtong in ignorance. When he heard that there was food, he immediately agreed happily. Shen Xingtong gritted his teeth and let go. Shen Yuanjin turned into a beast as soon as he landed. The white little swanee looked back at Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong patted Shen Yuanjin, run. Shen Yuanjin ran home with a howl, looking back as he ran, as if saying, Mom can't hide too tightly, Yuan will cry if she can't find Mom. Shen Xingtong saw Shen Yuanjin running away, and when she saw the people behind her catching up, she immediately ran on another path. The people chasing her were obviously very familiar with the terrain here, and blocked Shen Xingtong at both ends. Shen Xingtong stopped. There were people in front and behind, and flower beds on the left and right. Shen Xingtong jumped directly on the flower beds to the other side, and continued to run. She succeeded when Chu Xiao came over. However, Shen Xingtong underestimated the number of people who came. In addition to the 3 people who were blocking her, there were another 2 people who were surrounding her. After jumping over the flower bed, Shen Xingtong was intercepted. Shen Xingtong was surrounded tightly. Shen Xingtong asked, Who are you? Why are you arresting me? The person who arrested Shen Xingtong did not speak. He took an unknown object and swept it at Shen Xingtong. Shin Xingtong's consciousness began to blur. Her wrist hurt. Her optical computer chip was picked out from under her skin and thrown on the ground. Then Shin Xingtong felt that she was thrown somewhere, and soon lost all consciousness. Shin Yuanjin happily ran to Chu Xiao following the scent, put her paw on Chu Xiao, and pulled Chu Xiao to find Shin Xingtong. Chu Xiao was very anxious, and afraid of scaring Shin Yuanjin. He quickly said to Shin Yuanjin, "Where's Mom?" Shin Yuanjin tilted her head, her eyes lit up, and took Chu Xiao to the place where she and Shin Xingtong separated. Halfway through the run, she sniffed in confusion, turned around and ran in another direction, and soon stopped again, anxiously turning in circles in the same place. She could not smell her mother's scent. Shin Yuanjin panicked and turned into a baby, looking at Chu Xiao with a cry. Chu Xiao picked up Shin Yuanjin and found Shin Xingtong's optical chip according to the location. There was still Shin Xingtong's blood on it. Chu Xiao's eyebrows were full of anger, and Shin Yuanjin in his arms burst into tears. "Mama." Shin Yuanjin didn't understand. Her mother said she was playing hide-and-seek with her, so why couldn't she find her mother now? Chu Xiao held back his anger and touched Shin Yuanjin's head. Yuan, don't be afraid. I take you home first. Your Aunt Mingning and Aunt Jiajiu will take care of you these days. My mother and I have to go out. Yuan, be obedient, okay?" Shin Yuanjin shook his head and cried. Chu Xiao was worried about Shin Xingtong, so he carried Shin Yuanjin and walked straight home. He sent messages to Hua Lily and others, and ordered alerts to strictly check the spaceships and starships entering and leaving the imperial capital star. Hu Hengming and Tu Jiao arrived soon, took Shin Yuanjin and said, "Marshal, don't worry, we will take good care of Yuan." Chu Xiao touched Shin Yuanjin's head and turned away to find the whereabouts of Shin Xingtong. Hua Lily and Shi Lu immediately mobilized all their forces to search and check for clues after receiving the news. Before catching the person, anyone could be the murderer who kidnapped Shin Xingtong. Chu Xiao called in his personal guards and surrounded the military headquarters. Those who left the military headquarters to go home were also invited back by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's move made everyone dissatisfied. "Marshal Chu, what do you mean by this? You brought people to surround the military headquarters. Do you really think you are the only one who has the final say here? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for withdrawing your position as marshal." Chu Xiao saw that everyone had arrived, glanced around, and smashed the energy gun on his waist on the table. "Everyone, it's better to explain clearly before I take action. We all fought on the battlefield to get to this position. Don't make a fuss that makes everyone look bad in the end." This was the first time Chu Xiao spoke in this tone in the military. In the past, no matter what others said, Chu Xiao basically did not raise his head to express his opinions, and occasionally left if he disagreed. Hearing Chu Xiao's tone, those who were originally aggressive and wanted to hold him accountable suddenly lost their temper. After a while, someone spoke cautiously. "Marshal Chu, what happened?" Chu Xiao played with the gun in his hand, without even raising his eyelids. "This evening, when I was returning from the military, someone broke into my house and kidnapped my wife." "Why don't you tell me who did it?" As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. Although they were not familiar with Shin Xingtong, Chu Xiao's attitude was obvious. Chu Xiao cared about Shin Xingtong very much, and would leave the meeting and rush home for Shin Xingtong. Moreover, Chu Xiao's attitude in the military had become much gentler and easier to talk to since he got married. Now Chu Xiao told him that Shin Xingtong was kidnapped from home. Someone immediately raised his hand. "It has nothing to do with me, Marshal Chu. We just disagree with your political views. There is no need to capture Miss Shin." Moreover, Colonel Shi revealed that the swallowing antidote was developed by Miss Shin. "We should be grateful to Miss Shin for this. How could we kidnap her?" "That's right, Marshal Chu. Please don't wrongly accuse us. Miss Shin has been kidnapped. Marshal Chu should mobilize the military to block the route to find her. What's the point of interrogating us here? We may have internal conflicts, but we can't do such a thing as kidnapping a female." Everyone was trying to distance themselves from the matter. Chu Xiao closed his eyes and listened impatiently. He was now worried about Shin Xingtong, and was afraid that Shin Xingtong would have an accident. Bang! A big hole was shot in the ceiling by Chu Xiao's energy gun. Everyone was quiet, finally realizing that if they angered Chu Xiao at this time, Chu Xiao would really take action. "Shut up, all of you stay here and don't leave until Tang Tang is found." Chu Xiao couldn't be sure whether these people were involved in this matter, but he knew that if he detained them here and turned on the shielding so that they could not contact the outside world and could not issue orders, his Tang Tang would be safer. Someone wanted to say something, but was stopped by the people next to him. General Wang sat down and said, "Okay, we will cooperate with Marshal Chu to find someone. Once we find Miss Shen and confirm that she has nothing to do with us, please ask Marshal Chu to resign." Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes. "You'd better pray that this matter has nothing to do with you." After speaking, Chu Xiao walked out of the meeting room and asked someone to watch the door, so no one needed to leave. News came from Shilu. "Marshal, I just checked the surveillance. The hovercraft was not disguised and had no license plate number. It left the residential area about 2 hours after entering it, heading towards the palace. We lost the trace of the hovercraft halfway through the tracking. In addition, the strange thing is that this hovercraft was not blocked when it entered the residential area." Chu Xiao frowned. "Have you checked it out? Are you sure it's in the direction of the palace?" Shilu nodded. "Yes, after the surveillance disappeared, Lao Mao led people there. The hovercraft did disappear in the palace. Lao Mao did not have the authority to enter the palace to search, but he had guarded all the entrances and exits of the palace to ensure that no one would leave before the marshal arrived." Chu Xiao immediately got on the hovercraft and headed straight for the palace. He had forgotten about this. Chapter 102. When Xin Xingtong woke up, she found herself lying in a room that looked magnificent. The mattress beneath her was also very soft. Xin Xingtong got out of bed and walked to the door to try to open it, but found that it was locked and her optical computer chip was dug out. Xin Xingtong knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" No one responded outside. Xin Xingtong began to think about who kidnapped her. She didn't know many people on the imperial capital star. Excluding the possibility of a feud, it meant that the kidnapper might have gone after Chu Xiao. Xin Xingtong sighed. The tightly closed door suddenly opened. Xin Xingtong looked over warily and saw Kuan Yuyan. Xin Xingtong frowned. "You kidnapped me? If I remember correctly, this behavior is against the law. You'd better let me go." Kuan Yuyan walked up to Xin Xingtong with a smile and looked down at Xin Xingtong. "Miss Shen may have misunderstood something. How can I kidnap Miss Shen?" Xin Xingtong took a step back and moved away from Kuan Yuyan before asking, "Where is this?" Kuan Yuyan turned around and pointed out the window. "Isn't it obvious? The palace." Xin Xingtong's mind was full of questions. "Tie her to the palace." Xin Xingtong suddenly paused. It was really possible. She had been hiding Kuan Yuyan for several days. Kuan Yuyan's sweet smile did not change, and she poked Xin Xingtong's shoulder. "Miss Shen, you stay here obediently. When His Majesty facilitates the marriage between me and Marshal Chu, he will naturally let you out." Xin Xingtong's mind was frozen for a few seconds, and she blurted out, "Are you crazy? Going through so much trouble just to marry Ah Zhao? You can kidnap me from home. Can't you learn from Princess Yusen?" Kuan Yuyan's defense was instantly broken, her face turned black, and she said angrily, "Shut up. What do you know?" Xin Xingtong shut up. Okay, she really didn't understand, but she knew that if it was Kuan Yusen, she would probably change the emperor again. Kuan Yuyan didn't pretend anymore, and said to Xin Xingtong with a ferocious face, "Just stay here. When I marry Marshal Chu, I will throw the kid you gave birth to the original star to fend for himself." Xin Xingtong looked at Kuan Yuyan, as if she was mentally retarded. It was impossible to throw Shen Yuanjin to the original star. Even if Chu Xiao really went crazy, Hu Hingming and others would take good care of Shen Yuanjin. However, Xin Xingtong heard something wrong in Kuan Yuyan's tone. Kuan Yuyan used to be pretentious and liked to talk about people in a sarcastic way, but now she seemed to be wrong. There was a hint of unnoticeable fear in her tone. When she talked about marrying Chu Xiao, she didn't say it in a boastful tone, but with a hint of relief that she was about to escape. Xin Xingtong looked at Kuan Yuyan strangely. Could it be that this palace would eat people? Kuan Yuyan turned around and left after saying that. She also ordered the people at the door to keep an eye on Xin Xingtong and not to leave. When Xin Xingtong heard Kuan Yuyan leave, she walked to the window and looked down. She found that she was locked up on the second floor. There was a garden below. It was quiet, and no one was walking around. The whole palace was very quiet. There were patrolling hovercrafts in the sky. It was difficult to escape. Even if she escaped from the room, it would be difficult to run out of the palace. But Xin Xingtong was not very worried. After learning about the situation from Kuan Yuyan, she realized that her life was not in danger for the time being, and she believed that Chu Xiao would find her soon. Xin Xingtong calmed down and leaned against the window. Her hand touched her pocket and found that her phone had not been taken away. Xin Xingtong was surprised and took out her phone and poked. "Xiao Wan, is there any way to help me?" The Everything app appeared slowly. Since Xin Xingtong upgraded the production function to level 3, the Everything app rarely appeared, as if it had completed the task and entered a retired state. All the formulas in the app were unlocked, and the backpack was expanded to the maximum. Xin Tong usually only used the app to make medicine. Because he knew that the Everything app was a social phobia system, he generally did not disturb the Everything app. But the situation is different now. Xin Tong can only try to ask for help. Ding! It is detected that the host is not in danger of life, but is imprisoned in the palace of the Orc Empire, and the new emperor of the Mastermind Empire. Well, according to the investigation, this emperor is extremely emotionally unstable and prone to madness. Please be careful about your personal safety. Xin Tong helplessly. I know my situation, I just want to ask, do you have any way to save me? The Wanbu app flashed for a while before the dialogue box appeared. No, but the system will protect the host's life and ensure that the host is alive. Xin Tong was speechless. Turning off the app was like telling her that her life would be protected, but she would not be taken care of if she lost her limbs. Xin Tong sighed and began to think about what to do. At first, he thought it was Quan Yuyan who kidnapped her, but later he found out it was the emperor. Xin Tong couldn't figure out why the emperor kidnapped her. Could it be that he really wanted to kill Quan Yusan, so he took his anger out on her, the person who helped Quan Yusan? Or did the emperor have other purposes, and wanted to deal with Chu Zhao? Xin Tong scratched her head in annoyance. She was not a politician, and was not sensitive to these things. She racked her brains, but could not figure out what was going on. At this time, Chu Zhao had already entered the palace and asked to see the emperor directly. He said he was asking for an audience, but in fact, he was notifying him. Chu Zhao had the attitude of rushing in without seeking help, and no one dared to stop him. I don't even know if it was Chu Zhao's illusion. When the guards and servants in the palace saw him, their eyes were full of the feeling of seeing a savior, and everyone exuded a breath of fear. Chu Zhao frowned and entered the royal office. The emperor was sitting behind a retro desk. When he saw Chu Zhao, he folded his hands and supported his chin. He looked at Chu Zhao with a smile and said, Marshal Chu knows that I plan to promote your marriage with Yu Yin. It also saves me the effort of looking for you. Come, I have set the wedding date. 3 days later, everyone in the empire will know about your wedding with Yu Yin. Chu Zhao said in a calm voice, Your Majesty, are you kidding? I am here to find my wife. The surveillance shows that the hovercraft that kidnapped my wife has entered the palace. Please allow me to search and find my wife. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Didn't I return your wife to you? Yu Yin is your wife. Chu Zhao looked at the emperor for a while, squinting his eyes. Your Majesty, do you want me to do it? The emperor laughed. You can do it. I can't guarantee mission safety. Chu Zhao paused and was relieved. He was right. Xin Tong was indeed here. It would be easy to deal with Xin Tong if he knew where she was. The emperor continued. I haven't asked Marshal Chu for the crime yet. Xin has been hiding in your house for so many days. Marshal Chu is going to go against the imperial law. Mission is the mastermind. I just asked her to ask a few questions. Marshal Chu is anxious? I think Mission has violated the law and is not worthy of the marshal. Why don't you divorce her and marry Yu Yin? Chu Zhao came to his senses and refused directly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will not divorce Tang Tang. Please let Tang Tang go back with me. I will give you an explanation about Princess Yusin. The emperor shook his head and sighed. I don't care about Xin. For me, what I like most is that lovers cannot be together. Chu Zhao frowned. Your Majesty, don't go too far. The emperor waved his hand, and the attendant outside the door soon came in trembling slightly. Marshal, please. Chu Zhao looked at the emperor, and the attendant was anxious and whispered, Marshal, please don't embarrass us. The emperor looked at Chu Zhao leisurely, and the expression on his face seemed to say, Go ahead, kill me, and you can take Mission away. Chu Zhao retracted his gaze, and left the palace without saying a word. After getting on Mao Yiji's hovercraft, Mao Yiji asked anxiously, How is Madam? Is she inside? Tang Tang is inside. It was the emperor who did it. Old cat, you stay here and I will sneak into the palace to rescue Tang Tang. Don't let anyone leave the palace. Mao Yiji nodded. Don't worry, Marshal. Chu Zhao changed into a black combat uniform and disguised his hair black, avoiding the patrol and entering the palace again. He didn't know where Xin Tong was imprisoned. The palace was very large, and Chu Zhao didn't plan to look for it slowly. The longer it took, the more dangerous it would be. So Chu Zhao hid in the dark and grabbed a servant at random. Don't shout. Tell me quickly, where is the person Your Majesty captured today? The attendant opened his eyes, his face full of fear, and was surprised to see Chu Zhao. Marshal, please save us. His Majesty is a lunatic. Chu Zhao looked around. Tell me where Mission is imprisoned first. I will handle His Majesty's affairs. The attendant swallowed his saliva. Miss Shen is imprisoned in a room on the second floor of the West Garden, and someone is guarding her. Marshal, go and rescue her quickly. His Majesty has gone crazy at some point. Please rescue us after rescuing Miss Shen. We are just applying to work for the royal family, and don't want to be tortured by His Majesty. Chu Xiao nodded and let go of the attendant. Okay. After saying that, Chu Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. The attendant swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm and continued to walk towards his dormitory. Chu Xiao found the garden on the westernmost side according to the attendant's instructions, saw the house in the garden, climbed up the wall to the second floor, and searched room by room. In the end, he didn't see Shin Tong, but he smelled Shin Tong's breath in a room. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, thinking that Shin Tong must have been taken to another place. Shin Tong was indeed taken to another place. It was Kuan Yuyan who brought her to the emperor. Kuan Yuyan lowered her head timidly. Uncle. Uncle, Shin Tong is here. She is tough and thick-skinned. Uncle can do whatever he wants. Please let me go. I don't want to be a princess anymore. As she spoke, Kuan Yuyan cried in fear, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She covered her mouth and kept crying in fear. Shin Tong looked at Kuan Yuyan strangely, and then looked at the emperor. The emperor seemed to be appreciating something, with a smile on his face. When he heard Kuan Yuyan crying, he made a hushing gesture. Be quiet, I can't hear you. Kuan Yuyan covered her mouth and trembled, not daring to make a sound. After a long while, the emperor looked at Shin Tong. Well, it's not bad. It's a beautiful child. No wonder Shin likes it. Shin Tong frowned. Even if you are the emperor, you can't restrict my freedom. Let me go back. The emperor looked at Shin Tong quietly, knocked on the table, and suddenly a platform rose behind him, on which lay a little rabbit with terrified eyes. Shin Tong looked at this scene in confusion. The emperor casually picked up a knife and dissected the rabbit alive. Shin Tong opened his eyes wide and looked at this bloody scene. Kuan Yuyan behind him screamed and fainted. Chapter 103. Although Shin Tong felt disgusted, she did not quite understand why Kuan Yuyan fainted from fear. Out of humanitarianism, Shin Tong helped Kuan Yuyan to the wall, then looked at the emperor and said, What are you doing? Killing small animals? What a disgusting person. The emperor was stunned for a moment, looking at the little rabbit under his hand that was still twitching, and suddenly burst into laughter, laughing until tears came out, and then said after laughing enough, I really want to know what your beast form is. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment. She did not have a beast form, and soon, Shin Tong reacted. Her face gradually turned pale, looking at the little rabbit that was disemboweled. Her eyes slowly turned terrified. She forgot that this was the world of orcs, and the one lying on it. After reacting, Shin Tong could not help vomiting. You're crazy. The emperor finally showed a look of pleasure when he saw Shin Tong's look, but he looked at Shin Tong with regret and said, You didn't turn back into a beast because of the shock. If you had turned back into a beast, it would have been great. I could have cut open your brain to see how you made the antidote for swallowing. He then looked at the unconscious Kuan Yuyan with a little disdain. This is also a failure. I haven't even opened the belly of a peacock. Kuan Yuyan shuddered, opened her eyes, and shrank into the corner. Since she knew that the emperor was a lunatic, Kuan Yuyan never turned back into a beast again. Once she turned back, she would be caught on the operating table and dissected alive. Shin Tong took 2 steps back, turned around and ran out the door. She didn't want to stay here. This emperor was a real lunatic. The emperor smiled as he watched Shin Tong run away, lowered his head, and said to Kuan Yuyan, She ran away. I give you half an hour to catch her, and I let you out of the palace. Kuan Yuyan's eyes lit up, and she instantly got up from the ground, tore off the skirt that was in the way, and chased after her, bursting out with unprecedented strength to chase after Shin Tong. If she caught her, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Even if she couldn't become a princess, the inheritance she inherited would be enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life, as long as she catches Shin Tong. As for her life, she doesn't care. She just wants to get out alive. Shin Tong is not familiar with the palace, so she can only run to places where there are no people. After she found Kuan Yuyan chasing her, Shin Tong said while running, Miss Kuan, don't catch me. Even if you catch me, that lunatic may not let you go. Why don't we run together? Ah Zhao must be looking for me. I can feel that he is nearby. After we run out, we will expose the lunatic's behavior, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Kuan Yuyan's heart was moved for a moment, but she quickly shook her head. Her fear of the emperor took over. No, he won't let me go. He promised me that he would let me go as long as he caught you. After that, Kuan Yin chased after him even harder. Shin Tong cursed, ran faster, and tried to persuade her. Will he do it if he promised? Miss Kuan, think about whether I and a Zhao are reliable or the madman is reliable. Unfortunately, Kuan Yin was already scared by the emperor. She was thinking that if she could catch Shin Tong, she would be saved. She didn't listen to Shin Tong's persuasion at all, let alone think calmly. In addition, the time limit given by the emperor was only 2 minutes. Kuan Yin pulled out the energy gun and pointed it at Shin Tong. Stop! If you run again, I will shoot. Anyway, Uncle didn't say he wanted you alive. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, betting that Kuan Yin would not shoot, and turned around and said, Am I a fool? If I don't run, I will be caught and tortured by the old madman? Dream on, don't run yourself and make me unable to escape. Kuan Yin watched the countdown on the optical computer approaching 0, and the emperor's face, and various orcs being dissected alive in front of her appeared in her mind. She immediately collapsed and rushed to Shin Tong to grab it. She would drag Shin Tong to be buried with her even if she died. Gunshots rang out in the quiet palace. Chu Xiao, who was looking for someone not far away, was stunned for a moment, holding his chest, his eyes full of panic, and quickly rushed to the place where the gunshots came from. Just after turning the corner, he saw Shin Tong with a dazed expression, a large pool of blood on his chest, and fell to the ground the next second. In front of Shin Tong was Kuan Yin, who was holding a gun and smiling excitedly, muttering, Kill her! I can go home soon. Chu Xiao caught Shin Tong, and quickly pressed on Shin Tong's wound to try to stop the bleeding. When Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao, she smiled. She knew Chu Xiao had come back to find him. Shin Tong opened her mouth to say something, but a mouthful of blood came out. Chu Xiao covered Shin Tong's wound in panic. It's okay, Tang Tang. I take you to the hospital for treatment right away. Don't be afraid. Yuan is waiting for you at home. Chu Xiao's voice trembled. Shin Tong vomited another mouthful of blood. Her eyes lost their luster, and her breathing stopped. Chu Xiao held Shin Tong and ran to the medical department of the palace. As he ran, he suddenly felt his arms lighten. Shin Tong's body gradually became transparent and disappeared. Chu Xiao was stunned and reached out to grab Shin Tong, but in the end, he only grabbed the air. Shin Tong disappeared in front of him. A sad and angry beast roar came from the palace in the night, shocking all the orcs within 100 miles to turn back into beasts uncontrollably. No one knew what happened in the palace that night. All they knew was that the next day, Chu Xiao dragged the emperor's body out and stated the emperor's crimes expressionlessly. The servants who worked in the palace also came forward to testify, and the bodies of Kuan Yin, who was scared crazy, and the remaining bodies of several royal family members, who disappeared inexplicably, were found in the basement of the emperor's bedroom. This incident caused an uproar among all the orcs. No one expected that the emperor would be so crazy. Kuan Yin, the only one left in the royal family with the right of succession, went crazy. The parliament convened an emergency meeting and started a popular election, where the people would elect a new emperor. Chu Zhao announced the emperor's crimes, and then disappeared. The results of the popular election came out soon, and Chu Zhao ranked first. Chu Zhao had guarded the border star system for so many years, and let everyone live a peaceful life. He had military merits and the people's support. After the military and the parliament discussed it, they all felt that this result was good. If Chu Zhao became the emperor, it would be impossible for him to manage the border star system personally, so they had a chance. The military and parliament selected representatives to go to Chu Zhao's home to announce the news, but Shi Lu told them that Chu Zhao was missing. They didn't know where Chu Zhao had gone. The two people looked at each other, thought for a while, and said to Shi Lu, Please find the marshal as soon as possible to take over the position of emperor. Shi Lu simply agreed. There was no harm in Chu Zhao being the emperor, and it could also speed up the promotion of some policies. However, Shin Tong was missing, and Chu Zhao went to find Shin Tong. If Shin Tong could not be found, Chu Zhao would probably not come back. Shin Tong's chest hurt so much that she cried. She covered her chest, closed her eyes, and cried, Ah Zhao, it hurt so much. After saying that, she didn't get Chu Zhao's embrace. Shin Tong looked over with tears in her eyes, and found herself lying in a strange place. It looked like a suburb, with the outline of a city not far away. Shin Tong looked down at her chest. There was only a shallow wound on the surface where Kuan Yin had pierced it. It didn't hurt at this moment. Shin Tong wiped away her tears. Now she came to her senses, and the pain of the wound gradually subsided. Shin Tong didn't know where she was. She wanted to use the optical brain to contact Chu Zhao to pick her up, but when she raised her hand, She remembered that her optical brain chip had been dug out, and she couldn't contact Chu Zhao. Xin Tong stared at her wrist for a while, and put it down sadly after a long time. After sitting there blankly for a while, Xin Tong finally moved. She got up from the ground, dusted herself off, looked around, and walked along the road toward the city not far away. She had to find someone first, and then find a way to contact Chu Zhao. After walking for a while, Xin Tong touched her pocket, and found her phone was still there. Xin Tong opened the app and asked, "Where did you send me?" "An agricultural planet with relatively backward technology." Xin Tong poked the app. "Why did you send me here? Ah Zhao had already found me then. Now I have no money and no computer, and I can't contact anyone. What do you think I should do?" The Wanwu app was silent. It didn't want to be like this. It's just that the hosts of the predecessors all wanted to escape from the male protagonist. So the program was set to save the host and transfer it to a place thousands of miles away from the male protagonist, when the host's life was threatened. Its host was different from other hosts. What could it do? Xin Tong sighed. "Can you help me contact Ah Zhao?" "No." "Then what can you do?" Xin Tong poked the phone. Wanwu app chose to play dead. It had almost completed its main purpose in this world. Strictly speaking, it was really useless now. Xin Tong saw Wanwu app didn't say anything, so she put the phone back in her pocket and walked forward faster. There was no one on the road. There were continuous rice fields on both sides of the road. The crops in them were not fully mature yet. They were in a state of transition between green and yellow. The most important thing was that the sun was gradually setting. Xin Tong wanted to find someone to figure out how far she was from the Imperial Capital Star, and how to get back to the Imperial Capital Star. She missed Shen Yuanjin and Chu Zhao. After the sun completely set, warm yellow jellyfish lights suddenly appeared on the roadside, floating on both sides of the road to illuminate the road. Xin Tong walked to the city before the natural light completely disappeared. Xin Tong stood on the roadside to rest for a while, looking around. There were no tall buildings in this city. Unlike the Imperial Star, where the houses were built into outer space, this city was more like the small city in Xin Tong's memory, with houses of different heights. It was probably dinner time at this point. Xin Tong smelled the fragrance of food and was a little hungry. Fortunately, there was still a lot of food in the system backpack. Xin Tong found a park to sit down and took out the food to fill her stomach. After eating, Xin Tong had the energy to think about what to do next. At present, she had no money. She would definitely have to take a spaceship or starship to return to the Imperial Capital Star. According to Xin Tong's common sense, this thing must cost money to buy a ticket, and identity information and so on, which she did not have. So the first step was that Xin Tong had to go to this strange agricultural planet to see if she could reissue her identity ID, and then earn money to buy a light computer. With the light computer, she could contact Chu Zhao to pick her up. Xin Tong thought about it for a while, and felt that it was feasible, but now it was dark. Xin Tong's top priority was to find a place to sleep. There was no one in the park. Xin Tong walked slowly to a house near the park and hesitated for a long time before knocking on the door. There was no way. She did not dare to sleep outside alone. Chapter 104. Xin Tong knocked on the door twice and stood aside awkwardly. After a while, a robot came to open the door, looked at Xin Tong and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Xin Tong said embarrassedly, "I had an accident and was left here." After talking for a while, Xin Tong still couldn't say stay overnight, so he asked, "I want to ask where I can go to get a new ID?" The robot thought for a while and gave an answer. "You can go directly to the Citizen Center 1 kilometer away to get a new ID. If you have any difficulties, you can also ask for help there." Xin Tong breathed a sigh of relief. 1 kilometer is not far, and it can be reached in 20 minutes. Xin Tong hurriedly thanked the robot. "Thank you." The robot shook its head to show that you were welcome, and pointed Xin Tong in the direction of the Civic Center before closing the door and going into the house. Xin Tong vaguely heard someone inside asking the robot what happened. Xin Tong walked towards the Civic Center. When he arrived, he saw that the Civic Center was brightly lit, very empty inside, and there were security robots patrolling at the door. Xin Tong walked in, and a guiding robot walked up to Xin Tong and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Xin Tong said, "Renew the ID." The robot quickly called up the relevant business. After Xin Tong filled in the relevant identity form, the robot collected Xin Tong's genes for testing and comparison, generated a new identity chip, and put it in Xin Tong's hand and said, "After purchasing the optical brain, you can directly bind the optical brain with the optical brain chip and restore all social accounts." Xin Tong took the chip and asked, "Can I directly swipe the money in my account to buy the optical brain?" The robot nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Please come this way." Xin Tong breathed a sigh of relief. She had enough money in her account. The robot took Xin Tong to a shopping counter, guided Xin Tong to choose the items to buy, and then verified her identity and paid through her pupils. The new optical brain chip was generated, and there was a free chip implant service. Xin Tong had a new optical brain, and it was late at this time. Xin Tong looked around and asked the robot, "Is there a hotel nearby?" The robot enthusiastically found a guide robot to take Xin Tong to the best hotel here. After checking in successfully, Xin Tong closed the door and called Chu Xiao. Now she thought about it, she was hit in the heart by Kuan Yuyan at that time, and disappeared in front of Chu Xiao. She didn't know how Chu Xiao was doing now. But Xin Tong's call didn't go through. The call showed that Chu Xiao was currently out of the signal reception area. Xin Tong's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but worry, and hurriedly called Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang was dealing with the pressure from the military department, and suddenly heard the prompt tone of the optical computer. He answered the call without even looking at it, and said directly, "I have said it many times, the marshal is not here at the moment, this matter will be dealt with after the marshal comes back." "It's me, Xiao Ha, it's me, Xin Tong." Ha Shirlang was stunned for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. He put down the electronic pen in his hand, and asked hurriedly, "Madam, where are you now? A month ago, Shi Lu and others said that you were missing because of something. The marshal went to look for you, but there is no news until now. Did the marshal find you?" Xin Tong was anxious when she heard a month. "I have been missing for a month? Isn't Zhao at your place? I just found a place to apply for a new ID, and bought a new optical computer, but I can't get through to Zhao. Where is Yuan Yuan?" Ha Shirlang has already started to operate the optical computer to locate the location of Xin Tong's signal. As long as there is news about Xin Tong, everything else will be easy. "Madam, don't worry. The marshal has gone to find you. There is no news yet. I will contact the marshal. You just wait here. I will send someone to pick you up after I confirm the location." Yuan Yuan is accompanied by Lily and Xiaoming Jiujiu. She is very well behaved and nothing is wrong. But Yuan Yuan misses Madam very much. "Madam, remember to report to Lily and others that she is safe later." Xin Tong's eyes were red when she heard that Shen Yuanjin missed her. She sniffed and said, "Well, I know. I don't know where I am. I only know that I am on an agricultural planet." After hearing this, Ha Shirlang began to narrow the search area, and said to Xin Tong, "Madam, keep in touch during this period. If I can't contact the marshal, let Lao Mao pick you up. Madam, don't go with anyone except the marshal and Lao Mao." Xin Tong agreed, and Ha Shirlang gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone and continuing to determine the signal range. The star field under the jurisdiction of the Orc Empire is very wide, and there are no less than 1,000 agricultural planets. It will take some time to lock the location. During this period, Ha Shirlang contacted Mao Yiji and was ready to pick him up at any time, while searching for Chu Xiao's whereabouts. After Xin Tong hung up the phone, she called Hu Hingming through a holographic phone. Maybe the distance was too far, so the first call didn't go through. The second call took a long time to get through. Hu Hingming appeared in front of Xin Tong with a doubtful face. After seeing Xin Tong, Hu Hingming showed a surprised expression. "Tang Tang." Xin Tong said apologetically, "Sorry, I made you worry. Where is Yuan Yuan?" Hu Hingming moved away to reveal Shen Yuanjin, who was curled up on the bed behind him, and whispered, "After you disappeared, the marshal went to look for you, and didn't have time to tell Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan still thinks she lost you. She cries when she sees your things. I discussed it with Jiaoju Lily, and brought her to live in my house. I missed you again just now. I cried quietly for a long time and fell asleep when I was tired of crying. Tang Tang, where are you? Where's the marshal?" Xin Tong was so distressed that her virtual image walked to Shen Yuanjin, raised her hand, and touched Shen Yuanjin's head, and took a long time to answer Hu Hingming's question. "I'm on an agricultural planet. I have just contacted Xihua. He is confirming my location, and asking Mao Mao to pick me up. I haven't contacted A Zhao yet, and his phone is not connected." Hu Hingming nodded. "That's good, I'm glad you're okay. Something happened on the Imperial Capital Star. The call suddenly became intermittent, and Xin Tong's virtual image also flashed, and finally disconnected directly. After the call was disconnected, Chu Xiao's call request came in. As soon as Xin Tong answered, he heard Chu Xiao's urgent voice. "Tang Tang." There was still caution and uncertainty in his tone, as if he was afraid that he was dreaming. When Shin Tong saw Chu Zhao's face appear in front of him, his nose was sore for some reason, his eyes were red, and tears fell directly, and he said with a nasal voice, Zhao, I can't get through to you. Chu Zhao was anxious, and stretched out his hand to Shin Tong's face, but he couldn't touch Shin Tong. Tang, don't cry, where are you? I will pick you up right away. Shin Tong lay on the bed, and said intermittently, I don't know. This is an agricultural planet, I couldn't get through to you. So I contacted Xu. Chu Zhao felt so distressed when he saw Shin Tong crying. Okay, Tang, don't be afraid. I come to pick you up right away. Don't be afraid. Shin Tong felt much better after she finished crying. At the moment when her heart was shot, she was really afraid that she would never see Chu Zhao and Shin Yuanjin again. Until now, when she contacted Chu Zhao, Shin Tong's fears came up all over again. She cried in front of Chu Zhao to calm down completely. Seeing that Shin Tong stopped crying, Chu Zhao touched Shin Tong's head again. Tang, be good, take a nap if you are tired, and you can see me when you wake up. Shin Tong nodded, wiped her tears, and felt a little embarrassed. She buried her face in the pillow and said, I wait for you. Chu Zhao didn't hang up the phone either. He contacted Ha Shirlang to get the signal area with a narrowed range, and then continued to narrow it down. Finally, he determined the area where Shin Tong was. After setting the route, he accelerated to the agricultural planet number 08. It would take at least 3 days for him to reach Shin Tong. During this period, Shin Tong and Chu Zhao basically kept talking. On the 3rd day, Chu Zhao's spaceship landed on this agricultural planet. When Shin Tong opened the door and saw Chu Zhao, she threw herself into his arms, hugged him and said, Zhao, you are finally here. Chu Zhao came in and closed the door, hugged Shin Tong tightly, showing a look of loss and recovery, and said after a long time, Tang. Shin Tong was held so hard that she couldn't breathe, and struggled a few times. Zhao let go. Before she finished speaking, she was pressed to the bed by Chu Zhao. When Shin Tong woke up again, she was already on the spaceship, wearing a comfortable nightgown. Chu Zhao turned on the automatic driving, and was dealing with the backlog of things next to him. Shin Tong lay on Chu Zhao's back. Zhao, where are we now? Chu Zhao reached out, and held Shin Tong's hand, raised his head and smiled and said, on the way back to the Imperial Capital Star, Yuan called several times and asked for you. Shin Tong slapped his head, and complained quietly, it's all your fault. I call Yuan. As he said that, he let go of Chu Zhao, and called Hu Hingmeng. The call was quickly connected. Shin Yuanjin's face appeared in the camera. After looking for a long time, he showed a surprised expression. Yi mama. Shin Tong softened her voice and coaxed, Yuan, be good, mom will be back soon. You have to listen to your aunts, okay? Shin Yuanjin waved his fist, nodded seriously, and then looked at Shin Tong pitifully, and stretched his little hand to Shin Tong's face. Shin Tong touched Shin Yuanjin's head, and pointed the camera at Chu Zhao's spaceship, and said, Yuan, look, mom didn't lie to you. Mom is on the way back. Yuan will see mom soon. Shin Yuanjin smiled happily, turned around and babbled at Hu Hingmeng for a while, then waved to Shin Tong, and hung up the phone seriously. After hanging up the phone, Shin Tong missed Shin Yuanjin, and hugged Chu Zhao's neck and asked, how many days will it take to see Yuan? I miss her so much. Chu Zhao kissed Shin Tong and whispered, it will take 4 days to reach the Imperial Capital Star. Shin Tong lay in Chu Zhao's arms playing games, while Chu Zhao was still dealing with various things online. Only when Shin Tong returned to the Imperial Capital Star did he know that the Emperor was dead, and Quan Yuyan was scared crazy because the royal heir was gone, so the people voted for Chu Zhao to be the Emperor. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and then complained, why does it sound a bit hasty? After complaining, he asked curiously, Zhao, do you accept this? Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong and said, what do you think? Shin Tong thought for a while and smiled, then I will be the Emperor. Chu Zhao laughed, okay, let Tang be the Emperor. Shin Tong waved his hands when he heard Chu Zhao's serious tone. Forget it, I can't handle those national affairs. Zhao, you go, and do your own thing, I go see Yuan first, I don't know how Yuan is crying. After saying that, Shin Tong left Chu Zhao, and went straight to Hu Hingmeng's house. Chapter 105. Shin Tong saw Shin Yuanjin playing with Hu Hingmeng at a glance. Shin Tong sniffed, and said to Shin Yuanjin, Yuan. Shin Yuanjin, who was playing, was stunned for a moment, then turned around, and after seeing Shin Tong, he crawled toward Shin Tong, crying loudly, crying with grievance and sadness. Shin Tong hurriedly picked up Shin Yuanjin and kissed him again and again. Yuan, don't cry, mom is back, mom is here. Shin Yuanjin kept pushing herself into Shin Tong's arms, crying and sobbing. She was very scared. She played hide-and-seek with her mother, and didn't find her mother, and her mother disappeared. Shin Yuanjin hugged Shin Tong's neck and hugged her tightly, fearing that Shin Tong would disappear again. Seeing this, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao quietly left. In the past month, Shin Yuanjin missed Shin Tong every day. Sometimes he would wake up from his sleep, and sometimes he would cry while sleeping. Now that he finally saw Shin Tong, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao were relieved. Shin Yuanjin cried for a long time before slowly stopping crying. His hands were still tightly holding Shin Tong, not letting go. Shin Tong touched Shin Yuanjin's face. Shin Yuanjin's originally chubby face was thinner, and his eyes were full of panic. Shin Tong was so distressed that he immediately promised, "It's mom's fault. Yuan, please forgive mom, okay? Mom will never leave you again." Shin Yuanjin rubbed Shin Tong's neck, humming and pointing in the direction of home. Shin Tong went to greet Hu Hingming. Meng Jiao, you have worked hard during this period. Yuan wants to go home, I will take her back first. Hu Hingming nodded and said with a smile, Go, it's good that you are back, Jiao, and I will go to play with you later. Shin Tong waved again, before leaving Hu Hingming's house, and got on the hovercraft to fly to her and Chu Zhao's home. Chu Zhao went to deal with the military and the succession to the emperor. When Shin Tong arrived home, Shin Yuanjin had already fallen asleep in her arms, and even when she fell asleep, she hugged Shin Tong tightly. When Shin Tong tried to put Shin Yuanjin down, Shin Yuanjin would jump like a frightened bird, open his eyes, and look at Shin Tong. Shin Tong had no choice but to lie on the bed with Shin Yuanjin in her arms, while sending a message to Chu Zhao asking when Chu Zhao would be back. In the evening, Shin Tong saw the headline news pushed by Xinguang. Imperial Marshal Chu Zhao takes over the position of emperor. This is what everyone expects. The empire will once again be glorious under the leadership of His Majesty Chu Zhao. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. The next second, Chu Zhao's reply came. I have something to do. I will be back later today. Tang doesn't have to wait for me. Shin Tong replied with a smile. I know, Your Majesty Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao smiled when he saw Shin Tong's message, but the moment he looked up and saw other people, his smile disappeared. He said seriously, if this matter is meaningless, let's move on to the next topic, the issue of the border galaxy. Chu Zhao of the border galaxy did not intend to give up. He had a plan before, a plan to control the number of Zerg while increasing the number of soldiers or military academy students to gain combat experience. Chu Zhao pulled out the light screen, which showed the detailed content of the policy. The content showed that now that there was a devouring antidote, the restrictions on mercenaries or military academy internships could be lifted, allowing students who had never been on the Zerg battlefield to have actual combat opportunities. In addition, the unique mineral resources on the Zerg side could be collected. Each item was written in great detail, including student safety, the conditions for mercenaries to enter, and military supervision issues. As soon as this plan came out, no one wanted to object, because with this plan, as long as you have the strength, you can eat the big cake of the border star. Everyone present has fought for it with real talent and knowledge, so how could they object? So the plan was passed smoothly, and the next step is to submit it to the parliament for procedures. Chu Zhao's succession ceremony will be held 3 days later, and Chu Zhao and Shin Tong's wedding will also be held on this day. Shin Tong will also be awarded the title of Empress of the Empire. Originally, the parliament and the military had some objections to Shin Tong's title of Empress, because the Empress of the Empire enjoys the same rights as the Emperor, and can take away half of Chu Zhao's military power. Originally, some people had this idea when Chu Zhao was not the emperor, not to mention that the emperor has more privileges, so many people opposed it. Until Chu Zhao said expressionlessly, you can object, Tang also has the right to refuse to sell the phagocytic solution and phagocytic antibody drugs made by her. When this was said, everyone was speechless. The premise of being able to obtain Zerg resources outside the border galaxy is to be able to resist phagocytosis. Those who can make these drugs are indeed qualified to become the Empress of the Empire. When Shin Tong found out, it was already the next day. The top styling design team of the Orc Empire came to her house to rush to make a wedding dress. Shin Tong was a little confused. She was fiddling with it for a whole day before she was free. At this time, she realized that Chu Zhao had been planning the wedding for a long time. This time, there was a problem because of the succession to the emperor, but it did not affect the final result. Even Shen Yuanjin had a small dress. When Chu Xiao came back at night, Shen Xingtong pulled Chu Xiao and asked, "Why did you suddenly become the emperor and empress?" I took a general look. What happened? Chu Xiao hugged Shen Xingtong and said, "Didn't you see it when the eldest prince took you away? The few heirs left in the royal family, who were killed by Quan Yusen, were tortured and killed by the eldest prince. The remaining Quan Yuyin was scared crazy because she was forced to watch the eldest prince dissecting the servants every day. If she was not crazy, I would send her to the military court." The parliament and the military did not want to bring Quan Yusen back to inherit the throne. They were afraid that Quan Yusen was a lunatic, like the eldest prince. Finally, an emergency plan was launched for popular elections, and I got the highest vote. Plus, the military and the parliament both wanted to intervene in the border galaxy, and finally unanimously passed the final decision. Shen Xingtong shook her head. "It's so complicated, forget it, who cares?" Chu Xiao kissed Shen Xingtong. "Tang Tang, don't worry about these, just do what you like." Shen Xingtong nodded. The wedding of Chu Xiao and Shen Xingtong was broadcast live in front of all the orcs in the empire. After the wedding, there was a succession ceremony. Chu Xiao and Shen Xingtong ended up with a crown symbolizing power, and became the new emperor and empress of the empire. As the developer of the phagocytic antidote and antibody, Shen Xingtong was recorded in medical history, and people called her the messenger who saved the orcs. Not long after, Wan Wuab said goodbye to Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong then realized that Wan Wuab had brought her to this world to solve the problem of swallowing. Now the mission is completed, Wan Wuab is leaving. Shen Xingtong was still a little reluctant, and Wan Wuab gave her a choice. "Host, you can choose to return to your own world or stay here." Shen Xingtong was stunned for a moment, and soon smiled and said, "I won't go back, anyway, I don't have any relatives, not to mention that this place is so high-tech, I want to stay here." The Wan Wuab said, "Okay host, your phone will be left to you, and it will retain the production scanning and backpack functions. After the host dies in this world, the system functions will also disappear. Finally, I wish the host a happy life." Shen Xingtong nodded, and the Wan Wuab left, leaving only the mobile phone with functions. Shen Xingtong put the phone away with some melancholy, hugged Shen Yuanjin, and kissed her fiercely. Yuan Yuan's mother's little treasure, Shen Yuanjin, was kissed and giggled. She is now the first heir, and will be the empress in the future. Chu Xiao has already started to prepare Shen Yuanjin's study plan. The crown princess must be trained from a young age. After Chu Xiao became the emperor, because Shen Xingtong and Shen Yuanjin were not willing to live in the palace, they still lived here, but expanded the residential area, strengthened the guard patrol, and the original palace was converted into an office space, and Chu Xiao's daily workplace was also changed there. Shen Xingtong sometimes took Shen Yuanjin to have dinner with Chu Xiao, or to the laboratory to study drugs. The border galaxy also began to implement the plan proposed by Chu Xiao, and the first batch of military academy graduates also went to the periphery for practical training. The Zerg suffered a devastating blow, because the orcs were no longer afraid of devouring, and more orcs went to the Zerg territory to search for treasures. The Zerg, which originally wanted to recuperate and raise goo to select a new Zerg king, had no way to select a new Zerg king. The problem of the Zerg was basically solved. The new Zerg born every year was within the controllable range, and it was not enough to kill them after a long time. Shen Xingtong's pharmaceutical technology became more and more advanced, and he became a senior pharmacist. He was the idol of all pharmacists in the Orc Empire. The best pharmacy academy even erected a statue of Shen Xingtong to commemorate his outstanding contribution to the Orc Empire. Chu Xiao held Shen Xingtong in his arms, and stood in the yard, watching the little Shen Yuanjin standing there waving the sword in his hand. Shen Yuanjin is already 4 years old, very smart, and learns everything very quickly. Go Chihuang has tested Shen Yuanjin's ability registration, and conservatively estimated that he is at least S level. Shen Yuanjin is a primary school bully, who likes to act like a spoiled child with his parents. She is the most attached to Shen Xingtong, and likes to hold Shen Xingtong, and act like a spoiled child. Her beast form can already carry Shen Xingtong around everywhere. She is a strong and powerful baby. Shen Xingtong pushed Chu Xiao away, took a glass of water to Shen Yuanjin, and wiped Shen Yuanjin's sweat. "Are you tired, Yuan? Drink some water and take a rest." Shen Yuanjin dived into Shen Xingtong's arms, and acted like a spoiled child. "Mom." Shen Xingtong looked at Shen Yuanjin with amusement, and pinched Shen Yuanjin's chubby arm. "What does Yuan want to eat tonight?" Shen Yuanjin looked at Chu Xiao. "Fish noodles made by Dad." Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows, and directly carried one in each hand, and carried the two into the house while walking and said, "Okay, I'm free today, I make delicious food for you." Shin Yuanjin cheered immediately, and didn't forget to say, "I also invited Aunt Mingming, Aunt Jiaojiao, and Aunt Lily to come over, and Dad will do more." Chu Xiao nodded. "Okay, our little princess Yuan can say anything. You and Mom play in the living room for a while, I go cook." Shin Yuanjin got off Chu Xiao, turned back into her animal form and played in the living room, nudging Shin Tong with her big head from time to time, and when Shin Tong reached out to scratch her chin, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and showed a happy expression. Not long after, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiahua Lily came together, and before they entered the door, they shouted, "Little Yuan." Shin Yuanjin immediately rushed out and played with Hu Hingming, who had turned back into his animal form. Shin Tong smiled as she watched several people playing in the yard, including Mao Yiji, who joined later. She turned around and saw Chu Xiao cooking in the kitchen. Shin Tong quietly walked to the kitchen and hugged Chu Xiao, rubbing her face against his back, and whispered coquettishly, "Ah Xiao." Chu Xiao reached behind his back and patted Shin Tong. "It will be ready soon." Shin Tong laughed, and was very happy to hear the laughter outside. Chapter 106 Extra. Shin Tong learned about Quan Yusen again when Shin Yuanjin was 5 years old. She received a letter from Yulai, and a little male orc came with the letter. Shin Tong and the little orc stared at each other, not understanding what was going on. Chu Xiao took Mao Yiji and others to patrol the border star system at that time. Because Chu Xiao had just passed the estrus period, Shin Tong felt that she could not go with him, and her waist would be broken if she went. Shin Tong firmly rejected Chu Xiao's invitation, and stayed alone in the imperial capital star. Chu Xiao was very disappointed when he left, and said that he would come back as soon as possible, and left his personal guards to protect Shin Tong. After Shin Yuanjin hatched, she stayed in the original star for a while, and had not been to other places. Besides, Hu Hingmeng, Tu Jiahua, and Lily were gone, so Shin Yuanjin persuaded Chu Xiao to go with her on the inspection. Although Shin Tong was a little reluctant to let Shin Yuanjin go, she really couldn't stand Chu Xiao's clinginess. If this continued, Shin Tong felt that she would die in bed, so Shin Tong happily sent both father and daughter away. Shin Tong looked at the little boy in front of him with tears in his eyes, and his mouth was puffed up. He scratched his head. This child was sent in by the guards 15 minutes ago. He had this expression when he was frozen in front of him, without saying a word. Shin Tong looked at the message sent by Yulai again. "Your Highness, I'm really sorry. Can our Xiao Huai trouble you for a while? The captain and Miss Quan have been with the Zerd for 2 months, and there has been no news. I'm a little worried, but it's not convenient to take Xiao Huai with me. I pick Xiao Huai up after I find the captain and Miss Quan. By the way, this child is the captain and Miss Quan's child. His full name is Quan Huai." Followed by an apologetic emoticon. Shin Tong's mind was in a knot. She couldn't imagine that Quan Yusen would have a child with Ingtiasher. Looking at the child's age, Shin Tong hissed. After she realized this, Shin Tong's eyes went blank until Quan Huai in front of her couldn't help crying and whispered, "Did you buy me from my dad? I have a lot of New Year's money. I give it to you. Please don't eat me, okay?" Shin Tong came back to her senses and looked at Quan Huai with a question mark on her face. "What did Ingtiasher instill in you?" Quan Huai sobbed and cried, "My mom said my dad was unreliable, and my dad said that if I didn't listen, he would sell me to Her Majesty the Queen to eat me. Uncle Xiaoyu suddenly sent me to you. Aren't you Her Majesty the Queen?" Shin Tong clenched his fists. Ingtiasher was indeed unreliable. Shin Tong took a deep breath and patted Quan Huai's little head. "Don't listen to Ingtiasher's nonsense. I don't eat children. Forget it. You can live with me first. Your mother and Yulai are friends. There is a little sister at home, but she went out to play with her father recently. She will be back in a while. Don't cry." Quan Huai wiped his tears with his fleshy hands. "You really won't eat me?" Shin Tong showed a murderous smile. "Of course not." Quan Huai pursed his lips and looked at Shin Tong timidly. Shin Tong thought about it, and simply picked up Quan Huai and walked into the house, asking as he walked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Quan Huai touched his stomach. He was indeed hungry, and whispered, "Eat dried fish." Shin Tong nodded. "Okay, Yuan also likes to eat dried fish. There are some in the kitchen. I go get it for you. Can we have steamed pork ribs with garlic for lunch?" Quan Huai had never eaten steamed pork ribs with garlic sauce. He had always lived on the warship of the Flying Eagle mercenary group, and always ate barbecue with adults. He rarely ate dishes cooked in other ways. Quan Huai didn't want Shin Tong to think that he was an ignorant child, so he nodded silently. Although he didn't know what kind of meat garlic pork ribs were, it shouldn't be bad. Shin Tong was surprised to see Quan Huai finish the whole plate of pork ribs. He thought that the child had a good appetite, and said considerately, "If you are not full, there are more in the kitchen." Quan Huai was a little embarrassed. With a red face, he lowered his head and whispered, "I am full." Shin Tong arranged a room for Quan Huai and asked, "Are you afraid of sleeping alone?" Quan Huai shook his head. "No, I also slept alone on the starship." Shin Tong nodded, called the childcare robot to take care of Quan Huai, and then went back to the room to sleep. After returning to the room, Shin Tong began to contact Yu Lai, wanting to find out the situation. Yu Lai seemed to be busy, and when he saw Shin Tong, he handed the matter over to others, walked to a quiet place, and said with a smile, "Hello, Queen." Shin Tong waved his hand. "Why are you being polite to me, Deputy Leader?" Yu Lai readily agreed. "Okay, Mission, is Xiao Huai doing well with you?" Shin Tong nodded. "The child is very well behaved." Shin Tong couldn't help asking, "Is this really the child of Inkyasher and Miss Quan?" Yu Lai sighed. "Really, at that time I took the leader and Miss Quan from you. When we got on the starship, Miss Quan beat the leader, and the leader of our mercenary group became Miss Quan, but I was used to calling her the leader. 2 months later, Miss Quan gave birth to an egg." Yu Lai showed an indescribable expression and continued, "Although Miss Quan did not admit that the egg was there, I have seen the photo of the leader in the eggshell, and he looked exactly like the leader. I asked the leader, but he said nothing. But after that, he stopped making a fuss about taking back the mercenary group. Although I don't understand what happened, I guess it happened on the primitive star. Xiao Huai was hatched by the leader after he was born. Miss Quan didn't care about Xiao Huai at first, until Xiao Huai could call people. Miss Quan and Xiao Huai got closer. Miss Quan and the leader have only had a better relationship in the past 2 years. 2 months ago, they said they would go to the Zerg to find something as a birthday present for Xiao Huai, but who knew that they would never be heard from again. I'm worried about them, and it's not convenient to take Xiao Huai with me, so I'm bothering Mission to help look after the child." Yu Lai looked a little embarrassed, and he had no other choice. As a mercenary group, it wouldn't be appropriate to put Quan Huai anywhere. Yu Lai thought about it, and could only think of Shin Tong, who was also the most reliable person he knew. Although it was a bit presumptuous, Yu Lai still sent Quan Huai over, and even waited for Quan Huai to arrive before sending a message to Shin Tong. Shin Tong sighed, and waved her hand. "Forget it, can I still throw the child away for you? But you should be careful when you go to the Zerg." Ah Zhao and the others said that the Zerg has been a little bit active recently. "When you come back, remember to come and pick up the child. Children should be happy with their parents." Yu Lai nodded gratefully. "I know, thank you, Mission." After hanging up the phone, Shin Tong went to see Quan Huai again. Seeing that Quan Huai was sleeping soundly, she felt relieved. Before going to bed, Shin Tong always felt that she seemed to have forgotten something. A month later, Chu Xiao came back with Shin Yuanjin. Shin Yuanjin was wearing a cool combat uniform. As soon as he got out of the car, he rushed into Shin Tong's arms. "Mom, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Shin Tong hugged Shin Yuanjin and kissed him again and again, smiling. Yuan baby, mommy misses you so much." Chu Xiao came over with a smile on his face, hugged Shin Tong and asked, Tang, do you miss me?" Shin Tong looked up and kissed Chu Xiao. "Yes." Chu Xiao was happy, and when he was about to kiss back, he saw Quan Huai looking up at him from the corner of his eye. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, thinking that Quan Huai looked familiar, and subconsciously looked at Shin Tong. Shin Yuanjin followed Chu Xiao's gaze, and saw Quan Huai, and Shin Yuanjin showed a puzzled expression. The father and daughter looked at Shin Tong. Shin Tong swallowed her saliva. She forgot to tell Chu Xiao about this. Shin Yuanjin rolled her eyes, and suddenly she pointed at Quan Huai and said, "Mom, did you give me a brother while I was away?" Chu Xiao's eyes widened instantly. Shin Tong gritted her teeth and pinched Chu Xiao. "You really believe Yuan's nonsense?" Chu Xiao blinked in pain. "I didn't react for a moment. Tang, whose child is this? He looks familiar." Shin Tong waved at Quan Huai. "Xiao Huai, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Yuan. This is Uncle Chu." Quan Huai shyly walked up to the 3 people and greeted them. "Hello, Sister Yuan. Hello, Uncle Chu." Chu Xiao showed a kind smile. Shin Yuanjin curiously circled around Quan Huai several times, poked Quan Huai's face. "Xiao Huai, whose child are you?" Quan Huai replied, "I am my parents' child. My parents and Uncle Xiaoyu are away on a long trip, so Aunt Tang is here to take care of me for a few days." Shin Yuanjin suddenly realized that it was the child of her mother's friend. Shin Yuanjin was happy. She had no playmates of the same age, but now she had Quan Huai. Shin Yuanjin took Quan Huai's hand and ran to the small garden, saying as she ran, "Brother Huai, come and see the flowers my mother planted. They are so beautiful, and there is also grass that can cure stomachaches." Quan Huai looked at Shin Tong, who smiled and asked Quan Huai to play with Shin Yuanjin. After the two children walked away, Shin Tong told Chu Xiao everything from beginning to end. Otherwise, Chu Xiao and Shin Tong are husband and wife. Chu Xiao showed the same expression as Shin Tong after hearing this. How did they get together? Shin Tong spread her hands. I don't know, but Xiao Huai is not liking Tiaoshi, a very good child. Chu Xiao looked at Quan Huai who was running behind Shin Yuanjin and raised his eyebrows. Yuan doesn't have a playmate either, so it's okay to leave this child to play with Yuan. Quan Huai has been raised by Shin Tong for 10 years. Yu Lai, who said at the beginning that he would pick up the child in 2 months, called Shin Tong apologetically. Sorry, Miss Shin, our team leader and Miss Quan have found it. Miss Quan said that there is a mercenary group in the Zerg that is blind. She wants to settle accounts with that mercenary group. Xiao Huai, please trouble you. Before she finished speaking, Quan Yusen appeared on the other side of the camera, as noble and beautiful as ever, looking at Shin Tong and saying, Please help take care of Xiao Huai, my place is not suitable for him to grow up. I will pick him up after I finish my work. Before Shin Tong could say anything, the phone was hung up, and the next morning, a box as high as a floor was delivered to the door, specifically for Shin Tong, which was full of various minerals and plants obtained from the Zerg, which were invaluable on the black market. In fact, with the childcare robot, Shin Tong didn't have to worry about raising another child, and Shin Yuanjin could still have a companion, but Quan Huai was a little unhappy to know that Quan Yusen and Ing Tiaoshi didn't come to pick him up. Shin Tong sighed. Quan Huai had lived in Shin Tong's house for 10 years, growing from a little boy to a young boy. During this period, Quan Yusen and Ing Tiaoshi also took Quan Huai back, but they sent him back again not long after, and each time they were more justified than the last time. Shin Tong was speechless. However, Shin Yuanjin liked Quan Huai very much, and he would take Quan Huai with him in everything, as if he was leading a younger brother. The two children studied in the military school that Chu Xiao had studied before. After graduation, they naturally went to the Zerg tribe to train together, and even joined forces to kill the new Zerg king, who was about to take shape. It was also because of this achievement that no one objected to Shin Yuanjin being conferred the title of the crown princess. After Shin Yuanjin took charge of the empire's political affairs, Chu Xiao simply abdicated and let Shin Yuanjin become the new emperor. After abdicating, Chu Xiao took Shin Tong on an interstellar trip. Every winter, they would go to the primitive star to live for a while. They both liked to stay in the cave, especially Shin Tong, who always felt happy and comfortable in her heart when she buried herself in Chu Xiao's thick hair. Because Shin Tong and Chu, Hu Hingmeng, Hua Lili, Tu Jiao, Mao Yiji, and Ha Shilang also liked this behavior. Only Shilu didn't like it, because he was a cold-blooded animal and was afraid of the cold. For this reason, he often complained why he didn't choose to go to the primitive star for vacation in summer. If he went there in winter, he would turn back into an animal and could only choose to hibernate. Sleeping in the thick snow piles of the primitive star for a winter, Shilu felt that it was better to make money. As the empire's financial officer, in comparison, Shilu chose to make money and earn a lot of money for the treasury of Her Majesty the Queen.